Star Odyssey chapter 2549 to chapter 2601. At that moment, a figure walked out. It was a woman, and she looked at Luin in amazement. Her face was ordinary, and she even looked a little sturdy. Women like her were rare in the cultivation world, and her hands were full of calluses. "You're Xianxia?" Luin had long since known that someone was watching him, but Su Xiangyin had not appeared for some reason. This woman was a half-ancestor like Su Xiangyin, and she should be the representative of the reincarnation spacetime in the hexagon training rites. "Greetings, Senior Shijiao." "Greetings, Senior Shijiao." Everyone bowed in unison. Luin hurriedly bowed. "Junior Xianxia greets Senior Shijiao." Shijiao appeared in front of Luin and sized him up with a strange gaze. "What do you think of the first and second moves?" Luin respectfully replied, "The first move is heavy, and the second move is heavy relay." "What about the third move?" "The third move is heavy." "How do you do it?" "The third and fifth moves are varied and heavy." "What's the strongest of the first three moves?" "The first, fifth move." Everyone was confused, as they could not understand. Logically speaking, shouldn't the strongest move be the third move? Also, they had never even heard of any gravity, relay, or heavy relay. Even if they learned these moves, they would only use them according to the book. Shijiao asked Luin a dozen questions in a row, and he answered them all without hesitation. "You've really mastered the first three moves," Shijiao exclaimed. Luin replied, "When I saw the 8 moves, I didn't know why, but I felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if I wasn't looking at words, but a person." Shijiao's eyes widened. "Look carefully, this is the fourth move." She then raised her hand and displayed the fourth move that no one had ever seen before. The fourth move could only be learned in a large training ground. Even Mumu had not been able to learn it, let alone those who were still in the Reincarnation Academy. For people like Mu Qing, who had long been initiated, what he learned in the Reincarnation Tao College was not the stone door 8 hands. It could be the stone truncheon or other battle techniques. There were 7 battle techniques in the Reincarnation Tao College, and the swimming dragon flash was one of them. Everyone had a path that suited them. Shirhan had only learned the first move. Sui Yu, on the other hand, liked the stone gate 8 hands. He even practiced the second and third hands. Shijiao didn't mind letting the people around her see because it was difficult to learn even if they saw it. Even if some of these people learned the first 3 moves of the stone door, it was impossible for them to learn the fourth move with just a glance. Otherwise, their names would have spread throughout the 6 direction training halls long ago. Luin watched as Shijiao's palms flew about. The fourth hand allowed him to see the true meaning of the stone gate's 8 hands, which was to be as immovable as a mountain. It was no wonder why it was called the stone gate's 8 hands. Very quickly, Shijiao finished her fourth move and looked at Luin expectantly. "How was it?" Luin respectfully replied, "This junior can try." Shijiao was shocked. Was there another perfect genius who was as good as Xiaozun? So far, only Xiaozun had been able to see through the stone gate's 8 hands with a single glance. He had created the legend of learning the stone gate's 8 hands in the shortest amount of time. She had thought that it would be impossible to surpass him. She hadn't expected Xianxia to appear in the 6 direction dojo. This person was recognized as the most talented person in the world. Even his cultivation path was like this? Luin began to display the stone gate's 4th hand. On the other side, Jiang Xiaodao rushed over as quickly as he could. When he arrived at the stone wall, he saw everyone surrounding Luin, who was displaying the stone gate's 4th hand. He was overjoyed that he had made it in time. The stone gate's 4th hand was complex and difficult to learn. It required time, and Jiang Xiaodao had only taught Luin the 4th hand. It wasn't even a tenth of the stone gate's 4th hand, and it just so happened to be the last part of the 4th hand. Jiang Xiaodao had rushed over to see the last part, so he hadn't seen the scene before Luin displayed the 4th hand. When Luin finished displaying the 4th hand, the crowd was still in shock. Before Shijiao could say anything, Jiang Xiaodao shouted, "It's fake. He's cheating." Everyone looked over. Jiang Xiaodao leapt into the arena and pointed at Luin proudly. "This Xianxia is cheating. He displayed the stone gate's 4th hand." "It's the 4th hand," Suiyu said. Jiang Xiaodao raised his head. I taught him. Everyone looked at Luin in astonishment. The man who had been slapped 10 times by Luin shouted, "It's fake. He must have learned the fourth hand a long time ago. Xianxia was the one who taught him that. This Xianxia is tricking us." Luin listened to the discussions around him and looked at Xianxia. "You must have had a hard time rushing over." Xianxia snorted and raised his chin arrogantly. "I don't want to waste my breath on cheaters. Xianxia, you used the fourth hand I taught you to cheat others to gain the title of a genius. Do you feel guilty now?" Luin shrugged. "No. That's good. Since..." Xianxia suddenly paused and stared at Luin. "You don't feel guilty?" Luin replied, "Because I didn't learn what you taught me." "Think about it yourself." Xianxia gritted his teeth. "Then how did you display it just now? If it wasn't me, who else could have taught you the fourth hand?" "Me." Shi Jiao's voice rang out as she stared coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia looked over and blinked. Then, he put on a fawning smile. "Isn't this Sister Jiao? What brings you here?" Shi Jiao stared coldly at Xianxia. "You taught Xianxia the fourth hand?" Xianxia straightened his back. "Yes, I taught him." Shi Jiao looked at Luin. "Have you learned it before?" Luin answered honestly, "Yes, but I didn't learn it. Senior taught it to me, so I learned it immediately." "Bullshit. How can you not learn what I taught you? If you can't learn it, how can you display the fourth hand?" "Wait." Xianxia was confused. "Sister Jiao, why did you teach him the fourth hand?" Shi Jiao asked coldly, "Did you teach him the first hand?" Xianxia shook his head. "No." "How much of the fourth hand did you teach him?" "The last few." "You didn't teach him the first hand?" I didn't have enough time." Xianxia rolled his eyes. Who knew how long it would take to learn the fourth hand? It would take at least a year. Shi Jiao looked at Luin. "To be honest, I don't believe that anyone can learn the Stone Gate's 8 hands in one look. But you displayed the fourth hand, and Xianxia said that he didn't teach you the first hand. I'll believe you and teach you the fifth hand. If you can learn it in a short time, I'll acknowledge you. If you can't..." Her face turned cold. "I'll let you know how terrifying the Stone Gate is." Luin replied respectfully, "I understand. Senior, please display the fifth hand." Xianxia frowned. "Wait, this guy displayed the first hand and the fourth hand? How? Where did he learn it?" He felt that something was wrong. Everyone retreated. The fifth hand was getting stronger and stronger. "This Xianxia is finished. I was wondering how he could learn the Stone Gate's 4 hands in one look. So it was Xianxia who taught him. Didn't Xianxia say that he didn't teach him the first hand? And he only taught him part of the fourth hand. Did he teach him? Since he's learned the fourth hand, the first hand should be easy. I hope he cheated. He needs a month to learn the first hand, so how can he learn it in one look? There's no such person." The discussions around him did not affect Luin, and he focused on watching Shi Jiao display the fifth hand. The Stone Gate's 8 hands grew stronger as she progressed, and the concept behind it became more profound. The fifth hand was far more complex than the fourth hand. When Shi Jiao finished, everyone looked at Luin. Lu Yin's eyes were unfocused, as if he was immersed in the battle technique. He slowly raised his hand and imitated Shi Jiao's attack. Attempting the fifth hand. Gradually, Shi Jiao's eyes widened. The fifth hand. This kid is displaying the fifth hand. After a few moves, Luin stopped. Without a sufficient concept, he would not be able to display the technique even if he remembered it. He needed to think about the concept. He pondered for 3 days, and no one was in a hurry to leave. Everyone was watching, eager to see the results. News of Lu Yin's performance in the Reincarnation Dao Academy quickly spread throughout the 6 paths. Some said that he had cheated, while others said that it was because of his innate gift. Su Xiangyin finally arrived, but he did not directly show himself. Instead, he watched from outside the Reincarnation Dao Academy. Why was Xianxia causing trouble again? Why did he cause such a commotion wherever he went? Had he really cheated or what? Su Xiangying did not believe that Luyin had learned the stone gate's 8 hands in a single glance. I hope he didn't cheat, or you'll have to bear the brunt of the stone gate's anger for him, Third Master Mu gloated. Su Xiangying's expression turned ugly, but he did not reply. If Luyin had cheated, then there was something wrong with his character. No matter how talented he was, it might not be a good thing to bring him to the Void God's universe. Ji Bing arrived. Actually, there are people who can learn the stone gate's 8 hands in a single glance. You mean that perfect Xiaozun? Third Master Mu asked. Ji Bing replied, since someone can do it, it's not surprising that others can do it as well. Third Master Mu shook his head, it's too much to compare him to that Xiaozun. Su Xiangying frowned. He had sacrificed a lot for Luyin, and if it was confirmed that this kid had cheated to obtain the title of genius, he would not be able to accept it. It's moving. Ji Bing was shocked. Everyone looked towards the Reincarnation Dao Academy. Shi Jiao's eyes widened as she watched Luyin display the stone gate's 5th hand. Yes, it was all correct. Although the people around them did not understand the 5th hand, they could tell from Shi Jiao's expression that Luyin had learned it. Jiang Shaodao's jaw dropped. How was this possible? It had taken him a lot of effort to learn the 5th hand, but this kid had only taken 3 days? Jiang Shaodao gritted his teeth as he recalled how Luyin had failed to learn part of the 4th hand's moves. This bastard was messing with him. Luyin retracted his hand and exhaled. He faced Shi Jiao and said, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. The 5th technique is broad and profound, and it has truly broadened my horizons. As expected of the Great Stone Saint's battle technique, I will definitely benefit from it for the rest of my life. Shi Jiao's eyes flashed. Xianxia, are you confident that you can learn the 6th hand on the spot? Luyin hesitated. Shi Jiao said, if you can learn the 6th hand within a month, you can make a request of me, and I will do my best to help you. If I can't do it, the Stone Gate will do it, and if the Stone Gate can't do it, they will report it to Master and he will complete it. Everyone was shocked. This was equivalent to a promise from the Stone Saint, a human powerhouse. Luyin was shocked. Was it that important? Thank you. Twilight AO thank you, brothers, for your support and concern. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Luyin didn't know that only the Reincarnation Universe's Xiaozun had been able to learn the 6th hand in a month. The Stone Gate's 8 hands was a progenitor battle technique, and even a half-step ancestor couldn't learn it in a month. Xiaozun's achievement had shocked the Reincarnation Universe, and Shi Jiao wanted to know if Xianxia could do the same. If he could, then he would be the best successor. After all, Xiaozun couldn't just inherit the position of one of the 9 sages. Shi Jiao remembered that her master had entrusted her with the task of finding the most suitable successor. Her master didn't want the position of Great Stone Saint to fall into someone else's hands, and no one in the sect was qualified to inherit it. Shi Jiao would rather find a successor herself and pull him into the sect, ensuring that the position of Great Stone Saint would always belong to the sect. I'm willing to try, Luyin said respectfully. Stop. Su Xiangying was here, and he couldn't stay silent any longer. Luyin didn't know the reason, but he did. Shi Jiao looked at him coldly, you want to stop me? Su Xiangying replied, Xianxia is already a member of the Void God universe. Whether or not he can learn the 6th hand has nothing to do with the Reincarnation Universe. Now that he's learned it, I'll take him to the Great Path. Shi Jiao coldly replied, impossible. Shi Jiao, the Reincarnation Universe is filled with talents. How could we lack Xianxia? Su Xiangying's expression was completely different from when he faced Shi Jiao and Third Master Mu. Shi Jiao said, you've all heard about Master's situation. The Great Stone Gate is looking for the most suitable successor. No one can stop us, or else they'll be our enemy. Su Xiangying barked, no matter how strong the Great Stone Gate is, do you think you can oppose the entire Void God universe? Shi Jiao stared at Su Xiangying, but he didn't back down. Third Master Mu, Ji Bing, Yu Teng, and an unfamiliar man walked out. They represented the highest echelons of the 6 paths, and the unfamiliar man was from the 3 sovereign space. The man glanced at Luyin. This kid's talent was so good that it made people jealous. If the Lost Clan wasn't so xenophobic, they would have competed for him as well. Su Xiangying had suffered a lot for this kid. Third Master Mu was speechless. If he'd known that this kid could learn the Stone Gate's 8 hands so quickly, even if his wood talent wasn't good, he would have continued to compete. The wood spacetime had many powerful battle techniques, and some of them were as important as talent. Su Xiangyin's was strange and third master thirds's here SSS is right third, he's. Shi Jiao coldly said, the position of master's inheritance is related to the reincarnation spacetime 9 saints, and the Grand Empyrean is personally watching it. If you continue to obstruct me, I will tell the Grand Empyrean that Xianxia is suitable for the inheritance. TSS, SSS, and SSSS event. SSS Su Xiangying was unwilling. He had the confidence to compete with the wood spacetime, but he had no confidence to compete with the reincarnation spacetime. Once this matter was reported to the Grand Empyrean, even the entire Void God spacetime wouldn't be able to oppose Xianxia. As for Xianxia himself, since he'd come to the reincarnation spacetime, he must have some thoughts about the Great Stone Saint's position. Even an idiot would know that he'd choose the Great Stone Saint. Void Azine. This is the Reincarnation Tao Academy. No matter what, you can't interfere with the normal operations of the Reincarnation Tao Academy. Since Xianxia has already entered the Reincarnation Tao Academy, he can learn any reincarnation spacetime power before he leaves, Yuting reminded. Su Xiangying looked at Luyin. Xianxia, why did you come to the Reincarnation Tao Academy? He felt a little apologetic when he met Su Xiangying's gaze. This person had helped him a lot and had always taken care of him. Senior, I hope to join the Void God spacetime. Everyone looked at Luyin in surprise. Su Xiangying's eyes widened. Good, he shouted 3 times, not hiding his excitement. You really want to join the Void God spacetime? Shi Jiao looked at him strangely. Everyone else did the same. Yes, Luyin answered sincerely. Then why did you come to the reincarnation spacetime? Third Master Mu couldn't help but ask. He actually wanted to ask why Luyin was going to the Wood Dao Academy. Luyin answered, the convergence of civilizations is inevitable. Someone once said so. Yuting raised a brow. Lord Heran? Luyin smiled, yes. Yuting praised, you remembered Lord Heran's words. Shi Jiao was surprised, don't you want to inherit my master's position and become an apex powerhouse? Everyone stared at Luyin and stared into his eyes. These were the words of truth, who could resist the temptation of a human powerhouse? Lu Yin's gaze was calm, I do, but there are some things that I can do on my own. I can also become an apex powerhouse in the Void God spacetime. Ha ha ha, Shi Jiao, did you hear that? That's Xianxia, he wants to join the Void God spacetime. That's what this child wants, haha. Su Xiangying laughed. He had never felt so carefree before, and he looked at Luyin as if he were his own son. He swore that he would do his best to obtain the best resources for Luyin. He was very satisfied with this kid. And had won honor for the Void God spacetime. This matter had to be reported to Su Xiangying. Shi Jiao's cold expression suddenly changed, and she smiled faintly. Xianxia, I admire you. No matter what you choose, you are now a member of the Reincarnation Tao Academy. Continue learning the 6th hand. Unrelated personnel, please leave. Su Xiangying was unhappy. Are you still not giving up, Shi Jiao? Shi Jiao looked at him. I'm teaching the Reincarnation Tao Academy's 6th hand. Do you want to learn it? Su Xiangying wanted to say something, but he was pulled away by Yuting and the others. No matter what, this was the Reincarnation Tao Academy. Su Xiangying looked at Shi Jiao's face. This woman had not given up, and she was definitely thinking of taking Xianxia away. Sometimes, the 6 direction societies could not be violated by just 1 or 2 people. Xianxia wanted to join the Void God spacetime, but if Shi Jiao had the ability, she could still take him to the Reincarnation Tao Academy. No, Su Xiangying was standing outside the Reincarnation Tao Academy, and he wanted to see what Shi Jiao was going to do. Shi Jiao looked at Luyin. Do you really want to join the Void God spacetime? No one can resist the temptation of being an extreme powerhouse. Tell me the truth. Luyin replied, Senior Su Xiangying has been kind to me, and I don't want to disappoint him. Foolish. Shi Jiao's gaze was filled with disdain. The path of cultivation is one where the strong prey on the weak. What's more, it's normal to give up everything for the sake of resources. Moreover, Su Xiangying has not shown you any kindness. If you had come to the Reincarnation Tao Academy when you first came, with your talent, I would have treated you the same way. Lu Ying met Shi Jiao's gaze, and his expression was calm. No matter what others do, I only want to have a clear conscience. Jiang Xiaodao clenched his teeth when he heard this. Did this bastard know what he was up against? If Lu Ying had agreed, his status would have been the same as Jiang Xiaodao's, but he had actually rejected her? Shi Hong, Mu Qing, and the rest were all stunned, as they had personally witnessed Lu Ying rejecting Shi Jiao's invitation. Not everyone had the willpower to reject such an opportunity. Shi Jiao and Lu Ying looked at each other for a long time before she casually said, "Continue, the conditions remain the same. As long as you can learn the sixth hand of the stone door within a month, you can make any requests." Even if I don't go to the reincarnation dimension? Lu Ying asked. Shi Jiao replied, "If you say so, you'll do it." Lu Ying nodded, "All right, please do as you wish." Outside the Reincarnation Tao Academy, Third Master Mu sighed, "Old Su, I regret this." Su Xiangying didn't care. Mu Shirin had already given up on Xianxia, so there was no point in fighting for him. Although this child's wood talent isn't very good, his talent in battle techniques is extremely high. What's even rarer is that he actually knows how to repay kindness and gave up the position of the Great Stone Saint for you. This is something I can't do. Third Elder Mu sighed. Yu Ting added, "I didn't think that he would use this reason to reject the reincarnation dimension. Such a person is rare, no wonder Zijing likes him." Ji Bing nodded, "Indeed. If I'd known that he was like this, my lost clan wouldn't have minded accepting him. Unfortunately, he's too naive. How could he reject the reincarnation dimension? The fact that Shi Jiao is willing to continue teaching him speaks volumes," the person from the Three Sovereign Space said. Su Xiangying stared blankly at Lu Ying. "You don't want to disappoint me? You don't want to be ungrateful? What did I do to you? If anyone else had discovered your talent in the Void God Tao, they would have done the same. I'm just luckier. Xianxia, if you don't want to betray me, I won't betray you either. No matter what, I'll make you a powerhouse in the Void God universe. I swear I'll do it even if I have to exhaust all my resources." Lu Ying didn't know that his words had made Su Xiangying swear such an oath. The main reason why he didn't go to the reincarnation dimension was because he wasn't sure if his identity would be exposed. Firstly, there were too many progenitors in the reincarnation dimension. Secondly, the Grand Empyrean was too mystical. If he wanted to obtain the Great Stone Saint's position, he would have to face him. How could he not be exposed when facing a Grand Empyrean? He didn't want to face a Grand Empyrean. Even if it wasn't time to face a Grand Empyrean, he would definitely have to meet the Great Stone Saint. He wasn't confident that he could hide it from the Great Stone Saint. Besides, the reincarnation dimension itself had problems. The 3 sovereigns and 9 saints could inherit it. Compared to the reincarnation dimension, the Void God universe was much better. Shi Jiao used the 6th hand of the stone door. Compared to the 5th hand, the 6th hand was much more complicated and profound. However, it could be learned in a month, or even less. Still, one had to be careful and not overdo it. After Shi Jiao used the 6th hand, Lu Ying pondered for 2 days before asking her to use it again. Shi Jiao wasn't surprised and used the 6th hand again. No matter how many times she used it, as long as Lu Ying could learn it within a month, his talent would be comparable to Xiao Zun's. Xiao Zun had also spent a month to learn the 6th hand. Some people left, while others came over and continued to observe Lu Yin's condition. They wanted to see if he could learn the 6th hand in a month. To these people, it was simply impossible. Only He Shu and the others could learn the 1st hand in a month, let alone the 6th. 7 days passed, and Lu Ying finally moved, attracting a lot of attention. Shi Jiao stared at Lu Ying, watching him perform one technique after another. Although it wasn't smooth, he was slowly displaying it. This result shocked Shi Jiao, as well as Su Xiangying and the others. Could he really learn the 6th hand in a month? Reality proved that they had still underestimated Lu Ying, or rather, Lu Yin's performance had been too excessive. He had spent 12 days to master the 6th hand, which left Shi Jiao speechless for a long time. Su Xiangying's expression also completely changed, and he immediately left the hexagon training grounds. Learning the sixth hand in 12 days wasn't just a matter of talent, it also meant that Lu Ying belonged to the Stone Gate's 8 hands, which made him compatible with the gate's battle techniques. Xianxia suppressed her shock and said, "The seventh hand, continue." She didn't allow Lu Ying to refuse and immediately displayed the seventh hand. The seventh hand's power was completely different from the sixth, and it was even more complicated. However, Lu Ying had spent 20 days to learn it as well. Xianxia didn't say a word and directly taught him the eighth hand. This was the final move of the Stone Gate's 8 hands. The eighth hand contains all the variations of the previous 7 hands, and it also contains a unique method of releasing power. Watch carefully. The Reincarnation Tao Academy was on the verge of collapse under the Stone Gate's 8th hand. This was something that the previous 7 hands couldn't compare to, and the 8th hand seemed to be the true power of the 8 hands. The people around them kept retreating until they couldn't see anything anymore. Shihong felt bitter. She had wanted to work hard to cultivate the roaming dragon flash for revenge, but now she knew that Xianxi's talent in cultivation was so high. It was too inconceivable. Even if she cultivated for another 100 years, Xianxi would still be seen through with a single glance. Some people just had this ability. Lu Ying watched Xianxia display the eighth hand, and when she finished, he said, "I can't display it. The eighth hand's power is beyond my control." Xianxia replied, "There's someone who's as old as you, and he's able to use the eighth hand with power that's close to yours. He's able to unleash power that surpasses his own realm. I don't know how that person did it, because I can't do it either. I hope that you can." Lu Ying was shocked. The eighth hand used the power of an emissary, and it shouldn't have been something that he could use. Actually, there were many progenitor battle techniques that could be learned as long as one was taught. For example, Knight King Zhenwu's heart arrow technique had come from the 6th mainland's arrow progenitor, and it was a standard progenitor battle technique. There was also the serious art, which was a progenitor battle technique created by progenitor Chen. However, some progenitor battle techniques with the greatest power involved an even higher level of power, such as the eighth hand of the Stone Gate. Lu Ying didn't want to show off too much, so when he saw that the eighth hand required the strength of an emissary, he had said that he couldn't learn it. He hadn't expected that someone below the level of an emissary would be able to forcefully use the eighth hand, which surprised him. "Senior, may I ask who has the talent to use the eighth hand with their current strength?" Xianxia replied, "You don't need to know, I won't lie to you. Someone has indeed done it. Of course, I won't blame you if you can't do it." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He could tell that Xianxia wasn't lying to him, and there was no need for her to do so. It seemed that the reincarnation spacetime had indeed produced a genius. "In that case," he said, "I'm willing to try." Xianxia nodded. 3 months. If you can do it in 3 months. She paused. Your future will be different. Lu Ying didn't say anything. He could naturally do it, but Xiaojiao's attitude made him certain that he couldn't do it. He had to try his best. 3 months was a little long. Lu Ying frowned and pondered over how to do it. Xiaojiao looked expectant, and she occasionally glanced at him. He had to do it. If he could do it, then with his temperament, he would definitely be able to join the Great Stone Gate. She wouldn't have wasted her master's expectations of finding a successor for Lu Ying. 6 Direction training grounds fell silent. When Xiao Qingfeng and the rest heard about what had happened at the Reincarnation Tao Academy, they all fell silent. They had thought that Xianxi's failure to obtain the innate gift of wood would cause him to keep a low profile for a while, but they hadn't expected him to become even more high profile after going to the Reincarnation Tao Academy. This wasn't just being high profile, it was said that Su Xiangyin and Xiaojiao were about to fight. Lu Yin's title as the number 1 innate talent was solidified once again. Zijing was once again received by He Ran. She looked down at the respectful woman, and He Ran couldn't figure out how she had managed to find such a weirdo. How could someone with such an innate gift only have such a weak cultivation? "Zijing, what's going on with Xianxi?" He Ran asked. No one was stupid. Lu Ying had been investigated when he had first revealed his innate gift at the Void God Tao Academy, but hyperspace had only said that Lu Ying had come from a parallel universe. As for what that parallel universe was called, although Lu Yin's relationship with Zijing had been leaked, no one knew that Zijing had been brought back from the origin space. Thus, Lu Yin's origins were still a mystery. More than one person had come to ask about him, but he had sent them all away, saying that they would never be able to return to that universe again. Zijing bowed her head respectfully. I don't understand what you mean, my lady. Ran's lips curled up into a beautiful smile. Xianxia is an enlighter in the primordial space. However, in the hexagon training rites, he displayed an extremely monstrous innate gift, and even the main space is fighting over him. Why is such a person only an enlighter in the primordial space? She didn't suspect that Lu Yin was hiding his cultivation. Unless he was an extremely strong powerhouse, it was impossible for him to hide his cultivation under hyperspace's analysis. She hadn't even considered that possibility, so she was only curious as to why Lu Yin was only an enlighter. Zijing replied, Xianxia is too sentimental. Whether it's family, friendship, or love, he cares too much about them. As a result, it's very difficult for him to obtain any resources on the path of cultivation. Even so, he shouldn't be an enlighter, Ran asked as she stared at Zijing. Zijing fell silent for a moment before replying sadly, he offended someone. Oh? Who? Ran was curious. Zijing replied, Lu Yin. Lu Yin? Ran's eyes trembled. She knew this name. The first time she had heard it was from the Yuan sage who had come from the origin space, and the second time she had heard it from Shu. Lu Yin was the absolute overlord of the origin space. The current origin space could be said to be split into two, and Lu Yin was the master of one of them. He had even established the heavenly sect and was known as the Path Master. The origin space and the heavenly sect, Ran was well aware of the weight these two terms represented. She was even more aware of the former glory of the origin space and how powerful the heavenly sect had been. However, time had changed, and the current origin space was no longer under its control. However, Lu Yin was indeed capable. He had been able to shake the Cosmic Tree sect even though he wasn't an extreme realm powerhouse. The Yuan sage had once said that if Lu Yin was given a little more time, he would be able to unify the origin space. This person had shocked the Yuan sage. Even if the Yuan sage looked down on the current origin space, he was still extremely fearful of Lu Yin. Xianxia offended the overlord of the origin space? Ran asked. Zijing replied, yes. Actually, Lu Yin is about the same age as Xianxia, and they both belong to the same generation. They fought over resources, but Xianxia lost from the start. No matter how talented he is, he can't compare to Lu Yin's background. Lu Yin has too many people supporting him, while Xianxia is just a wandering cultivator. Can he still survive after offending Lu Yin? Ran rested her chin on her hand. I heard that Lu Yin is a ruthless person. He even dared to attack a Yuan sage and forced him to leave the origin space. Can Xianxia survive? Zijing replied bitterly, Lu Yin doesn't care about Xianxia at all. He wants Xianxia to be mediocre and never be able to make a name for himself. He wants Xianxia to watch his talent run out and die of old age. That's the greatest torture. Ran's eyes lit up. Bad taste? Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Since Xianxia has already left the origin space, he is no longer someone that Lu Yin can influence. If Lu Yin comes into contact with us in the future, I will let him experience what it feels like. He's not qualified to be compared to us. Zijing lowered her head, her eyes flashing with mockery. He's already here and even appeared in front of you. If he didn't want to understand the Six Direction Society, you would have already been captured. Whether it was unifying the outerverse or fighting against the four cardinal scales, Lu Yin had always been one step ahead of others. It was the same now. You don't understand Lu Yin at all. Contact Xianxia more often when you have time. He's now a genius that the reincarnation spacetime and the void god spacetime are vying for. Perhaps we will have a chance to work together in the future. Do you understand, Zijing? Ran asked. Zijing was delighted. I understand. Thank you on behalf of Xianxia. Ran was satisfied. She had heard from Yuting that Lu Yin had remembered her words. Since that was the case, she did not mind helping this person. At least he was pleasing to the eye. A month passed, and Su Shangyin returned to the Six Direction training grounds. At the Reincarnation Academy, Luin opened his eyes and stood up tiredly. Senior, I can't do it. Xianxia was disappointed. It hasn't even been 3 months. Luin shook his head. Let alone 3 months, even if it's 3 years, I might not be able to do it. Xianxia sighed, knowing that Luin was telling the truth. Some people could not do something in their entire lives, while others could do it in an instant. This was the difference in talent. He had originally thought that this person could compare to the perfect young master, but now it seemed impossible. Forget it, there were some things that could not be forced. If you can't do it, then forget it. You've already done very well. I said that if you can learn the 6th hand within a month, I'll grant you one request. You can speak now. Luin thought about it. I haven't thought of anything. Then we'll talk about it when you've thought of something. Do you know anything about the Great Stone Gate? Xianxia asked. At that moment, Su Xiangying walked out. Still not giving up, Xianxia? Xianxia looked at Su Xiangying. This is the Reincarnation Academy. You are not welcome here. Leave. Su Xiangying sighed. I'm here because the time is up. What time? Xianxia did not understand. Luin did not understand either, and he looked at Su Xiangying in confusion. Su Xiangying raised his head. It's time for the illusory space to open. Luin blinked. The illusory space? Wasn't it supposed to open on a temporary basis? Xianxia frowned. The void? That's right, the void space of my void god space is about to open. Xianxia wants to go there to find a suitable void god, Su Xiangying said. Xiao's gaze was cold. As far as I know, this isn't the time for the illusory space to open. You have to thank Musan. He was the one who fought with me over Xianxia, which led to the opening of the border between the wood spirit realm and the illusionary realm. The wood dimension has been abandoned, and the illusionary dimension has returned to normal. Since we've decided to open it, there's no reason for us to change our minds. If you don't believe us, you can check it out. Su Xiang waved his hand. Luin looked at Su Xiangying. Su Xiangying's skin was really thick. He had clearly promised Xiao Qingfeng and the others that he would delay the opening of the illusory space, but because of Xianxia, Su Xiangying had actually opened it ahead of time. Furthermore, Su Xiangying's actions were justified, and Xianxia couldn't find any reason to refute him. Xianxia indeed could not refute. She knew the reason why the void had to open the void space. Once Xianxia obtained an excellent natal virtual spirit, he might be appreciated by an extremely strong person and be accepted as a disciple. He could then compete with the Great Stone Saint. However, even though she knew Su Xiangying's intentions, she could not object to it. This was because Su Xiangying had confirmed that it would open in advance a few months ago due to the competition between Su Xiangying and Musan. At that time, she did not even care about Xianxia. Void to Yin, give Xianxia to me. The Great Stone Gate owes you a favor, Xianxia said. Su Xiangying coldly shouted, there's no need. Xianxia said coldly, if Xianxia joins the Void God universe, he'll be taken away by an extremely strong expert. It has nothing to do with you. If you give him to the Great Stone Society, not only will the Great Stone Society owe you a favor, but Xianxia will also be grateful to you. He chose to go to the Void God universe to repay your kindness. As long as you agree, he can join the Great Stone Society. Su Xiangying looked at Luin, his eyes filled with gratitude. Luin was speechless. He had only been looking for an excuse to say a few words without any intention of repaying the old man's kindness. Why was the old man so touched? And he wouldn't really push him into the big stone door, right? He didn't want to go to the reincarnation spacetime. Xianxia, without me, what would you do? Su Xiangying asked. As an elder, he was willing to let Luin make this choice. If the Void God spacetime missed out on a genius like Luin, he would have to take responsibility. Luin solemnly replied, I'll do as you say. Listen to yourself, Su Xiangying said. Luin shook his head. I'll listen to Senior. Xianxia looked at Luin. This brat was quite stubborn. Su Xiang smiled sinisterly. I didn't expect to meet someone like you. I know that you want to go to the reincarnation timespace to inherit the position of the Great Stone Saint, but you're worried that you'll implicate me, right? Lu Ying raised a brow. Wrong. Go to the void space. If you can obtain an extremely good virtual spirit, I will let you stay. But if it's like the wood spirit region and you can't obtain a good virtual spirit, Su Xiangying said with a complicated look in his eyes. Then join the Great Stone Gate. Senior. Lu Ying wanted to say something, but Su Xiangying raised a hand to stop him. I believe that you will obtain the best natal void spirit. You are the #1 genius in the void spirit spacetime's outer filaments, and this is something rarely seen since ancient times. I am certain that I have seen it myself. Shi Jiao looked at Su Xiangying, and her gaze softened. You didn't stubbornly hold on to him, so I think highly of you. That's good too. Letting him obtain a good foe spirit is also a method. I don't object. Very quickly, Lu Ying was taken aback. Su Xiangying was taken away by them. Jiang Xiaodao's mouth fell open. He had heard that the void space had opened earlier than expected. What the hell? Su Xiangying had clearly said that it would open later, which would have given Lu Ying time to cultivate virtual spirit's power. That bastard Xianqi. In the Hexway training rites, everyone received a notice. Gather in outer space and head to the void space immediately. Xiao Qingfeng was confused. Wasn't the opening of the void space supposed to be delayed? He had been the one who had suggested it, and Su Xiangying had agreed. Why were they going to the void space again? He Shu, Mu Mu, Luo Zong, and the others all headed to outer space. When they saw Lu Ying, their expressions turned ugly. It was him again. They had guessed what had happened the moment they saw Lu Ying. It was definitely because of Xianqi that the void space had been opened earlier than expected. This wasn't the first time that something like this had happened, and the wood spirit region had opened earlier because of this guy. Shihong had also come. She had transferred from the Void Spirit Dao Academy to the Reincarnation Dao Academy and had cultivated virtual spirit's power. It was precisely because he had seen her display her virtual spirit that Lu Ying had become interested. She was also qualified to enter the void space. The void space wasn't a place that just anyone could enter if they wanted to, and Shihong was already a genius. In the entire Hexway training rites, there were only 15 people who could accompany Lu Ying to the void space. Aside from He Shu and a few other familiar faces, Lu Ying had never seen nearly half of them before. These people looked at him with the same resentment that Su Yu and Jiang Xiaodao had looked at him when he had gone to the wood spirit region. None of them were prepared. Thank you, Xianqi. I wanted to prepare for a while longer, but you let me go ahead of time, Mu Mu said unhappily. Lu Ying replied, You're welcome. I heard that Jiang Xiaodao tied with you? Mu Mu's face twitched, and he snorted, I also have to thank you for helping him open the wood spirit region ahead of time. Brother Xianqi, we meet again, Luo Zong greeted. Lu Ying smiled and ignored him. This person had followed him in the wood spirit region and was deliberately testing him. He was too sinister. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could ignore many people and didn't need to feign civility like before. Luo Zhang's expression changed slightly, and he looked away. He Shu looked at Lu Ying. He had already received He Ran's instructions to build a good relationship with this person. He also knew that this person had a grudge against Lu Ying, which was interesting. He didn't like Lu Ying either. It's good to join the Stone Gate, He Shu said indifferently as he walked past Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked at his back. Was this a reminder? There were more than 15 people in the Hexway training rites who had learned Void God's power, but only these 15 people were qualified to enter the void space. These people were considered geniuses. Even Su Xiangying didn't look for a Void God's natal spirit in the void space. When Lu Ying entered the Void God space, he felt an unprecedented shock. He saw Void God's power spread throughout the sky, filling every corner of the Void God space. He felt what it meant to change heaven and earth. This was an ancestral world that was even purer than Xiaoxinji's divine sword region. It was as if the entire Void God space was the Void Master's ancestral world. It was as if he saw a colossus covering the sky and playing with the Void God space. Su Xiangying looked at Lu Yin's shocked expression proudly, This is our Void God space. How do you feel, Xianqi? Lu Ying gulped, It's amazing. Void God's power covered the entire Void God space, just like how star energy covered the fifth mainland. However, Luin had been born in the cosmic tree realm and cultivated on the fifth mainland, which was why he wasn't as shocked as the void god's spacetime domain. The closest thing to this was the progenitor's ancestral world, which could change heaven and earth, but that only covered a small area and not the entire fifth mainland. He had been to the wood space before, but the tree branches that covered the sky hadn't revealed any void god's power. Only the tree branches and green bubbles hadn't shocked him as much. Only the void god's space had void god's power. The void god's power covered the entire void god space, and for outsiders like Luin, he felt an unprecedented pressure. He was sure that if the Void Master wanted to, he could make him disappear with a single thought, and all of Lu Yin's techniques would be useless. The Void Master was the master of the Void God space and the one who had created the Void God civilization. He was unimaginably strong, far stronger than people like Xianxia and Bai Wang Yuan. It seemed that the cosmic tree hadn't been targeted by the Six Directions Society because they hadn't joined. From the perspective of the three monarchs, they had been targeted, but from the perspective of the Void God, no one in the cosmic tree could rival the Void Master. He had to admit that he had underestimated the Six Directions Society, as they didn't only have the reincarnation spacetime. The space between illusions is a starry area. There's nothing there, only faux gods. Those faux gods have different kinds of faux god strength. Some faux gods have very weak faux god strength. Some faux gods have extremely strong faux god strength, some faux gods have extremely strong faux god strength, some faux gods have very weak faux god strength, some faux gods have extremely strong faux god strength. However, no matter how much void god's power a void god contains, it's still within the range of what you can obtain. As your void god's power increases, you'll be able to draw out the void god's power. This is a process, and it's also a cultivation method of the void god civilization. Xianxia led the group outside the void space. The virtual god civilization's main cultivation method is the virtual god civilization's main cultivation method. Apart from that, the battle skills and techniques created by the virtual god civilization are not inferior to those created by other civilizations. You'll see that in the future. Natal void gods aren't just inanimate objects. In the Void God Academy, you've only seen void gods floating around. Truly powerful void gods are beyond your imagination. Some void gods contain power that's completely different from the void god civilization. This power will belong to you once you obtain it. When he finished speaking, jade pendants appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. Xiao Qingfeng and the others naturally put them away. Lu Yin took them and felt that they were warm and comfortable. Xianxia said, "This is a void nest that can hold natal void gods. After all, not all void gods can be put into a cosmic ring. The range of a cosmic ring is too small." Lu Yin was astonished. Living things? Wouldn't that be the same as Mount Supreme? Impossible. If that was the case, then the demi-humans wouldn't have caused such a commotion when they appeared in the secret auction. Lu Yin put away the void nest, he would study it later. The void space is up ahead. "You can enter now," Xianxia said as he looked into the distance. There was a huge void vortex there, and on the other side of the vortex was a void. There were no planets, no stars, and nothing could be seen. The void space couldn't be seen in the void god spacetime. Xiao Qingfeng stepped forward and headed towards the void space. The others followed closely behind. "Thank you, Brother Justice. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you." Lu Yin looked at Xianxia, who nodded back at him and transmitted, "Truly powerful void gods are illusory in space, and it's difficult to bear their weight. If you look closely, you might be able to see some strange phenomena." Lu Yin took a deep breath and turned around to enter the void. Shi Jiao was indifferent. "Xianxia, if you were to enter and choose another void god, would you be able to choose the best one?" "Of course not." "Then what guidance can you give Xianxia?" None of them were fools, and they could tell what Xianxia had done. Xianxia did not answer. Just as they were about to enter the void, a shout came from behind them. "Stop!" Void God's power covered the sky, and it was boundless and terrifying. Xianxia and Shi Jiao almost fainted from the surging Void God's power. The newcomer was a muscular man who was 5 meters tall and had 2 bull horns on his head. He looked very strange, and when he arrived, a berserk power pressed down with a roar. Senior Su Ming? Su Xianxia was shocked. Su Ming slammed his palm towards the void. Once this attack landed, Xiao Qingfeng and the others would definitely die. Senior! Su Xianxia shouted. Shi Jiao's eyes widened. Luin looked around and saw that Xiao Qingfeng and the others were all aghast. They had not expected to suddenly face an attack from an extreme powerhouse. No matter what defenses they had, they were useless against this attack. This attack was enough to turn them to dust. Had the void god spacetime gone crazy? This was the only thought in Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, and the others' minds. As Su Ming's palm continued to descend, Luin could clearly see the palm's lines. A wave of power swept out from all around them, instantly bringing them into the void. This power was similarly irresistible, as only a powerhouse on the same level as Su Ming could do such a thing. At the boundary between the void and the void god spacetime, a person looked back at Su Ming with a strange smile. Su Ming's palm missed and shattered the void, but his body reappeared. Oh no! Su Xianxia and Shi Jiao hurried forward. Senior, who was that? They were not fools. If an extreme powerhouse was hiding in the six-way training rites and had followed them into the void, then they were definitely up to no good. Su Ming did not say anything and simply charged into the void, but he was pushed back by a force. So that's how it is, but how long can you stop me? At the same time, within the void, Luin and the rest were flung out by a force. Almost at the same time, everyone scattered in all directions, not even daring to look back. They had already guessed what had happened. There was an extremely powerful expert among them. Qi. All he could think of was the Eternals. Xiao Qingfeng was not the only one who recognized Qi San. Many others recognized him, including He Shu. Now, they only wanted to escape, and the further the better. Although the possibility of that happening was not high, wanting to escape in front of an extremely strong expert was simply wishful thinking. He didn't recognize Qi San, but he recognized the power that had brought them into the void. It was the secret progenitor, the other folk. He had not expected the other world to be hiding in the six-way training rites and even come here with them. Or rather, Fang training rites. Unexpectedly, the other world did not attack them. In the other world's eyes, these geniuses might have some value, but they were not as valuable as the void. His goal here was the void. The disk appeared and cut through the void, sweeping into the distance. The progenitors might spread out without restraint. The other world was a progenitor and could change the world. Even if he was not on the fifth mainland and did not have astral source power, it did not affect him that much. Mumu and the others felt their scalps go numb. They did not even have any thoughts of resisting the progenitor's power. The disk swept past Mumu, and a pulling force forcefully sucked in a void god that was passing by. The void god streaked through the void like a meteor, but it was no match for the disk's might. Mumu was also sucked in by the disk, but she was knocked unconscious by a void god along the way. Mumu was relatively lucky. Some people were sucked in by the disk and were beheaded, while others were smashed into pieces by the void gods. The disk swept through the entire void, and the other world muttered, 10. Xiao Qingfeng was forcefully sucked in, and he had taken out some sort of power vessel. Even though his body crashed into the disk, he did not die and instead fainted just like Mumu. 9. The void gods were sucked in one by one, and the disk was like a magnet that constantly attracted the void gods within the void. 8. Mu Qing coughed up blood and tried to escape, but he was powerless against the disk's might. His body turned into a pool of blood that scattered everywhere. 7. Ji Xiao took out a card and hid it in the void, but even the void was distorted. Eventually, the card was forcefully pulled out and attached to the disk. 6. The void was neither too big nor too small. To the other world, it was only a step away, but to Xiao Qingfeng and the others, it would take them a long time to find it. Luin, on the other hand, was only a step away from this area. Luin pretended to escape while keeping an eye on the other world. He watched as the other world counted to 5. That's it. The other world glanced at the vortex and retrieved the disk. He then shook his hand and flung Xiao Qingfeng and the others away. To him, these people were trash. Ji Zhao's card shattered, and his body was flung away as well. The other world left with the void gods, and the entire process took only 5 seconds. Who knew how many void gods he had sucked in during that time? The void gods within the void represented the void god civilization's foundation. According to what Su Xianxia had told Lu Yin, the weakest void god here was enough for him to cultivate to the peak of an emissary. The void gods in the outside world could only cultivate to the level of an ordinary emissary, and some could not even reach that level. Once they reached the peak, they would need to cultivate along with their own void god. Su Xianxia had only obtained his own void god death bug by chance, and its quality was not bad even within the void god realm. If he had only obtained an ordinary void god, he would not have been able to reach the level of a half-ancestor. At most, he would have been an emissary. There were pros and cons to the void god civilization's cultivation. The otherworld had absorbed many powerful void gods from the void god realm, which was equivalent to cutting off at least half of the void god civilization's future. The moment the otherworld left, Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his pupils turned into runes. A miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder, and rune lines spread out. If he had guessed correctly, the otherworld's number was the time he could take action. He had counted 5 seconds, which meant that he still had 5 seconds left. Just in case, Lu Yin decided to only use 2 seconds. The otherworld had eaten meat, but he also wanted to drink soup. However, he did not plan to search casually. Instead, he tried to use rune lines to search. Rune lines were too special, and any external force could be reflected in rune lines. He could not see the void god's power within each void god with his naked eye, but he could try to use rune lines to search. In 1 second, rune lines frantically spread out. No, it was too difficult to find. Rune lines could not distinguish the void god's power within a void god, so he had no choice but to randomly grab a few. He lifted his foot, and the space around him appeared as lines. Lu Yin looked to his right and grabbed a void god without hesitation. He put the void god away without even looking. That void god had actually suppressed the lines in space, which reminded him of what Su Xianxia had said. Some void gods were so powerful that even the void could not bear them. When the lines in space appeared, Lu Yin looked at the void gods again, but there was no time. He could only grab 2 more void gods and pretend to faint. A second later, Suka rushed in, and when he looked at the void gods, his expression changed. It was too late. Su Xianxia rushed in as well. "Senior, are you from the Eternals?" Suka's expression turned ugly. More than half of the void gods were taken away. It will be difficult to explain this to the Void Master. Su Xianxin's heart sank, but he suddenly remembered something. He looked around and saw the unconscious Xiao Qingfeng and He Shu. He also saw that Lu Yin was still alive, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Suka said in a low voice, "Take them back to the Hexagon training rites. Tell them that the Void Master has arrived and dealt with the enemy. As for the void space, delay its opening." Su Xianxin wanted to say something, but Suka had already left. Su Xianxin wanted to track down the mutant, but even if he couldn't, he had to at least try. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Void Master. Today's events must have been planned long ago. The Void Master had been delayed, and the Void God spacetime had been invaded by the Eternals. This had left the void space defenseless, and there were also extremely strong powerhouses hiding in the Hexagon training rites, which had allowed the enemy to sneak in. The battlefield had to be moved, or else the same thing would happen again. Su Xianxin looked at the empty void space. There had been many void gods streaking through this place like shooting stars, but now, more than half of them were gone. He sighed, as Xianxia could no longer find a void god. There was no other way. With so many void gods missing, they would have to be given to those from the void god spacetime. These geniuses from other spacetimes would not have the chance to enter the void space again. It was the same for Xianxia, unless he was sure that he would join the void god spacetime. With a bitter heart, Su Xianxin brought everyone out. Shi Jiao asked, and Su Xianxin followed Suka's instructions. Since the enemy has been dealt with, why return to the Hexagon training rites? It's the same if we wait for them to wake up and look for their void gods. Shi Jiao did not understand. Su Xianxin explained, Senior Suka suspects that the Hexagon training rites might be hiding more than one enemy. The Void Master can't stay for long because of the war at the front lines, so the opening of the void space has been delayed. Xiao's eyes flashed. That's a pity. Xianxia did not say anything else, and he led everyone back to the hexagon training rites with Xiao. 3 days had passed by the time Luin woke up. The first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Xianxia. It had to be said that Xianxia had treated him well. Even if it was only because of his innate gift, the old man's concern for him was genuine. Senior. Xianxia looked at Luin and gently said, "You're awake." Luin rubbed his head. "Senior, what happened?" Xianxia thought for a moment. "An enemy from the Eternals sneaked into the void space, and you were all affected. Fortunately, the Void Master appeared and dealt with the enemy." Luin hurriedly stood up, shocked. "The Void Master appeared? I actually fainted and didn't see him. What a pity." Xianxia's expression turned ugly. "Xianxia, you really want to join the faux god civilization, right?" Luin replied, "Of course, I've always dreamed of it." Xianxia opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. If he did not find an excellent virtual god, it would be difficult for him to get Xianxia from Xiao. If he wanted to find an excellent virtual god, he would have to enter the space of illusions. However, it was impossible for outsiders to enter the space of illusions. Did he really have to let Xianxia enter the reincarnation spacetime? It wasn't impossible, but it would be a pity. However, for Xianxia's sake, going to the reincarnation spacetime might be better. "The void won't open again for a while," Xianxia said in a low voice. Luin didn't understand. Wasn't the enemy dealt with? Xianxia replied, "It's hard to explain, but I'll do my best to find an excellent faux god for you. Of course, if I can't find one, I'll support you in joining the reincarnation spacetime. Once you inherit the Great Stone Saint's position, you'll become one of the strongest humans." "Senior," Luin wanted to say something, but Xianxia stopped him. "There's no need to say anything. Even if you join the reincarnation spacetime, I won't blame you and will support you. Xianxia, you have to fight for your own future." With that, Xianxia left. Luin looked at Xianxia's departing figure, feeling very lonely. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that the 3 faux gods he'd taken were all dead. 2 were stored in his cosmic ring while the other was stored in the void nest. He decided to use some method to bring one of the faux gods out and join the faux god civilization since he couldn't go to the reincarnation spacetime. After Xianxia left, Xiao arrived. "The void god spacetime lost a lot of resources this time. There's no need for you to go." Luin was puzzled. Didn't the Void Master appear and deal with the enemy? Xiao replied, "The Void Master didn't appear, so the void space lost a lot of resources. It's even possible that." She looked at Luin. "The faux gods are gone." Lu Yin's expression changed. "The enemy stole it?" Xiao said, "The reincarnation spacetime is also responsible for this. Qi-san is a disciple of the sage, and Sage Qi is responsible for this, but the void space's losses. Xianxia, you can't get a good faux god, a waste. I'll ask Xianxia to let you join the Great Stone Gate." Luin fell silent. Xiao took out a truncheon and stabbed it into the ground. "Your innate gift belongs to the human race, not to repay a debt of gratitude. If you waste your innate gift because of a debt of gratitude, you're being irresponsible to the human race." Luin looked up and met Xiao's eyes. She suddenly smiled. "Does that make you feel better?" Seeing his stunned expression, Xiao continued, "Many people like to talk about righteousness. I didn't understand it in the past, but now I feel that it's quite useful. At the very least, it can comfort me, right? With your innate gift, you are qualified to inherit the position of the Great Stone Saint, but being qualified doesn't mean that you'll definitely succeed. If you want to become the Great Stone Saint, you'll have to go through a test set by the Great Stone Sect. The Stone Sect's 8 hands is just one of the tests, and the second test is the Stone Jian. The mace sweeps through the universe, leaving no traces in life. This is the general principle of the Stone Gate mace technique. Xianxia, watch carefully." Over the next month, Xiao taught Luin how to use the Stone Jian, and Lu Yin's learning speed once again overturned her worldview. Over the past month, rumors about the unreal world had spread. The unreal world situation had also spread, but it wasn't as suppressed as the unreal world had expected. On the contrary, it wasn't just the Six Paths Society that had heard about it. The Six Paths training halls had also begun to spread the news of the unreal world's heavy losses. The Void God Spacetime would have to open the unreal world to suppress these rumors, but that was impossible. In the end, everyone was certain that the Void God Spacetime had suffered heavy losses. On the spacious grounds of the Reincarnation Tao Academy, two figures continuously attacked with the Jian. They didn't use any power and were just simple Jian techniques, but they revealed a kind of artistic conception that was watertight and indestructible. With a bang, Shi Jiao stopped and looked at Luyin in amazement. Not bad, you managed to learn the stone Jian technique in just a month. This is something that most people wouldn't be able to learn in a year. In terms of artistic conception, many people won't be able to achieve it in their entire lives. Xianxia, you're really suited for the great stone sex battle techniques. Luyin was grateful. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to learn it. The stone Jian technique is broad and profound, and I'll need to train for a long time. Shi Jiao was satisfied with Luyin's attitude. Although his innate gift was high, he was never arrogant. She was very certain of this, and his temperament was quite good. For now, you don't need to go to the Great Tao Academy. What you've learned is even better than the Great Tao Academy. Since that's the case, you can stay here and quietly cultivate. I understand, Luyin replied. Not long after, Shi Jiao left. Luyin slowly released his domain, and after confirming that no one was watching him, he raised his hand and started rolling his die. He desperately wanted to know what the three Void God treasures were, especially the one that the Void couldn't bear. The die slowly stopped at 6 pips. Luyin stared ahead, but there was no reaction. He was disappointed. It seemed like the die's innate gift of 6 pips was only useful in the 5th mainland. However, it could be used with 4 pips, which was strange. As he thought about it, he raised his hand and tapped again. This time, it was pip, and there was no reaction. Like 6 pips, it couldn't be used in this spacetime. Luyin shook his head. Again. This time, it was 4 pips. His eyes lit up, and he entered the time-stop space. When he arrived, he immediately took out the 2 void gods from his cosmic ring. One of them was large, while the other was small. The large one looked like a skeleton, while the small one looked like a sword. Luyin was interested in swords, and he picked them up. They were quite heavy, and they gave off a disturbing feeling. The sword looked ordinary, but its edge was black and white, which matched the black and white fog in his heart. There was a line of words on both sides of the hilt. Yin is the power of the heart's chill, and Yang is the power of the scorching heat. Luyin muttered to himself. On the other side, there was another line of words on the hilt. Yin and Yang converge, break the heavens, Void Prime. Void Prime? Luyin was puzzled. It seemed like this person was a powerhouse from the Void God spacetime. Since this sword had been left in the Void God spacetime, it meant that Void Prime was dead. He gripped the hilt tightly and released the power within his body. Gradually, boundless Void God power vibrated within the hilt and resisted, as if it wanted to shake off Luyin's power. Luyin immediately used the power in his heart, and the surrounding stars flickered as a black and white fog spread out. For a moment, the Void God power within the sword became obedient. It was not that Luyin's cultivation surpassed Void Prime's, but that the power in his heart was too special. It could suppress all kinds of power and unite all Daos. If he was not mistaken, this sword contained at least Void God power at the level of a half-ancestor. As for the skeleton, Luyin put away the yin-yang sword and looked at it. He looked over. He touched it, and there was a crack. The skeleton cracked, and there was an obvious finger mark on it. The Void God power within had been suppressed. Luyin pursed his lips. This skeleton's hardness was very close to that of a half-ancestor's, but his physical strength could even crush a half-ancestor, let alone this skeleton. As for the Void God power within, he could clearly sense that it was at the level of a half-ancestor. Since this skeleton contained Void God power at the level of a half-ancestor, then the Void God power within the yin-yang sword might be even higher. Could it be at the level of a progenitor? That was not impossible. Luin put away the skeleton and then took out the void nest. What was the void god that he saw that the void could not bear? A moment later, Luin put away the void nest. He could not open it, or rather, he could not open it in this space. After studying it for a while, he discovered that the void nest was not a space for storing items. Instead, it was a unique void that was constructed with void god power. In essence, it was not used for storage, but rather for concealment, just like how the Lost Clans cards were hidden in the void. In other words, he did not bring the void god within the void nest into the time-stop space. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin left the time-stop space and returned to the Reincarnation Tao Academy. 1 second had passed in the real world. A stone fell in front of him, and Luin subconsciously caught it. He was stunned. Was this the void god that the void could not bear? Wasn't this the landscape painting stone? Luin was very familiar with this stone, as it was the landscape painting stone that the Eternals wanted. They had even sent a corpse king to keep an eye on Yihuang Academy in order to find this stone. Luin had also obtained the landscape painting stone from Yihuang Academy through a trade. He had not expected to obtain one from Su Wang as well. Luin took out the landscape painting stone from Yihuang Academy and compared it to the void god stone. Not bad, it was exactly the same. The only difference was that the landscape painting on the stone was different. It was probably a complete landscape painting that had been split apart, and that landscape painting had been drawn on the stone. Luin held the void god stone and closed his eyes to see how much void god power it contained. Not long after, he opened his eyes with astonishment. There was actually such a boundless amount of void god power, and it was definitely at the progenitor realm. Was this the work of the void master? Luin put away the 2 stones. No matter who had done this, he did not plan on taking them out. There was definitely something wrong with them. There was nothing worth learning in the 6 direction training rites anymore. He had already grasped the power of the 3 sovereign space, and as for ultra space, that was purely a test of his brain. He would leave it to Zi Jing. It seemed that he would have to think of a way to lead the 6 direction training rites soon. Back at the Void God Tao Academy, Luo Lauer grimaced in pain. His face was pale as he looked up at a piece of metal and tried to pull it. It had been exactly 9 months since he had entered the 6 direction training rites, and he had also started trying to pull Void God power. This speed was normal, as most people who had entered the Void God civilization would be able to do so. Of course, he could not compare to Luin, and no one could. Xiao Qingfeng had taken half a year to reach the Void God realm, but Luin had managed to pull an entire village in just 2.5 months. Work hard, Luo Lauer encouraged himself, and his Void God power twisted and turned as he pulled the piece of metal down. He would only know how difficult it would be if he tried. He could not figure out how Luin had done it. Luin had managed to pull Void God power 20 times his own on his first try, which was that vase. Luo Lauer could not even pull this piece of metal that was 4 times his own Void God power. After a while, the metal plate was finally pulled out, but Luo Lauer's Void God's power was almost completely depleted. He had been absorbing Void God's power for half a month, but he could only make the metal plate move slightly. It was too difficult, brother-in-law. Luo Lauer retracted his Void God's power and collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely as he panted heavily. At that moment, the cloud connection stone vibrated, and Luo Lauer's eyes widened as he accepted the call. You still dare to contact me? Last time was an accident, but it won't happen again. A deep voice answered. Luo Lauer sneered. So many people were captured during the last secret auction. Do you know how long I was chased for? A full 2 months. If I didn't have Xianxia behind me, they wouldn't have let me go even now. I'll compensate you. Cut the crap. I can't help you anymore. I can't even see the shadow of your compensation. 300 meters straight ahead. Dig 10 meters down and take a look. Luo Lauer blinked. Are you kidding? If you want me to dig, I'll dig. Who knows if it's a trap? You don't have the right to make me set up a trap. It was a very direct statement, but it moved Luo Lauer, and he became unhappy. You're the one who doesn't have the right. I'm Lord Luo's son. Even though he said that, he still walked over. 300 meters down, and Luo Lauer was stunned when he saw that there really was something there. It was a cosmic ring. This is Hui crystals? So many Hui crystals? Luo Lauer was shocked. There were more than 10,000 Hui crystals in the cosmic ring, which was a considerable amount of resources. Hui crystals were the most suitable crystals for cultivating Monarch's aura in the three sovereign spaces. Many people cultivated Monarch's aura by absorbing Hui crystals or the Monarch's aura from weapons, which was why Hui crystals were the common currency in the three sovereign spaces. 10,000 Hui crystals was a huge sum for an enlighter. How is it? Is this compensation enough? The deep voice asked. Luo Lauer's expression relaxed. When did you put the cosmic ring here? The secret auction will continue, but we don't need that many people as it's easy for news to leak. I'll give you a list, and you just need to invite the people on it. The time will be 3 days from now. Luo Lauer was in a dilemma. Should he do it or not? This was a problem. Anyway, he had already received the compensation. Even if he did not do it, this fellow would not be able to get it back. He had already entered the Void God Dao College and could directly transfer to the Reincarnation Dao College. With Xianxia around, this person would not be able to cause trouble for him. Xianxia had too many eyes on him. The reward this time is 100,000 Hui crystals, said a deep voice. Luo Lauer's eyes widened. 100,000 Hui crystals? Are you sure? Compared to the items auctioned off in the dark, this amount of resources is nothing. Luo Lauer was shocked. What are you trying to sell? It's none of your business. Are you going to do it or not? Do it. Luo Lauer gritted his teeth. He needed resources. Even though he was Lord Luo's son, he didn't have many resources. He had relied on his own efforts to cultivate until now. It didn't take long for Luo Lauer to get his bearings and head toward the Reincarnation Dao Academy. The next day, Luo Lauer came to Luyin. Brother-in-law, I've joined. Luyin was astonished. You've entered the Void God civilization? Luo Lauer was overjoyed. Yes, I've been initiated. Congratulations. Luyin's expression was calm. Luo Lauer's face turned bitter. Brother-in-law, can't you be a little happier? What did you say about your brother? He's already been initiated. Why are you looking for me? Luyin asked. Luo Lauer didn't have that much free time, and a Void God civilization wouldn't come all the way to find him. Luo Lauer moved closer and asked mysteriously, Are you going to the dark auction? Luyin was astonished. The one from last time? Yes, it's different this time. We won't tell so many people and will only spread the news within a small circle. Those who are invited are the absolute elites of the Six Direction training grounds, such as Xiaoqing Feng and Hishu, said old Luo. Luyin nodded. Of course. Alright, it's tomorrow. Why don't we go now? Luo Lauer asked. Luyin was very interested in the secret auction. He wanted to see if the mountain that could be big or small and let people live was Mount Supreme. After the Six Direction training grounds cleansing, Cliff Town had become much more desolate. However, the Six Direction training grounds hadn't completely destroyed Cliff Town, which puzzled many people. It was impossible for the Six Direction training grounds to not know about Cliff Town's existence. Since they knew, why had they deliberately stopped the auction? Brother-in-law, do you know why the Six Direction training grounds cleansed the auction? Luo Lauer asked softly. Apparently, it's because they suspected a traitor. A traitor? Luyin raised a brow. Luo Lauer explained, that Qi-san. The everlasting race won't let the Six Direction training grounds civilization meet, so they'll definitely make a move against Tai Kong. The Six Direction training grounds already guessed this. The previous auction caused such a huge commotion that if there were everlasting race members mixed in, they would be easily caught in one fell swoop. That's why the Six Direction training grounds stopped the auction. Now that Qi-san has been exposed, there won't be any problems with this auction. Is there another traitor? Luyin asked. Luo Lauer shook his head. How can there be such a powerhouse? As long as they're not an extreme powerhouse, they won't be able to escape from Tai Kong spacetime. At most, they'll be comparable to those old fellows from the Six Direction training grounds. If they can't even compare to those old fellows, then they might not be able to do anything to these elites. People like Xiao Qingfeng and He Shu all have their own trump cards. Xiao Qingfeng and Jiang Xiaodao have extreme powerhouses backing them, so it's easier for them to hide good things. The two chatted as they entered Cliff Town. Just like before, everyone was wearing masks. However, there were too few people in the auction this time, so it was easy to identify them even with masks. Xiao Qingfeng really is a show-off, Luo Lauer muttered. They had already arrived at the auction site, where many people were gathered. Xiao Qingfeng was among them. He was dressed in golden robes all year round, so anyone could recognize him. Mumu's clothes had not changed at all. Soon after, He Shu arrived, followed by Jiang Xiaodao, Luo Zong, and the others. They were all familiar with each other, as they had either participated in the Wood Spirit region or gone to the Void together. Luo Lauer took a few steps back when he saw Luo Zong arrive, his eyes filled with uncontrollable hatred. Luo Zong looked over and glanced at Luyin and Luo Lauer. He walked over and stopped in front of them. Brother Xianxia, we meet again. Luyin nodded. Luo Zong looked at Luo Lauer, second brother, long time no see. Luo Lauer replied calmly, I'm not worthy. Luo Zong smiled faintly. Although he was wearing a mask, it was easy to see that his smile was filled with contempt and disdain. It's been hard on you, representing our spacetime as a hostage. However, as a hostage, you shouldn't have come. Hyperspace agreed, Luo Lauer said. Luo Zong shook his head. Hyperspace agreed, but father didn't. Luo Lauer didn't say anything. As a hostage, we have to have the awareness of a hostage. Otherwise, people will think that we don't know the rules, right? Second brother? Luo Zong muttered. Luo Lauer clenched his fists. It's not up to you to say that. Luo Zong laughed, I'm just thinking about your safety. After all, the Sixth Direction Training Hall doesn't forbid death. He took a step forward, closing in on Luo Lauer until they were less than a meter apart. Luo Lauer instinctively wanted to retreat, but Luo Zong stopped and looked at him with interest. You don't want to end up like your brothers, do you? He then turned to leave. Brother Xianxia, thank you for taking care of this useless second brother of mine. Luo Lauer's body trembled slightly, both in fear and anger. This was the first time Luyin had seen him lose control of his emotions. He raised a hand and placed it on his shoulder. Your younger brother needs to be taught a lesson. Luo Lauer calmed down and smiled wryly. Brother-in-law, I've embarrassed myself. The auction would only begin the next day, so everyone stayed in Cliff Town. Luo Zong didn't cause trouble for Luo Lauer, and the others acted as if they didn't know each other. That was until Jiang Xiaodao arrived and started provoking Mumu. Mumu was furious, but now that Jiang Xiaodao had the innate gift of River Dawn and his Milky Way battle technique, he was able to fight her to a draw. Saruzin had also arrived. Were you the one who notified Saruzin? Luyin asked Luo Lauer when he saw Saruzin arrive. Luo Lauer shook his head. It wasn't me. The guy who organized the auction has people in every academy. Saruzin is in the Lost Academy. Then why was it your turn? To notify me? Luyin was curious. Luo Lauer smiled. Maybe it's because he thinks it's easier for you to believe my words, brother-in-law. He had also figured out the purpose of the Huijing resources. It was to get him to invite Luyin. Luyin was puzzled. The purpose of the auction was to make money from the auction, so why did he need Saruzin? It was obvious that he was poor. Mumu was also puzzled and pulled Saruzin aside to talk. You still haven't found out what innate gift Saruzin obtained? Luyin asked. He had already asked Luo Lauer to find out. Luo Lauer was distressed. I can't find out, but there's a rumor that I don't know if it's true. He glanced over at Mumu and whispered, it said that Saruzin obtained a 5-colored fruit. Lu Yin's expression changed. How many people in the history of the wood dimension had been able to obtain a 5-colored fruit? Considering that Mumu valued Saruzin so much that his innate gift had been kept a secret, perhaps he had obtained an incredible innate gift of wood. Lu Yin thought back to the various strange trees he had seen in the wood dimension, but he didn't know which one Saruzin had obtained. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a certain direction and saw a beautiful figure walking over. Even though she wore a mask, everyone could still feel her peerless beauty. She was like a proud white lotus, and even though she was just walking over, she attracted everyone's attention in an instant. The surroundings were silent as everyone stared at the approaching figure. At this moment, even the stars seemed to lose their luster. She walked forward and bowed slowly, "My lady." The figure stopped and spoke coldly, "Your sister will be angry if you treat me like this." He lowered his head, but his eyes burned with passion as if he wanted to devour the woman in front of him. He was filled with infatuation. "I'm willing to accept any punishment for my lady." Xiao Qingfeng and the rest watched quietly, but no one spoke. He had already guessed the woman's identity, and he frowned. Someone like her should not be here. Luo Zong, Mu Mu, and even a reckless person like Jiang Xiaodao were looking at the woman with indescribable respect. Saruzan looked at her and found her familiar. Her gaze swept across the crowd and paused on Saruzan's withered arm. She then looked at Luin before looking away and walking to a corner without saying a word. He immediately followed. "I want some peace and quiet," she said coldly. He stopped and suppressed the heat in his eyes. "Yes." He remained where he was, not looking at the woman or anyone else. He was as arrogant as a statue. With so many people gathered here, it would definitely attract attention. Some stayed behind while others did not dare to. 4 hours later, a rumbling sound came from the mountain walls. Everyone looked over and saw a passage appear. Luin had seen this before. It was the passage to the auction venue. Those who had not been invited looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. They knew that they had encountered something good. These people had clearly been invited, and this auction was definitely not simple. It reminded them of the previous auction that had been disrupted. Although they could not participate in such a large-scale auction, it would be good to experience it. He was the first to arrive at the passage. He bowed and gestured for the woman in white to enter. No one else stepped forward, and they all looked at her. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This woman was Bai Qian. Her cultivation was not high, and she was only an enlighter, but her status was ridiculously high. Interesting. Among the people who had left Earth, Bai Shui had lost her competitive spirit and had stayed in the seed garden to retire. Zhang Dingtian was focused on avenging the Lu family and honing his cultivation. Su San was still by ancestor Lingtong's side, and only Saruzan and Bai Qian had stepped forward. Saruzan had been favored by Mu Shiqiang because of his innate gift, but Bai Qian had somehow obtained such a high status and was even able to compete with He Ran. In terms of cultivation, Bai Qian was second only to Luin. Zhang Dingtian might have been constantly cultivating, but he still could not catch up to Bai Qian. Bai Qian's current cultivation was very close to that of the former 10 arbiters. Of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu, Ling Gong, and Wen Sansi were all enlighters and had yet to become envoys. Bai Qian was also an enlighter, and he was an absolute cultivation genius. Bai Qian was the first to enter, and He followed closely behind. The others also entered one by one. They all seemed to know Bai Qian's identity. Lu Yin and Luo Lauer entered as well. They followed the passage and arrived at a place that was similar to the previous secret auction. The mountain walls didn't have much meaning, and the sound alone was enough to tell who was bidding. There were about 15 to 20 people who were invited, and there were about 10 people who came here by accident. In total, there were about 30 people, which was too little compared to the secret auction venue. Once everyone was seated, the void distorted, and a woman walked out. She wore a light yellow dress and had a pretty face. She had a sweet smile on her face as she greeted everyone. "Welcome to the secret auction, senior brothers and sisters." Tu Shuang? A cry of surprise came from Jiang Xiaodao. Xiao Qingfeng was surprised. She was actually the organizer of the secret auction? Mu Mu, He Shu, and the others leaned forward in surprise. Who's this Tu Shuang? Luin had never seen this woman before, but of course, he had long since discovered that she was hiding in the mountain before the secret auction. It was impossible for anyone else to discover her. Luo Lauer replied, "The reincarnation spacetime has 3 9 sages, and Tu Shuang is one of them. She's an elite disciple of the sanctification sect, and she's already a 3rd stage ascendant immortal at such a young age. She's been cultivating in the Grand Dao Plaza for a long time, and it's said that she's currently in seclusion." You didn't know that she was the one who organized the secret auction? Luin asked. Luo Lauer shook his head. The voice belonged to a man. Who would have thought that it was her? Brother-in-law, this Tu Shuangshuang isn't simple. It's said that among the sanctification sect's disciples, she's the only one who's cultivated the highest level of the heavenly conversion technique. Her status in the sect is similar to Xiaolian's status in the sanctification sect, and she has a good relationship with Xiao Qingfeng and Jiang Xiaodao. Luin nodded, as he only cared about Mount Supreme. This woman's cultivation was only at 3 origin tribulations, which was far inferior to his own. However, it had to be said that having a good master truly made a difference. This woman's innate talent might not be comparable to the 10 arbiters, but her cultivation far surpassed them. This was her background. I'm sure all of you are aware of my background. That's right, I was the one who organized this secret auction. I had no choice, as cultivation requires a lot of resources, and I didn't have enough. I could only scrape together some good stuff to share with all of you and get some benefits. Tu Shuangshuang smiled. Her light yellow dress seemed very soft in the dusky mountain, and her voice was very sweet as well. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, Sister Shuangshuang, if you're short on money, just tell me. I have it. Tu Shuangshuang smiled. Thank you, Brother Xiaodao, but I still like to earn my own money. Alright, we'll officially begin the secret auction. I'm sure all of you are aware of the demi-humans that appeared in the previous secret auction. They were brought into the 6th direction training grounds because of a mountain, and today's first auction is that mountain. She then took out a mountain from her cosmic ring and placed it on the ground, causing it to rumble. Lu Yan's gaze trembled. That's right, it was Mount Supreme, and he couldn't be wrong about that feeling. Mount Supreme originated from the Daosaur Sect's era, and the one in his hand was a corner of the 5th mainland's Daosaur Sect's heavenly pillar. In that case, which heavenly pillar did this Mount Supreme originate from, and how did it break away? The heavenly pillar had been created by the primogenitor, and even the corpse god couldn't break through it. No one knew how Mount Supreme had broken away, but perhaps this Mount Supreme could give them an answer. Sister Shuangshuang, are you saying that this mountain can hold a living person? Jiang Xiaodao was surprised. Tu Shuangshuang smiled. Brother Xiaodao, you can come in and take a look if you don't believe me. Actually, this isn't the venue for today's secret auction. The real venue is inside this mountain. Everyone looked at the mountain in surprise, but no one entered first. They had all cultivated for so many years, and they were still quite vigilant. It seems like all of you are worried. Then, I'll go in first. Tu Shuangshuang smiled and entered the mountain. Xiao Qingfeng stood up. What's there to worry about? We've known Shuangshuang for decades, so we naturally trust her. He then jumped down and entered the mountain. Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. He then entered as well. Everyone else entered the mountain one by one. Luin entered as well, bringing along Luo Lauer. He Shu looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian stood up and took a step forward, entering the mountain. He Shu hurriedly chased after him. Those who hadn't been invited looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Even the big shots have entered. What are we afraid of? Let's broaden our horizons. This is a rare opportunity, so we can't miss it, someone said. Enter. One by one, they entered. Finally, there was only one mountain left in the dusky mountain wall. At this moment, the mountain was completely different. Everyone looked at it in surprise. It can really change size, and this stone is quite hard. Luin looked around, but there wasn't anything special about the scenery. It was just a mountain, but since it was the same as Mount Supreme, it should be able to use resources to create a light barrier that would prevent others from entering or leaving. Just as he thought of this, the light barrier suddenly covered the sky. Luin was astonished. This was exactly what he had been thinking. Shuangshuang, what's this? He Shu asked as he stood guard beside Bai Qian. Tu Shuangshuang placed her hands behind her back and smiled. This mountain is the first item to be auctioned off, so we naturally have to let everyone see its functions. Look, this light barrier is one of its functions. It can block external attacks, and this mountain can hide 100 billion people. Everyone gasped. Luo Zong raised his hand and struck out with his palm, but the wind from his palm only caused ripples on the light barrier. He raised his hand to attack again, but he still couldn't break through. His face sank, and he felt uneasy. "Let us out first." Tu Shuangshuang didn't understand. "Since we're already here, why do we have to leave?" Xiao Qingfeng and the rest looked at Tu Shuangshuang. Tu Shuangshuang smiled. "I only wanted to catch you guys, but..." She looked at Bai Qian. "A big fish has entered." He Shu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately attacked Tu Shuangshuang. Jiang Xiaodao and the rest didn't even react to Tu Shuangshuang's words. Luyin raised his brows. Something was wrong. He Shu used the third of the stone gate's 8 hands, and it passed through Tu Shuangshuang's body without any resistance. Everyone's expressions changed. Xiao Qingfeng blurted out, "An innate gift of wood." He leaped up and attacked the light barrier. Luo Zong, He Shu, Mu Mu, and the rest all attacked at the same time. They weren't stupid, Tu Shuangshuang was trying to trap them. However, their attacks didn't affect the light barrier at all. Tu Shuangshuang's voice came from outside. "This light barrier can block the power of someone who has become immortal. Seniors, don't waste your energy." "Tu Shuangshuang, what are you doing? You're inviting trouble for the Huaxing." Xiao Qingfeng shouted. Tu Shuangshuang smiled. "Why should I care about him? You're from the Huaxing school." Jiang Xiaodao shouted. He hadn't expected to be tricked by Tu Shuangshuang, and he still couldn't believe it. Why would Tu Shuangshuang attack them? It didn't make sense. Tu Shuangshuang smiled and said, "That's right, I'm a disciple of the Saint Transforming Sect, but I'm not a disciple of the Saint Transforming Sect, so I'm not that important. Besides, my master is someone else. Senior brothers and sisters, time's up." Xiao Qingfeng and Jiang Xiaodao took out their power vessels, and He Shu even took out a blue energy source from his cosmic ring. Their attacks were almost as powerful as those of peak envoys, but they still couldn't break through the light barrier. Luo Lauer's face paled. How could this be? Something had happened again. Why was there so much trouble? What was going on with this Tu Shuangshuang? Luyin looked up at the light barrier. He wanted to leave, but not through this method. Tu Shuangshuang was very likely to be a spy for the Eternals, and if she was taken away, they would have to face powerful enemies from the Eternals. He didn't have the confidence to do so. From the looks of it, the Six-Way Society's guess had been right. The Eternals were indeed going to attack the Six-Way Training Hall. The secret auction hadn't been carried out because they didn't want the spies to be caught in one fell swoop. In the end, Su Wang had exposed a mutant, but there were more spies than just a mutant. Tu Shuangshuang had actually waited until now to make a move, which was exactly when the Six-Direction training rites were slacking off. But how was she going to leave? With his strength, he could easily unleash the power of a half-ancestor, and he tore through the barrier. Everyone was stunned, as no one had seen who had attacked, and they did not even know how the barrier had been broken. Tu Shuangshuang was the same. She was about to put the mountain into her cosmic ring when she realized that the barrier had been broken. What was going on? She did not have time to think, and she immediately took out a blue energy source and placed it near her heart. The people here were about to come out, and since the barrier had been broken, she would not be able to replenish her energy source in time. The first to come out was not Xiao Qingfeng or the rest, but rather someone who had not been invited. He had a panicked expression, but he moved very quickly. Tu Shuangshuang flashed a mesmerizing smile. You're so stupid to scout for others. Her pale yellow robes fluttered as she approached the person with a palm that carried a fragrant wind. The person knew that he was in trouble the moment he heard Tu Shuangshuang's words. How could he be faster than those elites? However, it was already too late. Tu Shuangshuang's palm approached, and the person could only brace himself to block it. However, Tu Shuangshuang's palm did not land on him. It merely brushed past his face, and the wind from the palm had already knocked him unconscious. The person who had actually received the attack was the second person who had rushed out from the mountain, Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao had also heard Tu Shuangshuang's words, and he knew that he had been used as a tool. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame those people for being too scheming and scheming against others at such a critical moment. Jiang Xiaodao used his Astral River battle technique, and his palm swept up a torrent of water that surged into the sky. His body was covered in a colorful glow, and even Moo Moo was helpless against the might of his palm. Don't blame me for not giving washing face. Bang! There was a loud collision, and the water scattered in all directions. Xianxiao's pupils shrank, and he felt that the water in his palm had suddenly become powerless. Even the astral origin cyclone within his body had been suppressed and then scattered. Not good. Huatian technique. He reacted quickly and endured the pain in his palm. He waved his left hand, causing the river to revolve around him as he used the river arrow technique. However, Tu Shuangshuang suddenly disappeared, and her alluring fragrance intoxicated him, causing him to fall into a momentary daze. It was this moment of absent-mindedness that caused Jiang Shaodao to fall and the river to dissipate. The river arrow technique had ended before it could be used. He Shu and Xiao Qingfeng came out almost at the same time as Jiang Shaodao. The time difference was less than 2 seconds. They had used Jiang Shaodao to scout the way. Since Tu Shuangshuang dared to stay behind, she must have something to rely on. However, Jiang Shaodao did not force Tu Shuangshuang to use her strength. Tu Shuangshuang did not even use the power in the blue energy source. He Shu cursed inwardly. Inside his heart, the blue energy source activated. Blue light enveloped his entire body. The third hand of the stone door enveloped Tu Shuangshuang with many transformations. Xiao Qingfeng also attacked at the same time. He also had a blue energy source. The two blue energy sources attacked at the same time. Tu Shuangshuang alone could not block them. Tu Shuangshuang's gaze did not change. She stretched out her arms that were as white as jade. Shadows of her palms flew and her chi was like a horned dragon, causing the heavenly transformation technique to materialize. You're courting death. A fierce look flashed across He Shu's eyes. He jumped from the third hand of the stone door to the fourth hand. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly stopped and stared at Tu Shuangshuang. There was something wrong. A pair of white palms reached into the stone door's fourth hand. It was like a small boat being swept into a whirlpool in the ocean. It should have been crushed to pieces. However, in the next second, the palms tore apart the stone door's fourth hand that was wrapped in blue energy. Blood splattered everywhere and dripped onto Xiao Qingfeng's face. Xiao Qingfeng watched as Tu Shuangshuang struck He Shu down. His arms were almost crushed, and he looked extremely miserable. Tu Shuangshuang's arms danced, and the horned dragon formed by the heavenly transformation technique crashed into Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng took out his power vessel the moment He Shu was struck down. This was a trump card that he would only use when facing a powerhouse who had become an immortal. The power vessel blocked Tu Shuangshuang's attack. Xiao Qingfeng felt the power of the power vessel being shaken and blurted out, the power of a seventh cycle celestial. Impossible. You. Tu Shuangshuang's lips curled up once again. She did not know when, but multicolored bubbles appeared in the mountain walls. They were about the size of a palm and were floating in the air. One of the bubbles floated in front of Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng stared at Tu Shuangshuang. His gaze passed through the bubbles, and his eyes instantly became sluggish. Tu Shuangshuang took advantage of this opportunity to reach out and avoid the power vessel. She then grabbed at Xiao Qingfeng. They had only exchanged a few blows, and it had only been a short time. However, this was enough time for the others to rush out. Luo Zong, Moo Moo, and a dozen other people rushed out and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Jiang Shaodao had fainted, He Shu's blood was splattered all over the ground, and Xiao Qingfeng was like a puppet. His gaze was sluggish. How long had it been? Tu Shuangshuang had defeated these three experts in an instant. Luo Zong did not hesitate to escape. He did not even think about fighting with Tu Shuangshuang. The others did the same. Tu Shuangshuang smiled. A group of geniuses running away like stray dogs. How interesting. However, can you escape? As she spoke, her gaze became cold. Multicolored bubbles appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They looked at the bubbles that had suddenly appeared, and just like Xiao Qingfeng, their gazes were sluggish. A cold voice rang out. Become empty. Dream bubbles. With a pop, the bubbles in front of Xiao Qingfeng shattered. His thoughts also seemed to shatter, and his mind went blank. Following that, the bubbles shattered one after another, followed by people falling to the ground. No matter what they did, they could not avoid the fate of being destroyed by the bubbles. Mumu and Luozong were the same. The last group of people walked out of the mountain. It was Luyin, Luo Lauer, Bai Qian, Saruzan, and 5 or 6 others who had not been invited. They were already regretting their actions. They should not have gotten involved, as this level was not something they should have come into contact with. They looked at the fallen people. Even Xiao Qingfeng and the other elite geniuses had fallen, let alone them. Tu Shuangshuang's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Qian. I only wanted to catch these few, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. Can you tell me how you knew that there was a secret auction here? Bai Qian remained calm. I was just passing by. Haha, then you can only count yourself unlucky. No, Tu Shuangshuang looked at Bai Qian strangely. He ran as unlucky. Bai Qian looked at the floating bubbles. So that's how it is. Not only are you from the Transforming Saint School, but you're also from Qingkong. Luo Lauer cried out, Qingkong? That dream Qingkong? What's Qingkong? Luyin was curious. Luo Lauer's face paled. Brother-in-law, it's over. We're all finished. It's actually Qingkong's plan. No wonder no one could save us. Bai Qian was indifferent. The Eternals are led by a single true god, and the 7 sky gods are all absolute powerhouses. There are also extremely powerful existences below the 7 sky gods, and the most terrifying of them all is Qingkong. No one has ever seen his true face, and anyone who is targeted by him is a nightmare. He's like Bai Wuxian of the 7 sky gods, a monster known as Dream. That's right. Between the void and the void is also Qingkong's handiwork. He wanted you to smoothly set up this plan and achieve the desired effect. Tu Shuangshuang giggled. Thank you for praising my master. Now, it's time for this plan to end. End? End? What end? Luo Lauer was terrified, and as soon as he finished speaking, a bubble appeared in front of him. At the same time, bubbles appeared in front of Bai Qian and the others. Luyin was the same. As the bubbles burst, they all collapsed one by one. In front of Bai Qian, a bubble burst with a pop. Suddenly, a hand appeared and blocked Bai Qian's line of sight as well as the burst bubble. It was Luyin. Everyone else collapsed, and at this moment, only 3 people remained standing, Tu Shuangshuang, Bai Qian, and Luyin. Tu Shuangshuang looked at Luyin in shock, and for the first time, she looked at him seriously. Xianxia? Well said. Luyin smiled. Tu Shuangshuang stared at Luyin. You? She didn't know what to do. These people couldn't possibly stand under Dream Illusion's bubbles, so what was up with this guy? Luyin faced Tu Shuangshuang and asked, is Qingkong a progenitor second only to the 7 sky gods? His exact strength is unknown. No one has seen him before, so there's no way to know. How do you know? Luyin asked again. Bai Qian raised his head. I have a high position in the hyperspace dimension. Luyin looked back at Bai Qian. I can tell. I'm curious about what you've been through. Let's find some time to chat. Saruzan is here too. Bai Qian nodded. Yes, we should. Tu Shuangshuang's eyes narrowed, and she no longer had the playful smile she had when facing Xiao Qingfeng and the rest. She looked at Luyin with fear and suspicion. This person definitely wasn't as strong as she had seen, or else he wouldn't have been able to withstand Dream Illusion. Furthermore, his conversation with Bai Qian was abnormal, and the two seemed to be very close. Her gaze turned cold, and she took a step forward. She raised her palm and blue energy flickered. Luyin turned around and raised his hand as well. Tu Shuangshuang's eyes went wide. She was courting death. As she approached, her jade-white palm collided with Luyin's. There was a loud bang, and in the next moment, there was a crack as Tu Shuangshuang's arm twisted irregularly. Intense pain spread throughout her body, and she was shocked when she saw that her palm had been bent. Luyin's tone was cold. You used an illusion to change the red energy to blue and crushed these people with an absolute advantage. You did well. Tu Shuangshuang frantically retreated and clutched her right arm in disbelief. How did you know? Luyin smiled. I'll talk to you later. Then, an invisible force enveloped her. Tu Shuangxuang wanted to escape, but she felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Her consciousness blurred, and she fainted like Xiao Qingfeng and the rest. She only had one thought before she fainted: she had encountered a monster. What do you plan to do? Bai Qian was curious. Luyin said, there's no need to stay in the Sixth Direction training grounds anymore. I've already understood what I needed to understand. Next, it's time to learn more about the Sixth Direction Association spacetime. Bai Qian nodded. Do you need my help? Of course. Luyin stored everyone who had fainted into Mount Supreme, including Tu Shuangxuang's mountain. He now had 2 mountains that he could store people in. In the end, only Luo Lauer was left behind. Even Bai Qian had entered Mount Supreme. Since this was a trap set up by Qin Kong, it shouldn't be broken. Luo Lauer woke up with a slap and opened his eyes in a daze. His consciousness was still blank, and he couldn't remember what had happened. However, as the scene in front of him became clearer, he suddenly remembered and screamed. Make any more noise and you'll die. Luo Lauer looked over and saw Tu Shuangxuang's icy expression. He became even more afraid. What are you doing? This Tu Shuangxuang was naturally Luyin in disguise. Take me to the sovereign space. Luo Lauer was shocked. 3 sovereign space? Hurry! Luyin shouted while disguised as Tu Shuangxuang, scaring Luo Lauer so much that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He wailed, this is the hexagon training hall, and the space here is stable. I can't open it. I have to go to outer space. Luyin frowned. Outer space? That would attract the attention of those old fellows. At this point, his expression changed slightly, as he had already attracted attention. Since that was the case, he grabbed Luo Lauer and materialized his spiritual force into multicolored bubbles that revolved around him. He tore through the void and walked out. Something really happened. Is this illusion bubble? Xianxia was shocked, and she swept out with her mace. At the same time, numerous stone maces formed palms that pressed down. This was her inner world. In another direction, Yu Ting and Ji Bing appeared simultaneously. One released a white half-ancestor level energy while the other escaped into the void, concealing his killing intent. Luyin disguised himself as Tu Shuangxuang and looked at Xianxia. Scram! Blue energy appeared around him as he struck out with a palm that collided with Xianxia's inner world. Normally, the blue energy would be suppressed by the inner world, but Lu Yin's attack was only able to push her back. Bubbles appeared in front of Xianxia and continuously burst, transforming into spiritual force that bombarded her. If it had been Tu Shuangxuang herself, these bubbles would not have been able to harm Xianxia. After all, she was a half-ancestor powerhouse. However, Luyin was the one attacking her, a freak who had cultivated his spiritual force under the primogenitor's scripture for many years. The bursting of these bubbles caused Xiao's mind to go blank, and she swayed as she fell. Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. She recognized Tu Shuangxuang, and even if this woman used a blue energy source, no, even a red energy source would not be able to harm her. Furthermore, this was illusion bubble, Qin Kong's ultimate technique. White energy swept across the horizon and transformed into a spear that pierced towards Luyin. Behind Luyin, Ji Bing exuded a sinister aura. The broken blade in his hand formed an ultimate attack that completely enveloped Luyin. Luyin grabbed Luo Lauer and took a step forward. Space was just a line in his eyes, and he moved from one line to another. However, in Yu Ting and Ji Bing's eyes, he instantly disappeared, traversing through space without any delay and appearing directly above their heads. Ji Bing's shock was indescribable. The Lost Clan was best at sneaky attacks. His attack had completely isolated the void. Even experts of the same level could not escape unscathed, unless they were extremely strong. However, this woman was not even at their level. He could not even see how she managed to escape. She must be Qin Kong. Yu Ting roared. No one had ever seen Qin Kong. To them, Qin Kong represented dreams and nothingness. Strength, gender, and nothing else. It was just a dream. Luyin had disguised himself as Tu Shuangxuang and used his status as an emissary to avoid Ji Bing's fatal blow and even injure Xianxia. This ability had long exceeded their imagination. The only possibility was Chen Kong. There was a whoosh, and Luin frowned. He took another step forward and vanished. Deathworm appeared in his original spot, as the void moved towards Yin. Luin grabbed Luo Lauer and left, taking one step at a time. Every step he took crossed a line in space, but in the eyes of Ji Bing and the rest, Luin had long since disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Luin had actually already entered a parallel universe, just like the tree that had escaped. As long as he crossed the line, it was equivalent to stepping from one frame to another, and this frame was a parallel universe. Perhaps one day, he could be like the tree that had escaped and crossed the parallel universe without needing to locate it. Found it! Luo Lauer exclaimed. Luin brought him into the space of the three sovereigns. After Luin and the rest left, Ji Bing and the rest met up in Tai spacetime. Their expressions were ugly. We could only report it. I didn't expect Chen Kong to appear. Shi Jiao frowned. It's not Chen Kong. Otherwise, we would all be dead. That was Tu Shuangshuang, a member of the Evolving Saint sect. She was actually a spy of the Eternals. Su Xiang said gloomily, I thought that the six-directional training grounds would be safe once an extreme powerhouse attacked Su Wangji. It turns out that it was a trap. Xianxia and the rest were taken away. Shi Jiao shivered. We have to find them. Whether it's Xiao Qingfeng, Jiang Xiaodao, or Xianqi, nothing can happen to them. The space of the three sovereigns was poisoned. This was what Wu Junshi had said. This spacetime was similar to the fifth mainland in that it had been poisoned by time by the Eternals, which had led to the end of the Cultivation civilization. The three sovereigns had then changed the world, creating the current space of the three sovereigns. After arriving at the space of the three sovereigns, Luin knocked out Luo Lauer and looked around. He looked east, then north, and then west. He could feel the auras of progenitors all around him, as well as the auras of eternal corpse kings and human cultivators. This was a battlefield. This spacetime was not very large, and it was far smaller than the fifth mainland, the Void God spacetime, or the Wood spacetime. In the six-direction society, the space of the three sovereigns was just there to make up the numbers. He brought Luo Lauer and landed on a barren planet. Not long after, a battle broke out in the heavens as the Eternals seemed to have surrounded the space of the three sovereigns. Luin released Bai Qian. It's been hard on you. Bai Qian looked up. Battlefield? The space of the three sovereigns. Bai Qian looked at him. You want to attack the space? That's a wise choice. The space of the three sovereigns is the easiest to deal with in the six-direction society. Luin was surprised. Deal with it? Bai Qian replied, didn't you say deal with it? The Lu family's exile has something to do with the six-direction society. How do you know? Luin coughed. Bai Qian had a high status in the hyperspace society, and he knew many things. Bai Qian stretched lazily. How are you doing in the fifth mainland? Luin thought about it. About the same as your position in the hyperspace society. Bai Qian replied, you're supreme, but there are always one or two who can't get along with you. Luin smiled. Not bad. Bai Qian exchanged glances with Luin. Are you curious about me? Luin nodded. Of course. It's inconceivable that someone who came from Earth could climb to such a high position. Bai Qian looked up at the battle in outer space. I'm only useful, but I'm powerless in certain situations. I might seem impressive, but I'm actually just a puppet. If you don't mind, you can tell me. We're from the same hometown, Luin said. Bai Qian replied, the true ruler of the hyperspace society is. The more Luin understood Bai Qian, the more he admired this woman. She did not fear the unknown, and as long as there was a path, no matter how difficult it was, she would walk it. Pioneering was her life's motto, just like how she had left Earth without hesitation after receiving Starsibyl's invitation. In her heart, although Earth was her hometown, it was not worth remembering. She always wanted to take risks in the unknown, even if she knew that the results would not be good. Believe it or not, I guessed that we would meet one day. Bai Qian smiled. Luin had never seen her before. They had only met a few times, And the one that had left the deepest impression on him was naturally their chance encounter at Astral Link World. He had caught a glimpse of her beautiful figure, and she had been as beautiful as a painting with an unparalleled heroic spirit. However, she had been very cold back then, just like her sword that could freeze anything. She had an attractive charm that was not a woman's charm. This charm was not something that could be brought about by looks, but rather a unique style. For some reason, Luin took out some wine from his cosmic ring. "Want a drink?" Bai Qian's eyes lit up. "When I was on Earth, I liked to go to bars. It was late at night, but all I could hear was the clamor. It hid the passion of human nature and exposed the darkness." She did not care if Luin had drunk before. She took a sip, and the wine flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Luin did not know if he had been infected by her, but he also began to drink. Compared to drinking, he preferred tea to sober up. "Without me, you wouldn't have been able to break out of this situation." Bai Qian nodded. "Without you, I wouldn't have been able to. I'll help you. And also help yourself." "How did the Hyperspace Society record that the Lu family was exiled?" Luin asked. Bai Qian wiped the corner of her mouth. "The Lu family took the blame." Lu Yan's gaze turned cold as he looked at her. Bai Qian said, "It's funny. I didn't understand the space-time I was born in, but after arriving in the Hyperspace Society, I understood. Our space-time is called the Genesis space, and there was an extremely glorious era of the Above Heaven sect. During that era, thousands of races worshipped each other, and the Six Directions Association was just an ordinary parallel spacetime. So what if there was a Void Master? So what if there was a ruler of wood? So what if there was a Grand Empyrean? Even when faced with the Above Heaven sect at its peak, they still had to worship them. To the Six Directions Association, the Above Heaven sect was the absolute ruler. However, because that era was too glorious, the Above Heaven sect could not see the corruption and ambition that grew in the shadows. That was the Eternals." Bai Qian finished her wine in one gulp and exhaled. Many people reported to the Above Heaven sect about the hidden dangers of the Eternals, but in the end, the Above Heaven sect did not accept them. Not only did the Genesis space collapse, but the continents were also destroyed and old monsters like the Seven Sky Gods were born. Today, the Six Directions Association's main opponents are the Seven Sky Gods, and almost all of them are from the Genesis space. According to the records of history, this was the Genesis space's fault, as well as the Above Heaven sects. They were too arrogant and did not care about the mundane world. In the end, they were overthrown. This disaster was not only borne by the Genesis space, but also by the Six Directions Association. Many people's relatives and friends died at the hands of the Eternals. Take the space of the Three Sovereigns as an example. Their cultivation civilization was once destroyed, and countless people died. The Six Directions Association joined forces to fight against the Eternals. They wanted to settle accounts with the Above Heaven sect and make the Genesis space take responsibility for these disasters. However, the Genesis space only had the fifth and sixth mainlands left. Originally, the Six Directions Association did not want to let these two mainlands go, but they needed them to fight against the Eternals. After all, the Genesis space was holding back a considerable portion of the Eternal's strength. Until some people believed that the Six Directions Association was strong enough to deal with the Eternals, the Lu family was pushed out to bear the consequences of the Above Heaven sect's arrogance. This was the truth behind why the reincarnation spacetime had joined forces with the Four Directions scale to banish the Lu family. Luin stared blankly at the sky. The price had been borne. Was this the truth? The mistakes of the Above Heaven sect's era had to be borne by the people of the Above Heaven sect's era. But in the Three Realms and Six Daos, who still existed? Only the Lu family. Thus, this price could only be borne by the Lu family. Luin fell into a daze. He didn't know what to feel. Hate? Resentment? Or what? Was it laughable? Above Heaven's sect had made a mistake, but the Lu family had to take responsibility for it. This wasn't a matter of right or wrong, but rather that the Six Paths Guild needed a way to vent their frustrations. They had been struggling at death's door under Above Heaven's sect, and now that Above Heaven's sect had collapsed, it was the Eternals' turn to suppress them. They needed a target for revenge, and the Lu family was naturally the target. Who was it that decided to pin this crime on the Lu clan? Luin asked. Bai Qian looked up. Grand Empyrean. Luin closed his eyes. Indeed, only a Grand Empyrean could do that. Yes, it was decided by the Grand Empyrean. However, the suggestion to convict the Lu family was not made by the Grand Empyrean. The Six Direction Guild has been holding grudges against the Origin Space for a long time and needs a target to vent. This suggestion is perfect for the Six Direction Guild to vent their anger, Bai Qian said. Luin looked at her with a deep gaze. Then, who suggested it? Bai Qian shook his head. There are some things that I'm not supposed to know. Perhaps I'll find out once I defeat Hiran. Luin looked at her deeply. Her words could easily make others think that she was making a deal, but Luin could tell that she was telling the truth. The person who suggested this was definitely someone from the Six Directions Society, but this suggestion might not be something that came from the Six Directions Society. Perhaps it came from the Four Directions Scale. The Four-Way Scales understood the Six-Way Society and condemned the Lu family as the outlet for the Six-Way Society's resentment towards the primordial space. They used the power of the reincarnation time and space to banish the Lu family and take control of the Starry Sky Tree. The Six-Way Society would no longer be hostile towards the primordial space, but they would also not accept the primordial space. This led to the current situation. The Starry Sky Tree knew about the Six Paths Guild, but he couldn't join it. Luin let out a long sigh. Bai Qian's words had refreshed his understanding of the Six Direction Society, and it had also clarified what he needed to do. Regardless of whether he was right to convict the Lu clan or not, the Lu clan had already been exiled. The grudges of the past had vanished like smoke in thin air. Now that he wanted to welcome them back to the Lu clan, whether it was the Four-Way Scales or the Six-Way Sect, they would definitely not agree. I'll do as you say. If it's possible, I'll think of a way to help you defeat Hiran, Luin said. He then turned to Bai Qian and raised his hand. We're allies now. Bai Qian shook the bottle. When you drink it, it's all ready. He then raised his hand, and a crisp sound echoed throughout the desolate planet. The two of them lay on a barren planet, their bodies covered in sand. The yellow clouds in the distance pressed down, bringing with them a pungent smell. A sinister-looking scorpion that looked like it had been magnified 100 times rapidly approached them. It stretched out its tentacles to wrap around the two of them and send them into its mouth. Suddenly, one of them woke up and saw the scorpion's terrifying mouth. He cried out in alarm and subconsciously released his strength. The tricolor monarch's chi tore the scorpion into pieces. Green blood mixed with its innards splattered all over the ground. Vomit the man felt disgusted and wanted to leave. However, he saw that someone was still lying on the ground. Brother-in-law? Not long after, on a withered hillside, Luo Lauer was munching on something while Luin slowly woke up beside him. Brother-in-law, you're awake. Second brother Luo was overjoyed. Luin saw that it was Luo Lauer. What about us? Luo Lauer replied, that bitch Tu Shuang captured us, and now we're in the Three Sovereign space. The Three Monarch space? Isn't it just her hometown? How did she bring us here? She let us go? Luo Lauer was vexed by the series of questions. I don't know either. Logically speaking, we should have been captured by her. Illusion bubble, that's the Eternal Race's secret technique. That woman is a spy for the Eternal Race, so there's no way she would have let us go. Strange, I wonder how the others are doing. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly checked his body. I checked, and there's no special power in my body. We shouldn't have been controlled, and... Second brother Luo waved the dark green spectacles in his hand. There's no problem with the timing either. It's only been a day since she attacked us in Cliff Town. No one in the Six Direction training rites wore these spectacles, and they had all been stored in their cosmic rings. Luin frowned. So we were really released? Second brother Luo rubbed his head in distress. Logically speaking, that's impossible. Something must have happened, but I don't know what exactly happened. Why are we in the Three Sovereign space? Why are we together? Where are the others? These are all very strange. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Can you contact the Six Direction training rites? Second brother Luo bared his teeth. No, I don't have the ability to contact them, and I can't contact them either. Brother-in-law, we can't explain this clearly. Lu nodded. Second brother Luo's current situation was similar to Lu Yin's when he had been captured by the Eternal Race during the Star Tower contest. No matter what, they had been captured by the Eternal Race, so how could they escape? How could they not be controlled? Second brother Luo looked into the distance with a melancholy expression. No matter what, we still have to contact the 6-direction training rites in. The end. The only thing we can do now is find the others. It would be much better if the others were also left here. Even if we're controlled, the 6-direction training rites will think of a way to save us. Jiang Xiaodao, Xiao Qingfeng, and the others are among them, Lu said. Where are we now? Second brother Luo put on his spectacles and looked at the symbol on them. The 3 sovereign space isn't that big, and it's much smaller than the other 6-direction training rites. This is because the Cultivation civilization was once cut off, so we're currently at the border between the Lower King Star region and the Eternal Race. He then looked at Lu. Brother-in-law, we have to find a way to cross the border. Lu nodded. Lead the way. This is your home ground. Second brother Luo smiled bitterly. You know my situation very well. It's even more dangerous for me here. Regardless of whether or not we can find the others, we have to leave the 3 sovereign space. How do we leave? Lu asked. They weren't people from beyond the spacetime continuum, so they couldn't find the coordinates. Second brother Luo's eyes flickered. Someone can help us, but the prerequisite is that we have to return to the Lower King Star region and cross the border. Lu frowned, as he had miscalculated. He should have brought second brother Luo through the border, which would have saved him the time to think of a way to cross the border. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they cross the border and resist the Eternal Race? Lu had underestimated second brother Luo. He didn't know who the man had contacted, but he had confidently brought Lu to join the battle between the 3 sovereigns and the Eternal Race. There weren't many experts involved in this sort of conventional battle, and they had safely returned to the border after the battle had ended. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the rainbow wall in front of him. It was a materialized power formed from sovereign aura. The towering rainbow wall directly separated the 3 sovereign space from the human domain and the Eternal Race. Lu was shocked. Although the 3 sovereign space was just a stopgap for the 6 Directions Association, its strength couldn't be underestimated. Everything else aside, this rainbow wall contained enough power to change the heavens and earth. By Wan Yuan, Xianxia, and the others could cover the sky with their ancestral worlds, but they might not be able to maintain their ancestral worlds for long periods of time. Although the rainbow wall wasn't an ancestral world, it was limitless. If it was placed in the 5th mainland, it would be equivalent to a wall constructed from astral sources that spanned across the sky. How is it, brother-in-law? This border is fine, right? Second brother Luo bragged. They were currently in a spacecraft that had been plated with sovereign aura, and there were injured soldiers and corpses all around. Lu praised, spectacular. This is the 3 sovereign space, second only to the 7 sky gods. Anyone who comes to the 3 sovereign space will take a look at the rainbow wall. Lu was puzzled. If even the 6 Directions Association is amazed by it, then your father and the others must be quite powerful. Second brother Luo shook his head. It's fake. This is the power of the 3 sovereigns array. If it wasn't for that array, this rainbow wall wouldn't have appeared. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of the 3 sovereigns array many times, but he had no idea what this array was. Is it a sourcebox array? Second brother Luo replied, I don't know about that. When Luo Tsang dies one day, I'll openly return and ask around for you. There was a door at the bottom of the rainbow wall, from which a beam of light descended. The spacecraft slowly approached the door and slowly entered. Lu watched as the beam of light drew closer and closer. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He was truly apprehensive. According to second brother Luo, the 3 sovereign space wasn't very large. If there was a problem at the border, Luo Jun and the other progenitors might appear, which would be troublesome. He knew that he definitely couldn't deal with the 7 sky gods. If he had to face the 3 sovereigns array. No, even Lord Luo himself wouldn't be able to handle it. Also, where was Xianxia? There shouldn't be any problems. Don't worry, brother-in-law, second brother Luo said confidently. Louis nervously scanned the beam of light, causing the frame in his hand to ring as he smoothly entered. Second brother Luo fiddled with the frame for a while, saying that he had stuffed his communication pass inside. Only then could he enter the rainbow wall. Not only was the rainbow wall tall, but it was also abnormally thick. It took the spacecraft some time to pass through it. The moment they entered the rainbow wall, Luin once again felt the majestic sovereign's aura. If this power erupted, it could easily tear him apart. It was no wonder why it could stop the Eternals. Let's go, brother-in-law. The spacecraft docked, and second brother Luo led Luin away without any obstructions. They even took a small spacecraft that had also been plated with Sovereign's aura and smoothly sailed through space. Second brother Luo stretched lazily. We're finally out. Who helped you? Luin asked casually. Second brother Luo replied, although I wasn't welcomed in the Three Sovereign space, I'm still Lord Luo's son. Before Luozong was born, I lived quite comfortably and had some friends. Aren't you afraid that they'll betray you? Luin was interested. Second brother Luo patted his chest. My friends are all righteous men. How could they betray me? Luin looked up at the sky. Given how cautious this fellow was, he definitely wouldn't have contacted any of his friends. Just as he had said, even if Luozong made it unsafe for him to be in the Three Sovereign space, he still had some resources before Luozong was born, so he should be hiding someone. That was more like it. If there was nothing, then there was no point in Luin helping him. Thank you. Brother Justice. Please follow the wind, update 4 times a day. Zhang Daming. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'm too busy at the end of the year, so I'll try my best to update as much as possible. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Thank you. A day later, Luin finally saw the true space of the Three Sovereigns. This region of space was not much different from the outerverse of the Fifth Mainland. Planets rotated, and there were cultivators traveling through space. There were also battles and interstellar pirates. The further they went, the more prosperous it became. Brother-in-law, up ahead is the true Lower King star field. There's a saying in the Three Sovereign space, the Upper King star field is the Emperor star field, and the Lower King star field is the mortal realm. The meaning is that the Upper King star field is filled with nobles who are directly connected to the Emperor domain. Any family there can bring their influence into the Emperor domain, while the commoners live in the Lower King star field. Your spacetime seems to be filled with servants of the Three Sovereigns, Luin said. Luo Lauer replied, that's my father's tyranny. Although everyone here is a servant of the Three Sovereigns, can he really use them all? There are too few people who can truly serve the Three Sovereigns. Back in Cliff Town, I told you that the Three Sovereigns had empires, but in reality, many planets are not even connected to space. They don't even know what this spacetime is called. Luin sighed, yes, perhaps what we're facing is just a game in the eyes of some higher-level beings. Luo Lauer was shocked, brother-in-law, that's terrifying. Luin smiled and did not say anything else. Luo Lauer steered the spacecraft in a certain direction. When he arrived at a region of space, he searched for something, and his expression turned ugly. He continued to head north, and when he searched for something again, his expression turned even uglier. This happened several times, and he finally heaved a sigh of relief after a long time had passed. It's actually so small. Soon, the spacecraft docked. There were more than 10 planets lined up in front of them, forming a bustling city that stretched across space. As they walked through the city, Luin could feel the local customs of the Three Sovereign space. He could see tricolored sovereign chi everywhere, and many items were plated with it. Transactions were conducted using Hui crystals, and the entire city sparkled with tricolored lights. The only difference was that their cultivation methods were different, but other than that, it was not much different from the Fifth Mainland. Luo Lauer led Luin through the city with great familiarity, arriving at a tall and majestic building. Spring Thunder Academy? Luin looked at the building in front of him and looked at Luo Lauer in confusion. Luo Lauer laughed strangely. Do you like it, brother-in-law? What do you mean? Stop pretending, you're a man. How could you not like this place? A brothel? Don't be so straightforward, it's Spring Thunder. This place is ruled by the Thunder Sealing clan. All places like this are called Spring Thunder. The Spring Thunder courtyard belongs to the Thunder Sealing clan. It's the most luxurious place for entertainment. Let's go, brother-in-law, I'll take you to relax. Luin didn't refuse when he saw the wretched smile on Luo Lauer's face and followed him inside. Speaking of which, he had been to similar places before, and he wasn't a newbie. However, the Spring Thunder Academy was clearly different from the brothels he had been to before. The women there were bolder and more unrestrained, which made him feel uncomfortable. All he could see was a sea of white, dazzling, and the smell of rouge everywhere. How is it, brother-in-law? Aren't they beautiful? Every single one of them is beautiful. Let me tell you, the girls in the Spring Thunder courtyard are all carefully selected. Every single one of them is worthy of being called a national beauty, haha. Luo Lauer was excited. Luin placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's get down to business. This is serious business. Luo Lauer was at a loss. Luin tightened his grip, causing Luo Lauer to grimace in pain. I don't like to waste time. Luo Lauer howled and hurriedly said, fine, fine, fine. Business, business, I'll get someone to do it. Get it done. At that moment, the ground shook as a sudden clap of thunder exploded from the Spring Thunder Academy. A violent gale swept out and sent many people flying. Luo Lauer's face changed. Something's happened. He quickly rushed over. Luin looked up and saw that his domain had covered the entire Spring Thunder Academy. Not too far away from them, two men were currently fighting. One of them had a sovereign's aura and thunder, while the other had a pure sovereign's aura that had a dusky luster. The shockwave from earlier had come from these two. Both of them were at the realm of humble attendants, which was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's hunters. In the Three Sovereigns realm, a humble servant's strength was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's explorer or hunter realm. These two were both hunters, and they were only one step away from becoming servants. This was quite good for their age, and they were close to the former 10 arbiters. Thunder exploded as one of them roared and attacked in a frenzy, forcing the other to continuously retreat. He was swept by the thunder multiple times and was clearly suppressed. Quite a few people were watching from a distance. Luo Lauer squeezed his way to the front and watched the scene with a heavy expression. The man using the thunder was about to win when he suddenly felt a sense of danger and forced himself to stop. A sovereign's aura swept past him, and if he had continued to attack, he would have lost both of his hands. The man opposite him took advantage of this opportunity to kick the man using the thunder away. Luo Lauer's eyes went wide, and a bone-chilling look appeared in his eyes. Young Master Guishan. Several people stepped in front of the man using the thunder and looked ahead with vigilance. Across from him, the man retracted his foot and sneered, Feng Guishan, I told you that you're not my match. The so-called number 1 person in the lower Kingstar region is just a joke. Bah, if someone hadn't interfered, would you have been my match? Feng Guishan looked to the side where a group of people were coldly watching. He stared at a middle-aged man. Wu Sanzhou, you're too shameless. You ambushed me as a regal attendant. The middle-aged man, Wu Sanzhou, had his hands behind his back and smiled. A loss is a loss. Are the people of the Feng Guishan family so irresponsible? You don't even dare to admit defeat. You're despicable. Feng Guishan roared. Wu Sanzhou raised his head and looked around. Who saw me, Wu Sanzhou, attack? No one answered. Wu Sanzhou asked again, but no one answered. He looked at Feng Guishan and said, Look, no one saw you. You're looking for excuses when you lost. No one will testify for you. Feng Guishan was furious and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up with the help of the people beside him. Alright, the outcome has been decided. I don't think the Feng Guishan family has any objections. So, the Spring Thunder courtyard doesn't need to exist anymore. The only person who spoke was a young man who was sitting. Wu Sanzhou bowed respectfully. Young Master Bao is right. The Spring Thunder courtyard doesn't need to exist anymore. He then looked around. What are you looking at? Scram. With a shout, the people around hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was empty, and the woman inside was chased away. Feng Guishan stared coldly at young Master Bao. Young Master Bao stood up and folded his fan. Guishan, I lost the bet. There's no other way. With that, the Spring Thunder courtyard crumbled. Not only had it been destroyed, but the surrounding area had also been damaged. The Feng Guishan family would definitely seek compensation from the Spring Thunder courtyard. Feng Guishan didn't say anything as he watched young Master Bao and the others leave. Around him, someone shook his head. The once glorious Spring Thunder courtyards have been demolished one by one. Forget it, let's find another place in the future. The Feng Guishan family had more than 10,000 Spring Thunder courtyards at their peak, but now they don't even have 100. They probably won't be able to keep the remaining ones. This isn't about the Spring Thunder courtyard anymore. It's about the Feng Guishan family. That young Master Bao came from the Mu family from the Upper Monarch Starfield. The Mu family? That Mu family? Shoo. Don't talk about it. This involves the Imperial Realm's conflict, and it's not something small people like you and me can speculate about. Let's go. Let's go, we won't come here again. Outside the ruins of the Spring Thunder courtyard, Luo Lauer and Lu Yin sat across from each other in a restaurant. They looked at the ruined Spring Thunder courtyard, which had been fine just a moment ago. Their restaurant had also been affected by the Spring Thunder courtyard's destruction, and many places had been damaged. The restaurant owner kept mumbling about compensation, but he didn't dare to approach the ruins. Tell me, what happened? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lauer's gaze was complicated and filled with hatred. My mother's name is Feng Leijiao. That one name was enough for Lu Yin to understand. The Mu family represented Mu Jun, and they had obviously been influenced by Luo Zong to deal with the Feng Guishan family. Where's your mother? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lauer's gaze dimmed. She's dead. Lu Yin looked up. Luo Lauer replied, she died of illness. Lu Yin was shocked. She died of illness? Luo Lauer smiled bitterly. It's funny, isn't it? She was Lord Luo's wife, and she was a demigod, but she died of illness. Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything. After a while, someone arrived. It was Feng Guishan. When he saw Luo Lauer, Feng Guishan was excited and knelt down. Ancestor. Lu Yin was stunned. How strange. Ancestor? Luo Lauer coughed and explained, my mother is the younger sister of the current ancestor of the Feng family, Feng Guanqin. In terms of seniority, I'm the ancestor of the Feng family. Lu Yin was speechless, this was too much. Get up, Luo Lauer said. Feng Guishan stood up. Ancestor, why have you returned? It's too dangerous here, and the Mu family has been watching us to see when you would return. What, does the Mu family dare to make a move against me? Luo Lauer frowned. Feng Guishan was bitter. Of course not, but with Luo Zhang's support, they're capable of anything. Luo Lauer sighed. Don't worry, I'll keep my whereabouts a secret. As long as you don't leak it, no one will know. Feng Guishan solemnly said, the Feng family swears that we won't leak your whereabouts. He then looked at Lu Yin with a curious gaze. Feng Guishan was actually about the same age as Luo Lauer, and if it weren't for their seniority, he wouldn't have acted like this. As for Lu Yin, no matter what his relationship with Luo Lauer was, they were all different. This is my brother-in-law, Luo Lauer said. Feng Guishan was confused. Brother-in-law? Luo Lauer smacked Feng Guishan's head. How should I address you? What should I address you as? Feng Guishan was stunned and stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Ancestor. Lu Yin blinked. This was the first time in his life that someone had addressed him in such a manner, and it was quite comfortable. That's a good attitude, brother-in-law, Luo Lauer smiled. He was very attentive, and Feng Guishan was confused. Lu Yin grunted. You guys can chat, don't mind me. Luo Lauer retracted his gaze and looked at Thunder Seal. What's the situation like? Many regions have been lost, and Mu Bao is even brazenly making an appearance. How did this happen? Thunder Seal bitterly replied, I'm not too sure about the details. Let's go home. The ancestor will explain everything to you. Luo Lauer nodded. The Thunderseal clan wasn't too far from the city, so they quickly arrived. Along the way, Luo Lauer told Lu Yin about the Thunderseal clan's past glory. Now, less than 10% of their original territory remained. My Thunderseal clan was once the strongest clan in the lower King Starfield, or else we wouldn't have been able to contact Lord Luo. My mother was a gift from Lord Luo. Luo Lauer told Lu Yin many things about the Thunderseal clan. From Lu Yin's point of view, this was all too normal, and it was the result of a power struggle. With Feng Leijiao's death, the Mu family had gone all out against the Thunderseal clan and wanted to take control of the lower King Starfield. However, it was different from the Thunderseal clan's point of view, as they needed to resist. Logically speaking, this sort of power struggle shouldn't be too obvious, but the Mu family had appeared in broad daylight and even used the Wu family's strength to deal with the Thunderseal clan. Thunderseal Guanqin quickly provided an answer. All of this started with the sudden appearance of a sovereign. That person's name is Xianxia. Lu Yin sat calmly across from Luo Lauer and Thunderseal Guanqin, who Luo Lauer had to address as uncle. The only reason Lu Yin was able to sit here was because of Luo Lauer. Thunderseal Guanqin sighed. Even though Xiaoxiao died, she was still Lord Luo's woman, so no one dared to touch the Thunderseal clan. The Mu family only acted in secret, but they didn't do much harm to us. However, Xiaoxia's sudden appearance changed everything. In the end, Xiaoxia still managed to escape. We don't know what happened to him. We only know that Mu Jun was guarding the eastern border in order to guard against Xiaoxia. But we don't know what Mu Jun did to make Xiaoxia reconcile with the three sovereigns. Because of that, Mu Jun's influence has been growing. The Mu clan has been extremely arrogant lately, and it's all related to Mu Jun and Xiaoxia. Even though I don't know what Mu Jun did, Mu Bao dared attack the Thundersealing clan in broad daylight, but I can see that Mu Jun didn't do anything simple. It was enough to make Master Luo turn a blind eye to the Mu clan's actions. Feng Lei Guanqin looked at Luo Lauer with a tired expression. Even if Luo Tsang wanted to kill you, Lord Luo might not interfere because of Mu Jun. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Xiaoxia had reached some sort of agreement with the three sovereigns, causing Mu Jun's status to soar. This meant that Xiaoxia could leave through the three sovereigns and even return to the fifth mainland. Had Xiaoxia returned to the fifth mainland? In order to deal with Madman Lu, Lu Yin had no choice but to throw Xiaoxia into the three sovereigns' spacetime. He had considered this possibility, but compared to Madman Lu's threat, the threat of a parallel spacetime was negligible. It was only later that Lu Yin had learned about the Six Direction Society and how they could enter the primordial space. Lu Yin felt uneasy, and he had to go back. No matter what, he had to go back and take a look. It was fine if Xiaoxia went back on the surface, but there was also evil Master Mu. With Lu Yin and Elder Chan around, Xiaoxia might not be able to do anything, but if he went back and no one knew, then he would be secretly colluding with the three sovereigns' spacetime. That would be the biggest problem. The reincarnation spacetime already wanted the fifth mainland to take over the fight against the Eternals and draw the war there. If Xiaoxia lured the three sovereigns over, then they would really be in trouble. My father has always been good at weighing the pros and cons. If the Mu family dares to do this, then they must be sure that he won't interfere, Luo Lauer said angrily. He then looked at Feng Lei Guanqin. Uncle, let's leave and go to the hyperspace with me to avoid the Mu family schemes. Feng Lei Guanqin sighed. You want to leave? Easier said than done. No matter what, I'll send you away first. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Staying here will only mean death. Luo Zong even killed his own brother, let alone the Thundersealing clan. Luo Lauer still wanted to persuade him. Feng Lei Guanqin said, so what if you escape to the hyperspace? You're a hostage and will be protected by the hyperspace, but we can only be traitors. Let alone the Mu family, even the hyperspace will act against us. The six families have an agreement that traitors will be hunted down by the entire Six Direction Association. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Traitors will be hunted down by the entire Six Direction Association? This Six Direction Association alliance was really stable. Did this mean that once the Genesis space became one of the Six Direction Associations and he was recognized as the master of the Genesis space, then the traitors he identified would be hunted down by the entire Six Direction Association? Luo Lao anxiously said, then don't go to the hyperspace, go to a parallel spacetime. Any parallel spacetime is fine, as long as we leave. Feng Lei Guanqing smiled and was gratified. Uncle is very happy that you can think this way. You're really worried about the Thunder Sealing clan, but what will you do if we leave? You're already isolated and helpless. You've already been sent to the hyperspace as a hostage. Once we leave, you won't even have the right to be a hostage. You'll have no choice but to return to the Imperial domain. There, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Luo Zong can kill you however he wants, and you won't be able to protect yourself. Luo Lao looked at Luin. Brother-in-law, you promised me. Feng Lei Guanqing looked at Luin, not understanding what this person had promised to protect Luo Lao's life from Luo Zong. Luo Zong was just a servant. Did this person have an extremely high status in the hyperspace? Luin sat up straight. I won't go back on my word. If Guijing has the ability, I'll definitely let her protect you, even if she has to face Lord Luo's pressure. Feng Lei Guanqing didn't understand. Zijing? Luo Lao smiled. As long as I have brother-in-law's promise, it's enough. Xiaowei, him? Feng Lei Guanqing was confused. He had only heard Luo Lao introduce Xianxia as soon as he got home. Luo Lao hadn't said anything about Xianxi's identity or status, and he had also said that there was no need to avoid him. Feng Lei Guanqing had thought that the two were friends who had gone through thick and thin together, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Luo Lao coughed. Uncle, let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law, Xianxia, Zijing's man in the hyperspace research team. He's the treasure of the Void God universe, and he's definitely an absolute genius with an extremely strong master. No, he might even be the future Great Stone Sage of the reincarnation universe. Great Stone Sage? Feng Lei Guanqing suddenly stood up and stared at Luin in disbelief. You're from the Great Stone sect? Luin replied, not at the moment. Luo Lao said, my brother-in-law is currently being fought over by the Nihility God universe and the reincarnation universe. No matter which universe he belongs to in the end, he may become an extremely powerful human being at the level of 3 venerables and 9 saints in the future. Feng Lei Guanqing was even more confused now. Hyperspace, Void God universe, Great Stone sect. He couldn't have been tricked, could he? Luin stood up. You guys talk, find me a place to rest. Luo Lao quickly had Feng Lei Guanqing take Luin to a place to rest, repeatedly reminding him not to be negligent. After he left, Feng Lei Guanqing frowned. Xiaowei, who is he? You couldn't have been tricked, right? The Mu family has people in the hyperspace as well. Luo Lao waved his hand. No, uncle, I'll tell you. Elsewhere, Luin was brought to a quiet courtyard by Feng Lei Guanqing. Luin had left to allow Luo Lao and Feng Lei Guanqing to interact more. He also wanted to use this opportunity to think of a way to return. He really wanted to know what kind of agreement Xianxia had made with the 3 sovereigns. It was impossible to get past the 3 sovereigns, so the only person who could possibly know was someone like Luo Zong who could get close to the 3 sovereigns. However, Luin had already thrown Luo Zong and the others into various parallel universes before Luo Lao had woken up. He had opened up these parallel universes at will, so it was up to them how they returned. Xianxi's identity had already left a mark in the 6 Direction Society, so it couldn't disappear so easily, especially since it was related to Zijing. Otherwise, he would have locked them up in Mount Supreme, just like how he had locked up Longxi. However, it didn't matter since they could be captured at any time. Without Luo Zong, Luin raised his head and looked in a certain direction, the Mu Manor. Luo Lao had said something to Feng Lei Guanqing, but when Luin saw the old man again, he was no longer as friendly as before. He looked at Luin with an indescribable shock, as if he was looking at the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. His tone had also changed to one of respect. My Feng Lei clan isn't an aristocratic clan, we're just a bunch of people who fought our way up. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of you, Mr. Xianxia, Feng Lei Guanqing said politely, inviting Luin to sit with him. Luin replied, that's what I'm talking about. I'm also a wandering cultivator who was targeted by a sovereign in my own parallel universe. If I hadn't been coincidentally brought to a parallel universe, I would have been like that for the rest of my life. I can't even compare to the Feng Lei clan. Brother-in-law, which parallel universe are you from? Luo Laoer was curious since he had asked this question many times. Feng Lei Guanqing scolded, Xiaosu, don't be rude. Luo Laoer pouted, I'm just waiting for brother-in-law to become an extreme powerhouse and go back to his parallel universe to take revenge. Don't forget to bring me along, I love the drama of a gentleman taking revenge. Feng Lei Guanqing apologized, Mr. Xianxia, I'm just like that. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. Luin waved his hand, I'm used to it. That's right, uncle. Don't make our relationship sound so distant. Brother-in-law and I have gone through thick and thin together, Luo Laoer said. Feng Lei Guanqing's expression turned solemn, since the Eternal Race's spy captured you, why did she leave you behind? It doesn't make sense. Luin replied, we're not sure either. Perhaps her main target wasn't us. Feng Lei Guanqing looked at Luo Laoer and asked, who did she capture? Luo Laoer leaned over and whispered, there's Bai Qian. Bai Qian? Feng Lei Guanqing exclaimed. They had been too focused on the Mu clan and Luo Zong to mention Tu Shuangshuang's capture. Feng Lei Guanqing was shocked, that Bai Qian? Luo Bro nodded, that's why I'm guessing that Tu Shuangshuang dumped the others and only captured Bai Qian. Feng Lei Guanqing nodded, it's not impossible, but based on what you said, Bai Qian was an accident and not Tu Shuangshuang's original target. Luin continued, I think so too. Her original target was definitely not Bai Qian. Could it be Xiao Qingfeng and the others? Luo Bro was confused. Luin said, Tu Shuangshuang said that it was to capture those people, but there must be a key person who prompted her to complete this plan. I just don't know who it is. Even if she wanted to capture someone, she didn't necessarily need to release the others. These people are all valuable. I'm guessing it's that freak, Luo Bro said, referring to Saruzan, that freak has a high position in the wood dimension. Look at Muumu's attitude towards him. It could also be He Shu. After all, He Shu is He Rant's younger brother, Feng Lei Guanqing said. Luo Bro said, Xiao Qingfeng is also a possibility. Alright, stop guessing. It's all possible. Maybe you're one of the targets, Luin said to Luo Bro. Luo Bro rolled his eyes, I know my place. She doesn't even care about me. Luo Zong is a possibility, but I don't know where the others are. If they came here like us, the Six Direction Society would definitely come and they could return. That's why they were thrown into another parallel universe, Luin thought. Uncle, have you thought about it? Let's go first. With brother-in-law and Zijing around, I'll be fine in the hyperspace. Feng Lei Guanqing muttered, let me think about it. Right, how are we going to the hyperspace? Luo Bro asked. Every year, we will send resources to you when you are in the hyperspace. This time, you will accompany the resources to the hyperspace. Resources? When? Luo Bro was confused. Feng Lei Guanqing's expression changed. You didn't receive the resources? Luo Bro shook his head. The two looked at each other, their gazes darkening. With a bang, Feng Lei Guanqing smashed the table, the Mu family is too much. Luo Feng Lei Guanqing's greed. Feng Lei Guanqing. Luin frowned. The Lightning Ceiling clan had been suppressed by the Mu family to the point where they couldn't even give out their resources. This path is broken, Luo Laoer said. He Feng Lei Guanqing, I'll find another way. 2 days later, the area under the control of the Thunder Ceiling clan was reduced again. Apart from the Thunder Ceiling clan, there were dozens of clans and forces of different sizes in the lower King Starfield. They had discussed how to deal with the Thunder Ceiling clan at the same time, starting from all aspects. Not to mention other things, the women of the Spring Thunder Courtyard had been poached, making the Thunder Ceiling clan the laughingstock of the lower King Starfield. On the third night, Luin opened his eyes to find an expert. Feng. Feng Lei Guanqing, you think you can keep us here? Your Thunder Ceiling clan won't be able to survive for long, said someone mockingly. That person was a half-martial monarch like Feng Lei Guanqing. Countless buildings of the Thunder Ceiling clan were destroyed along with the collision of the 3 half-monarchs. Luin stood in front of the window and watched, using the power of Lei Guanqin. He might be able to stop them, but it was impossible to make them stay. The other party had long since made preparations. Moreover, he looked further into the distance and saw that there were still experts hiding in the dark. Are there many half-monarch level experts in the three monarch space? There were actually 3 of them in the Thunder Ceiling clan during the night attack. Brother-in-law. Luo Lauer had arrived with a terrified expression on his face. He had specifically asked Luin to stay next to him. Luin was curious. Are there many powerhouses at the same level as your uncle in the Three Sovereigns realm? Luo Lauer said bitterly, he should be from Mo Courtyard. Mohe Courtyard? That's a defensive force that only belongs to the Imperial domain. Only those who have reached the level of demi-monarch can join. According to the records, there are a total of 15 of them. They will only take action when the Imperial domain is attacked by external forces. I didn't expect the Mu clan to invite the experts of the Mohe Courtyard. What exactly did Mu Jun do? Why would Lord Luo allow Mo Courtyard to help the Mu clan? Luo Lauer gritted his teeth. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. A defensive force formed by 15 half-martial ancestors was truly ruthless. If the Mu clan could use the Mohe Courtyard, then the relationship between Mu Jun and Xianxia was even more complicated than he had imagined. He had to return as soon as possible. Less than an hour later, the 2 half-monarchs who had attacked the Thunder Ceiling clan retreated. The other half-monarch who had been hiding in the dark didn't make a move, he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Feng Lei Guanqin. However, Feng Lei Guanqin was very experienced in battle, and the more insignificant a person was, the harder it would be to deal with them. That person simply couldn't find an opportunity. The 3 of them didn't attack at the same time, probably because they were afraid that Feng Lei Guanqin would risk his life to drag one of them down with him. In the Three Sovereigns realm, all cultivators are servants of the Three Sovereigns. That's why Father strictly ordered that experts above the level of sovereign attendants cannot casually fight to the death. Their lives belong to the Three Sovereigns, Luo Lauer explained. Luin understood. No wonder the battle hadn't ended in less than an hour, so they didn't dare to stay any longer. Breaking the rules was one thing, but ignoring them was another. They were also afraid of attracting the attention of Lord Luo. Feng Lei Guanqin was injured, so he specially looked at Luo Lauer and Luin and comforted them before returning to treat his injuries. He also promised that he would arrange for them to leave as soon as possible. The Mu clan's actions were becoming more and more brazen. After Luo Lauer left, Luin let out a sigh of relief. Now, it was his turn to make a move. In the distance, the 3 half-monarchs gathered and headed north without saying a word. That direction was the Upper King Starfield. Luin retracted his aura and followed closely behind. In order to avoid being discovered, he didn't even ask where the Mu clan was. He only needed to follow these 3. The distance from the Lower King Starfield to the Upper King Starfield seemed far, but for a half-ancestor, it was still a short distance. Luin saw the Mu clan, which was far more majestic than the Thunder Ceiling clan. It contained a noble aura and was on a completely different level. The 3 half-monarchs directly entered the Mu clan. Luin stayed away from the Mu clan and watched quietly. Not long after, 2 half-monarchs left. His gaze turned cold, there was still one left in the Mu clan. Adding the half-monarchs that the Mu clan already had, there were now 2. 2 half-ancestors. If he wanted to make a move without alerting the 3 sovereigns, he would have to think carefully. Luin raised a hand, and a purplish-black substance spread out as he activated Indestructible Palm. His pupils changed and turned into rune lines that gradually enveloped the entire Mu clan. In addition to the rune lines, he also saw the space that had transformed into lines. He raised his foot and took a step forward, entering the Mu clan. The Mu clan was huge, and Luin first approached one of the half-ancestors without alerting anyone. This person was hidden outside the Thunder Ceiling clan. This was the 3rd expert of the Thunder Ceiling clan. This person hadn't rested yet, but had instead taken out something to look at. Luin stirred up the lines in space and instantly appeared behind this person. He then struck out with a palm from the void. Void palm. The half-monarch immediately sensed danger. He hadn't expected to be ambushed in the Mu clan, and he immediately tried to flee. However, Lu Yin's other hand suddenly appeared and covered his face, making it impossible for him to dodge or even make a sound. Lu Yin's right palm struck the person's back and pierced through, shattering half of the person's body. The person's pupils shrank, and he released his sovereign's aura in an attempt to resist. With his strength as a half-martial, it was impossible for him to be killed silently, so he could still resist. At that moment, the rune lines formed an impenetrable cage that neutralized all of the man's strength, and he only appeared in this room. Lu Yin's left hand that was covering the man's face exerted force, and there was a soft sound as the man's head broke. A dignified half-ancestor powerhouse had been killed in a single exchange. Lu Yin released his hand. It's not that I want to kill you. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky and choosing to stay behind. He then left without any intention of naming anyone else. After looting this person's resources, he left to search for the Mu clan's final half-ancestor. This person should be similar to Thunder Sealing clan and Guanqin, someone who held power in the Mu clan. Within the Mu clan, there was a huge courtyard filled with embroidery paintings. In the middle of the courtyard, an old woman with a head full of silver hair stared at the embroidery in a daze. "Madam, there's still no news." A pale-faced maid walked over with despair in her eyes, and her entire body trembled as she knelt down. The silver-haired old woman calmly replied, "It's already been 5 days. Where has poor Zong'er been taken to?" The maid knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Beads of sweat dripped from her forehead, and she was terrified to the extreme. The paintings in the courtyard were red, but this red was not paint but blood. This was the color of blood, and every single painting had been watered with blood. "If Zong'er isn't here, why are you still here?" The silver-haired old woman lowered her gaze. The maid was shocked and looked up. "Madam, please spare my life." But before she could finish speaking, a needle pierced through her arm and into the embroidery in front of her. Fresh blood flowed along the needle and thread, dyeing the embroidery red. The scarlet color was strange under the dim starlight, and it set off the old woman's gloomy expression. "Take her away." Someone walked over from outside the courtyard and habitually dragged the maid's dried corpse away. "Tell that person to make another trip to the Thunder Sealing clan in 5 days. This time, the 3 of us will work together. I don't believe that we can't deal with that old bastard Thunder Sealing Guanqin. I want to use his blood to complete this embroidery," the silver-haired old woman said. "Yes," someone outside the courtyard replied. The silver-haired old woman closed her eyes. "Zong'er, where did you go?" She turned around, and a figure appeared in front of her. It was Lu Yin. The old woman was shocked, but she reacted quickly. She raised her hand and a 3-colored needle appeared in her palm, stabbing towards Lu Yin. Her battle experience far surpassed that half-martial monarch, and she knew that retreating at this time would only result in a passive situation. She stabbed out with the needle while releasing the monarch's aura. At the same time, countless mournful cries rang out. This was an existence similar to an inner world. The silver-haired old woman reacted quickly, but Lu Yin reacted even faster. He had originally intended to launch a sneak attack, so he smashed out with a single palm and shattered the needle. Under the old woman's incredulous gaze, he grabbed her arm and forcefully broke it. At the same time, he pulled her back a step. The next moment, a card appeared beneath his feet, and he disappeared from the courtyard with the old woman. The entire process took less than a second, and with the suppression of rune lines, no aura leaked out. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." This card was the Lost Clan's Hidden Mountain card. Lu Yin grabbed the old lady and appeared within the card. She endured the pain of her broken arm and stared at Lu Yin, Lost Clan member. "Why did you attack me?" Lu Yin exerted force with his right hand and crushed the old lady's arm. The mournful howls around her grew louder and louder, as if a boundless sea of blood was pressing down on her. This sea of blood isn't even 1/100th of each ease. Lu Yin stretched out a hand, and the old lady used her needles again, but they shattered upon contact with the purplish-black substance. Lu Yin placed a hand on her shoulder and slowly pressed down. She suddenly took out over 100 strands of her silver hair and formed a strange diagram that she pushed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his left hand and blocked the diagram. "It's similar to a sourcebox array, but it's not powerful enough." At that moment, a silver needle appeared within the diagram and pierced towards Lu Yin, giving him a sense of crisis. This was a progenitor power vessel. Luin casually took out a slipper and shattered it. The old lady was stunned. This was happening? That was an ancestral weapon personally crafted by Mu Jun, and it could pierce through the body of any half-true monarch. She had wanted to use it to kill Light Seal Guanxin, but it had been shattered. A slipper? The old lady glared at Luin, but her needles and Sovereign's aura were useless. She couldn't resist at all. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Luin continued to exert force with his right hand, forcing the old lady into a half-kneeling position. Her shoulder cracked. What's your relationship with Mu Jun? What does that have to do with you? The silver-haired old lady was certain. Crack. Her shoulder shattered again, but Luin raised his hand and pressed it against the old lady's head. Feeling the terrifying pressure, she cried out, "She's my sister, my biological sister." What agreement did Mu Jun make with Xianxia? Luin asked again. The old lady's eyes flickered. She really wanted to know who this person was. This was clearly a Lost Clan card, but why had the Lost Clan member attacked her? You're not going to answer? Luin exerted more force, causing her head to hurt. I don't know. That's a matter between the three sovereigns. I don't know. I don't believe you. If you don't speak, you'll die. I really don't know how to tell you. Then make one up, Luin said bluntly. The silver-haired old lady stared at him blankly. Make one up? Did she dare? Could he make it up? As long as you can lie to me, I'll let you go, Luin said coldly. The silver-haired old lady gulped. She didn't want to die. She was the head of the Mu clan and Mu Jun's elder sister. In the space of the three sovereigns, there was only one person below her. She was one of the few who didn't belong to the three sovereigns and had absolute authority in this space. She hadn't lived long enough. The silver-haired old lady was terrified when she saw Lu Yin's icy glare. She could not lie, as she would die if she did. Mu Jun and Xianxia have agreed to open a passage to the origin space. They will work together with the three sovereigns to control the origin space. They will split the origin space into two. One half will belong to Xianxia and the other half will belong to the three sovereigns, the silver-haired old lady blurted out. She really didn't want to die. The four-way scales will allow the three sovereigns to control the primordial space? The silver-haired old lady was confused. What's the four cardinal scales? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He couldn't tell if she really didn't know or if she was faking it. He could fool so many people with his lies, and this old lady had lived for so long, so she could do the same. Do you want to live? Yes, the old lady answered without hesitation. By your life, Luin said. She raised her cosmic ring, but Luin casually waved his hand and severed her arm, sending it flying and spraying blood everywhere. This was originally mine. I'll only give you one chance. If you don't have enough value, then die, Luin said coldly. The silver-haired old lady kept thinking about what could buy her life. She thought of some good things, but she wasn't sure if they could buy her life. She didn't know who this person was or what his goal was. If she died because of a fluke, then everything would be gone. What was it? What was it? What could it be? Suddenly, she thought of something and her eyes flashed. No, she couldn't give it away. Luin pressed down. There's no time. End. Wait, I have something. I do, the old lady cried out. Luin frowned. I said, end. Spatial coordinates. The silver-haired old lady shouted out in fear. Lu Yin's brows rose. What? She panted heavily. In that moment, she had truly experienced the despair of death. Everything had turned gray, and that was something she never wanted to experience. The more murderous and cruel a person was, the more they feared death, especially when they could enjoy an extremely luxurious life. Mu Jun placed a spatial coordinate in the Mu clan and located the three sovereigns' space. I can give it to you, the old lady said fearfully. Luin was puzzled. Mu Jun isn't from the three sovereigns' space? The old lady gulped and shook her head. The three sovereign space civilization has been severed, so it's impossible for them to cultivate. We all come from the outside, and our Mu family comes from a small parallel universe. No one knows where Luo Jun came from, but he worked with Mu Jun and Star Lord to create the Monarch Aura, causing the three sovereign space to change. The Grim Reaper's imprint appeared in Lu Yin's palm and he inserted it into the old lady's body. This imprint can kill you instantly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mu Jun to remove it. Of course, you only have one chance. The old lady was tempted and wanted to ask Mu Jun to remove the imprint. With her relationship with Mu Jun, nothing would happen even if she told him these things. However, she only had one chance, and if she didn't remove the imprint, she would die. This person could easily suppress her, so it was possible that he was a demigod, but it was also possible that he was a sovereign. If he was, then the chances of removing the imprint were slim. I wouldn't dare, I definitely wouldn't dare, the old lady said bitterly. With the old lady leading the way, Lu Yin saw the spatial coordinate that had been stored in the Mu clan. It had come from the everlasting race. Lu Yin had often wondered why humans didn't have such a coordinate seal. Perhaps it had something to do with cultivation or even innate gifts. As long as he left his imprint on it, he would be able to find the three sovereign space in the vast parallel universe and arrive there. Although this coordinate was located in the Mu clan, it was only located in the three sovereign space. It wasn't a portal, so Lu Yin wasn't worried that he would appear directly in the Mu clan space. Will Mu Jun inspect it? Lu Yin asked. The old lady replied, he inspected it once 100 years ago, and the next inspection might take another decade or so. It's Mu Jun's habit. Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Otherwise, once Mu Jun inspected the spatial coordinate and erased the imprint, he wouldn't be able to come back. Besides, even if Mu Jun didn't erase the imprint, there was no guarantee that the old lady wouldn't. She was afraid of being controlled by the Grim Reaper's imprint, but it was hard to predict the human heart. If anything happened to the Mu clan, it was easy for accidents to happen. Lu Yin didn't like leaving his fate in someone else's hands. Right, Wu Junshi, he's in the Above Heaven sect. The first time Lu Yin had met Wu Junshi had said that he wouldn't be able to return. However, Lu Yin had learned a long time ago that anyone from a parallel spacetime could find the parallel spacetime they were born in. The people of the cosmic tree were an exception, and he knew that Wu Junshi was lying. Wu Junshi definitely didn't want Lu Yin to know that he could return to the three sovereign space. However, after their conversation, Wu Junshi had been poisoned by time after absorbing astral energy, and he really couldn't return. Even if he did, he would be crippled by the time poison, so he remained in the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin hadn't exposed him until the Fifth Mainland had used the progenitor's sword to suppress him and remove the time poison. Lu Yin had then used the Grim Reaper's seal on Wu Junshi. Not only had he learned more about the three sovereign space from Wu Junshi, but he had also ensured that Wu Junshi wouldn't dare return. This was the reason why Wu Junshi was still in the Above Heaven sect. With Wu Junshi, Lu Yin could go back and forth between the three sovereign space, and he didn't necessarily need to use these spatial coordinates. This was double insurance. Also, the surname Wu seemed to belong to the Wu family that had dealt with the Thunder Sealing clan. Lu Yin didn't know how this was related to Wu Junshi. Not long after, Lu Yin left the Mu clan and found the Eternal Kingdom in the vast parallel spacetime. He tore through the void and left. After more than half a year, he finally returned. He had gained some understanding of the Six Directions Society, but it was still far from enough. The spatial coordinates only allowed Lu Yin to return to the Eternal Kingdom. When Lu Yin reached the Eternal Kingdom, he immediately saw Qing Ping. Qing Ping looked at Lu Yin. You're back. Senior brother, have you been waiting for me? Lu Yin asked. Qing Ping replied, it's been less than a year, so it's not that long. He then brought Lu Yin back to the Fifth Mainland. As he looked at the Fifth Mainland, Lu Yin felt more relaxed than ever. The Six Directions Society's parallel spacetime was similar to the Fifth Mainland's, but in reality, the rocks didn't give Lu Yin a completely relaxed feeling. This was a subtle difference, and as time passed, this feeling would only grow stronger. It was just like how no matter how prosperous the outside world was, it couldn't compare to one's home. After bidding farewell to Qing Ping, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect. He soon saw the enormous ancestral turtle and hellworm. The hellworm sensed Lu Yin's return and moved its claws, but it didn't bare its fangs. At this moment, there was more than one progenitor in the Above Heaven sect. Aside from Elder Chan, there was also the dragon ancestor. Luin was curious why the dragon ancestor had come. In the sect's main hall, the dragon ancestor's expression was ugly as he faced Elder Chan. This is the fourth time. How many times do you want to intercept him? The dragon ancestor looked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan replied, the Pathmaster is in seclusion, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Everything can wait until he comes out. There are priorities. If he's in seclusion for thousands of years, do we have to wait for him for thousands of years? Yes, the dragon ancestor was unhappy. Elder Chan calmly sipped his tea and ignored the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor frowned at Elder Chan. The pressure from the Yuan sage is increasing, and he came again recently. He wants us to prepare for the war against the Eternals as soon as possible. Once the war starts, it will affect the entire Fifth Mainland. No one can avoid it, especially Luin. Elder Chan sighed at Dragon Ancestor's words. Senior, you should be well aware of the importance of a cultivator going into seclusion. Who will bear the responsibility if a cultivator goes into seclusion and his cultivation becomes unstable? We know Luin. He never goes into seclusion for more than a year. Even though we don't know what he can do in a year, it's not important to him, the Dragon Ancestor said. Elder Chan replied, then let's wait. You said it yourself, it's only a year. But the Yuan sage can't wait that long, the Dragon Ancestor said impatiently. Senior Dragon Ancestor, when did you become a lackey of a Yuan sage? Lu Yin's cold and dissatisfied voice sounded as he tore through the void and walked out. The Dragon Ancestor saw Lu Yin and scolded, Junior, no matter what achievements you have, you shouldn't insult me like this. Lu Yin sat down casually. Am I wrong? Who does a Yuan sage think he is? Why doesn't he come and urge me? The reincarnation spacetime and the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages are really impressive. He's so arrogant, yet he sent you. What a joke. The Dragon Ancestor said, the war between the parallel spacetime and the Eternals is in full swing. Now is not the time to show off. Lu Yin laughed. Have you forgotten how hard it was for us to drive the Eternals away? Elder Chan looked at the Dragon Ancestor. The Dragon Ancestor fell silent. The war between the Astral Tree Realm and the Eternals had never stopped. The Fifth Mainland had also been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance and had been forced to unseal those from the Above Heavens era. For this reason, Lu Yin had even traveled through the void for 20 years. It could be said that the history of the human race's development was the history of the war with the Eternals. It took us so much effort to drive the Eternals away, but now they're coming back because of someone else's words. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Then what's the point of all our efforts? Lu Yin retorted. The Dragon Ancestor's expression was complicated as he said in a low voice, everyone knows this. The Fog Ancestor went into seclusion because of this matter and hasn't said a word. Someone leaked the news, and the entire Astral Tree Realm is cursing us for luring the Eternals here. But what can we do? He looked at Lu Yin. The Eternals are at war with the Six-Way Association and the humans of the Fifth Mainland. This is a complete battlefield, and if one side loses, the other side will lose. When you were attacked by the Eternals, it was the Astral Tree Realm first. And, although I don't want to admit it, the reason why the Everlasting Race was forced to retreat is not unrelated to the Six Direction Association. It was because they pressured the Everlasting Race. Lu Yin looked up. They're not doing this for us, but for themselves. The Eternal Race's battle affected the Six-Way Association's parallel spacetime. When we lured the 7 Sky Gods over, they took the opportunity to reclaim their lost territory. We helped them, not the other way around. Under normal circumstances, the Six-Way Association and the Eternal Race should be in a deadlock. Why do they want us to initiate the war? It's because they want to protect their lost territory and gain a strategic advantage. They don't want to sacrifice themselves. If they don't sacrifice themselves, then we will. The Fifth Mainland finally calmed down, but we're initiating the war for the Six-Way Association. Senior, do you blame others for cursing you? There was a thump as the Dragon Ancestor stood up angrily and glared at Lu Yin. Nonsense. These are all your guesses. You've taken the initiative to fight many times. How could you not know the importance of a complete war? How could you not know that you can't care about the loss of a single city? The only reason you don't want to initiate the war is because the reincarnation spacetime participated in the banishment of the Lu family. You're the one who wants revenge. Luin smiled. I will take revenge, but not through this method. The dragon ancestor lowered his voice. Luin, if the six-way association loses miserably, the eternal race can focus all of their strength on us. We won't be able to resist them. What we need now is balance. There's no such thing as balance, Luin said coldly. There's only diverting the disaster and not helping them. He had overheard the conversation between Su Xianxia and the others and knew the six-way association's attitude towards the primordial space. He had also learned the true reason behind the Lu family's banishment from Baiqian. From the six-way association's point of view, the primordial space was the main culprit behind the eternal race's rise to power. They did not care about how many people died in the primordial space or whether or not the primordial space developed. They only cared about the resource areas that they had already obtained, such as the drifting cloud space under hyperspace and Tai spacetime. It was only because the seven sky gods had all descended that the six-way association had been given a chance. Now, if they wanted to protect those areas, they needed the primordial space to initiate the war against the eternal race. This was not a matter of balance, but rather a matter of allowing the primordial space to bear the burden of the war. In the past, the celestial sect might have been too arrogant to care about the eternal race, which had led to the eternal race becoming the behemoth it was today. From the six-way association's point of view, the celestial sect was responsible, but this responsibility should have disappeared with the collapse of the celestial sect and the destruction of the continents. However, they had allowed the Lu family to bear the burden. Now that the Lu family had been banished, it was their responsibility. The six-way association clearly did not think this way. They hoped that the primordial space would always bear the burden, which was why the cosmic tree could not join the six-way association. They would never accept the primordial space. Luin had reason to believe that once the eternal race completely disappeared, the six-way association's next target would be the primordial space. After all, the six-way association had been monitoring the primordial space for so many years. The dragon ancestor sat down. Luin, I thought that you were someone who considered the bigger picture. I didn't expect you to be blinded by hatred. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If I'm blinded by hatred, then you won't be able to leave today. The dragon ancestor and Luin exchanged glances. We will explain the situation to the Yuan sage. I hope that you don't regret this. The 3 reverends and 9 sages are not the 4-way scales. Luin sighed. I feel sorry for you guys. You actually used outsiders to threaten your own people. In front of the eternal race, all humans are our own people. The dragon ancestor stood up to leave. Luin tapped his finger on the table. Dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor stopped and looked back at Luin. Luin looked back at him. The eternal race has been expelled. What you guys did, the six-way association might do the same. You've lived for so long, so use your brain. The dragon ancestor's expression changed, and he gave Luin a deep look before leaving. After the dragon ancestor left, Elder Chan said, if the six-way association's situation isn't optimistic, perhaps sharing the burden of the war is the only way. Luin sneered. They're very optimistic. I've been to the wood spacetime and the void god spacetime, and each spacetime has a progenitor guarding it. They just don't want to suffer too many losses. He then contacted Xia and the fog ancestor. Let's talk about this when everyone's here. The next day, Xia and the fog ancestor arrived, and Luin told them about his trip to the six-way association in detail. The fog ancestor had not expected Luin to go to the six-way association. When they heard about the six-way association's cultivation methods, they were shocked. The energy source and the feed technique, the innate gift of the wood spacetime, the void god spacetime's void god spacetime, the lost clan card, and even more terrifying, the seats of the reincarnation spacetime's 3 sages. According to you, as long as there's enough energy, they can create an unlimited amount of black energy sources? The fog ancestor was shocked. Luin replied, you can say that. Of course, the requirements to create a black energy source must be extremely high, or else the entire reincarnation spacetime would have been overflowing with it. That's also very terrifying. They can give people the power to change the world at any time. The fog ancestor sighed. Xianxia also asked, can the three sages really be inherited? Luin nodded solemnly. Yes, but this is also something that I don't understand. The reincarnation spacetime is a standard cultivation civilization, and it should be the same as us. We should take things one step at a time. An emissary has to undergo the origin tribulation, and it's not easy to reach the half-ancestor or progenitor realm. How can it be inherited? Elder Chan was puzzled. Who is that Grand Empyrean? Yuan Sage once said that he's comparable to a primogenitor. Is that true? Luin shook his head. I don't know. From the way by Wan Yuan and the others. Treated Yuan Sage, the 3 sages and 9 sages aren't weak. Of course, that might be because they're wary of the reincarnation spacetime, but no matter what, the 3 sages and 9 sages are undoubtedly progenitors. From the looks of it, other than the 3 monarchs' domains, the other 5 domains aren't simple. They all have their own unique characteristics, the fog ancestor said. Xianxia asked, what do you plan to do next? Yuan Sage wants us to indirectly start a war against the Eternals. You know that, right? The fog ancestor asked. Luin was certain. It's not that they can't handle it, but that the pressure is too great. They want us to share the burden so that they can develop in peace. To put it bluntly, we're their shield, and they want us to block the front. He then recounted the conversation he had heard from Su Xianxia and the others. Although Luin was grateful to Su Xianxia, this was all based on the fact that Lu Yin's identity had not been exposed. Would Su Xianxia still treat Luin the same way if he knew that Luin had come from the origin space? Luin hadn't thought that way at first, but ever since Bai Qian had told him the truth about the Lu family's banishment, he knew that the Six Direction Society hated the origin space. Their attitude towards the origin space had been instilled in them since they were young, and they would always believe that the origin space was guilty. The fog ancestor was furious. They really said that? They want us to fight against the Eternals and don't care about our lives at all. Xianxia replied, there's a reason why the Astral Tree Society couldn't become one of the 6 Direction Societies. Elder Chan sighed. No wonder you were so determined. Don't the 4 Direction Scales know the 6 Direction Society's stance? Luin replied, they know, but they don't dare to face it. Yuan Sage once said that Xianxia had paid respects to the Grand Empyrean. If the Grand Empyrean is truly comparable to a primogenitor, then... His face sank. What kind of status would the Grand Empyrean have in Xianxia's heart? What would Bai Wan Yuan think of the reincarnation spacetime? Would they still be the high-spirited 9 mountains and 8 seas from before? This was a terrifying guess. The fog ancestor and Xianxia both had gloomy expressions. Humans could be defeated, but they could not be conquered. However, with the Yuan Sage's attitude, Bai Wan Yuan and the others might have been conquered, which was much more terrifying than being defeated. I still need to continue to understand the 6-party society and that mysterious great heavenly venerate. As for the Yuan Sage, there's no need to care about him. If the 6-party society really has the strength to spare to attack us, it will confirm my guess. Then, we can't start a war with the everlasting race. I can assure you that the 6-party society's war won't be that difficult. If the situation really turns out to be like what the dragon ancestor said, I know what to do, Luin said solemnly. The mist ancestor nodded and let out a long sigh. Why has the 5th mainland become like this? If the Lu family was still around, why would they be afraid of a reincarnation spacetime? At the peak of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, who could match him? Even Xiaoshang dared to challenge a Grand Empyrean to a duel. Luin agreed. Not just Progenitor Chen, but also Progenitor Ku and Talisman. Who would be afraid of a Grand Empyrean? The desolate ancestor had charged straight into the Eternals, fearless of the one true God and the Hui ancestor. His scheme had caused the 6th mainland to collapse. If such scheming abilities had existed in the reincarnation spacetime, the 6 Paths Guild would not have existed. Sometimes, a person's wisdom can surpass their strength. The banishment of the Lu family only happened after these powerhouses disappeared one by one. Otherwise, even if the reincarnation spacetime joined forces with the 4 scales, it would be impossible to banish the Lu family. They could not deal with the 5th mainland at all. Right, Xiaxinji might be back, Luyin said. The mist ancestor left. She did not want to get involved in this matter. Her stance was clear, and she wanted to deal with the Eternals. As for the conflict between Luyin and the four-way scales, she would not interfere. Xiaxinji might come back? Why did he come back? The fate formation is still there. Elder Chan was confused. Actually, I can't confirm whether or not Xiaxinji has returned. He went to the Three Sovereign space through Shenwu Continent's passage. Before that, the three sovereigns did not know that Guyu was in the Genesis space, but Xiaxinji's appearance today should have alerted them. If they have the coordinates to the Genesis space, then they can ask Xiaxinji to return. If they don't, then there are other methods. Xiaxinji and the three cultivators have reached an agreement. That's even more troublesome than the reincarnation space and time. That's one of the reasons why I'm sure the Six Parties Conference won't be so difficult, said Lin Feng. The three sovereigns had time to scheme against us and reach an agreement with Xiaxinji. How could they not have time to deal with the Eternals? Right now, the most important thing is to determine where Xiaxinji is. If he returns, then Shenwu Continent will be in danger. Elder Chan immediately left and returned to Shenwu Continent. Muxia also left. He was going to the four-way balance to see if Xiaxinji had returned. Luyin could not go to the astral tree realm, as he would definitely be targeted by Wang Yuan and the others, and he would not be able to do anything. He found Wang Wen. It was better to let Wang Wen handle this kind of brainstorming matter. Wang Wen thought for a long time and suggested, go to the Three Monarch space and find that old lady Mu again. Confirm the reason why the Mu clan is in a hurry to deal with the Thunder Sealing clan and who gave the order. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Mu clan is dealing with the Lightning Sealing clan because Luo Zong wants to deal with the second Luo bro. Wang Wen shook his head. You've been led astray by Luo Lauer. No matter how Luo Zong deals with Luo Lauer, and no matter how much Mu Jun's status rises, the Mu clan shouldn't make a move with such great fanfare. They even invited Mohe courtyard. This is a slap to Luo Jun's face, because the person they're dealing with is his son. I don't know what the Three Sovereign space is like. Perhaps that space doesn't care about family ties, but under normal circumstances, even if the Mu clan wants to deal with the Thunder Sealing clan, they shouldn't be in such a hurry. The Thunder Sealing clan is the strongest clan in the lower Kingstar region. I think there's something fishy about the resources in this region. That day, Lu Ying used the spatial coordinates to go to the Three Monarch space and secretly found Old Lady Mu. She stared blankly at Lu Ying. It had only been a day, so why was he here again? You didn't tell Mu Jun? Lu Yin's eyes were filled with anger. She was terrified. No, definitely not. Why are you dealing with the Thunder Sealing clan? She was astonished. Was this person related to the Thunder Sealing clan? Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Speak. She lowered her head. Mu Jun gave the order to destroy the Thunder Sealing clan as soon as possible. It wasn't Luo Zong? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Wang Wen had guessed correctly. Luo Zong didn't. It was Mu Jun who gave the order. Why? I don't know. Mu Jun only asked us to gather some resources. What resources? Lu Ying asked. She took out a list and handed it to him. There were tens of thousands of resources on the list. Many of them are only available in the lower Kingstar region, and they are in the hands of the Thunder Sealing clan, so. She didn't finish, but Lu Ying could guess that this was the reason why the Mu clan was so anxious to deal with the Thunder Sealing clan, not because of Luo Zong. Wang Wen was right, Lu Ying had been led astray by Luo Zong. He had thought that the Mu clan had acted because Luo Zong wanted to deal with Luo Zong, but they were two different things. It just so happened that the Thunder Sealing clan controlled the resources, so they wanted to deal with the Mu clan. If not for them, the Mu clan might not have acted. That was why the Mu clan had acted in such a hurry. Mo courtyard belonged to the Three Monarchs, so how could it be used by the Mu clan? Luo Zong didn't care at all, which was something that Luo Zong couldn't figure out. Lu Ying threatened Matriarch Mu and then returned to the Eternal Kingdom, using Senior Qin Ping to return to the Fifth Mainland. Wang Wen said, Xiaxinji probably hasn't returned yet, as the Three Monarchs' realms can't directly send him back. They need to borrow the power. of a certain spacetime, so they reached an agreement with that spacetime. The conditions are the resources on the list. If it was just to deal with Luo Zong, the Mu clan wouldn't have acted in such a hurry. If it were me, I'd rather deal with him slowly and let the Thunder Sealing clan and Luo Zong torture him. The Mu clan acted too hastily. Luin replied, "It's just a guess, a reasonable guess." Wang Wen smiled. "Yes, it's just a guess. Unless we see where Xianxia is, it'll be difficult to verify. However, I'm 90% sure that it's true, and I also know what Xianxia will do when he returns." Luin raised his brows. "Find his clone." Wang Wen smiled and nodded. "He'll secretly return and find that clone. Then, he'll attack Shenwu continent and ally with the three monarchs to plot against the fifth mainland. When that time comes, the four Libras will be able to act. With the three monarchs around, we won't be able to resist them." Luin felt a headache coming on. "Don't you think that I've dug a huge hole for myself?" Wang Wen replied, "If you hadn't dug this hole, how would you have acted against Madman Liu? The situation would have changed, and adding Xiaoxinji would have made a huge difference. I can only say that there are gains and losses, and it's not too late to make up for it. Besides, we wouldn't have understood the Six Direction Society back then." "Are you saying that we should destroy the resources on the list?" Luin asked. Ian asked. Wang Wen raised his head. "Muddy the waters. Our advantage lies in the fact that no one knows that we've already acted. We can hide in the shadows, and the enemies in the shadows are often the most terrifying. Besides, you still have another identity, Xianxia. You have to make good use of this identity." Luin had also taken a liking to Xianxi's identity, but he had been captured by Tu Shuangshuang, and this identity might become a little troublesome. Fortunately, he had thrown Xiao Qingfeng and the others into a parallel spacetime, and it was likely that those people would have returned to their original spacetime by now. "How's Wei Rong recently? What's he doing?" Luin asked. Wang Wen's expression turned strange at the mention of Wei Rong. "He's already a live-in son-in-law of the Wang family." Luin was stunned and flabbergasted. "A live-in son-in-law of the Wang family?" Wang Wen smiled and nodded. "That's right. You don't say. That guy has good looks, but he actually hooked up with a woman from a branch of the Wang family and became a live-in son-in-law. We've also helped cover up his identity since he's just a branch of the Wang family, and his status is very low, so no one really cares about him. He asked me to pass a message to you." Wang Wen paused for a moment before continuing, "He'll give you a surprise." "Is that so?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "A surprise?" The Wang family had indeed caught his attention. There was Huang Quanxue, Wang Fan, and ancestor Gue Yuan, who was also a shadow of Wang Fan. In the 9 mountains and 8 seas, if ancestor Hui was the smartest, then Wang Fan was the most secretive. Even by Wang Yuan and the others had not been able to see through him. Sneaking into the Wang family was not a bad idea. "Right, Wei Rong was the one who spread the rumors about the Eternals' war," Wang Wen said. Luin said, "Don't do that in the future. These small matters don't have much meaning, and they can be easily exposed. If you want to give me a surprise, then hide it a little deeper. These things aren't enough to surprise me." "Understood," Wang Wen replied. After that, Lu Yin and Wang Wen discussed for half a day before heading to the Three Sovereign Space and returning to the Lightning Sealing clan. The Lightning Sealing clan was currently in a state of panic, and Lightning Sealing Guanqin was trying to think of a way to send Luo Lauer away. However, he did not know that the Mu clan had no intention of causing trouble for Luo Lauer at all. What they cared about was the resources of the Lower King Starfield. On this day, Lu Yin did not see Luo Lauer, but through his domain, he knew that Luo Lauer and Lightning Sealing Guanqin were discussing whether or not they should leave the Three Sovereign Space. Luo Lauer confirmed that Luo Zong and the Mu clan would not let the Lightning Sealing clan off. Lightning Sealing Guanqin was worried that they would have nowhere to go, as it was impossible for them to control a parallel spacetime with their current strength. They could only rely on luck, and if they were unlucky and encountered a parallel spacetime that was difficult to survive in, then their entire clan would be wiped out. The possibility of that happening was very high. In a cultivation civilization, as long as one reached the Enlighter realm, they could tear through a parallel spacetime, but why did so few people do so? It was because the danger was too high. At most, only 1 out of 10,000 parallel spacetime could survive, and this did not even take into account the prerequisites of whether or not a powerful life form would appear in that parallel spacetime. If that were factored in, then the probability of escaping to a safe parallel spacetime was less than 1 in a million. Only a half-ancestor or even a progenitor would have the confidence to do so. Xianxia had relied on his strength as a progenitor to rush into Shenwu Continent's void passage. If he had not been a progenitor, how could he have dared to do so? We might not necessarily be wiped out here. The Mu clan can rely on Mu Jun's influence to bully my lightning sealing clan, but they might not dare to wipe us out. However, if we go to a parallel spacetime, the chances of us being wiped out are too high. Lightning sealing Guanqing sighed. Thank you. First thoughts, shallow thoughts, deep thoughts. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Luo Lauer said anxiously, Uncle, trust me. Luo Tsang definitely won't let the Thunder Sealing clan off, and neither will Mu Jun. Thunder Sealing Guanqing said in a low voice, I already have a way to meet Lord Luo. As long as I can meet Lord Luo, I have the confidence to protect the Thunder Sealing clan. At most, I will give up this foundation. And didn't you say that Luo Zong was also captured by Tu Shuangshuang? Just because you're fine doesn't mean he's fine. Luo Lauer was silent. That's right, maybe Luo Zong was killed by Tu Shuangshuang? After all, he wasn't on the same level as Luo Zong. Lu Yin retracted his domain, as the Thunder Sealing clan had yet to reach their most desperate moment. The plan that he had discussed with Wang Wen required them to wait until the Thunder Sealing clan had completely lost all hope. Since that was the case, then they would wait. If Wang Wen's guess was correct, Mu Jun was in a hurry to reach an agreement with a certain spacetime dimension to send Xianxia back. Then, the time it would take to gather the resources on the list would not be long. The Mu clan would still take action, and they would not wait for too long. In fact, he could have disguised himself as someone from the Mu clan to suppress the Thunder Sealing clan or force Matriarch Mu to act, but since he was sure that Mu Jun would make a move, he decided not to. Sometimes, the less one moved, the less one would be exposed. Now that he had nothing to do, he decided to take a look at the copybook. It was quite amazing to see the Fifth Mainland's ancient language in the Hexway training hall. At the same time, under the golden sky, the earth, clouds, rivers, and oceans were all dyed golden, filled with supreme majesty. Many people in golden robes were cultivating solemnly, not daring to speak or smile. The sky quickly flitted by, like the silhouette of time, sweeping through the golden sky, bringing a dim color to this world. One by one, they raised their heads. The golden light recedes, and the gray dawn descends. We respectfully welcome the Supreme Divinity. Welcome, Supreme Divinity. Welcome, Supreme Divinity. Countless voices reverberated as the mighty firmament force erupted from every corner of the earth, filled with powerful energy. Countless worshipful and fanatical gazes were raised, as if they were looking at the god of their faith. Heaven and earth suddenly stopped. Under the sky, the void distorted. A figure suddenly appeared and fell to the ground. This person was wearing a long golden robe, but he was in a sorry state. It was Xiao Qingfeng. Where did you come from? The rumbling sound reverberated in the sky, like the evening drum and morning bell, waking Xiao Qingfeng up. Xiao Qingfeng couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly knelt down. It's a small spacetime called Kaisai. No humans live there, only astral beasts. Let's return to the Sixth Direction training grounds. We haven't finished our journey there yet. Xiao Qingfeng raised his head. Master, is there anything unusual about this disciple? No. Xiao Qingfeng was confused. He had clearly been captured by Tu Shuangshuang, so why hadn't there been any abnormalities? The sanctification disciples are at a disadvantage. A spy has appeared. I have already reported this to the Grand Empyrean, and he will pay the price. As for you all, someone intervened midway, so the spy was unable to bring you to the Eternals. Xiao Qingfeng was confused, then why did this disciple appear in the Kaisai spacetime? Who was the one who did it? The culprit hasn't revealed himself yet. You all appeared in different parallel universes. My guess is that the culprit didn't want the Eternals to succeed, but he also didn't want to help the Six Paths Society. If you die, you die. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes flickered. Master, may I ask who else has returned? Let's go back to the Hexagon Dojo. The virtual god universe mentioned a very interesting trial. Wait for it, Xiao Qingfeng said before disappearing. When he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the Tai spacetime. Not long after, Xiao Qingfeng confirmed that Mu Mu, Luo Zong, and Jiang Xiaodao had all returned. More than half of them had yet to return. Among them, Bai Qian and Xianxia were the most eye-catching. One was a transcendent figure in ultra spacetime, while the other was a genius that the virtual god universe and the reincarnation spacetime had fought over. Their absence had caused both ultra spacetime and the virtual god universe to feel uneasy. Ever since they had disappeared, many speculated that the Eternals were targeting Bai Qian, as his status in ultra spacetime was too high. Of course, there were other speculations as well, such as that this was just the first step of the Eternals' attack on the Hexagon Dojo. Others speculated that it was because of Xianxia, whose innate talent was just too monstrous. All sorts of speculations were prevalent. Xiao Qingfeng and the others were all confirmed to be fine. As for who had gotten rid of Tu Shuangxuang midway and thrown Xiao Qingfeng and the others into parallel universes, there were even more speculations. Someone even came up with a list of powerhouses who were not on good terms with the Six Paths Society but were also enemies of the Eternals. Su Xiangyin and the others actually believed it, and they went to search for the culprit one by one. Ultra Spacetime did the same. Although not many people had been captured, their influence was great. Within the Three Sovereign space, Luin looked at the copybook with a strange expression. Back at the secret auction, the person who had introduced the copybook had said that everyone could see different things. Some could see battle techniques, some could see cultivation techniques, and some could even see strange scenes. But now, Luin was actually looking at a secret technique. Secret technique, burning ink. Life is like ink, and nothing is burned. Wasn't this Wenzu's secret technique? Luin hadn't expected to see Progenitor Wen's secret technique in this book. Progenitor Wen was a progenitor from the Astral Tree realm who had founded Xian Academy. He was also an Origin Array Celestial Master. Luin could not believe it. How could the dignified Wenzu's handwriting be so ugly? The words on this copybook were clearly scribbles, and even a child's handwriting was more beautiful than this. How could Wenzu have written this? But as he looked at the copybook, Luin did indeed see Wenzu's secret technique. He stared at it for 2 more days, but he did not see Luo Lauer when he came looking for him. Not only did he see burning ink, but he also saw literary prison. The sevenfold literary prison was Wenzu's battle technique, which had come from Wenzu. This copybook had definitely been left behind by Wenzu. Wenzu had died in the Sovereign Realm during the war with the Eternals, so why would his copybook be in the Hexagon Training Hall? Suddenly, Luin had a flash of inspiration as he recalled something, and he released Tu Shuangxuang from Mount Supreme. He did not kill Tu Shuangxuang. Since she was related to the mysterious Qingkong, she would definitely be free in the future. Furthermore, he was interested in Reverie Bubbles, not because he wanted to learn it, but because he wanted to find out how terrifying it was through Tu Shuangxuang. After all, he might have to face Qingkong in the future, so it was best to be prepared. Tu Shuangxuang looked around. And then fixed her gaze on Luin. What do you want? Luin raised a hand and opened the copybook. Tu Shuangxuang's pupils shrank when she saw it. It's actually with you? Luin put it away. It seems like my guess was right. This copybook came from you. Did the Eternals give it to you? Tu Shuangxuang was confused. How did you know? Did you attack everyone because of this copybook? Luin asked. Tu Shuangxuang stared at Luin. What exactly do you know? Her gaze turned cold. You were the one who schemed against me. Since you knew that this copybook came from the Eternals, you knew that it came from the Eternals. The Eternals even deliberately leaked it to lure me out. So it was you. Luin finally understood. So that was the case. Actually, Tu Shuangxuang had not attacked them because of Qingkong's scheme. Luin had found it strange that a progenitor like Qingkong would plan to capture small fries like them. Even if Xiao Qingfeng and the others were progenitors, they would not be worth Qingkong's schemes. If it had been Bai Qian, Luin would have believed it since Bai Qian had an extremely high status in spacetime, but Tu Shuangxuang clearly did not know that Bai Qian would appear. Bai Qian's appearance had been an accident. If that was the case, then why had Tu Shuangxuang attacked them? It was only when he saw the copybook that Luin understood. She had attacked them for the copybook, or rather, her target was Jiang Xiaodao. To Tu Shuangxuang, the copybook that contained a progenitor's secret technique was extremely important. More importantly, the copybook could expose her as a spy of the Eternals. Thus, Jiang Xiaodao had bought the copybook at the secret auction, which naturally made him her target. The only way to capture Jiang Xiaodao at the Hexway training hall was to secretly auction him. However, that did not make sense. The copybook had been secretly auctioned together with the mountain. Tu Shuangxuang had used the demi-humans as a gimmick to hold a secret auction that could capture everyone. She should not have known that the copybook would appear at the secret auction, or else she would have taken it away long ago. Why would this copybook appear at the secret auction? Luin stared at Tu Shuangxuang. Tu Shuangxuang angrily shouted, "Didn't you steal it?" Luin raised a brow. "Steal?" Tu Shuangxuang frowned. "It wasn't you? What's going on?" Luin was curious. Tu Shuangxuang stared blankly at Luin, and after a while, she bitterly said, "If it wasn't for you, I would have been really unlucky." She did not hide anything. She had already been captured by Luin, and she had no hopes of escaping. Through Tu Shuangxuang's words, Luin was able to confirm his own suspicions. The only difference was that Chun Kong had indeed been plotting against the six-directional training rites. Of course, he had not only targeted Xiao Qingfeng and the others, but he had also planned to use a grand secret auction to capture at least half of the people from the six-directional training rites. However, Su Xiaonin had requested to open the Shuang space in advance, which had diverted Chun Kong's attention. Chun Kong had given up on the six-directional training rites and sent the Otherworlders to attack the Shuang space instead. The reason why Tu Shuangxuang had still taken action was because of the copybook. Her copybook had been accidentally stolen, and it was very likely that it would expose her as a spy of the everlasting race. Thus, she had pretended to be in seclusion for a period of time, but in reality, she had been trying to find a way to obtain the copybook. It was only when the copybook had been secretly auctioned that she found out that Chun Kong had still been plotting against the six-directional training rites. She had thought that she could use that scheme to take the copybook away, but who would have thought that Chun Kong would give up because of the Shuang space? She had been left with no choice but to act on her own. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. If not for Luin, she would have already retrieved the copybook from Jiang Xiaodao and captured Xiao Qingfeng and the others. Luin sighed. "You're really unlucky." Tu Shuangxuang sighed. She felt the same way. "Now, tell me about Chun Kong," Luin asked. Tu Shuangxuang's gaze returned to normal. "Just kill me." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Killing me is much better than revealing my master's whereabouts," Tu Shuangxuang said. Luin did not say anything else and immediately put her back into Mount Supreme. He could see that this woman was determined not to reveal Chun Kong's whereabouts, just like how Xia Ji had said that he would not teach Luin the 9 clones technique. Unfortunately, Xia Ji had still been willing to teach Luin in the end, but Luin no longer needed it. Luin believed that Tu Shuangxuang would suffer the same fate as Xia Ji. Putting Tu Shuangxuang away, Luin brought out Saruzin next. It was time to talk to this old friend. Saruzin walked out and met Lu Yin's gaze. "You're Luin." Luin was still in Xianxi's appearance and was surprised to hear Saruzin's words. Even though he had planned to talk with his real face, Saruzin had seen through him. "When did you recognize me?" "The first time we met, in Cliff Town." Luin frowned. "Cliff Town? You recognized me back then?" Saruzin replied calmly, "I admit that I have a strong will, but I'm still human, and humans have weaknesses. I want to return to Earth, to the place where I started my cultivation. I miss the water and people of my hometown, even in my dreams. You left a deep impression on me, and I've remembered you countless times. It's been so many years, and you still remember me." Luin smiled, restoring his appearance. Saruzin missed him, people of my hometown. Those 3 words warmed Lu Yin's heart. "Why didn't you recognize me in the Lost Dao Academy?" Luin was curious. Saruzin replied, "The situation was special, I didn't have absolute freedom. Did someone restrict you? Lu Yin's expression changed. Saruzin shook his head, not really, just a test. Because I left my name on the wood humanoid scripture. The wood humanoid scripture? The wood spacetime supreme scripture, created by the wood dominator. Anyone who leaves their name on the wood humanoid scripture has a chance of being accepted as a disciple. My every word and action is being watched. Third Master Mu? Saruzin shook his head. It's possible, not necessarily someone from the wood spacetime. The Hexagon Association is part of the same organization. Lu Yin thought about it. It should be Ji Bing. It's possible, Saruzin said. Lu Yin understood. Perhaps the academy he stayed in was monitored by the powerhouses there. When Tiantu Xuanxuan attacked them, it seemed like Shi Jiao was the first to arrive, but Ji Bing wasn't any slower than her. He had hidden in the void long ago, and the only reason he could react was because he was monitoring Saruzin. What innate gift did you get? Why does the wood spacetime care so much about it? Lu Yin was really curious. He had asked Saruzin this question before, but the latter had kept it a secret. Saruzin raised a hand, and threads of turbid light flowed out of Lu Yin's body and gathered in his palm. Lu Yin looked on in amazement. He didn't feel like anything had disappeared from his body, but what was going on with this turbid light? Geniana, do you feel guilty towards her? Saruzin looked at the turbid light in his palm and asked. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as a face appeared in his mind. It was a woman who was staring at him with a deathly stillness. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and desolation, causing his breathing to stop. You? Saruzin waved his hand to disperse the murky light. The innate gift I've obtained is called karmic retribution. Everyone, from birth to death, will feel guilty towards certain people and certain things. No one can live their entire life without guilt, and even children can feel guilty for certain reasons. This is unavoidable. This guilt, and even guilt, is karmic retribution. I can extract karmic retribution and turn it into damage to the other party. Lu Yin's heart was in turmoil. How could there be such an innate gift? How could he have such talent? It was simply unbelievable. Saruzin looked at Lu Yin and saw the shock in his eyes. I thought so too when I obtained this innate gift. It was unbelievable, but the universe is wondrous and such things do exist. Ever since I obtained this innate gift, I've been thinking that perhaps the universe is a quantifiable existence. Whether it's battle prowess, behavior, mood, past footprints, kindness, sins, etc. Everything can be quantified. Any person, any living thing, plant, animal, or even dead can be quantified. Or rather, designed. Whatever you've experienced will be recorded for you at an unseen height, and I just happen to be able to see it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Was it unbelievable? Indeed, but he also had the innate gift of dice. It was just as unbelievable. The general appointment platform and the investiture of the gods, which one could be explained clearly? Just as Saruzin had said, everything could be quantified and recorded. Then what was recorded? Was it the universe itself? Or was it some kind of supreme existence that surpassed the universe? Was the trajectory of human history premeditated? If even sins and guilt could be recorded, then this should be even more so. No wonder you left your name behind in the wood humanoid scripture. No wonder Mumu was so worried about you. Saruzin told him everything without holding anything back. This secret wasn't any worse than Lu Yin's innate gift with the die. It could see a person's guilt and read their memories. It was a terrifying innate gift. Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Saruzin smiled faintly. He had never smiled before, but it was especially strange now. Some things are fated, and you can't escape them. Lu Yin was puzzled. Was that so? He looked at Saruzin's withered arm that was raised high. This person's way of thinking was different from normal people. If he had revealed his innate gift of dice early on, he wouldn't have survived until now. Was this fate? No wonder he'd obtained this innate gift. I can see that you still have a lot of guilt in your heart. Do I need to remind you? Saruzin asked. Lu Yin retreated. No need. Of course he felt guilty. When he'd forced the Fate Maiden to perform a divination for him, she'd sacrificed many people to transfer karma. He had to bear this sin as well, and there were many more. He'd sacrificed a lot to reach his current position. The Hui ancestor was the same. In order to take revenge on the sixth mainland, he'd allowed it to be occupied by the Eternals. In reality, the unlucky ones were always the ordinary people. The upper echelons of the cultivation world had already moved to the fifth mainland. No one could live without guilt for their entire life. Not long after, Saruzin was taken back to Mount Supreme. He wasn't from the wood dimension, and if he was thrown into a parallel dimension, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. Since he'd left his name in the wood dimension, Luin would find a way to bring him along. Luin opened the door and came out. Luo Lauer immediately came over. "Brother-in-law, why haven't you come out in days?" "Don't talk about seclusion, it wasn't that short." "Epiphany," Luin replied. Luo Lauer was speechless. He was jealous. Epiphany meant that one's strength would increase greatly. "What, can we go to the hyperspace dimension now?" Luin asked. Luo Lauer replied, "Soon. My uncle has already contacted an expert from the hyperspace dimension in the Three Sovereigns realms. When the time comes, we'll ask him to take us there." "Reliable?" Luin was uneasy. Luo Lauer replied, "Should be. One careless move and the whole game will be lost." "I don't want to die because of you," Luin said bluntly. Luo Lauer pursed his lips, "I don't want to die either." A few days later, Luo Lauer found Luin with an ugly expression. "We can't go. The hyperspace dimension expert we contacted left. My uncle investigated him and found out that he had contact with the Mu clan. It's not safe." Luin was helpless. "How long do we have to wait?" "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to go back," Luo Lauer said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Can your uncle contact the hyperspace dimension expert hide from the Mu clan?" Luo Lauer's expression turned even uglier. Now that the Mu clan had their eyes on the Thunder Sealing clan, their every move couldn't be hidden. "The Mu clan might already know that you're here," Luin said. Luo Lauer's face turned pale and he went to find Guanqin. On the other side, Matriarch Mu's expression was just as ugly. She had received orders from Mu Jun to deal with the Thunder Sealing clan as soon as possible and obtain the resources on the list. This matter had originally been simple, but an expert had mysteriously appeared who seemed to be related to the Thunder Sealing clan. Now that their goal was known, would attacking the Thunder Sealing clan draw that expert out? She wanted to leave and lie low for a while, but then she remembered the Grim Reaper seal in her body and knew that she couldn't escape. Mu Jun's pressure was increasing, especially since he had sent 3 monarchs from the Mohe courtyard. Matriarch Mu couldn't delay any longer. That day, the 3 monarchs attacked the Thunder Sealing clan at night and started a huge battle with Guanqin. Guanqin couldn't stop 3 monarchs, and he could only stop 2 at most. "Today will be the day your Thunder Sealing clan is annihilated," Guanqin shouted. Guanqin's eyes widened as he watched the monarch's aura transform into a long blade that slashed down. No one would be spared. "Stop!" Guanqin shouted. In the distance, Matriarch Mu took a step forward and stared intently. Would that expert appear? The giant blade suddenly stopped, and Matriarch Mu's eyes widened when she saw a line. Wait, what was that? The Libra? Under the blade, the Libra soared through the sky and forcibly stopped the blade's killing intent. On the other side of the Libra stood a person shrouded in darkness. The 3 monarchs who had attacked the Thunder Sealing clan at night all looked at the person in the darkness. Guanqin also looked at him, but he didn't know who had suddenly appeared and helped the Thunder Sealing clan. "Who are you?" One of the monarchs held a long blade and pressed it against the Libra while staring at the darkness. A deep voice came from the darkness, "Thunder Sealing clan's guest elder." Everyone looked at Guanqin. Guanqin was confused, but now wasn't the time to be calculative. "I'll leave that person to you." Then, lightning swept through the 2 monarchs in front of him. The monarch with the long blade snorted, pretending to be mysterious. Then, his monarch's aura spread out, causing the blade to turn into 3 colors. Suddenly, the blade twisted and turned into countless long blades that covered the sky and slashed towards the person in the darkness. The person in the darkness raised his hand and was instantly submerged in the blades. Guanqin's expression changed. Not good, he wanted to help. This person was underestimating the Mohe courtyard's experts too much. but in the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The boundless darkness expanded and covered the entire Thunder Sealing clan in the blink of an eye, including Guanqing and the other two monarchs. Wu Tian, a deep voice sounded in Matriarch Mu's ears. In the next moment, the darkness dissipated. The three monarchs who had attacked the Thunder Sealing clan at night had their heads lowered in a daze. Blood flowed down their bodies and sprinkled across the sky before slowly falling down. Feng Lei Guanqing's eyes flickered. The moment he had been enveloped by the darkness, he had felt an indescribable terror, as if his life was no longer in his own hands. He stared at the person in the darkness in shock, his lips dry. Just what kind of cultivation was this person? He seemed to be a demigod, but he could defeat 3 experts at the same level as him. When had such a person appeared in this spacetime? Matriarch Mu did her best to restrain her aura, not daring to reveal herself for fear of being discovered. Above the Thunder Sealers, Feng Lei Guanqing scanned the 3 demigods and confirmed that they were unconscious. Although they weren't dead, they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He approached the person in the darkness and bowed, "May I know who you are? The Thunder Sealers owe you a debt of gratitude, and if possible, we will repay you generously." The person in the darkness descended, "Gather the Thunder Sealers. It's time to leave." Feng Lei Guanqing didn't understand. "Leave?" The person in the darkness said, "Mo Huyuan has failed. The next one to act is Mu Jun." Feng Lei Guanqing's expression changed. "Mu Jun will act personally? How is that possible? She's a sovereign, why would she act for Luo Ho?" Luo Ho was Luo Lauer's real name. In the distance, many people from the Thunder Sealers looked at the person in the darkness with fear, including Luo Lauer. Of course she'll act. It's not because of Luo Lauer, but because of the lower King Starfield, Lu Yin said slowly as he walked out. All around, the Thunder Sealers were confused, and Luo Lauer's mouth fell open. Brother-in-law? Feng Lei Guanqing was just as surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. Xianxia? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he walked over to Feng Lei Guanqing. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin, and this is my senior, Qing Ping, the head of the Thunder Sealers. We don't have much time, so we should leave. Matriarch Mu has already escaped, and she should be reporting the battle to Mu Jun. Perhaps she'll act soon." "What do you mean by that? Mu Jun acted against us because of the lower King Starfield?" Feng Lei Guanqing didn't understand. "Luo Lauer, brother-in-law, what's going on?" Lu Yin's eyes swept across the area. "There's no time to explain. You only have one chance. Either you come with me or wait for Mu Jun's hands." On the other side, Old Lady Mu had indeed reported the results of the night attack to Mu Jun. Mu Jun found it inconceivable. Defeating 3 demi-monarchs in an instant, even Chen Lu, who was known as the #1 demi-monarch, couldn't do it. Chen Lu could defeat 3 demi-monarchs, but it was impossible for him to do it in an instant. When did such an expert appear in the space of 3 demi-monarchs? She thought of Xiaxia. Could it be related to that space? That's not right. Ever since Xiaxia arrived, the Star Venerate had been staring at that spatial tunnel. There were no signs of it opening. Could it be that an expert had arrived by accident? Or someone from the Six Direction Society? Mu Jun contacted Luo Jun and decided to lay her cards on the table. She wanted to purge the Thunder Sealing clan and gather the resources to send Xiaxia to that space as soon as possible. She wanted to unite the 2 spaces and find a way out for the 3 monarch space. Luo Jun pondered for a moment. Give up on the 3 monarch space? Mu Jun's voice was gentle, completely unlike that of a progenitor. Her voice was filled with charm. You and I don't belong to this space in the first place. Yuanxing has sent word that the Origin Space's Sky Sect has made it clear that they won't start a war with the Eternals. Even if Yuanxing has a way to make that Luyin compromise, it'll take a long time. After all, the Six Direction Society is under a lot of pressure right now. You were the one who agreed to our alliance with Xiaxia. Is there any news about Zhong'er? Not yet, but Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, and the others have all returned. I believe that Zhong'er is the same. He's not a short-lived person. That's good. Do you agree to the Thunder Sealing clan's matter? Luo Jun asked. Yes, but leave a trace of the Thunder Sealing clan's bloodline. Don't exterminate them. All right. Mu Jun stood up and took a step forward. Her eyes were cold. She was obviously beautiful, but there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth in them. It was time to put an end to the Thunder Sealing clan. Mu Jun had already rushed to the lower King Starfield as quickly as she could. She had even taken a risk, ignoring the fact that a progenitor from the Eternals had appeared to ambush the border. She had only wanted to deal with the Thunder Sealing clan as quickly as possible. However, when she reached the Thunder Sealing clan, she discovered that the entire clan had disappeared. Only the 3 half-martial monarchs remained. More importantly, the resources that the Thunder Sealing clan had collected over the years had all disappeared. Quite a few of them had been on the list, and they were resources that could only be found in the lower King Starfield. Other parallel universes did not have them, and mining them was very troublesome. This was why she had needed to act against the Thunder Sealing clan. Even Matriarch Mu did not know about this. Now, those resources were gone. She quickly received news that many of the planets that had been mined for resources had been destroyed. The Thunder Sealing clan could not have moved so quickly. They must have been the one who had defeated the 3 half-martial monarchs in an instant. Mu Jun was furious, and her aura swept through the entire lower King Starfield. She ordered all 3 monarchs to search for the Thunder Sealing clan. Within the Aeonian Kingdom, the Thunder Sealing clan's members were all present. Qing Ping had accompanied Luyin to the monarch's dimension, and the sage celestial master had been replaced in the Aeonian Kingdom. When the Thunder Sealing clan's members saw another half-martial monarch, they were even more shocked. Feng Lei Guanqin suppressed his shock and waited for Lu Yin's explanation. Luyin also officially revealed his identity to Feng Lei Guanqin and Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer was stunned. The Genesis space? The legendary primordial space? Feng Lei Guanqin's face twitched. The master of the Genesis space? Luyin smiled. Calling me brother-in-law isn't a loss, is it? Luo Lauer shut his mouth and widened his eyes. Brother-in-law, are you messing with me? Aren't you just a servant? It's fake, Luyin said. I can fight with your father. Luo Lauer was speechless. Even if Luyin was hiding his strength, he was only a ruler's servant at most at this age. A half-martial monarch would be enough to scare him to death. How could Luyin compare to his father? Luyin did not elaborate on this point. Instead, he explained to Feng Lei Guanqin why the Mu clan was in such a hurry to attack them. Before leaving the monarch's dimension, Luyin had specifically ordered the Thunder Sealing clan to take away all the resources in their cosmic rings and destroy the ones that couldn't be taken away. This was to prevent Mu Jun from obtaining the resources so that he could proceed with his next plan. Feng Lei Guanqin was still afraid. He had thought that the Mu clan had attacked them because of Luo Lauer and that they would be fine as long as Luo Tseng stopped. He had even planned to find a way to meet Luo Jun. Fortunately, Luo Tseng had appeared, or the Thunder Sealing clan would have been wiped out. The Thunder Sealing clan has already escaped from the monarch's dimension. You can live in the Genesis space from now on, but the matter of the monarch's dimension still needs to be resolved. Luo Lauer was confused. Not long after, Luo Lauer listened to Lu Yin's plan. Feng Lei Guanqin was the first to reject it. No, Xiaosu might die. Based on what you said, Mu Jun must hate us to the core. Once Xiaosu appears, we're done for. Lu Yin said. Mu Jun wants resources that are of great use to her. Killing Luo Lauer is useless, it's just a waste of time for her. Luo Lauer muttered, you don't have to be so direct. But Feng Lei Guanqin wanted to say something else. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Feng Lei Guanqin, a formless aura crushing out. This was an aura that had been nurtured by fighting progenitors, and it wasn't something that a mere half-ancestor could resist. Feng Lei Guanqin's entire body was suppressed, and the pressure was no weaker than Qing Ping's skyless darkness. At that moment, Feng Lei Guanqin confirmed that this person might actually have the strength to fight against Luo Jun. This pressure was unbearable. He was already a half-emperor, and above that was Luo Jun's sovereign realm. What's wrong, uncle? Luo Lauer didn't understand and watched as Feng Lei Guanqin's face turned paler and paler, his back covered in sweat. Lu Yin's pressure was only directed at Feng Lei Guanqin, but he quickly retracted his aura. Did you really think that I saved the Thunder Sealing clan just for you to call me brother-in-law? He looked at Feng Lei Guanqin and Luo Bro. We're all smart people here, so don't play dumb with me. Luo Bro, I already told you at the Six Direction training hall that I don't like being used by others. Today, I'll give you another reason. Luin paused for a moment before continuing, being used is mutual. Luo Lauer's expression changed slightly, and his gaze towards Luin changed slightly. He still hadn't gotten used to the fact that Luin was Xianxia, and he needed to get used to it. Feng Lei Guanqin took a deep breath, his palms sweaty as he spoke respectfully. Lu Dao Lord Lu, is there no other way? Do we have to risk him? Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp, this isn't a risk, it's revenge. He's avenging the Thunder Sealing clan, Luo Lauer's siblings, and even himself. He looked at Luo Lauer, you don't want to be a hostage forever, do you? Feng Lei Guanqin opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say anything. The lives of the Thunder Sealing clan were in Lu Yin's hands, and he had no right to bargain. I'll go, Luo Lauer said seriously. Feng Lei Guanqin looked at him with a complicated expression, Xiaosu. Luo Lauer patted the back of Feng Lei Guanqin's hand and felt a bead of sweat. He looked deeply at Luin and smiled. I'll do whatever you say, brother-in-law. After all, you're still my brother-in-law. You always have been, and you always will be. Luin smiled and patted him on the shoulder, the same action Luo Lauer had taken when they first met, I'll protect you, and no one will be able to touch you. Domineering, brother-in-law, Luo Lauer flattered, returning to his previous self. This time, Luin had brought not only the Thunder Sealing clan, but also an expert from Spacetime. Qing Ping had found this person before He Courtyard's experts had attacked the Thunder Sealing clan, and their goal was to use this person to go to Spacetime. It was Spacetime who had cooperated with Mu Jun and asked for the list of resources, as only Spacetime needed these resources. Luo Lauer's goal was to go to Spacetime. Spacetime had many small vessels for the bestow technique, and one of them had a beautiful woman sitting with her legs crossed, her snow-white thighs swaying back and forth. Several people around her looked over from time to time with heated gazes. Across from her sat a man in clothes completely different from Spacetime's. His expression was gloomy, and his gaze was calm. The sound of the woman's dark green glasses rang out. Everyone looked over, especially the man in front of her. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Sir, I can't bear your gaze, the woman said coquettishly. She tapped her glasses, and a dot of light flickered inside. Luo Ho. The man suddenly stood up. Where is he? The woman raised her hand to stop him from speaking. She tapped her glasses again and giggled. Luo Ho, I knew you were fine. Are you finally willing to come back? Hee hee. Luo Ho said, sis, don't joke around. I almost died. Oh, what do you mean? The woman was curious and pressed her hand down again, telling the man not to panic. Luo Ho said bitterly, do you know where I woke up? I was in the Three Sovereign space. The woman was shocked. You went back to the Three Sovereign space? Did you go back on your own? Of course not. That woman, Tu Shuang, took me away. I don't know why I woke up in the Three Sovereign space, and I was even at the border. I almost couldn't make it back. Luckily, I contacted my family and found someone to take me to the hyperspace. The woman said, your family? Your mother's family? The Thunder Sealing clan? Yes. It seems like the Thunder Sealing clan is quite powerful. Didn't I hear that they were always targeted by the Mu clan? Sis, you know quite a lot. Hee hee, my job is to keep an eye on a hostage like you. Of course I have to know you. Hey, there's no need to know. My family is gone. The man's gaze turned cold as he slowly approached her. The woman was surprised. The Thunder Sealing clan is gone? What do you mean? They couldn't have been destroyed by the Mu clan, right? Of course not. How could that stupid woman, Mu Jun, destroy the Thunder Sealing clan? We ran away on our own. It's not like we didn't do anything all these years. We got one on the battlefield. He suddenly paused. Sis, there are some things that I can't say. Anyway, I'm here to find you. The woman nodded. Same place. Come on your own. She ended the call. The man frowned. Where is he? The woman told the man the location, and he left. Not far away, someone was curious. Why is Luo Ho still here? He should have disappeared with the Thunder Sealing clan. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up. He's not willing to accept it. You don't understand him. He's hiding very well. He wants revenge, but if he disappears with the Thunder Sealing clan, he'll never be able to get his revenge. Otherwise, why do you think he fought so hard to go to Hexagon Dojo? Isn't he afraid of being captured by the Mu clan? Why were you caught? The Mu clan is targeting the Thunder Sealing clan because of him. He's a hostage, and we all have a responsibility to protect him. He'll never know that the three sovereigns have reached an agreement with Transdimensional. He'll still think that it's the same hostage from before. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Far away from the vessel, Luo Lauer let out a breath. Life and death were decided by a single thought. Not long after, the man stepped out of the starry sky and blocked the path of the spaceship that Luo Lauer was in. He stepped out and took Luo Lauer away. The others in the spaceship were at a loss, not knowing what had happened. Senior, may I know how I have offended you? Luo Lauer smiled shamelessly when he was caught. The man looked at Luo Lauer and spoke slowly. I'm sorry, second young master. Luo Lauer's expression changed drastically. You're from the Three Sovereign Space? The man spoke in a low voice, Fu Yuan from Mo Courtyard. Luo Lauer's face paled as he stared at the man cautiously. Why me? Mu Jun wants to see you, Fu Yuan said. Luo Lauer struggled. I'm a hostage from Transdimensional. Why should Mu Jun take me away? I want to see Transdimensional. I want to see my father. Fu Yuan grabbed Luo Lauer and disappeared, returning to the Three Sovereign Space. Not long after, Luo Lauer was left behind. He was very familiar with this place, as it was the core of the Three Sovereigns' imperial region. Only the Three Sovereigns and a few others could enter. He used to come here often, but ever since Luo Zong was born, everything had changed. Luo Ho. A woman was sitting on a huge flight of stairs. She looked calm, but her eyes were cold enough to freeze the starry sky. She was extremely beautiful. It was Mu Jun. Luo Lauer slowly raised his head and looked at the unreachable position. He didn't know why, but this scene overlapped with the first time he had seen he ran. It was also a flight of stairs, but this flight of stairs was full of dignity. He Ran's flight of stairs wasn't as majestic, but there was a huge gap that could never be crossed. Mu Jun. Luo Lauer's voice was heavy as he bowed. Mu Jun looked down coldly. Where did the Thunder Sealing clan go? Luo Lauer was confused. Thunder Sealing clan? Aren't they in the Kingstar field? Mu Jun's gaze grew colder. Lord Luo wanted me to preserve a trace of the Thunder Sealing clan's bloodline. Fine, it's you. You have half of the Thunder Sealing clan's bloodline, but you have to tell me where they are. Luo Lauer clenched his fists. I'm Lord Luo's son. Mu Jun smiled. So you're also my son. I will protect you, but you have to tell me where they are. Luo Lauer was confused. Why do you want to find them? Luo Zong wants me dead. What does that have to do with them? Mu Jun looked at Luo Lauer. It must have been hard for you all these years. Luo Lauer's body trembled, but he didn't say anything. I just need to find the Thunder Sealing clan. Once I find them, you can come back. I guarantee that no one will do anything to you. You will always be the second young master of the Three Monarchs universe and Luo Zhang's second brother. This is my guarantee to you, said Mu Jun. Luo Lauer's thoughts were conflicted. His eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. It's just the Thunder Sealing clan. At most, I can spare Fenglei Guanqing's life. He's your uncle. What do the others have to do with you? You're their ancestor. If you want them to die, they have to die. Isn't that right? Mu Jun's voice was very tempting, and Luo Lauer couldn't help but think in the direction she was talking about. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that she was right. He was the ancestor of the Thunder Sealing clan. If he wanted them to die, they had to die. The more he thought about it, the redder his eyes became. It was an abnormal red. He suddenly looked up. I'll take you there. Mu Jun's eyes lit up. It was too easy to control a little guy. Thinking about it, she smiled charmingly. That's my good son. Then, she appeared beside Luo Lauer. Let's go. She couldn't wait to get the resources and send Xianxia to the origin space. Then, she would occupy the origin space and become the new territory of the three monarchs. Compared to this universe, the origin space was much, much better. For this goal, it didn't matter even if she spared Luo Lauer's life. He was just a piece of trash. Luo Lauer used his energy to tear open the void and found the country of eternity. He took Mu Jun with him and stepped in. Mu Jun instantly appeared in the country of eternity and saw the 7 broken towers in the distance. She saw the shattered ground and sensed the endless deathly aura underground. What was this? Mu Jun? Mournful screams came from below. Mu Jun turned her attention away from the deathly aura underground and saw the stunned members of the Thunder Sealing clan in the distance. Her expression was cold as she threw Luo Lauer down and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was in front of Thunder Sealing Guanqin. Thunder Sealing Guanqin's face was ashen as he looked at Mu Jun in fear and despair. Thunder Sealing Guanqin was standing beside him. How did you find this place? Mu Jun was puzzled. She kept feeling that the underground energy was making her heart palpitate. This shouldn't be, as she was Mu Jun, a sovereign. Thunder Sealing Guanqin gulped. Unintentionally. Unintentionally? Mu Jun frowned. She didn't care about the Thunder Sealing clan anymore. They couldn't escape. She was more concerned about the deathly aura underground. The more she looked at it, the more frightened she became. At that moment, the deathly aura underground surged as if something huge had appeared. Mu Jun was on guard as she stared at the ground. Behind her, Thunder Sealing Guanqin suddenly attacked. At such a close distance, his palm struck Mu Jun without any resistance. Mu Jun's sovereign aura instinctively blocked the attack, but it produced a suffocating aura that sent Thunder Sealing Guanqin flying. Mu Jun was struck by Thunder Sealing Guanqin's palm and was forced to retreat a few steps. When she looked back, she couldn't believe her eyes. Was this a hidden sovereign? 3 streams of energy appeared on Thunder Sealing Guanqin's body, and they all took human form to attack Mu Jun. Mu Jun snorted coldly. She had no intention of fighting back. Since she knew it was a trap and her opponent had dared to set it up, it meant that they were confident. She wasn't Xianxia, who would jump into a trap despite knowing it was. Even though her opponent was at the same level as her, if she wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop her. It was a waste of resources. Mu Jun tore through the void and glanced at Luo Lauer. She saw the hatred in his eyes. I killed your mother. Luo Lauer's eyes widened, and they were filled with coldness. Mu Jun sneered and was about to take a step forward and leave this place. As for who had set the trap and who this unknown sovereign was, there was no need to know. Only the 3 sovereigns could resist this enemy, so she was more cautious than anyone else. However, she had overestimated herself, or rather, she had underestimated the person who had set the trap. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her body inexplicably retreated from the torn void, as if her previous movement had suddenly disappeared. This was tracing back to the past. Mu Xia walked out, and his relic slammed towards Mu Jun. Mu Jun was shocked. Who are you? Countless silver needles imprinted with a sovereign's aura appeared around her. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they formed a diagram that Mu Jun pushed towards the relic. There was a loud boom, and the kingdom of eternity trembled. This place had already experienced the battle between Lu Yin and the Gue Yuan ancestor, and now, it was experiencing another battle. Mu Xia was stunned. A diagram formed from silver needles had actually blocked his relic? Just as he thought about it, the diagram shattered, and Mu Jun was forced to retreat. Her body flickered as silver needles appeared around her, covering the entire kingdom of eternity in the blink of an eye. This was a power similar to the ancestral worlds, and countless silver needles replaced the sky as if they were a starry sky. Under Mu Jun's guidance, they pressed down on the entire kingdom of eternity. Thunder Sealing Guanqin and the others were shocked. They couldn't resist this power, as it was something that they would never be able to withstand. This was a sovereign's power that could easily destroy anything. At that moment, Elder Chan, who had disguised himself as the Sealing Thunder Ghost Mountain, returned to his original appearance. There were 3 streams of energy in front of him. The first one unleashed an extremely cold energy that froze countless silver needles and restrained Mu Jun's ancestral world. The second stream of energy raised a hand, and the ground was swept up, forming a needle that pierced towards Mu Jun. This was the Xidagarba needle, which came from Lu Tianyi, who had been transformed by the ancestral qi of the three suns. Ever since Elder Chan had broken through the ancestral realm, he had revealed Lu Tianyi several times, but he had never revealed his true strength. This was the first time. The Xidagarba needle pierced through Mu Jun's ancestral world, and under her incredulous gaze, it pierced through her shoulder. Mu Jun was aghast. How was this possible? Not only had the needle broken through her diagram, but it had also pierced through her body. She was wearing a power vessel, and even Lord Luo would find it difficult to injure her while breaking through the diagram. She had to leave. She could not stay. Mu Jun once again tore through the void to escape, but she did not notice that a formless stream of energy had appeared around her. This was a sourcebox array that had come from Elder Chan's third young ancestral qi. Progenitor Hui. This array had caused Lu Yin to despair during the sovereign tournament, where he had been completely suppressed by the prime clear lineage. If not for the Reaper's transformation, Lu Yin would not have been able to break through this array. There were too few people at the same level who could break through this array, and Progenitor Hui was not weak. Mu Jun shouted, "Have you thought about the consequences of attacking me? The six forces will not let you off." At that moment, Lu Yin looked up from underground. He had already taken out the Grim Reaper Go Lian and raised it up high, splitting the deathly energy in two. Mu Jun saw this, and her eyes narrowed. Even though Lu Yin did not have the power of a progenitor, at this moment, she felt her heart palpitate the most. She did not hesitate to completely release her monarch's aura, and a glass bottle appeared above her head. It devoured everything around it, causing the Xidagarba seal to distort. This was her innate gift, and she had rarely used it even in the three monarchs' space. The seal of roughing seemed to be unstable. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Jun tore open the void. However, Mu Xia attacked again, still tracing back to the past, directly denying everything that had happened at Mu Jun's location. He denied the seal of roughing, denied the glass bottle, and also denied the void that Mu Jun had torn open. However, ancient tracing was not invincible. It could only negate for a moment. Mu Jun was prepared. When the void recovered, she attacked again. Mu Xia's battle skill could not be used continuously. This kind of battle skill was beyond her knowledge. The more it was so, the more it could not be used frequently. But it was enough. Tracing back to the past had delayed Mu Jun for a second, and in the next second, a path appeared between her and the torn void. It was a quiet path, and it was Elder Chan's ancestral world. Due to the poison of time, Elder Chan and Ancestor Pa could only shatter their inner worlds and rebuild them after breaking them down. They reshaped this quiet path. He had once said that he would assist Lu Yin, which was why this quiet path had been created. The path's only use was to send someone off. Lu Yin was the one who was sent off. It ignored space and sent Lu Yin to Mu Jun. Mu Jun stared blankly at Lu Yin. She had seen this person before. According to the information provided by the Yuan sage, he was the Dao master of the heavenly sect in the origin space. He was the person they had discussed with Xianxia about joining forces to deal with. Was this a trap he had set? Why would he join hands with the Thunder Sealing clan? Why was there such a trap? How did he do it? When had he schemed against her? Countless questions appeared in Mu Jun's mind, but they were replaced by intense pain that spread throughout her body. She also felt a terrifying pressure as the power of the Death God entered her body. Lu Yin had used Death God Go Lian to kill Mu Jun. Not only had he caused her great injuries, but he had also used the power of the Death God to invade her body. Without the suppression of the Death God's power, how could a dignified progenitor control her? Mu Jun fell heavily from the sky. She crashed to the ground. This scene shocked the members of the Thunder Sealing clan. For so many years, the three sovereigns had controlled spacetime and were invincible. Everyone in the three sovereigns' spacetime had thought that their control would last forever. But now, Mu Jun had been severely injured in front of them. This was a shock that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Luo Lauer's body trembled. Was this the excitement of revenge? No, he hadn't personally taken revenge. This was excitement, admiration, and a desire to obtain something. He longed for the power to injure Mujun. He stared blankly at Mujun, whose hair was soaked in blood, and walked over step by step. This high and mighty woman who had suppressed him to the point of suffocation had fallen just like that. Lu Yin exhaled, put away death god Go Lian, and descended. Elder Chan and Muxia both landed. This woman isn't weak. Elder Chan sighed. If you hadn't intervened twice, she definitely wouldn't have been left behind. Muxia replied, she's a progenitor, after all. Lu Yin moved his arm. So what if she's a progenitor? She still fell. Thank you, senior. Muxia looked at Lu Yin. The three sovereigns. Spacetime cannot become a weakness for the Eternals to break through the human race. Lu Yin solemnly replied, don't worry. Without Mujun, someone will have to take her place. This responsibility will be given to Xianxia since he's coincidentally in the three sovereign space. This was the plan that Lu Yin had discussed with Wang Wen. They would use Luo Lauer to lure Mujun over and capture her. This would cause a weakness in the three sovereign spacetime and force Xianxia, by Wang Yuan, and the others to reinforce the three sovereign spacetime. This way, the fifth mainland would have nothing to worry about. Of course, if the situation worsened, Lu Yin would release Mujun. In any case, the initiative was already in his hands. This plan wasn't perfect. If Mujun, Star-Lord, or Luo Lauer all arrived at the same time, or if Mujun gave up on those resources, or if any changes occurred midway, then it could lead to failure. However, there was no such thing as a perfect plan in this universe. The Hui ancestors' scheme against the sixth mainland had gone awry, causing the fifth mainland to be threatened by the sixth and have no choice but to hold the sovereign tournament. Lu Yin knew that he wasn't as calculative as the Hui ancestor, so it was impossible for this plan to be perfect. As long as it was feasible, then it could be carried out. Cough cough. Mujun coughed up blood and opened her eyes, but all she saw was blood. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin. Welcome to the starter space, Mujun. Lu Yin smiled. Mujun looked at him, then at Elder Chan and Muxia. Why are you colluding with the Thunder Sealing clan? This is called cooperation. Lu Yin squatted in front of Mujun and looked at her pale face. Actually, you're the first progenitor I've captured, but you won't be the last. A good show is about to begin. Behind them, Luo Lauer watched this scene. In the future, he would also become such a person. Half a month later, the three sovereign space was attacked by the Eternals. The god of Forgotten Ruins personally took action. Luo Jun and Xing Jun frantically searched for Mujun, but they couldn't find her. In the end, they had to join forces with Xianxia to barely stop the god of Forgotten Ruins. After the battle, Luo Jun stood outside the Thunder Sealing clan's ruins with a gloomy expression. Granny Mu trembled in fear and didn't dare to speak. Zonger has returned. He's at the Hexagon training ground, Luo Jun said. Granny Mu heaved a sigh of relief, but then she thought of Mujun and her heart skipped a beat. But little Mu is missing. Can anyone tell me what happened? Luo Jun's expression was gloomy. Granny Mu's heart skipped a beat as she thought of the person who had controlled her. Was it him? She couldn't think of anyone else who would attack Mujun, but did he have the strength to do so? Luo Jun looked up at the sky. The Thunder Sealing clan escaped, and Little Mu returned to the hyperspace. It would be fine if Little Mu didn't know about Xianxia, but if she did, then she returned to the hyperspace. This is a conspiracy against Little Mu. Granny Mu's eyes flashed. It had to be him. She had told him those things, and he had asked about the Thunder Sealing clan. It had to be him. She really wanted to tell Luo Jun and hope that he could help Mujun return, but she knew nothing about that person. The only clue might be the Thunder Sealing clan, but they were already gone. Granny Mu regretted it. She should have warned Mujun. She could die, but nothing could happen to Mujun otherwise, the Mu clan would end up like the Thunder Sealing clan. At that moment, a figure walked out. Mujun still hasn't been found? This person was Xianxia. His expression was ugly. Luo Jun said, there's no trace. Then what should I do? Xianxia frowned. Luo Jun said, I'll do my best to gather resources and give them to the hyperspace so that they can send you back. Xiaxinji looked at Luo Jun's back. Send him back? Was that even possible? If Mu Jun was still here, the three sovereigns wouldn't be afraid of the god of oblivion. However, Mu Jun had suddenly disappeared. If he was sent away, how could Luo Jun and Xingjuan resist the god of oblivion? Xiaxinji was even more convinced that Luo Jun would do his best to keep him in the three sovereigns universe and help them resist the Eternals. He didn't want to stay here. You, me, and Xingjuan can temporarily stop the god of oblivion, but we're scattered and can't use the three sovereigns' great formation. Once the god of oblivion becomes serious, this universe will be in trouble, Xiaxinji said. Luo Jun looked at him. Do you have a plan? Xiaxinji replied, if Mu Jun really disappears, we can't stop him, but we can get someone else to do it. You mean? The Above Heaven sect. Luo Jun shook his head. That son of the Lu family has made it clear that he won't take part in the war against the Eternals. Even the Yuan sages can't do anything about it. According to our previous discussion, let me go back. I'll open a passage from Shenwu continent to this universe, Xiaxinji said. Luo Jun's gaze was calm. Just as Xiaxinji had guessed, he didn't plan on letting this person go. If Xiaxinji left, what would happen to this universe? Once Mu Jun disappeared and Xiaxinji returned, it would be questionable whether they would continue to cooperate. Furthermore, the Above Heaven sect wasn't easy to deal with. Luo Jun had to ensure that he had a backup plan, or else he wouldn't let Xiaxinji leave. It was a pity that the parallel universes that he had conquered were too weak, and they couldn't compare to the Genesis space. There's another way. Xiaxinji looked at Luo Jun. My Cosmic Tree Society can also send people to this universe. Luo Jun was stunned. You? Xiaxinji was helpless. If possible, he would have pushed Luin out to deal with both the Eternals and the Lu family's hidden danger. However, Luin was too ruthless and had actually ignored the reincarnation spacetime. That brat didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and he would be dealt with by the reincarnation spacetime sooner or later. But for now, no one could touch that brat, and Xiaxinji had to return. Who knew how long it would take for Luin to be dealt with by the reincarnation spacetime? Xiaxinji didn't want to die in the Three Sovereigns universe. Since he couldn't do anything to Luin, his only option was by Wang Yuan and the others. He couldn't be the only one to suffer. Now that the Cosmic Tree Society had expelled the Eternals, there was no longer any war. Those people were very comfortable, and they might even be plotting against Shenwu Plain. Since that was the case, he had to pull them over. The four cardinal scales weren't completely united, and without a common enemy, they would become enemies. Luo Jun looked at Xiaxinji. Are you talking about the other progenitors of the four cardinal scales? Will they be willing to come? Xiaxinji replied, that's a matter for the Yuan sages. Luo Jun took a deep breath. I know what to do. He then looked at Xiaxinji. If you can return, our previous agreement will still be in effect. Of course, I won't let the Lu family off. Xiaxinji's eyes flashed with killing intent. On the fifth mainland, Above Heaven once again welcomed Ancestor Long. This was his fifth visit, and this time, Bai Wang Yuan was there as well. It was Elder Chan who welcomed him. Bai Wang Yuan immediately said, the situation is urgent, and the pressure on the Six Direction Association's battlefield has increased. We can no longer hold on. This time, we don't need to go to the Three Monarchs spacetime. If you still care about the big picture, don't refuse. We can strike a deal with you once again, and we will not enter the fifth mainland while supporting the Three Monarchs spacetime. With Bai Wang Yuan's declaration, this deal was still credible. Elder Chan shook his head. I'm the only progenitor in Above Heaven. Even if we include Luin, there are only two progenitors. We can't help in supporting the Three Monarchs spacetime. The four cardinal scales have many progenitors, so you can just send one or two. Why do you need us? Ancestor Long said, the Eternals aren't stupid. The danger of the Three Monarchs spacetime comes from them. Perhaps they want to create a diversion and lead us to the Three Monarchs spacetime before launching a large-scale attack. We can't take that risk. Bai Wang Yuan looked deeply at Elder Chan. The Six Direction Association wants us to share the pressure from the Eternals, but that doesn't mean that we have to bear all of it. We just need to share some of it. Thus, only 2 progenitors are needed to go to the 3 monarchs spacetime. The others will stay behind and guard against the Eternals. As long as we support the 3 monarchs spacetime, the Yuan sages will have no reason to let us lead the war. Isn't that what Luin wants? Or do you want the cosmic trees to bear all of it? Elder Chan, you've lived since the era of the Daosor sect and entered the progenitor realm. You can be considered enlightened, so you shouldn't think like a junior. What's wrong with a junior like me? Lu Yin's voice rang out as he tore through the void and descended, directly facing Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan said in a low voice, "Young man, you're too narrow-minded and can't see the big picture. I don't blame you. Since you value gains and losses, then let's strike an alliance. As long as either you or Elder Chan supports the 3 sovereign spacetime, we won't enter the 5th mainland." Luin looked at Bai Wangyuan and then at the dragon ancestor. "Who wants to make an alliance with me?" "Of course it's me," Bai Yan said. "Are you the only one who can represent the 4 cardinal scales?" Bai Wangyuan frowned. "Back then, it was you and me who fought the astral 3 strikes. Ever since then, the 4-way scales, have never taken the initiative to attack you. Furthermore, you can specify who can't come. It's up to you. However, all of you tried to frame me. For example, you told Madman Lu about my existence, used the Heavenly Realm treasure vault to lure me in for a battle with Madman Lu, and even lured that old fogey, Yuan Sage, to the 5th mainland. Bai Wangyuan, your promise is meaningless." Bai Wangyuan's gaze turned cold. "I've already fulfilled the content of the agreement. What you're talking about isn't a high five. As long as I agree to whatever conditions you propose, then it's a deal." Luin shook his head and sighed. "I really feel sorry for you. Bai Wangyuan, do you really think that you can represent the entire 4-way scales?" "What do you mean?" Bai Wangyuan's expression was calm. Luin tapped his fingers on the table. "Are Wang Fan and the Ghost Abyss ancestor within your control? Is Xianxia within your control?" The dragon ancestor replied, "Wang Fan and the Ghost Abyss ancestor can both be part of the conditions for this agreement. As for Xianxia, he's already been exiled by you." "What if he comes back?" Luin said bluntly. Bai Wangyuan and the dragon ancestor exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Did this kid know? "Only you know where Xianxia went." "Lu Xiaoxian, what do you mean?" Bai Wangyuan asked in a low voice. Luin replied, "I'm not an unreasonable person, and you're right. If the 3 monarchs spacetime can't hold on, then the 6 Direction Society won't be the only one to suffer, we will as well. Thus, I agree to support the 3 monarchs spacetime, but I must ensure that the above heaven sect is safe. First, the 6 Direction Society must send someone to join me in the agreement, and they must not enter the 5th mainland without permission. Second, Xiaoxinji must also appear and join me in the agreement." "Lu Xiaoxian, you're dreaming. Why would the 6 Direction Society join you in the agreement?" The dragon ancestor barked. Bai Wangyuan frowned. "Lu Xiaoxian, what does the 6 Direction Society have to do with you? Even if they want us to start a war, they won't compromise with you. Besides, the 6 Direction Society poses no threat to you." Luin replied, "Wrong. They pose a threat, and a very big one at that." He then looked outside the main hall. Everyone else looked outside as well. An old man slowly walked over with a walking stick supported by Zi. It was the 6th mainland's blood ancestor. Luin stood up with a solemn expression and a deep respect in his eyes. "Senior, I've troubled you to make a trip here." The current blood ancestor was completely different from how he had been in the past. The first time Luin had seen the blood ancestor was when Luin had gone through his origin tribulation. At that time, the blood ancestor had been very old, but he had been very spirited and had not seemed like an old man at all. The aura within his body had been enough to cause the stars to sway, and he could easily destroy the void with a wave of his hand. At that time, the blood ancestor had become Lu Yin's backer, and the 4 cardinal scales had misunderstood that the 5th mainland was being protected by a progenitor. As a result, none of the progenitors had entered the 5th mainland to attack Luin. The second time, Luin had traveled through the void and returned 20 years later. At that time, the blood ancestor had used his own body to block the crack in the sky supporting pillar and blocked the corpse god's attack, thus giving the fifth mainland a chance to survive. Luin had then used the serious technique to borrow progenitor Chen's strength to drag the blood ancestor back. However, the blood ancestor had already lost his progenitor realm and was only left with the power of a progenitor. He was no longer a progenitor. The third time, a Yuan sage had opened up a parallel spacetime and attracted the corpse king of the eternal race to destroy the sect above the heavens. The blood ancestor had risked his life to block the attack with his broken body and had completely lost his cultivation base. He had become a cripple and could only rely on medicine to save his life. It could be said that the blood ancestor was one of the people that Luin admired the most in the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland. Regardless of his cultivation base, the blood ancestor had truly sacrificed himself for humanity. He was a progenitor who had a fearless spirit and was worthy of being addressed as a senior by Luin. If not for Mr. Mu as his master, Luin would have already acknowledged the blood ancestor as his master. I'll just take it as a stroll. It's not bad to see an old friend, hee. The blood ancestor chuckled. He was very cheerful and had already seen through life and death. Facing the blood ancestor now, even Bai Wan Yuan, who was in the 9 mountains and 8 seas, felt respect for him. Regardless of the grudges between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, Bai Wan Yuan had to admit that the blood ancestor was a powerhouse who deserved everyone's respect. Bring senior to Lang Mountain. The scenery there is pretty good. Also, ask Zhao Ran to make some tea for you, Luin instructed. Zi bowed respectfully. Yes, Pathmaster. With that, she supported the blood ancestor and left. There weren't many words exchanged, but the blood ancestor's departing figure made Bai Wan Yuan and the dragon ancestor speechless. Why had a dignified progenitor ended up like this? Was it worth it? Senior blood ancestor could have spent his later years in peace. Even if he had lost his progenitor's power, he would still be able to play around in the mortal world. However, Luin clenched his fists and said calmly, because that old fogey, Yuan Sheng, attracted a corpse king from the Eternals, senior blood ancestor lost his cultivation and his life was like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. He looked at Bai Wan Yuan. Tell me, how can I not worry about the Six Direction Guild? Do you think that the Six Direction Guild is a threat to the Above Heavens sect? Is it because of a single sentence from you, Bai Wan Yuan? Bai Wan Yuan wanted to refute, but he couldn't find the words to say. The blood ancestor's example was too profound. He silently cursed Yuan Sheng for being so meddlesome. Luring the Eternals over would have been good enough for Bai Wan Yuan to eliminate Luin, but he had failed to accomplish anything and had even become a target for Lu Yin's ridicule. Alright, you guys can leave. We won't get involved in any of this. I don't know anything about the Six Direction Guild or the Three Monarchs spacetime. I only know how to protect the fifth mainland. I, Luin, only care about the fifth mainland and the Above Heavens sect. Luin chased Bai Wan Yuan away. There was no need for further discussion, so Bai Wan Yuan and the dragon ancestor left. Elder Chan said, "It's just as you said. They didn't mention anything about bringing Xianxia back." Luin replied, "They'll mention it later. They didn't mention it now because they wanted me to be at ease. Senior, something is about to happen to Shenwu continent, so I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there." Elder Chan took a step forward and left the Above Heavens sect. As soon as he stepped into outer space, he saw that Bai Wan Yuan and the dragon ancestor were still there. "What else do you want to say?" "There's no need for that. Go back." Bai Wan Yuan looked at Elder Chan. "Why follow a junior like Lu Xiaoxian? You've already repaid the Lu family's favor." Elder Chan was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of Shenwu continent. "Not good." Bai Wan Yuan blocked his path. "There's no need to go. It's too late." "You're going to attack Shenwu continent?" Elder Chan's expression turned ugly. Bai Wan Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. "Since you're not willing to support the Three Monarchs spacetime, then have Xiaoxinji return. That way, we can spare 2 people to support the Three Monarchs spacetime." Luin appeared. "The older you get, the more shameless you become. Bai Wan Yuan, don't you know that Xiaoxinji was banished to the Three Monarchs spacetime?" By Wang Yuan and the dragon ancestors' expressions changed. Lu Yin's words meant that he was certain that they knew that Xianxia was in the Three Monarchs spacetime. If he wanted to open up Shenwu continent, then he might have guessed something. At this moment, 4 figures were facing each other in the Tower of Resonating Light. They were Mu Xia, the Fog Ancestor, Wang Fan, and the Ghost Abyss Ancestor. Why are you here? Wang Fan looked at Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor in shock. How had they known that they were going to attack Shenwu continent? Mu Xia's body was covered in evil energy. Retreat. With us here, you won't be able to do anything. Wang Fan looked at the Fog Ancestor. Shiwei, you shouldn't have interfered with our feud with Lu Xiaoxian. The Mist Ancestor frowned. I'm not interested in your grudges, but this place is connected to spacetime, so you can't break through it. It's none of your business. Wang Fan was dissatisfied. The Mist Ancestor raised his head. Then I'll be right here. If you have the ability, fight your way through. I want to bring Xiaoxinji back. Isn't that what you want? Wang Fan berated. The Fog Ancestor shook his head. Let's not beat around the bush. The spacetime behind this is one of the 6 direction organizations, the Three Monarchs spacetime, right? Wang Fan narrowed his eyes and did not answer. I don't agree to connect this place to the 6-party sect. Xiaoxinji has his own ways to come back, but we can't take this route. I've seen the character of that Yuan sage. The 6-party sect is not friendly to us. Now that we have finally settled down, I don't want to involve the 6-party sect, the Fog Ancestor said. On the other side, Bai Wang Yuan stared at Lu Yin. You know that Xiaoxinji was exiled to the 3 sovereigns spacetime? Lu Yin smiled. The Shenwu continent's Tower of Resonating Lights passage isn't stable, and I found out that someone from the 3 Monarchs spacetime had arrived. There's nothing wrong with you wanting to bring Xiaoxinji back, but you absolutely cannot connect to the 3 Monarchs spacetime. That's one of the 6 directional associations, and in my opinion, it's equivalent to the 6th mainland from decades ago. By the way, I'm curious. How did you know about the 3 Monarchs universe? Bai Wang Yuan did not explain further. They had failed this time, and Lu Yin had long since made preparations. Xiaoxinji could send a message from the 3 Monarchs spacetimes, but he could not return. Thus, it would be impossible for them to join forces with the 3 Monarchs spacetimes to deal with the above heaven sect. At this moment, Bai Wang Yuan suddenly wondered if Mu Jun's disappearance was related to Lu Yin. Bai Wang Yuan and the others eventually retreated. The 3 Monarch spacetime used the Samsara spacetime represented by the Yuan sage to force the 4 Monarch spacetime to support the 3 Monarch spacetime. Xiaoxinji was one of them, and the 4 Monarch spacetime had to send another person. Lu Yin did not care who the 4-way balance had sent. He had also received a message from the Yuan sage. It was very simple: destroy the Sky Above Sky sect. Such a straightforward threat represented the dominance of Samsara spacetime. The messenger had come from the 4-way scales and had been thrown out by Lu Yin. He had also sent a message to the Yuan sage, an eye for an eye. Lu Yin's words were meant for the Yuan sages as well as the great heavenly venerate who had helped the 4-way scales banish the Lu family. Everyone in the 6 direction society knew of his existence, and they naturally knew of his hatred for the Lu family's exile. There was no need for him to hide it, and if possible, Lu Yin believed that the Grand Empyrean would not have shown him any mercy. Lu Yin had never begged for forgiveness from his enemies. The greater the pressure on the 6-way association, the safer he would be. Thus, the more he couldn't start a war. Beneath the kingdom of eternity, the deathly aura permeated the air, constantly corroding Mu Jun's body, making it difficult for her to maintain her sovereign qi. Lu Yin arrived. How does the death qi taste? Mu Jun looked at Lu Yin, his hair disheveled, making him look like a demon. The Grim Reaper's power? That's right, I heard that there is a legend of the Grim Reaper in the 3 Monarch spacetime, Lu Yin said. Mu Jun bitterly replied, that's a legend from the 3 Monarchs universe. I'm not from that universe. I know. I just want you to have a taste of the primordial space's strength. The Grim Reaper is one of the 6 Tao of the 3 worlds in the primordial space. You and Xiaoxinji worked together to divide the primordial space. Mu Jun closed her eyes. Mu Jun closed his eyes. Defeated by the power of the death god, I accepted wholeheartedly. What will it take for you to release me, Dao Master Luin? Luin shook his head. Not for now. Mujun stared at Luin. Xianxia worked with us to deal with you and eliminate the threat of the Lu family. If you capture me, the Three Monarchs array won't be able to be maintained, which will only benefit the Eternals. That's your goal? Xianxia is in the Three Monarchs universe. If the Three Monarchs universe can't hold on, then Xianxia definitely won't be able to return to the primordial space. He might even draw the 4 cardinal scales over. Luin praised, smart. He never underestimated anyone, and no one was truly stupid. It was just that they were on different levels. Mujun immediately saw through Lu Yin's intentions. If Lu Yin's identity as Xianxia was exposed, then Luo Jun would be able to guess that Mujun was in his hands. Mujun stared at Luin. We'll work with you and help you deal with the 4 cardinal scales. Luin laughed. I just praised you for being smart, but this is too stupid. Do you think I'll believe you? Why not? Working with you is much safer than working with the 4 cardinal scales. From what I know, the primordial space only has 2 progenitors in the primordial space, but the 4 cardinal scales have more than that. Lu Yin's lips curled up. First, my primordial space has more than 2 progenitors. It seems like you've been tricked by Xianxia. Mujun's expression changed, and a cold glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. Second, I don't plan on working with you. The 3 monarchs are one entity, and you'll only be useful if you give up on the 3 monarchs universe. Otherwise, you'll never be useful. Third, even if you're willing to work with me, how will you explain this to the reincarnation universe? Mujun's eyes flashed. The 6 Direction Society is a single entity. Is that so? Right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Luin met Mujun's puzzled gaze and slowly said, I'm Xianxia. Mujun was stunned at first, but then his expression changed. Xianxia? That genius Xianxia? Luin was amused. Yes, that genius Xianxia. I already know quite a bit about your 6 Direction Society. What else do you want to say? Mujun's face turned ashen. She would never have dreamed that Xianxia was actually the primordial space's Dao Master Luin. Wasn't he captured by the hyperspace continuum? Right, the hyperspace continuum had never mentioned where Xianxia came from. Could it be? You tricked hyperspace. Mujun finally realized that this had been a trap from the very beginning. Luin had disguised himself as Xianxia and been brought to hyperspace with Zi Jing, where he had begun his journey to learn more about the 6 Direction Society. To think that they had all thought that Luin knew nothing about the 6 Direction Society. What a joke. What was even more laughable was that the reincarnation universe was still fighting with the Void God universe. Mujun could not imagine the expressions of those people once they learned of Xianxia's true identity. Luin left, and Mujun had just been captured. Right now, she was thinking about how to deal with the above heaven continuum and how to escape. She still had not fully understood her fate and had not recovered from being a progenitor's prisoner. The next time he came, he believed that he would be able to find out what he wanted from this woman. Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, and the others had all returned, so it was time for him to leave as well. Before he left, Luo Lauer asked to see Luin. He could not return to the 6 Direction Training Hall, as he could not appear in front of anyone from the 6 Direction Society. There are many sects in the 5th mainland. Whether it's the Outerverse, the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, or the Neoverse. You can join any sect you want, even if you want to become an interstellar pirate. Luo Lauer said, Brother-in-law, I want to follow you. I'm Xianxia now. Luo Lauer was helpless and hesitated to speak. What are you trying to say? Luin frowned. Luo Lauer was afraid. This person in front of him had severely injured Mujun, and this was not the Xianxia he had seen before. Brother-in-law, can I find an extreme powerhouse to be my master? That's your problem. I can't force anyone to take you in as a disciple. There's only one extreme powerhouse in the 5th mainland, and he's known as Elder Chan. He's a respectable senior. Luo Lauer wanted to say something, but Luin patted him on the shoulder. One day, you'll be able to return to the 3 monarchs spacetime and meet Lord Luo. At that time, I believe that you'll be the strongest inheritor of the monarch's aura. This power isn't bad. Luo Lauer had a complicated expression. Yes, the monarch's aura was not bad, but so what? Mu Jun had still been captured. He longed to become an extreme powerhouse one day and personally avenge his mother. He wanted to meet Mu Jun, but Luin did not give him the chance. There was no need for him to meet Luo Lauer, as Mu Jun did not care about him at all. In the Three Monarchs spacetime, Luin appeared on a planet in the lower King starfield that was not far from the Thunder Sealing clan's ruins. It was time for Xianxi's identity to appear. Luin assumed Xianxi's appearance and took a spacecraft to the Thunder Sealing clan's ruins. A few days later, he arrived and looked at the ruins in front of him. Puzzled, he asked the people around him, "May I ask if the Thunder Sealing clan is here?" The person was startled by the question and hurriedly left. Luin asked the others one by one, but no one dared to answer him. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. "Young man, why are you looking for the Thunder Sealing clan?" Luin bowed. "This junior is good friends with Luo Ho of the Thunder Sealing clan, and I'm here to ask for help." The middle-aged man's eyes went wide. "Luo Ho was Luo Lauer, you're good friends with Luo Ho?" "Yes." "What's your name?" Luin recognized this middle-aged man. He was one of the two monarchs who had attacked the Thunder Sealing clan at night. He was from Mo Courtyard, and he had been watching this place the entire time. Luin respectfully replied, "This junior is Xianxia." 2 hours later, Luin appeared in a courtyard where the middle-aged man had brought him. "Senior, may I ask why you brought this junior here?" Luin asked. "I'm Song Bai." "So it's Senior Song. I brought you here because someone wants to see you, but you'll have to wait a while." "The Thunder Sealing clan?" Song Bai stared at Luin. "Perhaps. The environment here isn't bad, so just wait here. This junior understands." Luin bowed and watched Song Bai disappear. Someone wanted to see him? It had to be Luo Jun, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible for the time being. Luin had purposely chosen this time to appear because he had sensed the aura of the God of Oblivion at the border. Luo Jun didn't have time to come, and news of Lu Yin's appearance should have reached Su Xiangyin's ears soon. Luin hoped that Su Xiangyin would take him away before Luo Jun arrived, or else he wouldn't be able to hide his identity. There were many people outside the courtyard, but their treatment was completely different from Lu Yin's. There were no less than 10,000 people who had been imprisoned, and they were most likely related to the Thunder Sealing clan. Luin himself had received preferential treatment because of his special status. There was nothing he could do at this point, so he could only wait quietly. Several days later, 2 people appeared. One was Su Xiangyin, and the other was Yu Ting. Song Bai blocked them outside. "Xianxia is involved in the matter between Rahu and the Thunder Sealing clan. You can't take him away for now. Get lost. You don't have the qualifications to stop me." Su Xiangyin raised his hand and the death bug appeared. The boundless void god's power caused Song Bai to feel apprehensive. People in the virtual god universe could use virtual god power that was several times stronger than their own to fight. In other words, even if virtual god power was similar to Song Bai's, once he used virtual god power, he would be equivalent to several Song Bai. This was not something that Song Bai could stop alone. Song Bai was resolute. "I can't stop you all by myself, but Mohe Courtyard is here." As soon as he finished speaking, the auras of many half-step martial monarchs soared into the starry sky. There were 15 half-monarchs gathered in Mohe Courtyard. Even though Qing Ping had crippled 3 of them, there were still 12 left. The power released by the 12 demigod monarchs was enough to make it difficult for Su Xiangyin and Yu Ting to advance. Su Xiangyin sneered, "Are you threatening me with Mohe Courtyard?" Song Bai did not back down. Yu Ting replied, "The Mohe Courtyard's duty is to protect the imperial region. If you can make all the demigods of the Mohe Courtyard stay here, we'll immediately retreat. If you can't, you'll have to leave." Song Bai said, "There's no need for the 2 of you to make things difficult for me. This is a task given to me by Lord Luo. Anyone who has dealings with the Sealing Thunder clan must be imprisoned and confirmed." "Xianxia has dealings with the Thunder Sealing clan?" Su Xiangyin raised his brows. "He just arrived at the Thunder Sealer clan's ruins. He hasn't even seen a single member of the Thunder Sealer clan before you locked him up here." "Which member of the Thunder Sealer clan did he interact with?" Rahu, said Songbai. Su Xiangying sneered. Xianxia and Luo Ho met at Hexagon Dojo, but they were captured by the Eternals. Even though they're both in this space-time, they can't contact each other. Otherwise, why would Xianxi walk right into the trap when Luo Ho escaped? Songbai frowned. What he said was true. That was why he only locked Xianxi here and did not interrogate him. The others had all been interrogated before. Su Xiangying looked at Yu Ting. Time waits for no man. We can't let them delay the trial. Yu Ting pushed Songbai aside. If there's anything, let Lord Luo negotiate with Lord He-Ran. We'll be taking Xianxi with us. Songbai raised her hand and stopped Yu Ting's arm. Yu Ting stared at Songbai. Don't tell me you don't know what Lord Luo is doing. Songbai was startled and subconsciously lowered her arm. Yu Ting stepped into the courtyard. Su Xiangying snorted coldly and entered at the same time. Within the courtyard, Lu Yin was cultivating faux god's force. When Yu Ting and Su Xiangying entered, they saw this scene. Su Xiangying was excited. Kid, you made us look for you. Lu Yin looked at Su Xiangying in shock, and he was just as excited. Senior, you're finally here. I almost thought that I wouldn't be able to return. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I'll take you back right away. Su Xiangying laughed heartily, as he was truly happy. Everyone who had been captured had returned one by one, but Lu Yin was nowhere to be seen. Su Xiangying had been worried that Lu Yin had died, and he really cared about this kid. Not only was he extremely talented, he was also very obedient and sensible, and he also yearned for the Void God civilization. Even though he might have been taken away by the stone gate, he didn't give up. Instead, he felt a little guilty. It was the Void God universe that couldn't keep this child here. Yu Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxi was equally important to transdimensional. He had reminded Yu Ting that he had to find this person, which was why Yu Ting and Su Xiangying had rushed over. Senior, can I leave now? Xianxi asked nervously. Su Xiangying waved his hand. Go. What happens in this place has nothing to do with you. You're just unlucky to have been left here. Lu Yin's expression turned bitter at the mention of this. Senior, you don't know how I've been through all this time. I couldn't find anyone, and when I finally found out where the Thunder Sealing clan was, I couldn't reveal any power that didn't belong to the monarch's aura. I had to wander around many times before arriving here, and then I was imprisoned here. Senior Songbai made it sound nice, but I could tell that I was imprisoned here. Outside the courtyard, Songbai's expression turned ugly. He tried to contact Lord Luo and Lord Taixin, but the border war had lasted for several months, so it was difficult to contact them. Alright, let's talk about it when we get back. Shi Jiao has also been looking for you for a long time. She even mobilized the entire Great Stone Gate to look for other people in spacetime. Although I don't want to admit it, the Great Stone Gate really cares about you. Su Xiangying sighed. He then brought Lu Yin out of the Three Monarchs spacetime and headed towards the Hexagon training grounds. Songbai wanted to stop them, but in the end, he didn't. The Three Monarchs' position in the Six Direction Society was too low, and they could be replaced at any time. Mu Jun was still missing, so they were on the verge of elimination. As for Xianxi, he was either in the Six Direction Society, in the Void God Society, or in the Reincarnation Society. As long as they found out that there was something wrong with him, he wouldn't be able to escape. After returning to the Six Direction Society, Su Xiangying heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that Songbai isn't a blockhead. If it was Chen Lu, he might have been able to stop us. To be honest, it's still a bit difficult for us to work together. That guy might have even mobilized the entire Mo courtyard to keep us there. Yu Ting said, Chen Lu doesn't leave the Imperial domain easily, and it's said that he's at the critical moment of breaking through. He won't care about this kind of thing. Chen Li's about to break through? Su Xiangying was shocked. As expected of the first demigod of the Three Monarchs. Once he breaks through, it'll be enough to offset the negative effects of Mu Jun's disappearance. However, it'll still be very difficult for him to complete the Three Monarchs formation. That's not for us to worry about. We've already brought Xianxi back, so we've made it in time. You can talk to him yourself. He's either from the Void God Society or the Reincarnation Society, Yu Ting said before leaving. Lu Yin looked at Su Xiangying in confusion. Su Xiangying said, "Fortunately, you appeared. If you were a few days later, we wouldn't have been able to make it in time." "Good?" Lu Yin was surprised. Su Xiangying's expression turned serious. "Six direction training." Lu Yin was shocked. "Training? Climbing a mountain? That's the first trial. Yuting told you that you'll have to leave from there as well, right?" "Yes. That's a trial for integrating the cultivation of the Six Direction Association. Once you pass, you'll be able to leave the Six Direction training grounds and return to your original spacetime. However, that's not important. Now, there's another trial, and it's both a trial and a test with rewards. This is also the good thing I told you about. Have you heard of the Genesis space?" Lu Yin's finger twitched, and he looked puzzled. "Genesis space?" Su Xiangying straightened up. "I don't think so. Actually, before I reached my current realm, I had never heard of it. You can think of the Genesis space as a powerful parallel spacetime. This mission is to head to the Genesis space and capture some people." He paused. "Complete the mission and you'll receive the rewards from the Six Direction Association. It's dangerous, isn't it?" Lu Yin hesitated, but his mood was stifled. Had the Six Direction Association made a move against him? If they wanted to capture people, then they should be capturing people related to him. Where did they get the confidence to send people to the Fifth Mainland to capture people? Su Xiangying explained, "Of course there are dangers, but you won't die for nothing. One of the three sovereigns of the reincarnation spacetime, the Grade 9 Lotus Sovereign, has given you a Lotus treasure for this trial. If you encounter any danger, just activate the Lotus treasure and you'll be brought back to the Six Direction training grounds. Only an extreme powerhouse will be able to break through the Lotus treasure's defenses. There aren't many extreme powerhouses in the place you're going, and the people you're supposed to capture won't get close to them. As long as you don't expose yourself, there won't be much danger. Xianxia, take advantage of this opportunity. The Genesis space is a special existence to the Six Direction Association, and you'll understand this in the future. The greatest reward for this trial is enough to make people go crazy." Su Xiangying's eyes burned with passion. "Do you know what the reward is?" Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "How would this junior know?" Su Xiangying's eyes burned with passion. "A seat." Lu Yin's brows rose. "A seat in the reincarnation spacetime?" "No, a seat in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party," Su Xiangying said. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had heard of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party before, and it had been held more than once. It was a grand occasion that the Six Direction Association paid a lot of attention to. Normally, it was difficult to see a Grand Empyrean, and it was only at a tea party that everyone had the chance to see one. The so-called tea party was not just a place to taste tea, but also to listen to the Grand Empyrean's teachings. In the Six Direction training grounds, whenever a tea party was mentioned, everyone would become excited and would say that they would do everything in their power to listen. Even so, how many people would actually be able to listen to the teachings of the Grand Empyrean? As for drinking tea, only those in the upper seats had the chance to drink tea personally brewed by a Grand Empyrean. Su Xiangying looked up and said, "The Grand Empyrean Tea Party has 99 seats. In the entire Six Direction Association, including all the parallel spacetimes, only 99 people can have a seat. They can come in close contact with a Grand Empyrean and drink tea personally brewed by a Grand Empyrean. Aside from that, there are also 9,990,000 people who can listen to the teachings of a Grand Empyrean. It was because of the teachings of a Grand Empyrean that my heart was enlightened and allowed me to break through to my current realm. I became one of the strongest existences in the Void God spacetime, and my opportunity came from Senior Su Wuwei." He looked at Lu Yin seriously. "Do you know how many people die at every Grand Empyrean tea party just to compete for the opportunity to listen to the teachings of a Grand Empyrean? They don't kill each other, but they die on the battlefield. They die because they perform meritorious deeds and become famous in the universe. If you want to obtain a seat, it's not enough just because you have a high cultivation. You also need opportunities and contributions. As for the 99 seats, it's even harder to obtain one. How many powerhouses are there in the Six Direction Association? How many people are at my realm? How many are there in all the parallel spacetimes? There are too many, and if any seat is given out, it's enough to cause a war. Lu Yin naturally knew what Su Xiangying was talking about. He had heard too many stories about the tea parties, as even progenitors wanted to participate in them. According to the records, there are a total of 17 people who broke through to the extreme realm because they participated in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, Su Xiangying said. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. 17 extreme realm powerhouses meant that 17 progenitors had broken through to the progenitor realm because of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party? This was unimaginable. How is it? Do you understand how important this seat is now? Su Xiangying asked solemnly. After hearing Su Xiangying's words, Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, why would such an important seat be given to the Sixth Direction training grounds? Su Xiangying shook his head. I don't know either. I specifically asked Senior Su Wuwei, and he said that anything related to the Genesis space cannot be deduced using common sense. I heard that the Yuan sage of the reincarnation universe went to the Genesis space several times and had a conflict with someone called Lu Yin. That Lu Yin refused to participate in the war against the everlasting race. This might be a sign that the Grand Empyreans have begun to attack the Genesis space. Lu Yin's heart sank. The seat at the tea party was too important, but such an important seat had been given out just for the sake of training. Who do you want to catch? Lu Yin asked. Su Xiangying took out a list and handed it to Lu Yin. Everyone participating in the trial will complete the trial as long as you catch anyone on this list. You'll be rewarded. The top 3 people represent the seats, and if you catch any one of them, you'll get a seat. If the 3 are caught by different people, there will be other ways to compete. From top to bottom, there were Lei Qingqing, Haizij Lian, Wendy Yushan, Spectre, the Unclean Brothers, Luo Shen, Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, Su San, Ku Wei, Mira, and so on. There were dozens of names on the list, and all of them were related to him. Some of them were family, some were friends, and some were even people who had benefited from him. The Sixth Direction Society had such a detailed list, so it must have come from someone he was familiar with or had investigated for a long time. What was this? Revenge? The methods of a Yuan sage? But how could a Yuan sage guarantee a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party? This trial isn't that dangerous. With the Lotus Treasure protecting you, even if it's useless, I believe that the primordial space won't dare to do anything to you. No matter what, that Lu Yin won't dare to offend the entire Sixth Direction Society. Thus, I hope that you can go. I don't ask for a seat in the tea party, but if you can capture someone, I can ask Senior Su Wuwei for credit. Perhaps you can even obtain an opportunity to listen to a Grand Empyrean's teachings. If 99 million people can obtain this opportunity, it's not impossible for you, Su Xiangying said. Lu Yin put away the list and solemnly said, I understand. I will do my best to catch the person on this list. Su Xiangying was satisfied. I won't force it. After all, there are extremely strong powerhouses there. Go back and rest. You will depart in 5 days at most. Yes, Senior, Lu Yin replied. Sure, Jiao was not in the Reincarnation Dao Academy, or else she would have met Lu Yin when he returned. Looking at the waterfall in front of him, Lu Yin sat in the pavilion and fell into deep thought. The Six-Party Society was more radical than he had imagined. He had expected that the Yuan sage would have a way to deal with him. Therefore, he had hurriedly returned as Xianxia in order to understand the Six-Party Society better and find a way to deal with the Yuan sage. However, he had not expected the Six-Party Society to act so quickly. This was just a trial, so the people captured did not have very high cultivation bases. The strongest among them was perhaps Haizij Lian, whose combat power did not exceed 1 million. The energy sources used by Xiao Qingfeng and the others were enough to suppress this power. As long as it did not involve a half-martial ancestor, it was unlikely that they would attract his attention for the time being. If he had not come, they might have really captured a few half-martial ancestors and placed him in a passive position. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, but he wasn't worried about this trial. Even though the reward of a seat in the tea party would cause those geniuses to go crazy, as long as they were in the Fifth Mainland, they wouldn't be able to overturn the heavens. What Lu Yin was truly worried about was the Sixth Mainland's attitude towards the Fifth Mainland. It was already very clear that the Six-Way Society's attitude towards the Fifth Mainland was hostile. Su Xianxia had repeatedly said that he would not do anything to the people who entered the Genesis space. In their hearts, the Genesis space had long since declined, and Luin was just someone who could be threatened at any time. Perhaps in Su Xianxia's eyes, the Genesis space was no different from the drifting cloud spacetime. This also represented the opinion of the majority of the Six-Way Society. Luin already knew about this trial, so how should he deal with it? It would be too easy to deal with these trial takers since Lian Bao could not protect them. But what would happen after he dealt with them? If the next batch of trial takers was not them, then it might be a half-martial ancestor or even a progenitor. The Six-Way Society did not lack progenitors. Luin sat alone in the pavilion for an entire day until someone arrived the next day. It was Shihong and Zuiyu. Xianxia? The two were shocked to see Luin. Luin smiled. What a coincidence. Coincidence? I thought you came because you received some news. Shihong was astonished. Luin did not understand. What news? News about the trial, Shihong said, her eyes bright as she looked at Luin. Many people are going to the Genesis space for the trial, and there are also many people who need to be captured. After all, this is an unfamiliar space, so everyone decided to gather here and set a target so that we can avoid killing each other. Luin nodded. What a coincidence. He then looked at Zuiyu. You're going as well? Zuiyu grunted. Anyone who enters the sect can participate in the trial. Shihong stepped forward. Xianxia, who are your targets? Luin replied, the top 3, of course. Zuiyu was shocked. You want to capture the top 3? Shihong replied, the top 3 are Lei Qingqing, Haizij Lian, and Wendy Yushan. Who do you want to capture? Luin shook his head. I'm not too sure. We'll talk about it when we get to the Genesis space. I'll capture whoever is closest to me. This isn't something that you can capture just because you're close. A voice rang out from the distance. It was Luo Zong. The three looked over and saw that Luo Zong had arrived with a few people following him. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, Mu Mu, and the rest had also arrived. Aside from them, there were also a few strangers that Luin had never seen before. Their cultivations were similar, and each of them had a few people following behind them. Luo Zong approached them. The Genesis space isn't weak. If we scatter around aimlessly to capture people, we'll be easily exposed and surrounded by the Genesis space. That's why we're gathering to discuss our targets. Shihong retreated with Zuiyu. These people were not people that they could afford to provoke, so they naturally walked behind He Shu. After all, they were from the space-time continuum. Suji had also arrived, and he glanced at Luin before looking at Luo Zong. Needless to say, everyone's target is the top 3, but there are so many people here. How should we split the spoils? Xiao Qingfeng replied, we'll decide based on cultivation. Suyu appeared behind Suji. This is a trial given by the 6 directional training rites. What's there to discuss? Let's just do it. Whoever captures them will have the ability to do so. He Shu smiled. I've already said that randomly capturing people will only alert the Genesis space. Once we're surrounded or even betrayed, no one will be able to succeed. This trial is one thing, but another is definitely related to Senior Yuan Sage. I've been to the Genesis space once, and that Luin is very arrogant. Arrogant? Hee, I like arrogant people the most. A burly man clenched his fists. It's a pity that Luin isn't on the list. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bad to capture him. He Shu's eyes flashed. Luin can fight against Senior Yuan Sage. He Shu's eyes flashed. When he had threatened to attack Luin, it had only been a show to the Yuan Sage to show his attitude. If they really fought, Luin wouldn't even last one round. He Shu wasn't stupid and could clearly recognize the disparity between them. Thus, he had been thinking about Luin ever since he had returned and thought of him as an imaginary enemy. The burly man didn't say anything. A Yuan Sage was one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages. How could he deal with such a person? The people on this list should all be related to Luin. I never thought that Senior Yuan sage would capture people and threaten them one day, said a girl. She was petite and cute, and her eyes were slightly white. Even her hair was slightly white. She looked very intelligent. He Shu looked at the girl and asked, Lele, how do you think we should distribute this list? The girl scratched her white hair, making it even messier as if she hadn't taken care of it for months. I don't know. I don't like talking to you. He Shu's eyes narrowed. Suyu went over and grabbed Lele's hair. Lele was startled and screamed, scaring Suyu as well. Lele, what are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing? I'm looking for you. You scared me, he said. You scared me too, said Lin Feng. Suji was speechless. Lele, you're the smartest person here. Tell me, what should we do? Lele blinked, and her eyes became even paler. We'll capture whoever is closest to us. Everyone rolled their eyes. Luozong said, we'll all descend at the same place. If we capture whoever is closest to us, won't we all be heading towards the same target? Lele replied, you're so stupid. We don't understand the situation in that space-time, so the first step is to spread out and understand the situation. When the time comes, we'll just capture whoever is closest to us. Besides. She scratched her fluffy hair again, causing some white bits to fly out. Suyu cried out in alarm and hurriedly backed away. Lele, you're so disgusting. Lele looked at her hand. Disgusting? It's not like you haven't eaten before. Suyu's eyes widened. When have I eaten before? Lele rolled her eyes. Didn't you enjoy the snacks I gave you 3 months ago? Suyu's face paled. Don't tell me. Lele nodded. It was made from these. The surrounding people subconsciously backed away, looking at Suyu in disbelief and sympathy. Suyu shouted, damn you, Lele. I'll kill you. She charged over, and Lele hurriedly fled. The two of them quickly disappeared. He Shu smiled. Everyone, don't mind her. That's just how Lele is. Xiao Qingfeng said, she thinks that we're wasting time here. Suji said, isn't that so? Even if we've discussed who our targets are, who would really give up on the top 3? Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, everyone will fight for a seat at the celestial worthy tea party. With the power we have, it's not difficult to capture the people on the list. It's basically first come, first served. Then what are we talking about? Mumu frowned. Xiao Qingfeng said, we're here to warn everyone that the primordial space isn't strong, but it's not weak either. Don't get close to the above heaven sect. He Shu added, that's why we're gathered here. Don't get close to the above heaven sect. No one is allowed to get close. Also, don't betray others even if you die. Otherwise, even if you come back alive, we won't let you go. Whoever we capture will depend on our own abilities, the burly man said. If we capture others and bring them back, won't they be demi-humans? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone on the list are demi-humans, Luo Qingfeng said coldly. He Shu raised his head. When we become extremely strong, even Luin can become a demi-human. Xiao Qingfeng smiled. That day will come. If he offends the reincarnation spacetime, the primordial space will be conquered sooner or later. Let's use the people around Luin as an appetizer and let him see the people closest to him get auctioned off and become demi-humans. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. We were the first to integrate the power of 6 civilizations in the 6 Direction Society, so we'll definitely be at the top in the future. Why don't we set an agreement to conquer the primordial space? Alright, I'm in. Me too. What about you, Xianxia? Someone asked. Xiao Qingfeng and the others looked over. Luin met everyone's gazes and smiled. Sure. He Shu raised his brows. He was the only one present who knew that Luin had come from the primordial space, but when he saw Lu Yin's smile, he suddenly didn't understand. The primordial space was his spacetime, after all. No one knew what Luin was smiling about, but he was genuinely happy. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about not having the motivation to take revenge for the Lu family. Over the next 2 days, everyone gathered here and waited for a woman named Yuan Chonan to arrive. She was the disciple of the Yuan sage. I heard that everyone is here to discuss conquering the primordial space. I congratulate everyone in advance on your success, she said happily. Everyone hurriedly replied modestly, Sister Qianan, we're just looking forward to the future. Yuan Qianan continued, my master has already heard of everyone's ambitions and is very satisfied. He specially sent me to deliver some information about the primordial space to everyone. He hopes that it will be of help to everyone in this trial. Everyone was delighted. Thank you, Senior Yuan Sage. We won't have to waste any more time investigating. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Yuan Qianan left, but before she left, she expressed her satisfaction with everyone's attitude. This made everyone even more convinced that the Yuan Sage, or rather, the reincarnation spacetime, hated the primordial space. Their words became more disdainful of the primordial space, and they also became more hostile towards Luin. Luin received the information and calmly looked at it. The information was very detailed. Everyone's location, cultivation base, and battle techniques were all marked on the list. This was equivalent to adding a navigation system for this trial. This wasn't a trial at all. It was just an operation to capture him, an operation to target him. He walked over to Lu Yin's side and whispered, don't touch the top 3. Let's not talk about whether or not you have the ability to capture them. If you run into the others, they won't be polite. Be careful. Lu Yin did not reply as he watched Yishu leave. This was probably a warning from Yiran. She cared about him because of Zijing. As he watched the crowd excitedly discuss who to capture, Lu Yin left. The day to go to the origin space had arrived. All of them gathered in the starry sky. The person who led them to the origin space was an unfamiliar half-martial ancestor from the reincarnation spacetime. It was said that he was a subordinate of a Yuan sage. As soon as this person arrived, he raised his hand, and numerous palm-sized, glass-like lotus flowers flew into the hands of the crowd. This was a power vessel created by a grade 9 venerated lotus that could bring him directly to the Hexway training rites. This lotus treasure can save your lives. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. At the same time, it will be a reward before the trial begins. Once the trial ends, the lotus treasure will not be taken back, said the half-ancestor. Everyone was overjoyed. This was equivalent to an extra life. Lu Yin put away the lotus treasure and glanced at the others. He wanted all the good stuff. As the void tore apart, the crowd was led by the unfamiliar half-ancestor. With a single step, they arrived at the 5th mainland. Lu Yin looked over. Was this the edge of the Milky Way? He saw a beach in the distance. It was so familiar. The Hexway Society could come and go as they pleased, which made Lu Yin feel particularly insecure. He did not know how many spatial coordinates they had placed on the 5th mainland. Only the Eternals had spatial coordinates, and the Hexway Society had also snatched them from them. These spatial coordinates could be used to set a location and allow people from other spacetimes to come to the designated spacetime. Another function was to seal it off. It was not impossible for parallel spacetimes to intersect. For example, the 5th mainland and the 3 monarch spacetimes had intersected at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Back then, Guyu had obtained the spatial coordinates from somewhere and sealed off the passage. This was also one of the uses of spatial coordinates. Lu Yin really wanted to obtain a large number of spatial coordinates that would allow him to freely travel through parallel spacetimes. He suddenly thought of Jiang Chen. How had that guy come to Earth so many times? It was said that his father had the ability to do so. There was also that lightning rabbit that Jiang Chen had been chasing after. The more Lu Yin understood about parallel spacetimes, the more interested he became in Jiang Chen. It would be great if he could find him. With his spatial innate gift, he might be able to run through parallel spacetimes like that tree one day. Everyone, we all know about Senior Yuan Sage. Do what you can. Xiao Qingfeng looked around at the crowd, especially at Lu Yin, before leaving. Luo Cong, He Shu, and the others also left. With the information they had, they knew roughly where their target was. What they needed to do now was determine their location. Lu Yin believed that their target was the Cosmic Sea. Of the top 3 on the list, 2 were in the Cosmic Sea. They were Heizij Lian and Lei Qingqing. One by one, they left. Shihong also left with Suiyu. Saruzin did not come. Jiang Xiaodao came, but he was uncharacteristically quiet, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Yin left, and no one paid attention to him. Although he was extremely talented, his cultivation and methods still mattered when it came to capturing people. He was not someone that the others cared about or feared. After leaving the trial participants, Lu Yin quickly crossed the Astral River and returned to the Above Heaven sect. When he arrived, the first person he met was Wang Wen. Capturing people? Wang Wen was shocked. Lu Yin passed the list to Wang Wen. I guessed that the 6 sides would make a move, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Wang Wen continued, and it's so childish. Childish? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Yeah, it's a battle between parallel spacetimes, and they actually sent a group of people to capture hostages. It's childish, but if they succeed, it'll be very effective. Wang Wen's expression was solemn as he put down the list and looked at Lu Yin seriously. Why isn't my name on it? Lu Yin met his gaze. Do you really want to be captured? Of course not, but my name isn't on the list. They're looking down on me. I helped you unify the Outerverse and thought of many things for you, but in the end, you don't even have a name. Wang Wen was very unhappy. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then let's teach them a lesson. They'll treat you like the Astral Beast domain and put you at the top of their list of threats. Wang Wen sneered. I'll show them how powerful I am. Look down on me? Humph. After venting his frustrations, Wang Wen picked up the list again. Pick a few and give them to them. Lu Yin sighed. That's what I thought. Wang Wen's tone was unpleasant. They've already made their move, so we can only accept it. We need to have something that the 6 Directions Society can use against us and make them think that we're unruly but controllable. That's the only way they won't directly destroy us. Otherwise, according to what you said, they'll be holding back, and that's more than enough to deal with us. I don't want to die. We've already provoked them and made no effort to hide our hatred, but we still need to control our actions. Lu Yin continued, that's why I rushed to enter the 6 Directions Society as Xianxia. I wanted to make the first move, but unfortunately, time didn't allow for it. Wang Wen weighed the list. Right now, they're taking hostages to force us to support the 3 monarchs. Since Mu Jun is with us, we'll just help. The 4 Directions scale won't be able to do anything to us, and with Senior Mu Xia and Elder Chan around, there's no need to worry about the Eternals. Even if it really comes down to it, we'll just release Mu Jun. Of course, that's the final step. Lu Yin didn't want to take that step. If he did, not only would he have a falling out with the 3 monarchs, but he would also offend hyperspace and become enemies with the entire 6 Directions Society. The 6 Directions Society looked down on them and hated them because of their past grievances, but they weren't completely hostile. These were 2 completely different concepts. You can pick the hostages yourself and see who's willing to be captured. The 6 Directions Society needs us, so the hostages won't be harmed, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin knew this. They're like hostages. Just like Luo Lauer, Wang Wen said before leaving. Lu Yin looked at the list for a while and crossed out a few names. Even if he wanted to give the hostages to the 6 Directions Society, he would have to ask for their permission first. Now, he wanted to see what the trial takers would do. They would use all sorts of methods to obtain information from the 5th mainland, and from this, one could see the 6 Directions Society's methods. In the eyes of Xiao Qingfeng and the others, they were in the dark while the people on the list were out in the open. They had all sorts of power, so capturing hostages wasn't a problem. The only problem was that they had to compete with each other, so it was a competition of speed. The person closest to the Astral River Flats was naturally Mira. She was known as the Red Lotus Witch Bao and could be considered Lu Yin's guide into outer space. Without her, even if Lu Yin disguised himself as King Zishan's descendant, he might not have been able to be discovered so easily. He owed her a debt of gratitude, and she was also the one who had sent him to the Astral Combat Academy and ensured that he could join the Outerverse Youth Council. Although Lu Yin had risen to prominence and had not contacted her much, she was still very important and was naturally one of the hostages on the list. There were 3 people keeping an eye on Mira. Lu Yin had seen 2 of them before, but he had never spoken to them before. They were considered ordinary people in the Six Directions training rites. Decades had passed, but Mira was still the same as before. Her long white hair was draped down to her ankles, and there was a cute tuft of hair on her forehead. She wore cool summer clothes, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. The only thing that had changed was that she had matured a lot. One's temperament could change a person. Mira had once pretended to be mature, but now, her every movement was filled with mature charm. She came from a planet called Minghui in the erudite flow zone and had once followed Xianxia. Now, she had joined the Above the Sky sect and was one of the countless cultivators who patrolled the fifth mainland. Return, Mira ordered as she lowered her head and looked at her gadget. Understood. Not long after, the spacecraft turned around. Mira stood up and stretched. How tiring. At that moment, the spacecraft shook, and Mira looked up. There was someone at the top of the ship. There was a thump as the spacecraft shattered. And a figure suddenly appeared. A palm print pressed down from above towards Mira. Mira did not panic, as she had cultivated for decades and was already used to such attacks. She had also experienced many life and death battles with the Eternals, where her life had been hanging by a thread. The attacker's palm technique was unpredictable, but it carried with it an unshakable pressure. It was the Stonegate's 8 hands. A red lotus bloomed beneath Mira's feet, and it was bewitching yet beautiful. Traces of red flowed up from the lotus to resist the Stonegate's 8 hands. The attacker's cultivation was similar to Mira's, and he had only used the second move to shatter the red lotus. However, Mira took advantage of this opportunity to dodge. A red longbow appeared in her hand, and she fired an arrow that was entwined with the power of the red lotus. This was the red lotus witchbow. The attacker was surprised. Not bad. He then tossed out a broken piece of wood from his cosmic ring. Not only did it shatter the arrow, but it also crashed into Mira, giving her an unprecedented sense of crisis. This was a void spirit, and it contained 3 times the amount of void spirit power that this person possessed. With this person's hunter realm cultivation, even if he had only cultivated for a little more than a year in the Void Spirit Tao Academy, his void spirit power would be close to that of a hunter's. 3 times the power of a hunter was not something that Mira could withstand. Mira was shocked. Where had this expert come from? The Above Heaven sect had unified the fifth mainland, and they had sent countless cultivators to patrol the fifth mainland to maintain order. She had been on patrol for more than half a year, but she had never encountered any danger. Now, there had been a sudden attack, and she did not know where this person had come from. At the critical moment, an ancient character appeared above Mira's head. It was a visualization technique. Currently, the entire Above Heaven sect could visualize the ancient golden characters, which directly increased one's power level. With the ancient characters, Mira raised her palm and slapped at the broken piece of wood. The power of the red lotus continued to rise as she used the serious art from the fifth pagoda to shatter the broken piece of wood. The attacker was shocked. This was impossible. Mira took several steps back, and her face paled. Who are you? How dare you attack the Above Heaven sect? The attacker snorted, and his figure disappeared. It was not because he was fast, but because he had appeared beside the broken piece of wood. Mira's expression changed. An innate gift? She hurriedly took action, but the broken tree fell far away. The person appeared beside the broken tree and left immediately. Mira was just about to give chase when a green beam of light swept over without any warning. It brushed past Mira's body and swept through the starry sky, destroying everything in its path. Just the aftermath of the green beam had sent Mira flying. If it had hit her head-on, Mira would have died without a doubt. She lay on the ground and looked up. A man walked out of the broken wall of the spacecraft with a smug smile on his face. That's why I said that the cultivation civilization is weak. Even if I go to the Sixth Direction dojo, I won't go to the Reincarnation Tao College. The Wood Tao College is better. Who are you? Mira gritted her teeth. Blood flowed down her hair. She felt weak all over. The man walked in front of Mira and squatted down. Introduce yourself. He was just about to say something when he thought for a moment. Forget it. Just to be safe, I won't say anything. TSK, what a beautiful woman. Mira's gaze was cold. You know who I am? You dare attack the Above Heaven sect? The man sneered. The Above Heaven sect? That doesn't sound good to us. He raised a hand and placed it on Myra's cheek. I caught one. There's still time, let's catch another. Suddenly, Mira was dragged in by a card. The man's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Lost tribesman, who is it? Come out. Behind him, a black figure slashed out with a dagger, leaving dozens of wounds on the man's body. The man had come from a different dimension, and his cultivation wasn't high. He could only rely on the green energy to survive. The lost tribesman didn't have any way to deal with the green energy, so he simply brushed past the man, grabbed the card, and left. The man was furious and waved his hand, causing the green energy to sweep out. Bastard, die. However, the lost tribesman had already disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Luin had a panoramic view of the scene. 3 people had wanted to snatch Mira. The first had attacked directly, the second had wanted to take advantage of the situation, and the third had wanted to keep it a secret. This was the difference in thinking between the 6 direction associations due to their different civilizations. Mira was currently in the Lost Tribesman card, but it could be broken at any time. The card wasn't Mount Supreme and couldn't hide someone for long. The Lost Tribesman thought that he had caught Mira, but was it really that easy? How could someone from the Above Heaven sect be so easily captured? In outer space, the Lost Tribesman looked at the card in his hand with bright eyes. As long as he could capture one person, he would have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of a Grand Empyrean. Although the Lost Tribesman did not care about the teachings of a Grand Empyrean, many people had indeed broken through because of it. He hoped to be one step ahead of his fellow tribesmen and reach Zhixiao's level or even surpass Zhixiao. Suddenly, the card in his hand cracked, and the Lost Tribesman was shocked. How was this possible? He subconsciously let go, and the card shattered. Mira walked out in a sorry state. She hadn't completely lost her ability to move, and she had been faking it. She hadn't expected another attacker to appear, so she had no choice but to use her money bomb to break the card and escape. When the Lost Tribesman saw Mira appear, he immediately fled. Someone who could break through the card's restrictions wasn't someone he could deal with. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mira took out a gun from her cosmic ring and shot the Lost Tribesman, knocking him out of the card. This was a microarray weapon. In the distance, the person with the green energy source chased after them. Mira looked over and saw that none of them would be able to escape. She put on her green-framed glasses, and the number kept jumping until it finally stopped at 460,000. He actually has a power level of 460,000. Looks like I'll have to change my weapon. Mira stared at the Lost Tribesman while remaining vigilant against the person with the green energy source. The person with the green energy source looked at Mira with surprise. You're out? At the same time, the number on his glasses kept jumping until it reached 480,000. You actually have a power level of 480,000? Mira raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! At the same time, the person with the green energy source fired a beam of light. Both of their reactions were equally fast. The green energy source was split apart by the 5-array combination, and it pierced through the person with the green energy source's shoulder. The person looked down at his numb hand. How was this possible? Myra's power level had jumped from more than 100,000 to almost 500,000 in an instant, and the power of that attack had even exceeded 500,000. Impossible. After firing the shot, Mira took out a gun with her left hand and aimed it at the Lost Tribesman. Speak. Who are you people? The Lost Tribesman's eyes flashed. We failed. Go back. The person with the green energy source was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. Myra's personal strength and the power of her treasures were both on par with his, and they were in the primordial space, which made it easy for them to be surrounded. Go back? Mira fired without hesitation, aiming for their hearts. She wanted to incapacitate them. However, the 2 shots did not hit them. Instead, they stopped in the void, blocked by an invisible force. The Lost Tribesman and the person with the green energy source were confused, as they did not know where the force had come from to block the attack. Suddenly, their brains shook, and they fainted. Mira was shocked. There was still an expert here. A figure walked out from outer space. Well done. Mira stared blankly at the person who had appeared and was shocked. Luine? She quickly changed her greeting and bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster. Luine nodded. Heal yourself. You're injured as well. It's fine, Mira replied. She had not expected Luine to suddenly appear. This meant that he had seen everything that had just happened. Fortunately, she had performed well. Luine took out the lotus treasures from the cosmic rings of the lost tribesman and the person with the green energy source and admired them. These were good items. They were a grade 9 venerate lotus treasure that could withstand an attack from a progenitor. These two had not been able to use it in time, as they had thought that they could use it in the face of danger. However, if a progenitor really attacked them, they would not even be able to react in time. Luine stored the two away and looked at Mira. Your various techniques worked well together. Thank you, Pathmaster, Mira replied respectfully. Luine looked at her. How long has it been since we last met? Mira trembled. Many years. Luine sighed. Yes, many years. How's Michelle? Mira replied, she's fine. Luine did not say anything else and only reminded her, someone might attack you again. Stay alert at all times. Mira was puzzled. Pathmaster, who are these people? Luine waved a hand. There's no need to ask, and you don't have to be merciful. If you can kill them, it'll be your skill. He then left with the two people. As for the first person who had attacked Mira, he had also been captured. He now had 3 more lotus treasures. A grade 9 venerate lotus could create so many lotus treasures. Although they could only withstand a single attack, it was still quite good. Luine did not know how many of these treasures she could create, but if everyone had one, the Eternals would have a headache. Mira was the closest to the Astral River, and it had only been 6 days since the people from the 6 directional training rites had arrived at the 5th mainland to find her. However, it would not be so easy to find the others. The 5th mainland was very large, and even if they had endless methods, it would not be easy to find other targets. Half a month later, in the erudite flow zone, when Xianxia was attacked, but this time, his assailant used a lotus treasure to escape. 2 people had attacked him, one from the reincarnation spacetime, and the other from the transcendent spacetime. One of them had a cultivation level close to that of an envoy and was second only to Xianxia's group. He had believed that he could capture Xianxia, while the other had activated the green energy source. In the end, they had been defeated by Xianxia just like Mira, and they had used their lotus treasures to survive. It was impossible for Luine to capture everyone's lotus treasures. A few days later, Linggong was attacked, and the people from the 6 directional training rites were defeated as well. They were unlucky, as Xianxia and Linggong had been the closest to them. Not only were they powerful, but they also had no advantage over the above the heavens who had developed all sorts of external weapons. Their energy sources did not have much of an advantage. The top group of people had gone to the cosmic sea, which had caused the people from the 6 directional training rites to fail multiple times. 6 people from the 6 directional training rites had already returned in failure, and they were all covered in dirt. The most miserable one had been pierced through the heart by Linggong's spear, and he had almost died. He was lucky to have survived. More than half a month later, someone finally arrived at the western weaves of the Outerverse, where ancestor Lingtong was. After confirming Susan's location, they launched an attack. Susan was captured without being able to resist at all. Ancestor Lingtong was stopped by Luine, and Susan needed to be captured as well. However, it was not one person who had captured Susan, but 3. The 3 of them were targeting Susan, which led to a battle between them. Just as they had guessed at the beginning, their greatest enemy was not the primordial space, but their own people. Susan's capture was like a signal, and the next person to be captured was Zhou Yi'er. Soon after, Coco and Shude Knight were all attacked and captured. 4 people were captured by the hexagon training rites in a row, and Luine had been keeping an eye on everything. He had made a move when Shude Knight had been captured, and it was for no other reason than the fact that the person who had captured Shude Knight had actually wanted to take her away. This was unacceptable. Luin had allowed Su San and the others to be captured so that he could wipe them out once they were exposed and obtain many Lotus treasures in one go. These people had captured Su San and the others because they wanted to capture more people, so they wouldn't leave this space-time. This was exactly what Luin needed, and the ones who should have been captured were others. Shude Knight wasn't among those who had been captured. That person had wanted to capture Shude Knight and leave without even the slightest bit of ambition. I want to go, Shude Knight said to Luin resolutely. Luin replied, the situation is complicated, and I can't guarantee your safety. Shude Knight replied, in this space-time, even if I cultivate to the limit, I'll only be able to reach Ancestor Daking's level at most. However, Daking is still very weak against those who are at a higher level. Luin looked at her. Are you sure? Yes, Shude Knight said. Luin nodded. All right. Luin left, and Shude Knight glanced at the unconscious woman. This was the woman who had wanted to capture her and had used the green energy source. Shude Knight had been cultivating outside, so she didn't have any fog or composite array weapons, which was why she had been captured. The woman quickly regained consciousness, and Shude Knight also pretended to be unconscious as she lay beside her. When the woman woke up, she looked around and saw the unconscious Shude Knight. What had happened? She had clearly been about to leave, so why had she suddenly fallen unconscious? The woman didn't dare to think too much about it, so she decisively took Shude Knight with her and left. She was also the first person to capture someone and return to the Sixth Direction training hall. Another month passed. On this day, someone made a move against Leon's armada. It was a shocking battle that almost overturned Universe Ocean. The one who had attacked was Xianxia. His combat power alone was enough to challenge an expert with a combat power of around 700,000. In addition, he had fused with 6 civilizations, which allowed him to fight evenly with Heizage Leon. In the end, he had even used the blue energy source to heavily injure Heizage Leon. Fortunately, Big Sister appeared and easily beat Xiao Qingfeng into using the Lotus treasure to escape. Yuan Sage had detailed information about the situation of the Fifth Mainland, but he knew too little about Big Sister. Big Sister was no longer the Big Sister she used to be. She was now a terrifying expert who had recovered part of the Nether Ancestor's power. She could fight against Xiaoshenji's doppelganger in the starry sky of trees. How could someone like Xiao Qingfeng be able to capture her? Big Sister's intervention had also revealed the source of the truth behind this trial. Luin had acted immediately and saved Su San and the others. He had obtained 5 Lotus treasures in one go, including the 3 from before and himself. He now had 9 Lotus treasures. He Shu and the others also immediately learned that Xiao Qingfeng had been beaten back to the Sixth Direction training rites. They no longer wanted to capture Heizage Leon and Big Sister. As for Wendy Yushan, it was similarly difficult for them to capture her. Frostwave Weave, where she was located, was within the Above Heaven sect's territory. They would only go there if they were seeking death. They had no choice but to change their target. Even if they could not capture the most valuable treasure, they could not return empty-handed. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Fog surrounded Wensanxi's body as he looked at Hishu, who was wearing a blue and white robe. You're from the Sixth Direction training rites? Hishu replied, come with me. There's no point in struggling. It'll only bring disaster to your Wen family. Wensanxi replied, that will depend on your ability. Hishu did not want to waste any more time, so he immediately put on the red energy source. His power level of over 1 million exploded, leaving Wensanxi unable to retaliate. Ling Gong had also been captured by Suji and Suyu. One void god had charged forward while the other had launched a sneak attack. 2 people had been captured in a row, and Luin had displayed his strength by stepping on the stars and intimidating the entire Fifth Mainland. He had borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to frighten the remaining people from the Sixth Direction training rites into retreating. Jiang Xiaodao hurriedly tore through the void and returned. Was this Lu Yin's strength? What a freak! Jiang Xiaodao felt very sullen. Ever since he had learned of the trial, he had kept a low profile. His goal had been to follow Xiao Qingfeng and take advantage of the situation. He had thought that Xiao Qingfeng would be able to capture Heizage Leon during the battle at the Cosmic Sea, and he had been prepared to take action as well. However, Big Sis had revealed her terrifying strength, which had scared him so much that he had not even dared to show his face. Xiao Qingfeng had been beaten back. Now, he had changed his target and wanted to go to the Astral Beast domain to capture Kuwei. After all, the Astral Beast domain was far away from the Above Heaven sect, so it should be fine. However, he had not expected Luin to be so terrifying. Just in case, he decided to return. At the Six Direction training rites, Ling Gong, Shuodai Knight, Shi Jiao, and the others exchanged glances with Wen Sansi. It was worse than expected. Fortunately, we managed to capture him, Xi Bing said. Su Xiangyin looked at Xiao Qingfeng and the others who had returned. We're missing a group. That Luin made a move, so he should have captured them. Lotus treasures can withstand an attack from a progenitor, but they need time to react. How will they react against a progenitor? Musan asked. Su Xiangyin frowned. Without Xianxia, did that mean that Xianxia had not returned? Shi Jiao sensed this as well. Does anyone know where Xianxia is? No one answered. Yuting said, perhaps he hasn't returned. As long as he doesn't expose himself, a progenitor won't be able to find him. He was the only one present who knew that Luin had come from the primordial space, and he was also the only one who had high hopes for Luin. Perhaps this Xianxia would be able to surprise them. A few days later, at the Six Direction training rites, Xianxia appeared with a flustered expression on his face. Shi Jiao and the others had been waiting for him, and when they saw Luin appear, they heaved sighs of relief. Su Xiangyin walked over to Luin and asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Luin raised his head and looked at Su Xiangyin. "I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." He then pulled someone out from behind him, Wendy Yushan. The light from the lotus treasure slowly dissipated, and everyone around them was stunned. Only Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, and Shuodai Knight, who had been captured, looked at this scene strangely. They had naturally discussed this with Luin before they had been captured. Ling Gong looked at Luin strangely. How could someone who was supposed to be so high and mighty act so? If it were her, she would have ordered these trash to scram long ago. Luin licked his lips. Senior? Only then did Su Xiangyin react. Luin had truly shocked him too much. This woman was Wendy Yushan, someone who had practically lived right under the nose of the sect above the sky. She was someone who was highly valued by Luin, the Tao master of the primordial space. She was one of the 3 most important people on the list, and bringing her here was equivalent to obtaining a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. This seat was the reason why everyone was stunned. No one present had obtained a seat, not even one. Not even the 9,990,000 seats to listen to the teachings had been obtained. Shi Jiao stepped forward when she saw the fear and confusion in Lu Yin's eyes. Her eyes burned with passion. How did you capture her? Wendy Yushan looked ahead. Are you people from the Six Direction Association? Shi Jiao looked at Wendy Yushan. That's right. Welcome to the Six Direction Association. Wendy Yushan's gaze was cold as she looked past Shi Jiao at Ling Gong. Ling Gong said, "Eat and drink as you should. Don't think too much. Just wait for your Tao Master Lu to come and save you." A sneer came from the man from the 3 sovereign space named Suoxian. You want to be saved after coming to the Six Direction Association? Do you really think that the primordial space is still the glorious sect above the sky? That era has already disappeared. Your so-called sect above the sky is just struggling at death's door and deceiving yourselves. When Sansi looked at him. Think twice before you act. What you say will only bring disaster to yourself. Suoxian suddenly attacked and sent Wen Sansi flying with his sovereign's force. With his strength as a half-step. Sovereign, a casual attack was enough to heavily injure Wen Sansi. Wen Sansi spat out blood and lay on the ground with a pale face. You're the one who should watch your attitude, Suoxian said coldly. The others did not stop him. Whether it was the past or the current trial, they did not have a good impression of the primordial space. When Sansi struggled to get up and stared at Suoxian calmly. Old man, why don't you kill all of us and see if you can capture a few more hostages from the 5th mainland? Ling Gong mocked. Suoxian looked at her coldly. Beside her, Shuodai Knight spoke up as well. You guys are just sending yourselves to your deaths. Su Xian was furious and was about to attack when Xiao shouted, "That's enough. They are the people that Senior Yuan Sage wants. Kill them and explain to him." Su Xian's expression changed as he recalled how terrifying a Yuan Sage was. He could only stop. "Xianxia, how did you capture Wendy Yushan?" Su Xiangyin asked in a gentle tone. Everyone looked over. Xiao Qingfeng was not around as he had been injured and had gone into seclusion. However, He Shu and the others were present, and they all looked on curiously. They knew how difficult this task was, and if they were not careful, they would be finished. Thus, they stopped underestimating the primordial space. Ever since they had sensed the strength of the fifth mainland, they had not dared to approach the sect above the sky. They did not believe that they could capture someone right under their noses. How had Xianxia managed to do so? Yu Ting's eyes flickered as he looked at Luyin. Luyin coughed and looked at Su Ji and Su Yu. "Actually, I have to thank the Su siblings. Without them, I would not have been able to capture this woman." Everyone looked at Su Ji and Su Yu. Was this related to them? Su Ji and Su Yu looked at each other in confusion. "It's related to us?" Luyin thought about it and said, "I know that I'm weak, so I didn't act rashly. Instead, I tried to find out the relationships between the people on the list and spent a lot of effort. Fortunately, I managed to find out that Wendy Yushan had a good relationship with someone called Ling Gong, and she was able to join the 10 Arbiters' Council under his guidance. That's why I boldly waited at the Lingling clan. As long as someone managed to capture Ling Gong, Wendy Yushan would definitely leave the Above Heaven sect and head to the Lingling clan." As expected, Wendy Yushan arrived a few days after Ling Gong was taken away. "I managed to capture her just in time, but she had someone protecting her. If it weren't for my many tricks and Lianbao, I might not have been able to return alive." Su Xiangyin looked at Luyin and then at the Su siblings. "I see." Su Yu gritted her teeth. "Xianxia, you used us." Luyin smiled. "I didn't use you. It was just a coincidence, just a coincidence." Shi Jiao praised, "Smart. Does that mean that you didn't believe Senior Yuanxing's information from the start?" Luyin was solemn. "Of course not. Senior Yuanxing's information is very accurate, and the fact that these people were captured is proof. However, Senior is one of the 3 reverends and 9 sages, so he doesn't have time to waste on the Genesis space. Only he knows about the Genesis space, which is why I tried to find out more." Despicable. Wendy Yushan was cold. Ling Gong mocked, "Is everyone in the Six Paths Association such despicable people? They even use their own people. Disgusting." Su Xiangyin scolded, "Shut up. As long as we can achieve our goal and not violate the alliance, we can do anything." He looked at Luyin with admiration. "You don't rely on your innate talent to be arrogant. Instead, you know how to judge the situation and use your intelligence. Xianxia, your future is limitless." Yu Ting also praised, "Rare." Third Master Mu said, "Only such a person can survive on the battlefield. How can he be brainless?" Su Yu felt that his words were grating, as if he was saying that they were brainless. Wendy Yushan's capture was equivalent to them helping Luyin. If they had waited longer, Wendy Yushan's arrival would have given them a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. She had disliked Luyin from the very beginning, and she had felt somewhat apologetic towards him because of the lightning tree in the Wood Spirit region. But now, she was even more annoyed. He was a bastard. It seems like no one will be able to make it back. The 12 of them have disappeared without using their lotus treasures. Either something happened to them after they used their lotus treasures, or they didn't have time to use them. The biggest possibility is that they were captured by an extremely strong individual. Shi Jiao looked around. "I'll leave the rest to Senior Yuan Sage. If the 12 of them are still alive, Senior Yuan Sage will definitely bring them back. However, don't get your hopes up." All the cultivators from the 6 Direction Training Rites bowed in unison. "Yes, sir." Su Xiangyin left and happily returned to the Void God spacetime to report Lu Yin's achievements. A seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party was enough to make anyone jealous. Yu Ting gave Luyin a deep look before leaving as well. As for Zhuo Day Knight and the others, they were taken to the reincarnation spacetime by Shi Jiao. Before they left, when Xianxia and the others looked at Luin, and Luin met their gazes. He didn't know if this trip would be a blessing or a curse. Originally, only when Xianxia had been on the list, and Ling Gong had been taken away because they had volunteered to cultivate in the Six Direction training rites. They had not interacted much in the Fifth Mainland since they were the 10 arbiters. The difference between them and Luin was too great, and they could not accept it. As for Wendy Yushan and Zhuode Knight, they had volunteered to go. This was especially true for Wendy Yushan, who had taken the initiative to contact Luin after learning of this matter. Her attitude was abnormally firm, and Luin could not refuse her. He could only take credit for Xianxia and bring her here. No matter what, they would be fine for the time being since the Yuan sage still wanted to use them to negotiate with Luin. Elsewhere, Yuting met with He Ran and reported the results of the trial. He Ran was shocked. Xianxia captured someone important and obtained a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party? Yuting nodded. Yes. His attitude towards He Ran was not as humble as Ku Jian's, and he did not kneel to her either. This was because the Yu family's status in the transcending spacetime was extraordinary. He Ran sighed. This Xianxia is really talented. His talent is outstanding, and his intelligence is not bad. Now that he has obtained a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, his future will be even brighter. If he joins the Great Stone Sect and inherits the Great Stone Saint's position, he will be extraordinary. Yuting continued, regardless of whether he joins the Great Stone Sect or the Void God Spacetime, he has a high chance of becoming an extreme powerhouse in the future. Bring Zijing here, He Ran suddenly ordered. Someone secretly brought Zijing over. When Zijing heard that Luin had captured Wendy Yushan in the primordial space and obtained a seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, she was not surprised at all. Aren't you surprised? He Ran was curious. Zijing replied, My lord is very clear about Xianxi's origins, and he understands that spacetime too well. He Ran nodded. That's true. Forget about Wendy Yushan, he might even be able to capture someone from the Above Sky sect. Zijing suddenly thought of something. My lord, perhaps the primordial space has those resources. He Ran's eyes lit up. The primordial space has them? Zijing respectfully replied, the primordial space is the largest of all the parallel spacetimes, and it developed the Above Sky sect to its peak. When it comes to resources, perhaps no other spacetime can compare to it. Yuting interrupted, the 6 parties have agreed that no one is allowed to enter the primordial space without permission. Zijing looked at Yuting. No one is allowed to enter without permission, but there is no agreement that anyone from the primordial space cannot leave. Yuting was stunned, and he was speechless. He Ran straightened up. Bring Xianxia to me. Yuting looked at He Ran. If the reincarnation spacetime finds out, I won't be able to explain myself. He Ran's voice gradually turned cold. Why should I explain myself? We are from the transcendent spacetime, and we are not subordinate to the reincarnation spacetime. We are not trash like the 3 sovereign spacetime. Bring Xianxia to me immediately. Yuting hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. He turned to leave, but before he left, he looked deeply at Zijing. He had interacted with this woman before, and at that time, she had given him the impression that she was Qing Shui. But now, things had changed. Back at the Six Direction training hall, Yuting had come looking for Luin just as he was about to head to the Eternal Kingdom. He was glad that Yuting had arrived just a moment later, and he would have disappeared from the Six Direction training hall. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong. Xianxia, come with me to see Lady He Ran, Yuting said before leading Luin away. Soon, Luin arrived at the staircase filled with blooming flowers. He faced He Ran and bowed. Xianxia greets Lady He Ran. He Ran's voice was gentle and pleasant. Xianxia, you must be very familiar with the primordial space. Yes, I am very familiar with it. Zijing took out a list and handed it to Luin. Take a look and see if you can find the resources listed here. Luin took the list and met Zijing's eyes. Do you need them? Zijing grunted and did not say anything else before retreating. When He Ran saw this scene, her eyes flashed. She did not say anything. Luin looked at the list and was surprised. Wasn't this the list of resources he had gotten from Matriarch Mu? Mu Jun had attacked the Thunder Sealing clan for these resources, and Mu Jun's trade partner was hyperspace. It seemed that hyperspace really needed these resources. How is it, Xianxia? Do you have them in the primordial space? Xianxia asked with a strange expression. I don't know, Luin replied. You don't know? There are only names on this list. The primordial space and hyperspace have different definitions for resources, so I don't know what these names represent. However, you can look for them in the primordial space as long as you have samples or diagrams. Xianxia looked at Zijing. Give him samples. She then stared at Luin. Are you really willing to help me look for them in the primordial space? Luin was sincere. Zijing has been taken care of by you, lady. I'm more than happy to do something for you. Xianxia was satisfied. Alright, Kujian will go with you. As long as you can find these resources in the primordial space, just tell me what you want. Don't worry about Zijing, I'll make her an existence second only to me in hyperspace. Thank you, lady. Luin was grateful. By the way, have you seen Bai Qian? Xianxia suddenly asked. Luin was puzzled. Bai Qian? The woman who appeared when you first met Lady, Zijing reminded him. Luin thought about it and was puzzled. That arrogant woman? Xianxia's lips curled up. She loved to hear others slander Bai Qian. Lady, I didn't see her, Luin replied. Xianxia was puzzled. She participated in the secret auction with you. She should have been captured by Tu Shuangshuang. Luin was helpless. I was captured by that crazy Tu Shuangshuang as soon as I came out. I'm not sure about the others. Xianxia nodded. Fine, it's fine if she died outside. Xianxia, when can we go to the primordial space? Due to the trial, the primordial space is in a state of panic. There are still 12 people who haven't returned. I don't know if they've been captured or something else. I want to wait for a while. Zijing respectfully said, Lady, you can't wait too long. These resources need to arrive in half a year at the latest. Otherwise, it will delay the experiment. Luin looked at Zijing. That urgent? Zijing replied, very urgent. Think of a way. The primordial space is so big. Even if we go, as long as we don't expose ourselves, it's unlikely that anything will happen. Luin thought about it. Alright, I'll do it as soon as possible. Xianxia smiled. Then you can go back first. I'll wait for your news. Soon, Luin was led back to the Hexagon training hall by Yuting. When they arrived, Yuting wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and just left. Luin quickly announced that he was going into seclusion and was returning to the Above the Sky sect. Xianxia had summoned him and brought up the resources, which was unexpected. However, this was a good surprise. Half a month later, on the 5th mainland, the Above the Sky sect welcomed the Dragon Ancestor for the 6th time. This time, the Dragon Ancestor came with Yuan Sheng. Luin walked out naturally and looked at the two. Dragon Ancestor, you're really shameless. Do you really want to be kicked out after coming here repeatedly? The Dragon Ancestor was furious. Lu Xiaoxian, you're too arrogant. Even your father has to be respectful to me. Nonsense. Luin looked at Yuanxing in disdain. It's a bit later than I expected. Lu Xiaoxian, you will know how to treat me in the future. The reincarnation spacetime cannot be insulted. Luin sat down. So what? Do I have to pour tea and bow to my enemy? You're lucky I didn't ask you to scram. You should have brought Xiaoxinji back. I told you that last time. Luin sneered. I told you to scram too. Ancestor Long frowned. Lu Xiaoxian, you're a guest. Don't be rude and embarrass the primordial space. Luin looked over. What do you think the Six Direction Society thinks of the primordial space? With a wave of his hand, the void was torn apart, and 12 people fell out. They were the ones from the Six Direction Society who had come to train. Ask them what the primordial space is like in their hearts. Don't they know? Ancestor Long's expression turned ugly. He naturally knew how the Six Direction Society viewed the primordial space. They wished that the primordial space was primitive, without order, and would kill each other. It would be best if it was destroyed by the Eternals. If not for the Eternals, the Six Direction Society might have already attacked the primordial space. Yuanxing sneered. You have a sharp tongue. Little thing, I'm not here to discuss this with you. Since you know why I'm here and didn't attack immediately, does that mean you're willing to accept my conditions? Lu Yin's expression sank. I can't do anything about shameless things. What do you want? Let me remind you, don't go too far. Yuanxing clasped his hands behind his back. Support the three sovereigns spacetime. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. Sure, release my people. Impossible. I've already agreed to your conditions. Your people will live well, but they can't come back. Lu Yin thought about it. My people will join the Six Direction training ground. Yuanxing raised his brows. Are you negotiating with me? Lu Yin looked him in the eye. What else? Yuanxing stared at Lu Yin. This was the third time they had met, and the first two times this kid had attacked, giving him the feeling that he would rather die than live in dishonor. The only reason he hadn't attacked this time was because there were hostages, and he couldn't see what Lu Yin was thinking. Forget it, it didn't matter. As long as this kid could support the three sovereign spacetime, the four-way scales would have a chance to attack the spacetime. Sure, Yuanxing said coldly. You'll be treated the same as the others, Lu Yin added. Yuanxing replied coldly, since they have joined the Six Direction training hall, I don't care about their backgrounds. At the very least, I can guarantee that the management of the Six Direction training hall will not do anything to them. That's enough, Lu Yin said as he tossed the 12 people over to Yuanxing. It's beneath me to deal with such trash. Where is their Lianbao? Yuan Sage said. I don't know. Yuanxing's face twitched. Do you know that it was a gift from Venerate Lotus? I don't know, Lu Yin replied. Yuanxing took a deep breath and nodded. Alright, I hope you don't regret it. Lu Yin was disdainful. He had even been threatened by a Grand Empyrean, let alone a level 9 Lotus Venerable. Would the reincarnation spacetime treat him better if he returned Lianbao? We're done here. Scram. Dragon Ancestor gritted his teeth. As an ancestor, he had actually been driven away time and time again. He had never been so humiliated in his entire life. Yuanxing's eyes were cold. Lu Xiaoxian, if I were you, I would recognize the situation clearly. The Lu family's sins have already been repaid. Don't let the reincarnation spacetime take action. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Lu Yin found it funny. How many times have you threatened me? Yuanxing's face turned gloomy. Have I ever been afraid? Lu Yin asked again. Yuanxing snorted and turned to leave. Lu Yin's voice rang out again. Have you delivered the message I asked someone to pass to you? Yuanxing paused. If you want to pay with blood, come to the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. No one will interfere there. As long as you ask, you can challenge me. I will give you a fair chance to kill me, provided that you can come. With that, he disappeared. Dragon Ancestor said in a low voice, Yuanxing said that you must support the three monarchs spacetime, so you did. Any resistance is meaningless to him. Lu Xiaoxian, you are no longer facing the 4 cardinal scales, but the 6 cardinal associations, 6 powerful civilizations. Lu Yin's tone was cold. For Longxi's sake, I'll remind you again. The Eternals have been expelled, and the fate of the Lu family's ancestor will be your fate in the future. Dragon Ancestor frowned. There's no need to say such things. Do you plan to support the 3 monarchs spacetime yourself or send Elder Chan? Elder Chan. Lu Yin did not hesitate. If Elder Chan is gone, who will protect Shenwu continent for you? That's my business. If you want to open that passage, you can try. Dragon Ancestor had left, and his goal had been achieved. With Elder Chan gone, only Lu Xiaoxian would be left on the 5th mainland. It seemed like the situation had returned to how it had been before. The agreement between the 4 cardinal scales and Lu Xiaoxian still existed, but with the addition of the 6 cardinal associations, there was more room for manipulation. Lu Xiaoxian still had to protect Shenwu continent. Lu Xiaoxian would not exist for long. As he watched Dragon Ancestor leave, Wang Wen walked over. We've already given the 6 cardinal associations a handle on us, so their fear of us will greatly decrease. There's even a possibility that they'll play cat and mouse with us. To them, we can crush us at any time, but to you, we're dancing on a knife's edge. Although we're in the dark and they're in the light, the difference between us is too great. I know, Lu Yin replied. The 4 cardinal scales wants to use the 6 cardinal associations to deal with me. If I hadn't captured Mu Jun, the first to deal with me would have been the 3 monarch spacetime. Since I can suppress the 3 monarch spacetime and prevent them from making a move, I can also deal with the other spacetimes. Transdimensional has recently been developing a terrifying cultivation technique. If it succeeds, it might be able to change the situation of the 6 cardinal associations. You want to make a move against transdimensional now? Wang Wen was astonished, as the original plan had not been developed so quickly. Lu Yin replied, they're the ones who delivered themselves to me. Which spacetime organization do you think is suitable to cooperate with transdimensional? The technocracy? Wang Wen was puzzled. Lu Yin shook his head. There are too many similar civilizations, but transdimensional is far superior to the technocracy. If the technocracy cooperates with transdimensional, they'll only be passive, and they'll be looked down upon by transdimensional. Who else is there? Wang Wen did not understand. Now that the 5th mainland had been unified by the above heaven, the technocracy could not cooperate. Could it be the astral beast domain? Lu Yin looked towards the south. Home of the gods. When Zijing had shown him the list of resources, Lu Yin had already thought of the home of the gods. First, the people there called themselves gods and were rather arrogant. They did not place anyone in their eyes, and this attitude reassured transdimensional. It showed that the people of the home of the gods were not scheming, and it also showed that they were not willing to submit to the above heaven. Second, the home of the gods' methods came from the true scripture of Aeon evolution. It was too unique, and it was not an exaggeration to call it mystical. It was something that had been created out of nothing, and it was not naturally inferior to transdimensional. At least for now, even if Lu Yin had come into contact with the 6 cardinal associations and could fight against progenitors, the true scripture of Aeon evolution's cultivation and combat methods were absolutely unique, and it was enough to shock transdimensional. Only by being strong could one be respected. The mirror god had never dreamed that Lu Yin would one day descend upon the home of the gods. Lu Yin could fight against progenitors, and the ruins of the home of the gods would not be of much help to him. They all wanted to enter the burial gardens to search for the ruins. Greetings, Pathmaster. The mirror god bowed. The people of the home of the gods bowed as well. Lu Yin looked at the mirror god. You, be a little arrogant. The mirror god blinked. He was at a loss. Arrogance? A few days later, Elder Chan officially headed to the 3 sovereigns' spacetime to provide support. Baixing led the way and brought him there. The 5th mainland had thought that Elder Chan's departure would cause the 5th mainland to lose a progenitor, but the Frigid School wanted to establish a branch there. Mu Xia, the Frigid School's leader, had personally come to oversee the 5th mainland. This result was even worse than Elder Chan's departure. At least in comparison, the Astral Tree Society had lost a progenitor while the 5th mainland had not. The 4 cardinal scales naturally could not allow Mu Xia to leave, but no matter how they tried to stop him, they could not make him stay. Mu Xia's strength was not any weaker than theirs. After Lu Yin made arrangements for the home of the gods, he used a lotus treasure to travel to the 6 cardinal training grounds. When he arrived at Tai Void, he vanished without anyone noticing. He felt a little pain that he had used up a lotus treasure just like that. No, he had to find the coordinates of Tai Void. Otherwise, he would have to use up a lotus treasure every time he went back and forth, which he could not afford. Shi Jiao and the others must have left their own traces on the coordinates. Otherwise, they would not have been able to locate Tai Void. A few days after Lu Yin returned to the 6 cardinal training grounds, he took the initiative to find Yu Ting and asked to meet He Ran. It was obvious that Yu Ting was not very willing to take Lu Yin to see He Ran, but he could not refuse. Xianxia, do you know the 6 cardinal associations' attitude towards the primordial space? Yuting suddenly asked, his tone calm. Luin replied, there was a gathering when I went to the primordial space to train. I heard them talk about it, and it seemed to be somewhat hostile. Yuting explained, it's not exactly hostile. It's just that there are some old grudges that have been passed down, making it difficult for the 6 cardinal associations to have a good impression of the primordial space. This has led to some radical people wanting to do something to the primordial space. However, due to the threat of the Eternals and the fact that the primordial space once gave birth to the celestial sect, the 6 cardinal associations have come to an agreement not to interfere with the primordial space. Luin listened respectfully. Not to interfere means that no matter how the primordial space develops, we will not participate, and we will not let the primordial space know about the 6 cardinal associations' existence. This is similar to the primordial space's attitude towards us during the celestial sect's era. Yuting then reminisced about the past. The Eternals are a colossus, and although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that they are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. He looked at Luin. The more time passes, the harder it becomes to deal with them. This is because the Eternals are constantly growing stronger, and the possibility of our 6 cardinal associations defeating the Eternals alone is too low. Thus, the primordial space is an existence that cannot be ignored. Perhaps one day, they will reappear in the glory of the celestial sect. Only then will they have a chance of defeating the Eternals. Even though they have fallen apart now, they can still contain a portion of the Eternal strength. In terms of strength, they far surpass the 3 monarchs spacetime. They are a sharp weapon against the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as Yuting's attitude towards the 5th mainland was rather pertinent. Yuting's words were filled with resentment and disgust, but he also had hopes of resisting the everlasting race. He was different from those who only wanted to conquer the 5th mainland. Senior, are you telling me this because of resources? Yuting's expression was complicated. If it's just resources, then it's fine. He paused and looked at Luin again. I know about your grudge with Luin. Luin subconsciously clenched his fists. Yuting said, perhaps you wish to borrow He Rant's power to deal with Luin. That's not what I'm thinking, Luin immediately denied. Yuting raised a hand to stop him. There's no need to explain. If there's a grudge, then it should be avenged. If there's power to borrow, then why not use it? You don't need to worry about this. Luin fell silent. I'm only telling you this to let you know. No, rather, I'm giving you a choice. With your relationship with Zijing, it's not impossible for you to borrow He Rant's power to deal with the primordial space. Besides, that Luin already has many enemies in the primordial space, and with He Shu's attitude, it's not impossible to destroy the current above heaven. However, you should consider the everlasting race. We humans are not without disasters. The everlasting race is a sword that has always been hanging in the air. I hope that if you have the ability to take revenge, you won't implicate the entire primordial space, Yuting concluded. Luin was shocked. Senior, you think that I have the ability to implicate the entire primordial space? Yuting stared at Luin with a burning gaze. Zijing's influence in the primordial space is growing. Sir He Ran and He Shu have a bad attitude towards the primordial space, and you're highly regarded by the void. With the fight over the stone gate, you can at least influence the primordial space's attitude towards the primordial space. Xianxia, the current you is enough to threaten Luin. That was all Yuting said, and he tore through the void and brought Luin to He Ran. My lord, has Zijing mentioned the home of the gods to you? Luin immediately said to He Ran. Zijing was already standing to the side, and when she heard about the home of the gods, she immediately replied, she mentioned it a little. I've already sorted out everything I know about the primordial space for you. On the stairs, He Ran, the home of the gods? Is that Neoverse power of the Neoverse universe? Yes, Luin replied. He Ran asked, do they have resources? The home of the gods controls a huge amount of the Neoverse. Not only that, but they've also set up arrangements throughout the entire 5th mainland in order to collect the ruins of the Rune Line civilization. Whether it's commerce, the establishment of sects, or even empires, they've done everything. It can be said that they have a huge influence on the 5th mainland. I once had a good relationship with Tai Yixing, And I can use him to connect with the home of the gods and use their influence to gather the resources that they need. Zijing retorted, Taishan seems to have a good relationship with Luin. We can't ask him. Luin replied, wrong, Tai Yixing hates me. Lu. Of the S.U. Luin confidently replied, that was in the beginning. Actually, the home of the gods didn't think much of anyone. They believed that the rune progenitor's inheritance could create something out of nothing, and they considered themselves to be gods. In their eyes, Luin was just a genius. As Luin grew stronger and stronger, the home of the gods did indeed have thoughts of clinging on to Luin. The violet god was Xiaoji's clone that had been hidden in the home of the gods. Luin had exposed her plans for the Neoverse. Very few people knew about this, and the home of the gods had sealed off the information. Even those from beyond spacetime couldn't find anything. What they could find out was what Luin wanted them to find out. Luin told Zijing about the violet god according to his plan. Zijing was stunned. She really didn't know anything about this. Hiran said, I'm not interested in the primordial space's internal grudges, but can the home of the gods really help me gather resources? Absolutely. Luin was certain. They have a great influence on the fifth mainland, and they seem to have a good relationship with the above heaven sect. It'll be easy for them to gather resources. Hiran's eyes lit up. Kujian. Kujian walked out of the void and bowed. My lord. Go with Xianxia and see if they can gather resources, Hiran said. Kujian nodded and looked at Luin. Luin politely said, sorry to trouble you, senior. Kujian nodded. He was the one who had brought Luin and Zijing from the primordial space to beyond spacetime. It hadn't been long since then, but his high and mighty attitude had disappeared. Kujian quickly tore through the void and brought Luin to the primordial space. Zijing was worried. My lord, if we can't gather resources in the home of the gods, what about Xianxia? Don't worry, Hiran said, he's someone from the void god universe, and he's your man. Even if Luin finds out, it'll be fine. Zijing respectfully said, I'm just worried about delaying your plan. Hiran smiled. It's fine. If the home of the gods can't do it, we can find someone else. I'm sure the primordial space will have many resources, and Xianxia has already done a great service for us. I won't mistreat him. Even if he joins the void god universe, I can still help him. Her meaning was simple. Even if Luin joined the void god universe, she could still deal with him. Hiran was confident, but she couldn't see Zijing's mocking gaze when she lowered her head. Attack Luin? How could that be? If it wasn't for the bigger picture, he would have captured you. Elsewhere, Kujian brought Luin to the Neoverse. They had a way to locate the fifth mainland, but that was all they could do. They couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the fifth mainland, but they couldn't be too far away from the coordinates. If they could land in the Neoverse, it meant that the coordinates of the void god universe were in the Neoverse. Where's the home of the gods? Kujian asked. Luin identified it for a long time before pointing. There. A white halo appeared around Kujian as he brought Luin through the void towards the home of the gods. The home of the gods was built on the backs of gigantic statues, and it had a strange scenery. Rainbows hung in the sky, clouds drifted in the air, and bells rang out. Sacred birds and beasts played around, and a fragrance lingered in the sky. The statues were all enemies of the home of the gods. After being killed, they had transformed into giants and carried the home of the gods on their backs to atone for their sins. For example, Annihilation and the Violet God had transformed their faces into giants and carried the home of the gods on their backs. Countless people were kneeling beneath the statues, their gazes fanatical as they looked up at the sky as if they were looking at a god. Luin was stunned when he saw this scene for the first time, and Kujian was the same. The Void God universe wasn't a cultivation civilization, and it developed cultivation techniques, so there was no such thing as worship. Looking at the fanatical gazes of these people, Kujian felt as if he could kill them with a single sentence. This was something he had never experienced before. This is? Kujian was shocked. Although he had the strength of a half-ancestor, that was only because of his energy source. His body was far from that strength, and he didn't have the temperament to match his strength. He was even more shocked than Luin had been when he first saw this. Luin explained, this is the home of the gods. They consider themselves gods and can create something out of nothing. They can create or erase anything. What they can do is something only gods can do. Kujian suppressed his shock. Create something out of nothing? Luin replied, it's a mysterious power. If Senior wants to see it, I can have them show it to you. As he spoke, Taishan walked out of the home of the gods and laughed. Brother 7, it's been a while. Where have you been? I went to a mysterious place, but let's not talk about that for now. Brother Taishan, let me introduce you. This is Senior Kujian. His expression was solemn. This is a half-ancestor Senior. Taishan was shocked. Half-ancestor? Kujian calmly looked at him. Taishan looked at Kujian with a serious expression and stepped forward. Junior Taishan greets Senior half-ancestor. Kujian nodded. Sorry to disturb you. Taishan replied, it's a great honor for Senior to come to the home of the gods. This way, please. Kujian glanced at Luin and then walked towards the home of the gods. With the arrival of a half-ancestor, everyone with status in the home of the gods appeared, led by the mirror god. After a round of greetings, Luin revealed his intentions. The mirror god chased everyone away, leaving only Taishan behind. These resources aren't simple and are very difficult to obtain. Luin asked, Senior mirror god, with the home of the gods' abilities, is it difficult? The mirror god and Taishan exchanged glances before looking at Kujian. If possible, we would naturally be willing to help Senior Kujian. However, these resources are under the control of the above heavens, so obtaining them is extremely difficult. Difficult means that it's possible? Kujian asked. The mirror god sighed. In the past, there was no sect above the heavens in this region of space. The home of the gods was a colossus in the Neoverse, so it was easy for us to gather some resources. However, the sect above the heavens was established, and Tao Lord Lu controlled the entire fifth mainland. Not only that, but the statues in the home of the gods will also need to be removed. Taishan's tone was unpleasant. Kujian was shocked. Luin even cares about this? The mirror god smiled bitterly. Luin hurriedly asked, Senior mirror god, is there any way to obtain these resources? The mirror god thought about it. There are always loopholes in any control. With the home of the gods' abilities, it's not impossible to obtain these resources, but the price is too high, and... Before the mirror god could finish, Kujian smiled. That's good. No matter the price, I can afford it as long as you can obtain the resources. The mirror god was astonished and looked at him suspiciously, but he remained silent. Taishan was the same. Luin looked at Kujian. Senior, the price is one thing, but if it's exposed that we're collecting these resources, the home of the gods might be destroyed. Luin is known for his ruthlessness. The mirror god bitterly replied, that's how the violet god died. Taishan gritted his teeth. It was because the violet god objected to Luin entering the rune line ruins that she was killed. Luin, this. Taishan, mirror god scolded. Taishan didn't dare to say anything else. Kujian frowned, and white energy suddenly erupted from him, sweeping through the home of the gods. I must obtain these resources, no matter the price. As he spoke, the entire home of the gods began to tremble under the pressure. Those kneeling were shocked, and they quickly begged for forgiveness. Mirror God, Supreme Immortal, and the rest suddenly felt the pressure increase, and the tables and chairs around them all shattered. Luin hurriedly answered, Senior Kujian, they're my friends. Kujian's gaze turned cold, and he retracted his aura. Mirror God and the rest relaxed, but then they looked at Kujian with fear. A half-ancestor's strength is too terrifying. Senior Mirror God, I'm really sorry. Senior Kujian didn't mean to. He's facing a lot of pressure as well. Kujian continued, I'm from the hyperspace dimension. Luin was stunned. Kujian said, there's no need to hide it. Compared to a mere heaven's path, my hyperspace dimension has helped them more. If they're exposed, they'll all follow me. Mirror God didn't understand. What's the hyperspace dimension? Senior, have you heard of the Sixth Direction Society? Mirror God asked. Supreme Immortal and Mirror God were shocked, and they retreated a few steps as they stared at Luin warily. The Six Direction Society that the Heaven's Path ordered to capture? Ku Jian sneered. Luin began to explain the situation with the Six Direction Society to the Mirror God and the others. It wasn't long before Mirror God understood. If anything happens, Senior Ku Jian has already promised to take you away. What do you think? Luin asked. Mirror God frowned in thought. Ku Jian didn't rush him and simply waited. After almost an hour, Mirror God said, "If we go to the hyperspace dimension, can you give us freedom in the home of the gods?" Ku Jian's expression relaxed. Of course. My hyperspace dimension won't restrict you. If you don't want to stay in the hyperspace dimension, I can apply to give you a parallel dimension. It might be small, but you'll be the masters of that dimension. How many resources do you need? Supreme Immortal asked. Luin looked at Ku Jian. Ku Jian was solemn. The more, the better. Mirror God's breathing quickened. If we can get enough resources, will there be benefits? I mean, other than taking us to the hyperspace dimension. Ku Jian's eyes narrowed. What benefits do you want? Mirror God looked at Luin. Luin replied, I'm not from transcendent spacetime, so I can't help you fight for anything. This is just a trade, but as a friend, I hope that you can gather as much as you can. Transcendent spacetime is far more powerful than this spacetime continuum, and if the fact that you're gathering resources isn't exposed, then that person might even be able to help you replace the above heaven sect. Ku Jian glanced at Luin. How ambitious. I'll need to go back and ask for instructions, but the prerequisite is that you'll be able to obtain enough resources. Mirror God said confidently, Senior, you brought a lot of resources in our primordial space. Although they are controlled, with our ability, we can still obtain a lot without exposing ourselves. If we don't care about the cost, we can obtain several times more than what you need, or even more. Speaking up to this point, he felt strange. Does transdimensional not have these resources? If the home of the gods can get so many resources, then the Sirius sect and the Seven Courts can do the same. These resources don't seem to be particularly hard to get. Ku Jian left. The mirror deity's words filled him with confidence. It wasn't particularly rare. These 6 words were enough. He needed to consult. He ran. Luin stayed behind. Downlord, these resources. Mirror God asked. Luin asked. I have them, don't worry. Mirror God nodded. Taishan hesitated. Are you really going to transdimensional? Luin teased, what, you don't want to leave this place? Taishan smiled bitterly. Of course not. Luin reassured him. Don't worry, I'll be back. Besides, I won't be leaving so soon. In Lu Yan's plan, the Hexagon Society needed to be nibbled away at step by step. He wouldn't become enemies with the entire Hexagon Society, but he also wouldn't be suppressed by them. The next day, Ku Jian arrived with Hirant's conditions. If you have enough resources, I can guarantee a spot in the council for the home of the gods, Ku Jian said. Mirror God and Taishan didn't understand and looked at Luin. Luin was delighted. Lady Hiran really said that? Of course, Ku Jian replied. Luin quickly told them how generous the conditions were. And as long as you're exposed, transdimensional will definitely take you away. Even if Luin tries to stop us, it'll be useless. 2 black energy sources are enough to deter him, Ku Jian said proudly. Mirror God raised a few more questions, and Ku Jian answered them one by one. It was obvious that Hiran was in a hurry and urgently needed resources. One last thing, Mirror God took a deep breath and said seriously, we'll only trade with Zijing. Ku Jian raised his brows. Zijing? Mirror God nodded. Ku Jian glanced at Luin. Sure. Mirror God sighed. That's good. We believe in Senior's guarantee. Since that's the case, our home of the gods will immediately begin gathering resources. Ku Jian sighed inwardly as well. They had searched through many parallel universes, but aside from the Hexagon Society, none of them had all the resources they needed. At most, they only had a portion, and it was impossible to gather all the resources they needed. They had finally found the Three Sovereigns universe, but it had disappeared along with Mu Jun's disappearance. This had made Xianxia furious, and now they had finally found it in the Genesis space. Even if it went against the Hexagon Society's principle of not touching the Genesis space, it didn't matter. Kujian didn't know the ultimate use of these resources, but he was certain that they could allow transdimensional to soar once again. This was evident from Xianxia's attitude. For this, even paying a small price wouldn't be a problem. After the deal was done, Kujian was rather curious about the Home of the Gods' power and asked them to demonstrate it. When Kujian saw that the Home of the Gods could create all kinds of weapons out of nothing, including houses, mountains, and rivers, this kind of shock greatly satisfied Mirror God and the others. Even a half-step ancestor was shocked by their power. Kujian was truly shocked, and he felt as if his worldview had been toppled. Could something really be created out of nothing? None of the Hexagon Society's powers could create something out of nothing. What was going on with the Home of the Gods? When he met Xianxia again, Kujian truthfully reported what he had seen. Xianxia was astonished. Creating something out of nothing? Xianxia, do you know how they did it? This is the power of the rune progenitor, so I'm not sure. If you want to know, you can move the Home of the Gods to transdimensional. Xianxia's lips curled up. Interesting. There's such a power? He was sent back to the Hexagon Society by Yuting. Kujian reported Mirror God's condition to Xianxia, who smiled and said, "This is Xianxi's little trick. He hopes to use the value of the Home of the Gods to increase Zijing's influence and give her a greater say in hyperspace." Kujian frowned. He frowned. Should I warn him? Xianxia's gaze deepened. No need. Let him be. After all, he's your lover. She then grew doubtful. Had she guessed wrong? She had originally guessed that Xianxia and Zijing might not be in that kind of relationship, but now it seemed that if Xianxia was willing to risk his life for Zijing, then they might really be in that kind of relationship. After returning to the Hexagon training hall, Luin remained quiet for a while until Suyu arrived. She was here to cause trouble. "Xian, get out here!" Suyu shouted. He walked out. "What's the matter?" Suyu bared her teeth. "You took advantage of us capturing Linggong to capture Wendy Yushan and despicably obtain a seat in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. How do you want to settle this debt?" He rolled his eyes. "I didn't ask you to capture Linggong. What does that have to do with me?" Suyu was furious. "You're too despicable." He glared at her. "Me? If you hadn't stopped me in the Wood Spirit region, I would have obtained that lightning tree's innate gift. Back then, I thought that you had interfered because I destroyed your trial, but now that I think about it, did someone order you to deliberately destroy my wood innate gift? So that I wouldn't be able to join the wood dimension?" Suyu was furious. You're spouting nonsense." Luin pursed his lips. "You should be grateful that I'm not causing trouble for you. Go back and don't bother me. It's not that simple. That seat should be my brother's." Suyu gritted her teeth. "Nonsense." Luin ignored her. Suyu clenched her fists. "You're asking for a beating." She then took out a stone jian and leapt forward. "Everyone says that you're good at practicing battle techniques, but I don't believe it. Let's see how it goes." At that moment, a spear shot over from afar and pierced towards Suyu. Suyu turned around and swept out with her jian, knocking the spear aside. "Who's there?" Luin looked over. Linggong walked over from afar, her spear returning to her hand as she coldly stared at Suyu. Suyu was shocked. "You? What are you doing here?" Linggong pointed her spear at Suyu. "I'll deal with you first, and then I'll deal with your brother." The spear then turned into a beam of white light that pierced towards Suyu. Suyu raised her brows. "You're courting death." Bang! There was a loud bang as sparks scattered in all directions. Each spark distorted space and left behind a deep burn mark. Suyu and Linggong were both pushed back at the same time. This attack had been evenly matched. Suyu came from the Void God spacetime and cultivated Void God's power. Based on the strength of her Void God's power, she was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's emissary level. Although Ling Gong had yet to break through to become an emissary, she was already adept at challenging those who were stronger than her. When the 10 arbiters had first appeared, she had clearly only been a hunter, but she had been able to fight against an enlighter. Now, she had cultivated to 43 cycles, which was enough for her to challenge an emissary. These were the 10 arbiters, powerhouses who had suppressed an entire era. If not for Lu Yin's sudden rise, the 10 arbiters would forever be legends of the inner verse and outer verse, and they would not be much weaker than the geniuses of the Neoverse. This was the hexagon training grounds, so Suyu could not use her energy source, and Ling Gong could not use her fog. She also could not use her microray weapons and other external items. The two figures fought fiercely, and their speed was so fast that those who had been attracted to the fight could not even see them clearly. Suyu's expression turned serious, as she had not expected this person to be so difficult to deal with. In the Genesis space, she and Su Ji had successfully ambushed Ling Gong because Xiao Qingfeng had been exposed during the trial. They had not wanted to attract the attention of the Lingling clan, so they had taken down Ling Gong with a sneak attack. Now that they were fighting fairly, Suyu was surprised to find that she was having a hard time defeating Ling Gong. Impossible. Suyu considered herself to be one of the top powerhouses of her generation in the Void God universe. How could she not be able to take down this androgynous fellow? Similarly, Ling Gong was surprised as well. Back in the 5th mainland, she had been notified by Lu Yin and willingly allowed herself to be captured. Even if she had been prepared, Su Ji and Suyu could still capture her with their combined strength. She just hadn't expected Suyu to be so powerful alone. The two of them fought for half an hour, but there was still no clear winner. Lu Yin watched on with interest, as it seemed like they were about to get serious. Suyu used her Void God technique, and multiple Void Gods flew out of her cosmic ring. The most powerful one had twice the power of her Void God power. This was how the Void God civilization fought. Ling Gong spat out blood from the Void God's attacks, and she had no choice but to use soul splitting. She split herself into 3, each with the same strength as her main body. Suyu was dumbfounded when she saw soul splitting. How could such a thing happen? The people who had been attracted to the battle were also dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaodao had come as well. He had come to ask Suyu for guidance on Void God power, and he happened to see this scene. What a battle technique, he shouted, startling everyone around him. Ling Gong's soul-splitting made it so that Suyu's Void Gods didn't know who to attack. She didn't have that many Void Gods to attack, so Ling Gong took this opportunity to thrust her spear at Suyu's lower abdomen. At the critical moment, blue flames surged out of Suyu's head and burned the sky. The heat wave that came towards her made Ling Gong feel a fatal sense of danger, and she quickly retreated. Suyu glared at her. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my blue phoenix. Ling Gong felt her scalp go numb as a terrifying pressure accompanied by a heat wave assaulted her, making it difficult for her to approach Suyu. At that moment, the pressure that Suyu was exerting on her suddenly increased. 3 times? 5 times? Or how much? Lu Yin frowned, as this was the Void God civilization's trick. Using a Void God that was several times stronger than their own to pressure Ling Gong, it was like Ling Gong was fighting against Suyu, who was several times stronger than her. In particular, the blue phoenix's flames were everywhere. No matter how he looked at it, Ling Gong had no chance of winning. Suyu waved her hand, and the blue phoenix cried out as flames that swept towards Ling Gong. Ling Gong's eyes widened. She was White's White Knight. B. The heavenly palace appeared, grand and magnificent. The sound of bells echoed, shaking everyone's hearts. Suyu raised her head. What the hell was this? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Ling Gong had the innate gift of Heaven Palace, and her 10 innate gifts combined could suppress anything. Few people at the same level could defeat her, and even Suyu, who was several times stronger than her, could still be suppressed by Heaven Palace. The blue phoenix rushed towards the heavenly palace and set it on fire. Ling Gong's face was pale. He would never admit defeat. The heavenly palace suppressed him. Flames shot up from the palace and burned in all directions, turning the sky blue. Suyu's body shook. She actually felt the pressure from the heavenly palace. She looked at the spirit palace and wondered how this woman was so strong. Was this the prodigy of the origin space? The palace was burned, and the spirit palace coughed up blood. Its unyielding will made the sound of the bell even more resounding. Every sound of the bell made Suyu's heart tremble. Blood flowed from her ears, and she covered her ears. As the sound of the bell reverberated, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She opened her arms, and the thunder exploded. It turned into a tree and blasted towards the spirit palace. Ling Gong stared at the descending lightning and raised his spear high to block it. With a boom, the earth shook. The spirit palace was blasted away by the lightning. Luyin looked at Suyu. He had never thought that Luo Zong would fail under that lightning tree, but she would succeed. This was her foundation. It was a showdown. In comparison, Ling Gong, who had always stayed in the Fifth Mainland, was at a disadvantage against Suyu. It was rare for such an exciting battle to occur in the Hexagon training grounds. Suyu panted heavily as she looked at the spirit palace with admiration. Above her head, the heavenly palace's light dimmed as the blue phoenix flew out of the palace and entered the nest. Suyu's body swayed, and she was shocked. The blue phoenix had used up so much of its void god's power? Across from her, the spirit palace propped himself up with his spear and stared at Suyu. His body was covered in burn marks, and he seemed to be heavily injured. "You've lost," Suyu said in a low voice. Her tone was very weak, and she no longer had her initial disdain. She respected this person, as his unyielding determination and the magnificence of the heavenly palace had shocked her greatly. Ling Gong slowly pulled out his spear and pointed it at Suyu, approaching her step by step. Suyu frowned. "You've lost. Don't force yourself." The mask on Ling Gong's face fell off, revealing her beautiful face. Her appearance was not as cold as her temperament. Instead, she seemed like a little girl next door. Luyin had been greatly surprised at the start of the battle, and now, everyone was equally astonished. Xianxia's mouth fell open. What the hell? Suyu stared blankly. Although they had captured Ling Gong, he had always been dressed as a white knight, and they had never seen him before. Now that they saw him, they felt the same as Jiang Xiaodao, as if they had seen a ghost. Ling Gong's appearance was just too deceiving. "You've lost," Ling Gong said coldly. Suyu did not react. "What did you say?" At that moment, the spirit palace in front of her dissipated. This was Soul Splitter. Suyu was shocked, and she quickly turned around, only to see the cold tip of a spear pressed against her throat. Her life was in her hands. All around, everyone fell silent. Suyu had actually lost to that hostage from the primordial space? You. Suyu could not believe it. Ling Gong lowered his spear and propped himself up to prevent himself from falling. Suyu was indignant, and she glared at Ling Gong. Despicable. Ling Gong raised a brow. Luyin spoke up. "Is that all you know?" Suyu glared at Luyin. "Move aside. Don't ask for a beating." Ling Gong was asking for a beating? She looked at Luyin as well. "Move aside. This is an order." Suyu was bewildered. Where had this order come from? Luyin was speechless. This guy really could not change his catchphrase. Jiang Xiaodao came over and looked at Ling Gong fervently. "Sister, that cloning battle technique of yours is very powerful. Teach me." Ling Gong frowned. "Scram." Suyu glared at Jiang Xiaodao. "Move aside." She then looked at Ling Gong. "I lost because I was careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to beat me in your current state." Luyin replied, "She hasn't learned anything yet. Let's wait until she learns about the Six Direction Association's civilization." Ling Gong looked at Luyin. "Is that the strange technique from before?" Luyin smiled. "Not only that, but you'll also gain an innate gift of wood and an energy source. Right, there's also the Monarch's Aura, which can be used to strengthen weapons. Speaking of which, it's really suitable for you to learn the Monarch's Aura." "It's useful?" Ling Gong's eyes lit up. Suyu said, "Don't listen to him. The Monarch's Aura is the weakest power of the Six Direction Association's civilization. I don't want you to have an excuse after I beat you." Of course, Ling Gong would listen to Luyin. Although his words seemed to be joking, there was actually a hidden meaning behind them. The Monarch's Aura was definitely suitable for her. Suji arrived and checked on Suyu's injuries. When he saw that she was fine, he asked about the results of the battle. "We'll set a time for another round," Suji said to Ling Gong. Ling Gong looked at him. "I'll compete with you this time." Suyu rolled her eyes. "Stop bragging. My brother can beat 10 of me." Ling Gong's eyes trembled. If that was the case, then she really wasn't his match. After the battle ended, the other areas were also bustling with activity. Someone was looking for trouble with Xianxia after being trapped by his literary prison. Xianxia wanted to find trouble with Hishu, but Hishu's red energy source had a power level of over 1,000,000, so he couldn't retaliate at all. However, he couldn't find Hishu, and Hishu didn't plan on fighting him. Shuade Knight didn't look for the person who had captured her. Instead, she immediately joined the Lost Dao Academy, as she was very interested in the Lost Dao Academy's power. Wendy Yushan went to the Reincarnation Dao Academy. The 6 Direction Associations. Attitude towards the primordial space had extended to the 6 Direction training arenas as well. As a result, those in the 6 Direction training arenas weren't very friendly towards Ling Gong and the others. How many people in the 6 Direction training arenas could defeat Ling Gong and the others? Almost all of them were in the great training arenas. After a period of commotion, many people were taught a lesson, and the dust settled once more. Luyin was looking forward to the results of Wendy Yushan and the others learning of the 6 Direction Association's civilization. He believed that he would hear news soon. As for Luyin himself, he needed to go into seclusion and study the power of his heart, the Void God's power, the Wood Spacetime's power, and the Reincarnation Spacetime star energy. He felt that although all of the power in his body was concentrated in his heart, it was still somewhat chaotic, and he needed to sort it out properly. But how was he supposed to sort it out? He looked at the fates and in his heart, the rivers on the continent, and the blooming buds, and fell into deep thought. Before he knew it, gray had replaced everything. Luyin suddenly reacted and looked up, only to see a familiar figure appear in front of him. He stood up excitedly. "Master! How many years had it been?" If he didn't count the 20 years he had spent traveling through spacetime, it had been 10 years since he last saw Mr. Mu. 10 years wasn't a long time for cultivators, but Luyin had only been in seclusion for a few years at most. To him, 10 years was a very long time. He had thought that he would meet Mr. Mu again one day, but he hadn't expected to meet him here at the 6 Direction training arenas. Mr. Mu was still as calm as ever, but this time, he looked at Luyin with a strange gaze. "I didn't expect you to come here." Luyin stared blankly at Mr. Mu, as this was something that he should have said. "Master, why are you here?" "To see you." Mr. Mu's response was very calm. It was just like when he had met Mr. Mu in the astral tree domain. Mr. Mu's reply had been, "I wanted to come, so I came." When he had met Mr. Mu in the technocracy, Mr. Mu's reply had left Luyin speechless. "I was just passing by." That was all. The answer now was, how should I put it, as expected of Mr. Mu. Luyin suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Master, do you know about the 6 Direction Society?" Mr. Mu looked at Luyin deeply. "It's been a while, but your power has changed." This was what Luyin was worried about. "Master, how has my power changed?" "I feel like it's becoming more and more complicated. You once said that I only needed to cultivate each power to the peak, and you also said that this was my path. But I'm stupid, and I still don't know how to walk down this path." Mr. Mu looked at Luyin's heart. It's very complicated." Luyin's heart sank, and his face paled. Even Mr. Mu said that it was complicated? He hadn't even said that back in the technocracy. Actually, Luyin was very confident about the power in his heart, even though it was mixed. This was because it could dissolve the divine martial qi and other powers. It could be considered as the unification of 10,000 Daos, and it was incomparably powerful. He hoped to hear praise from Mr. Mu, and not just the word mixed. He hoped to be able to walk his own path under Mr. Mu's guidance. Mr. Mu looked at Luyin. Everything in the universe operates according to a unique order. Matter, power, laws, even opportunities, disasters, and so on. Everything that appears can be traced back to the source, and even the most chaotic of powers can be included in this order. Your power is filled with limitless possibilities, and although it is chaotic, it encompasses everything. Luin was hopeful. Does this mean that I can continue cultivating? Mr. Mu praised, continue. I'm also curious as to how far you'll go in the future. Your path is different from everyone else's. Different? Luin was puzzled. He recalled Mr. Mu's words and asked, Master, you mentioned that everything in the universe operates according to a unique order. Can I understand this order as a sequence of particles? Mr. Mu was surprised. Sequence of particles? Luin explained what Zijing had explained about sequence of particles to Mr. Mu. After listening to the explanation, Mr. Mu sighed. Human intelligence is truly boundless. To be able to analyze the essence of everything in the universe in such a way. That's right, this sequence of particles is the power of a progenitor. Luin had naturally guessed that once one could influence the sequence of particles, it would be equivalent to influencing the universe. This was the equivalent of changing the heavens and the earth. When you stepped into the world of cultivation, you continuously came into contact with powers that surpassed your own level. You were enlightened by the hunting war, and you were enlightened by fighting envoys. Now, you can even fight a half-progenitor as an envoy and challenge a progenitor. Your experience and knowledge have always transcended realms. I thought that even if you could borrow the power of a progenitor or even fight against it, you wouldn't be able to understand it. I never thought that you would be able to comprehend it in such a way. I don't know if this is good or bad for you. Luin asked, if hyperspace really does control the power of sequence of particles, does that mean that they can mass-produce progenitors? Mr. Mu retorted, what does this question mean to you? Luin said bluntly, if it's really possible, then I would like to master this method. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. I won't interfere with their research. Perhaps it can be done. Sometimes, a person's power is unknown to them. Even a progenitor can't see through their own power. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he blurted out, could this be the dividing line? Mr. Mu gave a rare laugh. You're becoming more and more intelligent. Luin humbly replied, it's all thanks to Master's teachings. Mr. Mu shook his head. I didn't teach you anything. I only appeared this time because I wanted to fulfill my responsibility as your master. However, the changes in the form of your power have greatly exceeded my expectations. There is no one in this universe who can point you in the right direction. You can only rely on yourself. Luin was put in a difficult position. Self-comprehension? It's too difficult. Mr. Mu replied, you can do it. The root of wisdom tea you used in the past was pretty good, but as time went on, the root of wisdom tea was unable to give you any self-enlightenment. There are some realms that even Huiwen cannot reach or change. This is the Six Paths Association, so perhaps the Grand Empyrean Tea Party is suitable for you. Luin was shocked. Master knows about the Grand Empyrean Tea Party? Why wouldn't you know? Mr. Mu asked. Luin blinked. Master, why did you? You never mentioned the Six Paths Association? Mr. Mu replied, so what if you did? Unless something unexpected happened, even with your current power level, you would not need to know about the Six Paths Association. The Six Paths Association does not actively affect the primordial space, and the primordial space does not need to pay attention to the Six Paths Association. The Six Paths Association is a combination of two entities working together to fight against the Eternals, but they are also independent entities. Does Master know about the banishment of my Lu family? Luin suddenly asked. Mr. Mu nodded. Yes. Then. Luin wanted to ask why Mr. Mu had not told him, but then he thought about what Mr. Mu had just said. There was no need to even mention the Six Paths Association, so how could Mr. Mu have told him? Mr. Mu raised a hand and placed it on Lu Yin's head. This was a rare act of intimacy. Even though Lu Yin had long since matured and had the power level of a progenitor, he would always be the young man in front of Mr. Mu. Whenever Lu Yin encountered a crisis that he could not resolve, the first person he thought of was Mr. Mu. Although Mr. Mu was not his father, he was more like one. It must be tiring for you to shoulder the burden of the Lu family alone, Mr. Mu lamented. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Not at all. Mr. Mu lowered his hand and waved it gently, causing a colorful path to appear in the distance. Lu Yin saw people walking along the path, laughing, crying, struggling for their lives, or indulging in luxury. Humans are complicated, and they have emotions and desires. People can have feelings or hate in their relationships, and there is no need to hide them. If you have feelings, express them, and if you hate them, vent them. That is what it means to be human, a person of flesh and blood. If you want revenge, Master will not stop you, but you must never lose your sense of responsibility. The colorful path continued to extend, and Lu Yin saw a statue of himself on earth. He saw countless people worshipping him, looking at him with reverence. The fanaticism in their eyes almost melted his heart. These people truly revered and worshipped him. This scene was not limited to just Earth. Statues of him appeared on planets all over the fifth mainland, each one like a dot of light that pierced through the entire continent. Child, when you grow up, you must serve the Tao Master and protect this universe. Go, cultivate, join the above heaven sect, and protect the Tao Master. The reason why our family can continue to cultivate is because of the Tao Master's grace. From now on, the first rule of our family is to always be loyal to the Tao Master and fight for him. Countless voices echoed in Lu Yin's ears, and he heard the fanatical roars and saw the passionate gazes. His heart surged with passion. He knew that he was revered on the fifth mainland, but he had never felt this way before. Countless people looked at him, worshipped him, and swore to protect him. This was a promise that someone cared about him and was willing to use their lives to protect him. No matter how you seek revenge, you must never lose your sense of responsibility as a human. They are your responsibility. Mr. Mu retracted his hand, and the colorful path disappeared. A familiar gray appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes once again. Lu Yin took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Mr. Mu. This disciple understands. I will not disappoint Master. Mr. Mu smiled. I cannot guide you on your future path, but I will do my best to protect you. You can go to the Grand Empyrean tea party as you wish, and the Grand Empyrean will not act against you. Lu Yin suddenly looked up, hearing the confidence in Mr. Mu's voice. Mr. Mu's tone was calm, but he had said something that no one in the Six Directions Society or the Primordial Space had dared to say. This disciple understands. Lu Yin was excited. Then, Master, are you not going to Immemorial City? The gray suddenly dissipated, and Mr. Mu's figure blurred. When you become a progenitor, Master will tell you the truth about this universe. Mr. Mu's figure then completely vanished. Lu Yin shouted, Master, wait. This disciple still has questions. However, everything returned to normal. The gray was gone, and so was Mr. Mu. Lu Yin was disappointed, as he had too many questions to ask. Immemorial City, the flames that had burned the Book of Destiny, how Ming Yan had been saved, the burial garden, and the only true God. These were things that only someone at Mr. Mu's level could know, but Mr. Mu had not given him the chance. Was it really as Mr. Mu had said, that he had to become a progenitor to know these things? At this moment, Lu Yin finally understood how fortunate he had been to have Mr. Mu as his master. He now understood how ordinary all those opportunities had been in Mr. Mu's eyes, and he also understood the disparity between him and Mr. Mu. From the very beginning, Lu Yin had stood at an unparalleled height, one that was even higher than the Lu family. Lu Yin let out a long breath. It did not matter anymore, as Mr. Mu's arrival had solved the problem that he had been most concerned about. The Grand Empyreans would not act against him, which allowed Lu Yin to relax. As long as he could ensure that the Grand Empyreans did not act against him, he did not fear anyone else. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 6 Daos were comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos from the era of the above heaven, Lu Yin would not have to face them head-on. The ones he feared the most were still the Grand Empyreans. Since Mr. Mu had only ensured that the Grand Empyreans would not act against him, that meant that Lu Yin still had a chance against the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. This conjecture made Lu Yin feel much less apprehensive about the reincarnation spacetime. Perhaps it was not impossible for him to go to the reincarnation spacetime. Just as he had resolved his worries about going to the reincarnation spacetime, Xianxia had arrived. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This time, he did not plan on rejecting the grand stone gates. Invitation. However, fate seemed to be playing a joke on Lu Yin. Xianxia had not come to invite him, but rather to inform him that someone had already inherited the position of the Great Stone Saint. Someone has become the new Great Stone Saint? Luin exclaimed. Xiao's expression did not look too good, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable grief. The Great Stone Saint died in battle, and the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages could not be left vacant. The Grand Empyrean bestowed the position to someone else. Luin was speechless. He had just been prepared to accept the Grand Stone Gate's invitation, but now, something unexpected had happened. They did not want him anymore. What was this? Xiao was somewhat apologetic. Xianxia, although the position of the Great Stone Saint has already been inherited, if you are willing, you can still join the Grand Stone Gate. I guarantee that I will find you the best master or recommend you to other powerhouses. With your talent, you will definitely succeed in becoming a disciple of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. Luin replied, Senior, there is no need to blame yourself. I just want to know how Senior Great Stone Saint died in battle. Senior is a hero of the human race. If I am lucky enough to become a powerhouse in the future, I will definitely find a way to avenge Senior Great Stone Saint. Xiao looked at Luin with a strange light in her eyes. She had thought that Luin would be furious since the promised position of the Great Stone Saint was gone. No one would be able to accept losing a powerhouse's position for nothing. She had not expected him to care about the Great Stone Saint's matter. Not everyone in the Grand Stone Gate was like this. Compared to the others, Xianxi's awareness was much higher. I finally understand why Su Xiangyin cares so much about you, Xiao sighed. When you said that you refused the position of the Great Stone Saint to repay Su Xiangyin's kindness, I did not believe you and guessed that there might be other reasons. Now, I believe you. Xianxia, it is the Grand Stone Gate's loss that we did not let you inherit the position of Great Stone Saint. Luin replied, since this is the Grand Empyrean's arrangement, there must be a reason for it. I just want to know how Senior Stone Saint died in battle. Of course, he cared about this. One of the reasons he had joined the Sixth Direction Association was to learn more about the Eternal's strength. It was impossible for the Eternals to only have 7 progenitors in the 7 sky gods. The Sixth Direction Association, along with the other parallel spacetimes and the primordial space, had quite a few progenitors. Even so, they were still suppressed by the Eternals. Xiao's eyes dimmed. Stone Saint died at Qincong's hands. Luin was shocked. Qincong? That dreamlike bubble? Xiao nodded. Tu Shuangshuang, who captured you, was Qincong's disciple. Qincong is very mysterious, and no one knows his identity, not even his gender. He's best at finding weaknesses. Stone Saint was the closest to death out of the reincarnation spacetime's 9 sages, and Qincong targeted him. Unfortunately, Lotus Sovereign was unable to save him in time. Over the years, no less than 3 progenitors have died at Qincong's hands. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Killing at least 3 progenitors? What kind of concept was that? Lu Yin had to team up with Mu Xia and Elder Chan just to deal with Mu Jun. Progenitors were very difficult to deal with, especially those who were focused on escaping. They could escape by tearing through the void, but Qincong had managed to kill 3 of them. Even the Grand Empyrean can't find Qincong? Luin did not understand. Xiao explained, the Grand Empyrean's opponent is the only true god, and the one chasing after Qincong is the Sanctification. However, they have not been able to track him down after so many years. Instead, Qincong instigated Tu Shuangshuang to defect. This matter has made the Sanctification the laughingstock of the entire reincarnation spacetime. At this point, her eyes suddenly lit up. Xianxia, are you interested in becoming a Sanctification? Luin was surprised. A Sanctification? Xiao whispered. Tu Shuangshuang was instigated by Qincong, and Xiao Qingfeng and the others were captured. This caused dissatisfaction in various spacetimes, and even Xiao Qingfeng's master, Sovereign Xiaoyin, reported this to the Grand Empyrean. There are rumors that the Sanctification will be stripped of their positions, and once that happens, the position will be taken by someone else. Right now, many people are trying their best to join the ranks of the Divine Transformation Realm. Once the position of the Divine Transformation Realm is taken away, they will most likely inherit it. Luin shook his head. I still want to join the Void Gods universe. Without the position of the great stone saint, Xianxia couldn't persuade Lu Ying so naturally, but she still said, "It's a good thing that you're a loyal person, but in the world of cultivation, it could easily become a fatal flaw. Xianxia, Su Xiaonin is very good to you, but there's a limit to what he can give you. Even if he recommends an extremely strong person to you as a teacher, the possibility of you becoming a void god is very low because of Su Wang's attack." Lu Ying wanted to say something, but Xianxia cut him off. "Or to put it another way, you can help Su turn to Yin." Lu Ying was confused. "Help Senior Su Xiangyin?" Xianxia asked, "Do you know about the endless battlefield?" Lu Yin's eyes trembled. "I do. Apparently, it's the place where the Six Direction Association and the Eternals fight." Xianxia nodded, her eyes filled with melancholy and lingering fear. "That's right. The Endless Battlefield is a place where the Six Direction Association connects many desolate parallel spacetimes to form a barrier outside the Six Direction Association's parallel spacetimes. It's the main battlefield against the Eternals. No matter who it is, they have to enter the Endless Battlefield at regular intervals, and even extreme powerhouses are no exception. Since ancient times, no less than 20 extreme powerhouses have died in the Endless Battlefield. The Great Stone Saint died in the Endless Battlefield, and Su Xiangyin is nearing the age limit to enter the Endless Battlefield. Once he enters the Endless Battlefield, his life and death will no longer be in his own hands. If you really want to help him, then become a powerhouse as quickly as possible and enter the Endless Battlefield to protect his life. Otherwise, with his strength, it will be difficult for him to return alive. Don't think that the higher your cultivation, the better your chances of survival. There are some battles that only people at our level can participate in. Su Xiangyin was lucky enough to return alive last time, but that might not be the case this time." Lu Ying lowered his head. The Endless Battlefield was also known as the 100 Alliance Battlefield. The Six Direction Association had unearthed 62 parallel spacetime civilizations, either allying with them or conquering them and pulling them into the Endless Battlefield. The Endless Battlefield was even more intense than the Six Direction Association's parallel spacetime, and there were all sorts of civilizations and wars. Lu Ying had heard about it not long after arriving at the Six Direction training hall from Luo Lao'er. According to Luo Lao'er, he would rather die than go to the Endless Battlefield. If he went, he would not be able to return. In reality, the Endless Battlefield was equivalent to the battlefield on the other side of the Astral Tree. The Astral Tree had the Mother Tree and unlimited kinetic energy to keep the Eternals outside, while the Endless Battlefield was the Six Direction Association's Mother Tree and unlimited kinetic energy. The Six Direction Association had filled the Endless Battlefield with too many people, and they had allied with various parallel spacetimes to fight to the death against the Eternals. That was how they had been able to keep most of the Eternals' forces outside the Six Direction Association. Otherwise, the Six Direction Association would not be in its current state. Back when the Undying God had been trapped by the ancestral Mang, the 7 Sky Gods had come to his rescue, and the Six Direction Association had reclaimed their lost territory. This had forced the Eternals to retreat from the Astral Tree. They could not completely lose their territory in the Six Direction Association's parallel spacetime, or else it would be very difficult to fight their way back because of the Endless Battlefield. If the Eternals had only lost their territory in the Six Direction Association's parallel spacetime without the Endless Battlefield as a barrier, then the Eternals would not have cared so much. Overall, the Astral Tree situation was much better than the Six Direction Association's, as the Mother Tree and unlimited kinetic energy were able to completely isolate the Eternals. Very few people from the Endless Battlefield could return, so the outside world did not know much about it. They only knew that it was a land of death. Our reincarnation spacetime has 3 9 sages, and 5 of them are in the Endless Battlefield, not to mention the other spacetimes. You can imagine how terrifying the Endless Battlefield is, Xianxia said. Lu Ying looked up with a resolute gaze. This junior understands. If possible, this junior will fight for the position of sanctification. Xianxia smiled. That's good. She had her own reasons for advising Lu Ying to fight for the position of sanctification. Based on Lu Yin's behavior, Xianxia felt that she had treated him quite well. Once he became an extreme powerhouse, she would have another backer. Compared to having an extreme powerhouse as a backer in the future, It was much more worth it to say a few more words and use her brain. By the way, Senior, who will inherit the Great Stone Saint's position? Luin was curious. Although he had no intention of inheriting the position, this person had basically robbed him of his opportunity, which made him quite unhappy. Xianxia frowned. I don't know. Luin was shocked. You don't know? Xianxia said in a low voice, this person is not from our reincarnation spacetime, but no one in the Great Stone Sect knows where he came from or where he came from. Probably only a few people like the Grand Empyrean know. Luin grunted and did not pay too much attention to it. The Stone Gate 8 Hands and the Stone Mace technique will soon be removed from the Reincarnation Tao Academy and replaced by the Heavenly Transformation Technique, Xianxia reminded him. You should be able to see how important the reincarnation time and space is to the Sixth Direction Dojo. Whoever abdicates will have their power appear here. This is equivalent to telling everyone that this seat can appear from the Sixth Direction Dojo. This is also why I was certain that you were very likely to inherit the position of the Great Stone Saint. That's why. It's still the same even now. Properly cultivate the Heavenly Conversion Technique and attract the attention of the reincarnation spacetime. The Grand Empyreans might look over here. Her last sentence made Lu Yin's hair stand on end. Being seen by a Grand Empyrean? How could that be? His death mask could fool Bai Xing, but it definitely could not fool a Grand Empyrean. He did not know how many powerhouses in the Sixth Direction training grounds could see through his death mask, which made him especially wary. Xianxia quickly left. She was right. A few days later, the Reincarnation Tao Academy's entry technique was changed to the Heavenly Conversion Technique, and the Stone Gate 8 Hands and the Stone Truncheon Technique were removed. This move caused the Sixth Direction training grounds to erupt into an uproar, and countless people looked at the Reincarnation Tao Academy with longing. News that the Holiness Transformation Technique could be replaced had long since spread. Now, anyone who could cultivate the Heavenly Conversion Technique well would have a chance to become a Holiness Transformation Technique in the future. Although the Holiness Transformation Technique could be replaced, no one knew how long it would take. Since the Heavenly Conversion Technique was placed in the Reincarnation Tao Academy, many people believed that they had enough time to cultivate it. Instantly, everyone rushed to the Reincarnation Tao Academy, including those from the Grand Path training grounds. The Heavenly Conversion Technique was a Holiness Transformation Technique that could dissolve all forms of energy, absorb it, and transform it into one's own strength. Tu Shuangshuang could rely on the Heavenly Conversion Technique to fight against Xiao Qingfeng and the others. She could even suppress Jiang Xiaodao, which showed how powerful this technique was. The appearance of the Heavenly Conversion Technique attracted even Su Xiangyin. In Su Xiangyin's words, the Stone Gate no longer fought over Luin, as Luin was practically someone from the Void God universe. Su Xiangyin urged Luin to cultivate well and find an opportunity to bring him to the Void God universe to meet Senior Su Wuwei. Luin was very curious about Su Wuwei's strength, mainly because he wanted to find out if Su Wuwei could see through Death Mask's disguise. Senior Su Wuwei. Su Xiangyin raised his head, his eyes filled with reverence. He's one of the oldest powerhouses in the Void God universe. In terms of age, he should be second only to the Void Master. When he heard this, Luin was certain that he could not meet Su Wuwei. That would be courting death, as this person was definitely not below by Wang Yuan and the others. It would be difficult for Luin to be confident that Death Mask would not be seen through. The method of not meeting Su Wuwei was simple: learn the Heavenly Conversion Technique, and the better one learned it, the more competition there would be. If the Stone Gate could compete with Su Xiangyin, then so could the Holiness Transformation Technique. Luin ended his seclusion with anticipation and walked out. A jade stone fell to the ground, containing a portion of the Heavenly Conversion Technique's cultivation method. With Lu Yin's current cultivation, he could easily master the reincarnation spacetime's battle techniques and cultivate them at an astonishing speed. For example, the Stone Gate's 8 hands could frighten even the Stone Saint if he wanted to. That was what he thought when he saw the sudden appearance of the Heavenly Conversion Technique. However, when he actually saw the Heavenly Conversion Technique's cultivation method, he was stunned. Even if he did not have his current cultivation, he could still cultivate it quickly. Wasn't this the same cultivation method as lockbreaking? Lockbreaking required one to decompose star energy to retrieve treasures. One's control of star energy had to be ever-changing, and one had to be able to clearly see the star energy of a sealed treasure and use it to resolve it. The heavenly conversion technique followed the same principle. It required one to analyze the nature of an opponent's power in the shortest amount of time and then use one's own power to resolve or even absorb it and turn it into one's own power. Thank you. Yuanfei 1985 Muzu AA Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. The cosmic conversion technique seemed powerful, but as long as one's control reached a certain level, they could easily learn it. This was the essence of the cosmic conversion technique. It seemed simple, but the most difficult part was that one's control over their own power had to reach a level where they could neutralize an enemy's power. This level was equivalent to the fifth mainland's lockbreakers, the heavenly intelligence realm. A lockbreaker's control over star energy was divided into minute, cloudwalker, heavenly intelligence, divine eye, profound creation, and world. The heavenly intelligence realm seemed to be the third realm, but how many lockbreakers in the fifth mainland had reached this level? When Luin had first met Ku Wei, he hadn't even reached the heavenly intelligence realm, and Ku Wei had only reached that level at most. The most difficult part of the cosmic conversion technique was that one's control of star energy had to reach the heavenly intelligence realm. The further one progressed, the higher the requirements for star energy control. Luin estimated that Tu Shuang's control of star energy had probably reached the divine eye realm or even the profound creation realm, which was why she had been able to suppress Jiang Xiaodao and the others. Luin put away the jade and looked into the distance. The people from the Reincarnation Tao Academy must be very happy. The cosmic conversion technique's appearance gave them a chance to try to become a saint as long as they displayed enough talent. Unfortunately, one had to be at the heavenly intelligence realm to enter the technique, and many people who joined the Reincarnation Tao Academy couldn't even reach that level. Luin rushed over to the place where he had used the stone door's 8 hands. The stone wall there had been removed, and in its place were spheres of star energy that rotated at high speed and distorted one's vision. This was the entrance exam for the cosmic conversion technique. As long as one could neutralize the star energy spheres, one would be considered a beginner. It was similar to the fifth mainland's entrance exam for lockbreakers, but the one before him had been called a starburst sphere. When Luin arrived, many people had already gathered. Shihong, Zuiyu, and Ji Xiao were all there. Even Suyu, Mu Mu, and the others had come to learn the cosmic conversion technique. Regardless of whether or not they wanted to become a saint, it was always good to learn another technique. Star energy spheres were distributed according to the number of people in the Reincarnation Tao Academy, and the people from the Tao Academy naturally took up many spots. Luin had arrived late and didn't have a single sphere. He looked around and saw that many people had snatched 2 spheres. Suyu had even snatched 3, and she was looking at him provocatively. Someone came late and doesn't have a sphere. What do we do? Do you want to snatch it? Suyu teased. There were quite a few people watching, and many of them heaved sighs of relief when they saw that Luin didn't have a star ball. They were truly shocked by his innate gift. He had always been able to gain entry to any academy in the shortest amount of time. They were afraid that he would be able to do the same with the one sky conversion technique. If he displayed a monstrous talent and attracted the attention of the reincarnation spacetime, they would definitely not be able to compete with him. This was for the best. He wouldn't even be able to study. Luin looked at Suyu. Why did you snatch 3? Suyu raised her head. I'm willing. What can you do about it? Even in her dreams, she wanted to beat him up. Back in the wood spirit realm, he had cowered, and he had been obstructed by that spirit palace. The more she couldn't beat him up, the more annoyed she felt. It was a thorn in her heart. Luin didn't plan on arguing with her, but someone else attacked. It was Wendy Yushan. She had joined the Reincarnation Tao Academy and had just arrived. When she heard Suyu's words, she raised her sword and attacked. Suyu hadn't expected Wendy Yushan to suddenly attack, and she quickly retreated. Are you crazy? Wendy Yushan was still wearing her white, tight-fitting jacket that was trimmed with gold, and she looked exceptionally heroic. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and she exuded a tranquil and simple aura. Hand them over. Suyu weighed them. There were 3 star energy balls. These? Wendy Yushan's gaze was calm. Suyu sneered. Who do you think you are? Why should I hand them over just because you want me to? It had been a few days since Wendy Yushan had joined the Reincarnation Tao Academy. At first, there had been people who had tried to cause trouble for her, but later on, due to their fear of her strength and her beautiful appearance, not only had no one tried to cause trouble for her, but she even had a group of suitors. Now that she was facing off against Suyu, someone immediately advised her, Wendy, don't stand out. We have star energy balls here if you want them. Don't fight with Suyu. Wendy, Suyu is very strong. Don't fight her head-on. Wendy. Luin was speechless when he heard the shouts of the people around him. This was the preferential treatment that only beauties received, and the Spirit Palace and Shude Knight probably weren't that bad either. Wendy Yushan stood there with her sword in hand, her valiant and heroic appearance causing many of the men around her to feel tempted. Hand them over immediately. Suyu raised her brows. I left the Spirit Palace, and now you're here. I see that you people from the primordial space don't know your limits, so I'll teach you a lesson. She then took out her stone jian and stepped forward to face Wendy Yushan. The jian swept through the universe, and Wendy Yushan's sword was domineering as 10,000 swords combined into one. Compared to the Spirit Palace, Wendy Yushan's realm was slightly weaker. She had been far inferior to the Spirit Palace back in the Fifth Mainland, and although Luin had provided her with resources that had allowed her to improve quite a bit, she still could not make up for the gap between her and the Spirit Palace. She was still inferior to the Spirit Palace, let alone Suyu. However, that was under the premise that Wendy Yushan did not use her innate gift. Her innate gift was related to time, and she had never mentioned it to anyone. Once she used it, she might have a chance against Suyu, but it would still be very difficult for her to win. Luin did not want Wendy Yushan to reveal her innate gift, so it was time for him to do so himself. Otherwise, there would always be people who would provoke him for no reason. The Void Moonstone Jian suppressed Wendy Yushan's swordsmanship, but she remained silent. Even though she was being suppressed, she was still looking for her opponent's weakness. Suyu sneered. Compared to the Spirit Palace, this woman was much weaker. She didn't even have the chance to use her natal void spirit. Traceless in life. Suyu growled, and the Void Moonstone Jian swept towards Wendy Yushan from an unbelievable angle. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold, as she could not block this attack. The only way was to reverse the stone jian and render it ineffective. Suddenly, Suyu felt a different force from the stone jian in her hand. Before she could react, the stone jian was gone. Suyu's body almost fell due to inertia, and the stone jian that should have been in her hand disappeared. Wendy Yushan's sword descended, but when she sensed that the Void Moonstone Jian had disappeared, her sword suddenly stopped, and she turned to look to the side. Suyu also looked in that direction in a daze. She saw that Luin had appeared to the right in front of her at an unknown time. He held a stone jian in his hand, and he casually swung it around. It's pretty heavy. Mumu took a step forward and stared at Luin. She had not seen him. She had not even seen how he had gotten there. How had he moved so quickly? Ji Xiao looked up and stared deeply at Luin. This speed was terrifying. Luo Zong was also present, and his eyes narrowed. Even he had not been able to clearly see Lu Yin's speed, so how had this guy moved so quickly? No one had expected Luin to forcefully snatch the stone jian from Suyu's hands. This could no longer be described as inconceivable, it was simply a slap in the face. Suyu stared at Luin, clearly agitated. Impossible. How can you be so fast? Wendy Yushan was not surprised at all. With Lu Yin's strength, he could easily destroy the 6 directional training arenas if he was serious. Luin flung the jian out. The stone jian streaked through the air and stabbed into the ground in front of Suyu. Try again. Try to keep your weapon from me. Suyu's expression changed, and she grabbed the stone jian. In that instant, a breeze brushed past her ears, but before she could react, the stone jian in her hand disappeared once again. The crowd was stunned. Once again, if the first time had been an accident, then this time, it was absolute strength. Luo Zong clenched his fists. This speed had already surpassed the limits of his current realm. How was this possible? How could Luin be so fast? Even if he had used a red energy source, he might not have been able to move so quickly. The stone jian streaked through the air again and stabbed into the ground in front of Suyu. Again. If you can't keep your weapon this time, then hand over the star energy ball. Suyu suddenly looked up, her expression extremely solemn. She no longer looked at Luin with the same contempt as before. This person's speed was simply terrifying. The stone jian swayed and let out a soft hum. A blue phoenix soared out of Suyu's head, its flames burning the sky and causing the entire Reincarnation Dao Academy to become scorching hot. If you can still snatch my stone jian from me this time, then I, Suyu, admit defeat. Blue flames descended and completely enveloped Suyu and the stone jian. From a distance, she looked like a goddess born from fire. Her hair danced in the wind as she stared at Luin with a blue glow. Come on. Luin narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his foot. He landed on the ground and instantly vanished. No one saw him clearly, and when they saw him again, there was a stone jian in his hand. Suyu stared blankly in front of her, her face filled with disbelief. How was this possible? He had actually broken through the void god's seal. This was not something that could be explained by speed alone. She suddenly turned to look at Luin. You were hiding your strength. Luin tossed the jian over. Don't make wild guesses if you don't understand. Give me the star energy balls. Although Suyu was unwilling, Lu Yin's display of strength had convinced her. If Luin hadn't tried to snatch the jian and had instead attacked her, she would have only been able to stand there and take a beating. Luin caught the star energy balls that Suyu tossed over and tossed one to Wendy Yushan. Thanks. Wendy Yushan's tone was cold. I'll snatch it myself. She didn't even look at the star energy ball that Luin had given her. Luin felt awkward. Although she was putting on an act, she was being too heartless. It was as if he was looking at the Wendy Yushan that he had first met. With the star energy balls in hand, everyone began trying to cultivate the one sky conversion technique. The jade clearly recorded how to raise one's control of star energy to the heavenly intelligence realm. Although there was a way to cultivate it, it was still very difficult to succeed. Many people from the reincarnation spacetime also came to the Reincarnation Dao Academy, as their control of star energy far surpassed that of others. Xianxia Dao came to look for Suyu. Of the 2 star energy balls that Suyu had snatched, one had been reserved for him. However, Wendy Yushan had not taken it, so it had been taken away by someone else. What? My star energy ball is gone? Who dares to snatch it? Jiang Xiaodao was furious. Suyu had no choice but to explain what had happened. Jiang Xiaodao looked as if he had seen a ghost. Xianqi? That guy's that fast? Suyu's expression turned serious. It's definitely not just speed. Of course it's not speed. Suji arrived and calmly looked at Luin. It's impossible for speed to break through the void god's seal unless it can't seal him. Bro, what do you mean? Suyu did not understand. Suji's eyes twinkled as he recalled an ancient legend. If that was true, then Xianqi must have obtained an incredible innate gift of wood. He looked at Luin again and walked over. Luin held the star energy ball in his hands, thinking about how long it would take to break it down and gain a basic understanding of the cosmos conversion technique. Suji arrived. I want to feel your speed. Luin looked at him. Revenge? No need. Suji was calm. Luin looked away. No need. Suji frowned. Please, let me feel your speed. Luin replied, I don't want to waste time. Then take your revenge. Suji was straightforward. Luin looked at him curiously. You want to feel my speed that badly? Suji's gaze was sharp. Yes. Luin stood up. I can't use it for nothing. What do you want? Suji asked. Luin replied, I heard that you obtained the stone disc. The Heavenly Harvester plate was the image that the Void God Academy had shown when they had joined the Sixth Direction Training Hall. That image represented the previous owner of the Heavenly Harvester plate. Unfortunately, that person had died. Suji was the current owner of the Heavenly Harvester plate. When Luin found out about this, he wanted to find Suji and see how the stone disc was related to the Astral Emperor. Suji wasn't surprised, as many people wanted to see his stone disc. You want to see it? Of course. Sure, as long as you can withstand the Void God's power. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Yin's lips curled up. How do you want to see my speed? Su Ji raised a hand and released his Void God's power, forming a wall between him and Lu Yin. This Void God's power was comparable to an emissary's. Pass through it. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to pass through it. It was like an enlighter pushing away an emissary. Only an absolute elite could do that. Lu Yin looked at the dense Void God's power. You're giving me a difficult problem. If you can pass through the Blue Phoenix, then you can pass through this as well. Lu Yin smiled and took a step forward, passing by Su Ji. Su Ji felt a gentle breeze brush past his face, and Lu Yin was already behind him. He looked back and stared deeply at Lu Yin. You didn't touch the Void God's power. Lu Yin replied, it's fine as long as I can pass through it. Why must I touch it? Su Ji's eyes flashed. Back in the Wood Spirit region, you said that you were touched by a fast tree. I want to see what that tree looks like. Lu Yin did not refuse. He had not revealed his speed, but rather his use of space. His goal was to attract Mu Shikong's attention. There were too many people fighting for the position of sanctification. No matter how talented he was, he might not be valued, just like how the position of Great Stone Saint fell to someone else. To be on the safe side, it was better to pull Mu Shikong in and let Su Xianxia take him to see Su Wuwei. If he delayed for a while, he would eventually find a way to leave the Six Direction Training Hall and truly understand the Six Direction Society. After thinking about it for a while, he decided that the only way to buy enough time for himself was to drag Mu Shikong in and then fight with Su Xianxia. Su Ji frowned. No matter how he looked at it, it was a very ordinary tree. There were no anomalies. How could it be the legendary tree? Is it? It's your turn. I want to see the stone disc, Lu Yin said. A void nest appeared above Su Ji's head, followed by a stone stool that flew towards Lu Yin and stopped in front of him. Lu Yin looked at the stone disc in front of him. It didn't look special at all, but the boundless Void God power within made him sigh in amazement. This stone disc was definitely one of the top Void Gods in the Void God spacetime, and it was enough for Su Ji to cultivate to the peak. Why can it change in size? Lu Yin asked. Su Ji answered, it's a power vessel. A power vessel? Lu Yin was shocked. Was it refined by the Void God spacetime? Su Ji calmly answered, it came from the primordial space. Lu Yin was even more shocked. This power vessel came from the primordial space? Then why is it in the Void God spacetime? Su Ji answered, that's a story from ancient times. You don't need to know. Do you have many of these power vessels? Lu Yin's eyes burned with desire. Su Ji frowned. There were quite a few, but Su Wang was attacked. I don't know how many are left. What a pity, Lu Yin lamented. How do you feel after obtaining the innate gift of wood? Su Ji asked. Lu Yin looked at the stone disc as he answered, I don't feel anything, but my speed has increased a lot. What about the Void God spacetime? Su Ji asked. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. He knew that the tree had left traces in the wood spirit realm, but if Third Master Mu couldn't recognize it, then how could Su Ji, someone from the Void God spacetime, recognize it? Feel? Nothing, Lu Yin replied. Su Ji left with his suspicions and guesses. Lu Yin couldn't see anything from the stone disc, but it was definitely related to Wu Tian. Su Xianxia had mentioned it before, and Su Ji had also admitted that it came from the primordial space. What was the connection between Wu Tian and the Void God spacetime? His innate gift had already been exposed, so all he had to do was wait for the results. Now, Lu Yin raised his hand and a star energy ball appeared. It was time to show off. Only when enough people fought over it would he not have to go to the Void God spacetime to see Su Wuwei. 3 days later, the star energy ball in Lu Yin's hand was dissolved. Everyone in the area was stunned. Whether it was Luo Zong, He Shu, Su Yu, Su Ji, or even Xiao Qingfeng, who had heard the news, they were all stunned. It had only been 3 days, but Lu Yin had been able to initiate the heavenly transformation technique. This was something that no one could accept. Shi Jiao was the first to appear, and she looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Luin knew that he had overreacted when he saw her gaze, and he quickly said, "I've learned this before." Xianxia was shocked. "You've?" Luin replied, "Transcendence's essence is to decompose matter. I've studied it with Zijing before, and I've tried to decompose matter using my own spacetime cultivation method. Thus, the heavenly transformation technique isn't difficult for me." Xiaojiao's eyes lit up. "You were destined to learn the heavenly transformation technique. Transcendence cultivators specialize in decomposing matter and rely on their cultivation techniques. Since you've studied the heavenly transformation technique and relied on your own cultivation, it means that you've already learned the heavenly transformation technique. Xianxia, perhaps you're destined to be the next sanctification." "Shut up, Xiaojiao." Su Xiangyin was furious. "The Great Stone Sage's position is gone, and you still want to use it to tempt Xianxia? What does it have to do with you?" Xiaojiao replied, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to tempt Xianxia into joining my reincarnation. Spacetime is just helping him analyze the pros and cons. The sanctification bloodlines matters have nothing to do with you," Su Xiangyin said unhappily. He then looked at Luin, not knowing what to say. This kid's innate gift was too abnormal, and the Great Stone Sage wanted him. News of his talent in the heavenly transformation technique would probably spread to the reincarnation spacetime. Su Xiangyin, the reason why Xianxia wants to learn the heavenly transformation technique is so that he can become as strong as possible and help you when you go to the endless battlefield. Luin quickly stopped her. "Senior." Xiaojiao raised a hand. "There's no need to hide it." Su Xiangyin stared blankly at Luin. "Xianxia, is that true?" Luin sighed. "Junior knows that even if I join the Void God spacetime, my chances of becoming an extreme powerhouse are not high. Even if I can become one, it will take me a long time. If I can become a sanctification bloodline this time, I might be able to help Senior when you join the endless battlefield." Su Xiangyin was moved, as he had never been so touched by a junior before. From this kid, he felt a long-lost familial affection. Luin was helpless. How did things turn out this way? Su Xiangyin took a deep breath. "Xianxia, if you're really confident, then go ahead and fight for the position of sanctification bloodline. This might be a good ending for you, but..." He glanced at Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao frowned and turned to leave. Su Xiangyin leaned closer to Luin and whispered, "Although this is the fastest path to becoming an extreme powerhouse, it's not real." Luin was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Su Xiangyin shook his head. "I don't know either. This is what I heard from Senior Su Wuwei. He once said that if I had a choice, I would never want the positions of the 9 sages. It's too unreal. After he said that, Senior told me not to spread this information, even if I had to die." Luin thought about it. Never want the positions of the 9 sages? Unreal? Indeed, when he had first heard that the positions of the 9 sages could be bestowed upon them, he had felt the same way. If they could be bestowed, then they could be taken away. This was the situation that the sanctification bloodline was facing. "Senior, if you tell this junior now, what if Senior Su Wuwei finds out?" Luin was worried. Su Xiangyin said, "Whether or not you can return alive from the endless battlefield is another matter. There's not much time left, so it doesn't matter. Senior Su Wuwei will definitely be satisfied with you, and once he accepts you as his disciple, there's no harm in telling you these things." "That's impossible," Luin thought to himself. Su Xiangyin patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Xianxia, you're the most talented person I've ever met. Only that perfect young sovereign can compare to you. Fight for it, whether it's my Void God civilization or the reincarnation spacetime, as long as you can obtain it, go for it. Don't worry about me." Luin clenched his fists. This junior understands. Elsewhere, Mu found Third Master Mu and brought up the competition between Luin and Suyu. "A speed that even you couldn't see clearly?" Third Master Mu was shocked. Mu told Third Master Mu everything that he had seen and heard. Third Master Mu thought about it and realized that something was wrong. Something was very wrong, and with Xianxi's cultivation, even if he was fast enough, his body wouldn't be able to handle it unless he was hiding his strength. But why would he hide his strength in the 6-direction training grounds? Impossible. He suddenly thought of something. "I need to leave for a bit. Help me keep an eye on Xianxia. Try not to let him leave with Su Xiangyin." Mu was troubled. "How can I stop Senior Su Xiangyin?" Third Master Mu thought about it. I'll find someone else. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Mumu nodded and watched Third Master Mu leave. No one knew how long the history of the Wood universe was. In the war between the Origin Space and the Eternals, many parallel universes had joined the battlefield. The Wood universe was one of the few that could stand on equal footing with the third continent of the Origin Space. It was a powerful existence that had fought against Jiuhe. If one were to look back, perhaps the history of the Wood universe was even longer than that of the virtual God universe. In such a long history, no one knew how many strange trees were born. There was a gap in the history of the beginning space, and the same thing happened in the Wood time space. Third Master Mu wanted to go back to look for information, but he seemed to have thought of something. On this day, a majestic voice resounded throughout the 6 directional training grounds. Everyone, gather in the starry sky within 10 breaths of time. Luin immediately walked out and stepped into outer space. Figures appeared beside him one after another. In the starry sky, Yu Teng, Shi Jiao, and the others were all present. After 10 breaths of time, tens of thousands of people had gathered in the 6-direction dojo and entered the starry sky. Luin hadn't expected that there would be so many people. It seemed like another group had joined the 6-direction training rites. When Xianxia, Shude Knight, and the others were also present. Shi Jiao stepped forward, and her half-ancestor power swept across the crowd. The pressure she brought caused the space to distort. Next, no one is to speak. We will bring you to witness history. This process might be very long, or it might be very short. No matter how long it takes, no one is allowed to speak. Those who dare to disobey will be killed. Everyone in the 6-direction Dao rites was shocked. They were all elites selected from their respective spacetimes. Although their cultivation levels varied, it was undeniable that they had great potential in the future. Their statuses in their respective spacetimes were not low. Now that their lives were being threatened, many of them were not used to it. However, no one said anything. Shi Jiao used something similar to the power of her inner world and brought the tens of thousands of people from the 6-direction training rites, Yu Teng, Su Xiangyin, Third Master Mu, and the others away. Luin knew that their destination had to be the reincarnation spacetime, otherwise, Shi Jiao would not be the leader. Are you going to reincarnate in the spacetime? He was a bit nervous. In that spacetime where even the ancestor realm could be bestowed, would a Grand Empyrean notice him? Would he encounter an ancestor realm expert? The accident came too suddenly, and he was not prepared for it. In the blink of an eye, as the void opened up, they arrived at an unfamiliar starry sky. To those outside of the reincarnation spacetime, this region of space was unfamiliar, but Luin found it familiar. He saw a continent that covered the entire starry sky and felt the omnipresent astral source power. If it weren't for the fact that this continent was so large, he would have thought that he had returned to the 5th mainland. In the entire 5th mainland, only the Neoverse had land. The rest of the land had already collapsed. In front of them was a huge piece of land that spanned across the entire starry sky. It was unknown how vast it was. It lay across the reincarnation spacetime, shocking everyone who saw it. Luin had seen this scene in the memories of the cultivators from the 6th mainland, and he had also seen this scene when he had traveled through spacetime. The 5th mainland used to have similar continents, but they had all disappeared. Why is there land? A girl cried out in alarm. Her appearance was cute and full of intelligence. She looked towards Jibing with a curious gaze. Jibing's complexion changed. In the next moment, the woman's body turned to dust and her blood sprinkled through the starry skies. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they watched this scene in horror. Dead. That cute girl died directly. It was Shi Jiao's attack. I said that no one is allowed to speak. Those who disobey will be killed. Shi Jiao was colder than ever. Everyone deeply felt the weight of this sentence. She was not joking, it was true. They could kill people. That woman was a member of the Lost Tribesmen, and Jibing had taken a liking to her. He had actually killed her without any hesitation. Jibing could have stopped it, but he didn't. This wasn't just the will of the 6-direction training ground, but the will of the entire 6-direction sect. Everyone's expressions changed, and they shut their mouths tightly. This was the reincarnation spacetime, and it was too similar to the fifth mainland. Or rather, it was too similar to the primordial space. This reincarnation spacetime had to be connected to the primordial space. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, Xianxia led the group in a certain direction. Even with her speed as a half-ancestor, it took her several days to cross the land and arrive at the other side. She then led the group to a shocking scene. Everyone stared blankly at the battlefield in the distance. Countless cultivators were fighting against the Eternals. Corpse Kings. A towering wall had been erected on the land, but it couldn't really be considered a wall. It was more like the land had been folded together to keep the Eternals outside. Although it was simple and crude, it was far more shocking than the boundaries of the three monarchs' spacetime. Stars twinkled both inside and outside the wall, and Luin could clearly see a sourcebox array formed by countless stars that were scattered both inside and outside the wall. The wall seemed to enclose the entire reincarnation spacetime, but it also seemed like it only blocked one direction. A dark red color that could be seen with the naked eye filled the wall. It didn't just contain the blood of humans and corpse kings, but also the blood of various astral beasts. Countless cultivators stood on the wall and fought, and there were also cultivators fighting inside the wall through the cracks. The cracks looked small on the entire wall, but to the cultivators, it was a very large space. Some of the cracks even had stars revolving around them, and those stars were no smaller than Earth. This was the battlefield between the reincarnation spacetime and the Eternals, which was equivalent to the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree plane. This place was filled with barbaric slaughter, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. This was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is the front line between the reincarnation spacetime and the Eternals. Here, aside from the powerhouses, everyone else is just an ant. Even we might die if we aren't careful. This wall is stained with the blood of two powerhouses. Today, you might see the blood of a third powerhouse stain this wall. This wall is called the Void Imperfection Realm. Xiao's voice traveled to everyone's ears. Everyone looked into the distance. The Void Imperfection Realm? It looked like a wall, but it was incomparably huge. It carried the weight of a star, and it was enough for half progenitors to kill as they pleased. It could even allow progenitors to fight. This was the boundary of the reincarnation spacetime. Luin took a deep breath. This place was no less chaotic than the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree plane. From the dark bloodstains on the wall, one could imagine how intense the endless battlefield was. No one knew what they were looking at here. They couldn't participate in the war in the Void Imperfection Realm, and going there would be suicide. However, Xiao's words made many people speculate. What did she mean by might see the blood of a third powerhouse? Could it be that there would be a powerhouse fighting? Even in the Void Imperfection Realm, it was impossible for powerhouses to fight often. Everyone watched calmly. For 10 days, the war in the Void Imperfection Realm continued numbly. Day after day, there was an eternity of slaughter, and blood continuously poured onto the ground without stopping. On the 11th day, the sky suddenly changed. It felt like the sky was collapsing, and everyone felt a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. A progenitor. Xiao and the others looked up. An elder had appeared in the sky at some point, and he looked at the Void Imperfection Realm with a calm expression. With the elder's arrival, the entire Void Imperfection Realm trembled. This was a terrifying pressure that only a progenitor could bring about. Xiao bowed. Greetings, Huasheng. Yuting, Su Shangyin, and the others bowed as well. Greetings, Huasheng. Countless people in the Void Imperfection Realm paid their respects. Luin and the others bowed as well. Just like the cultivators fighting in the Void Imperfection Realm, they expressed their respect for this progenitor. However, compared to Luin and the others, Xiao's eyes were filled with grief. Only she knew what she was about to see. This scene was one of the few major events in the reincarnation spacetime that would be recorded in history. Huasheng's grief. Huasheng stared at the Void Imperfection Realm for 2 full days before vanishing. The next moment, countless eternal corpse kings shattered outside the Void Imperfection Realm's walls. Huasheng, you're courting death. A shout came from outside the Void Imperfection Realm. It was a progenitor corpse king, and it charged out with a cold voice. as it engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Huaxing. Too few people had witnessed a battle between progenitors. Even the people from the Six Direction training rites could not see what was happening, and their eyes stung. Countless cultivators in the Void Imperfection realm frantically retreated, and the Corpse Kings were constantly affected by the shockwaves. The heavens were overturned, and the resulting shockwaves were enough to make a half-ancestor cough up blood. The entire Void Imperfection realm was cracking apart as two figures frantically attacked each other. One was a progenitor Corpse King. Huaxing was clearly at a disadvantage. In terms of physical strength, humans were at a great disadvantage against Corpse Kings. However, Huaxing relied on the heavenly conversion technique to forcefully borrow the Corpse King's strength to counterattack, and the Corpse King found it difficult to withstand. Xianxia and the others watched closely, but they could not see clearly. Lu Yin remained calm, as he had already guessed that Huaxing was courting death. He had charged out of the Void Imperfection realm and slaughtered his way into the Everlasting realm. This was a punishment from the reincarnation spacetime, a punishment from a great Empyrean. Huaxing kept coughing up blood, and the progenitor Corpse King was not faring any better. How much longer can your sourcebox array last? The progenitor Corpse King roared and took out a hammer-like weapon to attack. Each attack caused the void to tremble, and a terrifying, boundless darkness appeared. It was as if space itself was being torn apart. However, these attacks were passively redirected. Huaxing had used a sourcebox array, and although he did not know what it was used for, it prevented the progenitor Corpse King's attacks from hitting him. Furthermore, the progenitor Corpse King was still enduring Huaxing's attacks. Huaxing was indeed an Origin Array Heavenly Master. When Lu Yin had seen the Heavenly Conversion Technique's cultivation method, he had already guessed that if this spacetime had a sourcebox array, then there would definitely be an Origin Array Heavenly Master. Huaxing was the most likely, and now that he had confirmed it, he felt that it was a pity. If only he could obtain Huaxing's sourcebox array. Unfortunately, he would not have such a chance. Huaxing was seeking battle. No matter how much he fought with the progenitor Corpse King, even if the Corpse King left the Void Imperfection realm, he would still chase after it. Holy grief! I remember now, Huaxing. You have been punished with holy grief, the progenitor Corpse King growled. Huaxing did not say a word. He allowed his body to be riddled with wounds and his strength to decline, but he still charged out of the Void Imperfection realm without fear of death. Come if you have the ability. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish, the progenitor Corpse King growled again. Huaxing charged out of the Void Imperfection realm once more, and a lake appeared around him. Lu Yin could not help but take a step forward. This was Huaxing's ancestral world. Once Huaxing's ancestral world appeared, it meant that Huaxing had used all of his strength. This also meant that the end was not far away. Sanctifice Lake spread out of the Void Imperfection realm, and any Corpse King that touched it would immediately dissolve. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines. The progenitor Corpse Kings continuously retreated, and Sanctify charged into the everlasting territory. The lake spread, and they all sought death. A few days later, the lake had shrunk by nearly half, and its surface was dyed red. Xianxia was sorrowful. The cleansing lake is Senior Sanctify's strongest power. He once said that the cleansing lake is like a person's soul and must be untainted, no matter how powerful it is. Now that the lake has been dyed red with blood, Senior must leave. Yu Ting and the others clenched their fists as they watched the lake shrink. They heard the progenitor Corpse King's howls and Sanctify's maniacal laughter, which was filled with pain and despair. The Void Imperfection realm calmed down, and countless cultivators stood inside and outside the walls, gazing into the distance. Their eyes were filled with respect as they slowly bowed. 2 more days passed, and no trace of the everlasting Corpse Kings could be seen in the Void Imperfection realm. The cleansing lake had dissolved countless Corpse Kings, temporarily putting an end to the endless war, but it had also put an end to Sanctify's own life. Become Kong! Sanctify bellowed. Everyone trembled as they stared in shock. In the distance, the lake's water scattered in all directions, carrying with it blood that scattered across the sky and pierced through the walls of the Void Imperfection realm. They could vaguely see Sanctify's body being torn apart. In front of him, a progenitor Corpse King roared as it continuously smashed down with its hammer. Each blow landed on Xianxia's head, shattering it. Xianxia refused to be outdone, and he grabbed the progenitor corpse king's neck with both hands. His progenitor power blossomed with its final brilliance. "Become Kong!" He roared at the sky as he unleashed all of his power, causing the void to sink into darkness. The terrifying darkness caused Lu Yin's heart to tremble. This was a lightless place that not even a progenitor would want to enter. Xianxia used the last of his strength to bring the progenitor corpse king into the boundless darkness, but unfortunately, he had exhausted all of his strength. Half of the corpse king's body shattered, and the remaining half fled. Although it did not die, it had temporarily lost its ability to fight. Outside the void imperfection realm, Xianxia's power transformed into beams of light that shot into the reincarnation spacetime, rushing towards that high place where a pair of eyes seemed to be watching them. Xiao's heart ached, and she bowed. Xianxia's hearts. Farewell, sanctification. It was raining in the undefiled realm. Every drop of rain could feel the unwillingness of the holy transformation before his death. That was the final brilliance of his power. He carried extreme unwillingness as he completed the grief of holiness and atoned for his sins under the orders of the Grand Empyrean. He could die, but he didn't want to die. Until the very end, he wanted to find Qin Kong and die with him. If it weren't for Qin Kong, Tu Shuangxuang wouldn't have betrayed him and made him suffer. Even if he died for mankind, he did not get the treatment he deserved. In the history of reincarnation spacetime, he was just a pitiful person who completed the holy grief to atone for his sins. No one spoke. Whether it was the cultivators from the unsullied realm or Lu Yin's group from the Sixth Direction training rites, all of them felt stifled in their hearts. They wanted to spit it out, but they didn't know how. Just because of Tu Shuangxuang, was it worth sacrificing a divine transformation? Was it worth it? The more it was not worth it, the more it meant that the Grand Empyrean didn't care. He simply didn't care about the life of a saint. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The progenitor realm was clearly the pinnacle of human cultivation. Even if there were differences in strength, they should not have died in such an aggrieved manner. This kind of death was related to the Lu family's ancestor. What was the difference? The Lu family's ancestor had been slandered by the four cardinal scales and had been killed by them. Huaxing had been implicated by Tu Shuangxuang and had died to atone for his sins. They were the most pitiful progenitors Lu Yin had ever seen. This was reincarnation spacetime, and this was the will of a Grand Empyrean. Even a progenitor could not defy it. At this moment, Lu Yin gained a new understanding of reincarnation spacetime. This was a civilization that seemed similar to the Genesis space, but it was completely different. Like star energy, the two civilizations could not fuse. No wonder Su Xiangyin had heard from Su Wuwei that even if it was possible, he would not want to become one of the 9 sages. Their strength was not real. Lu Yin suspected that even if Huaxing wanted to betray humanity and join the everlasting race, he would not be able to do so. This was because his strength came from a Grand Empyrean. What was the point of having a progenitor's strength like this? After mourning for half an hour, Xiao looked up and swept her gaze over the people from the Sixth Direction training rites. Someone will inherit the position of Huaxing within 100 years. Cultivate diligently and strive to enter the eyes of a Grand Empyrean within 100 years. Do your best to obtain the position of Huaxing. If this had been in the past, everyone would have been excited, but for some reason, the position of the 9 sages did not seem as attractive anymore. Lu Yin did not understand why reincarnation spacetime had brought them to watch this tragedy. Was it to tell them that they could fight for the position of Huaxing? Or was it to tell them that even if they became the 9 sages, they would still be under the control of a Grand Empyrean? If that was the case, why would they fight for it? Perhaps the Grand Empyrean only wanted to express one thing: since ancient times, they had been the masters of the universe. After returning to the Sixth Direction training rites, everyone silently dispersed. Xiao deliberately sought out Lu Yin and had a conversation with him, but this conversation was very dull. In Xiao's opinion, Huaxing's death had greatly affected Lu Yin. She could only comfort him and tell him not to think too much about it and to strive for the position of Huaxing. Lu Yin watched Xiao leave. The entire reincarnation spacetime was like living under a Grand Empyrean, even if one cultivated to the progenitor realm. Then, was that spacetime still a spacetime? It was more like a prison. Half a month later, people began to leave the Sixth Direction training rites one after another. Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, Mu Mu, Luo Zong, and the others had all left. They could not learn anything from the Sixth Direction training rites, and if they wanted to learn more, they would have to enter the Sixth Direction Association spacetime. Luin was thinking about when to leave the Sixth Direction training rites. He had set his cultivation too low. When Ku Jian had brought him to the transcending spacetime, he should have set his cultivation to be close to the level of an emissary. However, at his age, that level of cultivation was still very eye-catching. Xiao Qingfeng and the others were all geniuses of the Sixth Direction Association. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now, it was not that simple to leave the Sixth Direction training rites. Why hadn't the Wood Spacetime Association reacted? They should have noticed something from his battle with Suyu. Even Suji had noticed something, so how could they not? Strange. All Luin could do now was wait. Perhaps he could make a big breakthrough in his cultivation, such as an epiphany? Luin waited calmly, but the Wood Spacetime Continuum did not fight over him. Instead, he smelled a strange fragrance. It was the aroma of food, and it was so fragrant that it made one salivate. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, Luin had rarely been so greedy for food. He followed the fragrance in a certain direction. Who could it be? Who could have created something that even he could not bear? An irresistible fragrance? Soon, he parted the grass and saw a fire burning. Someone was roasting something with their back to him, and the fragrance was coming from the roasted meat. High-end ingredients often only require a simple roast. You can eat the original flavor of the ingredients. Sizzle. Delicious. An ancient voice sounded from behind Luin. Luin turned around and left without hesitation. The moment he saw that person, his brain had subconsciously gone on alert. This wasn't the first time he had felt such a feeling, and each time, it had brought him a life or death crisis. This person was not simple, and Luin had not even thought of using his domain to test him. The moment he turned around, he saw someone's back and the delicious roasted meat. When did this happen? Luin looked back and saw a pile of ash where he had just been. His pupils shrank. This person had changed directions in an instant, and he hadn't even had time to react. Impossible, not even Xiaxinji and the others could have caught him off guard, but this person? Why are you running, kid? The man with his back to Luin stood up, patted his butt, and leisurely turned the grill. Feeling guilty? Lu Yin's expression remained the same. Junior Xianxia greets senior. The rotating grill sizzled, and the person took out something to sprinkle on the roasted meat. An even more enticing aroma wafted out, and Luin unconsciously swallowed as he looked at the meat. It was too fragrant, and it didn't seem like it belonged to the human world. How could something as wild as roasted meat emit such an extraordinary aroma? I'm Su Wuwei, the person said as he turned the grill. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he bowed again. Junior Xianxia greets senior Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei's back was still to Luin, and his eyes were fixed on the roasted meat. That brat Xiangyin said you were very talented, and he repeatedly begged me to take a look at you. His efforts were not in vain. You are indeed very talented. Luin didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. You were able to hide your strength in front of him. Aside from extreme powerhouses, no one should be able to see through you. This kind of talent is rare. Su Wuwei then turned to look at Luin. He was an old man with a weathered face, but his eyes were very clear, so clear that it was as if he could see through Luin. Lu Yin's heart sank again, as he really couldn't hide anything from this person. There were strong and weak progenitors, and this Su Wuwei was definitely at the top. He was at least at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas, or even higher. However, he wasn't at Mr. Mu's level. Otherwise, Su Wuwei would have been able to see the power in Lu Yin's heart, and he definitely wouldn't have acted like this. After all, even Mr. Mu had been surprised by the power in Lu Yin's heart. Unless Su Wuwei's cultivation far surpassed Mr. Mu's, but that was impossible. Mr. Mu's repeated appearances had refreshed Lu Yin's understanding of him. Lu Yin was now convinced that Mr. Mu was definitely a powerhouse at the level of a Grand Empyrean. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Grand Empyreans wouldn't act against him. No matter how strong Su Wuwei was, he couldn't be stronger than a Grand Empyrean. You hid your cultivation and joined the 6 direction training rites. My first guess was that you were a spy for the Eternals, Su Wuwei said calmly. He then looked at the roasted meat again. In his eyes, nothing Luyin had done was more important than this piece of meat. Lu Yin's heart suddenly jumped. Senior, this junior is definitely not a spy for the Eternals. Su Wuwei raised a hand to stop Luyin from speaking. He leaned closer to the meat and sniffed it. The aroma isn't right. Is it burnt? No, the seasoning isn't right. Let me think. Luyin watched in a daze as Su Wuwei studied the seasonings and muttered to himself. He finally understood why Su Wuwei was called Su Wuwei. The old man valued food, and the 5 seasonings elevated the taste of the food to its peak, producing an irresistible aroma. Of course, this was also related to the roast meat, which was definitely extraordinary. Right, haha, I've thought it through. Put it like this, Su Wuwei was overjoyed and carefully flipped the meat, sprinkling seasonings on it with a special vibration. The aroma immediately increased, haha, it's done. He then tore off a piece of meat and ate it with a satisfied expression. Luyin watched silently, not making a single sound as if he didn't exist. After a full 4 hours, Su Wuwei slowly finished the barbecue. He ate very slowly, enjoying the delicious food. After he finished eating, he stretched lazily and looked at Luyin again. Kid, you're not bad. You didn't disturb this old man from enjoying the food. Seeing this, I'll let you die a less painful death. Luyin was solemn. I'm not a spy. Why do you want to kill me? Su Wuwei picked his teeth with a broken bone. Since you're sensible, think of a way to prove that you're not a spy. I don't want to hear any unnecessary words. Luyin fell into deep thought. Su Wuwei threw away the broken bone. Time is limited, and I don't want to stay here for too long. It's useless if you want to delay until that brat Xianxia arrives. He can't change my mind. Luyin thought for a moment and took out Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring. Su Wuwei was shocked. Sky-piercing pillar? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Su Wuwei knew about sky-piercing pillar. As expected, the Hexagon Society's civilization had intersected deeply with the primordial space a long time ago. He just didn't know what they had done when the primordial space's 4 continents had shattered. This is a power vessel from Tu Shuangshuang. It can store people in a cosmic ring, Luyin said as he dragged Tu Shuangshuang out of Mount Supreme. She can prove that I'm not a spy for the Eternals. Her name is Tu Shuangshuang. Su Wuwei was shocked once more. That bastard who caused Hua Xing's death? Luyin nodded. That's her. During the secret auction, she attacked everyone because of the power vessel that the Eternals had bestowed upon her. According to her, that power vessel came from the primordial space, and anyone who saw it would have guessed that she was a spy. That's why she took the risk to capture everyone. I'm the mysterious person who saved everyone and sent them to another parallel spacetime. Let me ask you, if I were a spy, why would I do such a thing? Even if I had a reason to do it, I could have just killed those young people in the end. Why would I let them come back? I'm sure the Six-Way Society has already investigated their existence. The Eternals don't have the ability to hide from the Six-Way Society. Su Wuwei nodded. That makes sense, but the Six-Way Society's attitude towards spies is to kill the wrong person rather than let them go. Kid, even if you're not a spy for the Eternals, you must have hidden your cultivation and entered the Six-Way training rites for a reason. The Six-Way training rites is the future of the Six-Way Society, and nothing can happen to them. I'll give you one more chance to prove that you have no ill intentions towards the Six-Way Society. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape the fate of death. Luyin felt helpless. Anyone would be unhappy if they were suddenly discovered to have hidden their cultivation. Furthermore, the Six-Way training rites were special, so Su Wuwei giving him a chance to explain meant that he believed that he wasn't a spy for the Eternals. However, the Six-Way Society and the many parallel spacetime continuums weren't peaceful to begin with. If it weren't for the Eternals, the Six-Way Society wouldn't have existed. Su Wuwei wanted Luyin to reveal his identity. Luyin hesitated for a moment before bringing out another person from Mount Supreme, Bai Qian. When Bai Qian appeared, he was at a loss when he saw Su Wuwei. Others might not recognize Bai Qian, but how could the upper echelons of the six-way society not recognize him? Su Wuwei was in existence second only to the Void Master in the Void God spacetime continuum, and he recognized Bai Qian at first glance. This was the first time he was surprised in front of Luyin. Bai Qian from the hyperspace continuum? Bai Qian looked at Luyin in confusion. She didn't recognize Su Wuwei. In the end, although her status in the hyperspace continuum was high enough for the upper echelons of the six-way society to recognize her, it was because of her competition with Hiran. She herself wasn't that experienced, so she hadn't had the chance to meet Su Wuwei and the other extreme powerhouses from other parallel spacetime continuums. Luyin sighed. I'm sorry, but I can't hide it anymore. I can only tell you the truth. He then looked at Su Wuwei. Senior, since you recognize Lord Bai Qian, you must have guessed it. That's right, this junior was sent by Lord Bai Qian to Hiran's side to help Lord Bai Qian defeat Hiran. Bai Qian's eyes flashed, and he calmly looked at Su Wuwei. Who are you? Su Wuwei was stunned, as he hadn't expected such a situation. Guessed it? How could he have guessed it? But when he thought about Xianxi's identity, his relationship with Zi Jing, his innate talent, and what Su Xiangyin had said, as well as Hiran's attitude, it wasn't impossible. Luyin took a deep breath and said, "This is Lord Bai Qian's ultimate counterattack." Compared to Hiran, Lord Bai Qian has no advantage in the hyperspace continuum. She can only rely on this junior's innate talent to rope in the various parallel spacetime continuums and then work together with Zi Jing's breakthrough in cultivation to suppress Hiran. This is the only way to win, but this. Su Wuwei suddenly said, "Stop." Luyin looked at Su Wuwei in confusion. Su Wuwei rolled his eyes. I'm not interested in such nonsense. Luyin said, but this junior wants to explain clearly. It's already clear. Su Wuwei looked at Bai Qian and then back at Luyin. You attacked Tu Shuangshuang because of her? Luyin smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from Senior. When Lord Bai Qian came to the secret auction, she was accidentally captured by Tu Shuangshuang. This junior had to take the risk. She's Qin Kong's disciple, and even if this junior's cultivation is far greater than hers, I wasn't confident. Senior Huaxing died because of Qin Kong. This person's methods are unfathomable. Su Wuwei's expression was complicated. Huaxing was pitiful. He hadn't even seen the enemy's face before dying because of a traitorous disciple. He stood up and patted his butt. Come over. Luyin looked up and saw that Su Xiangyin had arrived. Su Xiangyin had descended with anticipation and apprehension, but he was clearly stunned when he saw Bai Qian. The first person he thought of was Su Wuwei, who had saved everyone. He bowed to Su Wuwei. Senior. Su Wuwei grunted. The kid you picked is quite talented. Su Xiangyin was delighted and waited for Su Wuwei to continue. Su Wuwei wanted to say something, but he glanced at Bai Qian. I won't accept him. Su Xiangyin thought that he had misheard and looked at Su Wuwei in surprise. Senior, what did you say? You won't accept him? Su Wuwei was cold. No, and my void god space doesn't need him. Luyin frowned, but there was nothing he could do. It was obvious that Su Wuwei's impression of him was extremely poor, but at least he could fool him. Fortunately, he hadn't sent Bai Qian away, or else he wouldn't have been able to explain himself. Su Xiangyin didn't understand. Senior, this child, Xianxia, is not only extraordinarily talented, but he's also very humble. He's also very respectful towards my void god civilization. Is there some misunderstanding? He hurriedly looked at Luyin. Hurry up and explain to Senior. What did you do to make him angry? It was obvious that Su Xiangyin truly cared about Luyin, and he was more anxious than anyone else. Luyin felt a little apologetic. There's no need to explain. He didn't do anything wrong, but my void god civilization doesn't need him. Don't look for anyone else either. No one will accept him as a disciple. Su Wuwei then looked at Luyin and vanished. Su Xiangyin was anxious. Senior, please wait. However, Su Wuwei had already left, so how could he find him? Luyin stepped forward. Senior, there's no need to shout. Let's forget about it. Su Xiangyin looked at Luyin in confusion. What's going on? With your talent and character, you shouldn't be like this. Senior Su Wuwei likes to take care of the younger generation, and even that Xiao Zun from the reincarnation spacetime gave him some pointers. Why is he treating you like this? Xianxia, tell me the truth. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Bai Qian. Is it because of her? Bai Qian was calm. Xianxia, I should go. Lu Yin and Bai Qian looked at each other. Be careful. Bai Qian nodded and tore through the void to leave. She had already left her mark in the spacetime continuum, so she could return if she wanted to. Xianxia, tell me the truth. What's your relationship with Bai Qian? Why doesn't Senior Su Wuwei accept you? Why isn't he even willing to let the void god spacetime accept you? Su Xiangyin asked solemnly. Lu Yin was helpless. Senior, I know that you care about me, but this isn't something I can tell anyone. Senior Su Wuwei won't let me talk about it either. Su Xiangyin angrily rebuked, do you know what kind of opportunity you've missed? Do you really not care? Do you know what kind of status Senior Su Wuwei has in the Six Directions Association? Senior Su Wuwei is a powerful existence in the Void God spacetime, second only to the Void Master. In the reincarnation spacetime, he would be one of the three sovereigns. A single word from him can change your fate and the decisions of the Six Directions Association. He's one of the few powerhouses who can meet Grand Empyreans at any time, and he's one of the few who has a fixed seat at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Do you know how many people in the Six Directions Association want to become Senior Su Wuwei's disciple? I didn't tell you this back then because I didn't want you to feel too much pressure. Under normal circumstances, with your talent, you should have been able to become Senior's disciple. Why didn't you live up to expectations? Lu Yin was amused by Su Xiangyin's angry rebuke. He had never thought that he would be able to trick Su Xiangyin into becoming a family member. Su Xiangyin had looked at him with affection, and his rebuke had been filled with anger. Lu Yin had never seen anyone look at him like that before. Haizaj Lian, Big Sis, and the others were his family, but he had performed too well in front of them, so they had never had the chance to reprimand him. Su Xiangyin was the only one who gave Lu Yin a sense of warmth. He smiled. Su Xiangyin stared at Lu Yin, speechless. You can still smile? Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. Senior. Su Xiangyin pointed at Lu Yin, wanting to rebuke him further, but in the end, he sighed. Not only did you miss the opportunity to become Senior Su Wuwei's disciple, but because of a single sentence from Senior, you will never be able to join the Void God civilization. Do you understand this? Thanks Reincarnations back Caramel Roddy Throne Cannon Zhang Daming, thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly when he heard Su Xiangyin's words. He had not expected Su Wuwei to treat him so poorly. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had teachers and enemies, but there were very few strangers who disliked him so much. Su Xiangyin had even blocked his path to joining the Void God civilization. Sigh. Senior might be tolerant, but it's hard to change his mind once he's made a decision. How about this? I'll go beg Senior again. Even if I can't let you become his disciple, I'll still allow you to join the Void God civilization. Su Xiangyin's expression turned solemn. Xianxia, if news of Senior Su Wuwei refusing to let you join the Void God civilization spread, do you know what the consequences will be? Lu Yin thought about it. Not only would he not be able to join the Void God civilization, but the more serious consequences would be that everyone would close their doors to him. The more influence Su Wuwei had, the more severe the consequences would be. Even if he learned the heavenly conversion technique and was extremely talented in it, it would be useless. Once news of this spread, the reincarnation spacetime would close its doors to him, and no one would accept him. Even hyperspace would not welcome him. He would also consider Su Wuwei's influence. Of course, because of Zijing, he would not do anything openly, but her attitude would definitely change. Su Wuwei's attitude would determine Lu Yin's position in the Six Direction Society, and it would greatly affect his future plans. He could not help but ask, Senior, why didn't you tell me you invited Senior Su Wuwei over? Su Xiangyin regretted it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have invited Senior Su Wuwei. It would have been the same if I'd invited other powerhouses. What's going on with you? Luin muttered to himself, I'm actually in cahoots with Lord Bai Qian. Su Xiangying was puzzled, but he quickly reacted. No wonder Senior dislikes you so much. Given He Ran's attitude towards you, you're in cahoots with Bai Qian. You've been a pawn for Bai Qian to deal with He Ran from the start. Luin smiled. It's not that bad. It's just a collaboration. Su Xiangying said bitterly, you should have told me earlier. Senior Su Wuwei hates this kind of thing the most. Among the 6 sects, our faux god civilization is the most united. This has never happened before, and we don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. You yearned for the faux god civilization, so did you think of using them to help Bai Qian? Luin did not deny it. Su Xiangying had a complicated look in his eyes. What about your yearning for the virtual god civilization? My relationship with Bai Qian and He Ran is only in hyperspace. If I join the Void God universe, I will only use my own influence and help Bai Qian in the future. Will not deny it, but I will not implicate the Void God universe. Xiangying as well. Can't be. Su Xiangying nodded, as this was not a bad idea. No matter what, Senior Su Wuwei's impression of you is too poor, and because of this, I'm not confident that I'll be able to obtain his forgiveness. Since that's the case. He looked at Luin helplessly. Join the wood dimension. Su Xiangying asked seriously, Xianxia, are you sure that the talent you obtained in the wood spirit region is speed? Luin replied, I was sure at first, but I wasn't so sure after that. Later on, I discovered that. Su Xiangying interrupted Luin. There's no need to tell me what innate gift you obtained. When Senior Su Wuwei met you, I was also doing it with Musan. We fought, and he went straight to hyperspace to ask for you. He didn't even greet me. Third Master Mu? Luin was confused. Su Xiangying said angrily, I'm still angry when I think about that bastard's face. He secretly went to hyperspace to find He Ran and ask for you to join the wood dimension. He didn't even plan to greet the Void God universe. If He Ran didn't want to cause trouble, you would already belong to the wood dimension. Su Xiangying was furious, but there was nothing he could do. We fought, and he only stopped when I told him that Senior Su Wuwei had come to see you. Since the situation is like this, you should join the wood dimension. Luin frowned. Senior, is there no way for me to join the Void God universe? I just want to join the Void God universe. Before meeting Su Wuwei, Luin had wanted to cause a fight between several parties so that he wouldn't meet Su Wuwei. Now that Su Wuwei had seen through him, it was better to join the Void God universe to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, he might not be able to explain himself if someone from another universe saw through him. It was obvious that Su Wuwei was an expert who lived in seclusion and didn't participate in any fights, which was why he disliked Luin. If he was from another universe, he might even go to hyperspace to investigate and find out Lu Yin's identity. The more people who knew about him, the easier it would be for He Ran to find out. It was true that he wanted to join forces with Bai Qian to deal with He Ran. Now, it seemed that joining the Void God universe was the best option. Su Xiangying comforted him. With your innate gift, whether you join the wood dimension or the reincarnation dimension, your future won't be any worse than joining the Void God universe. You don't have to join the Void God universe. Luin persisted. But I still yearn for the Void God civilization the most. Other civilizations are far inferior to the Void God civilization in my eyes. Even if the position of sanctification was given to me, I wouldn't want it. I just want to join the Void God civilization. Su Xiangying sighed. I really believe that you don't want to use the Void God civilization to help Bai Qian deal with He Ran. With Musan's attitude towards you, you can use the wood dimension to help He Ran, but it doesn't have to be the Void God universe. Because of Senior Su Wuwei, you can't use the Void God universe's power. Even so, you still insist on joining the Void God universe. Senior, is there really no other way? Luin asked again. Su Xiangying pondered for a long time. With Senior Su Wuwei's status in the Void God universe, he can block your path to joining the Void God civilization with a single sentence. However, there is one path that no one can block, not even the Void Master himself. That is. He looked at Luin seriously. Breaking through the Void Gate. Luin was confused. Breaking through the Void Gate? He had never heard of such a thing. Su Xiangying solemnly explained, the Void Gate is a strange place in the Void God universe that has existed since ancient times. The Void Master's history is as old as the Void Masters. Legend has it that the Void Gate is related to Wu Tian, and anyone who breaks through it can join the Void God civilization unconditionally and take any powerhouse as their master. Even the Void Master cannot refuse. Luyin was shocked. Why is that? Su Xiangying replied, this is a rule that has existed since ancient times. No one knows why this rule was established, and there are no records of it in history. However, throughout the history of the Void God civilization, this rule has always existed. How many people have broken through the Void Gate? Luyin asked. Su Xiangying and Luyin exchanged glances. Su Xiangying raised a finger. Just one? Luyin was stunned. Throughout the countless years of the Void God civilization's history, only one person had broken through? That was inconceivable. The Void God civilization was not weak, and there were definitely many progenitors that had been born since ancient times. Even a progenitor could not break through the Void Gate? Su Xiangying smiled. Not even one. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How is that possible? Yes, I also think it's impossible, but it's like this. Since ancient times, even though many geniuses have been born, like Senior Su Wuwei, who is an extremely strong expert, they still can't pass the Void Gate. Even if they try now, they still can't pass it. This is the Void Gate, a legendary place in my Void God space, said Su Xiangying. Lu Yin subconsciously asked, it can't be fake, right? Nonsense. Su Xiangying glared at Lu Yin. That was personally acknowledged by the Void Master, and it was recorded in history. How can it be fake? At the Grand Celestial Tea Party, the Void Master personally promised that even if someone from the reincarnation spacetime managed to break through the Void Gate, the promise would still be valid. This is not limited to the Void God universe. However, so many years have passed, and even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages have tried, but none of them have succeeded. That's why I didn't think of it at first. Luyin felt helpless. If even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages can't break through, how can I do it with my meager cultivation? The Void Gate doesn't depend on cultivation. This is the Void Master's promise, which is why countless youths try to break through. They all want a chance to become the Void Master's disciple, which is equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step. Their status will be no lower than that of extreme powerhouses, and no one can resist this temptation. Luyin was curious. Senior, have you tried it before? Su Xiangying's expression turned unnatural. I don't need it. Luyin pursed his lips. He had definitely tried, but he had failed. I've decided to try the Void Gate. There's no time to lose. Let's go now, Su Xiangying said. He had only given Luyin a chance to try, but he had never thought that Luyin would succeed. In any case, it was just a test, and there was no need to prepare anything. Just as they were about to enter the Void God universe, Third Master Mu appeared. Su Xiangying, what's the result? Luyin looked over and saw that Third Master Mu was looking at him with a different gaze. It was even more fervent than the first time they had fought over Luyin. Su Xiangying said, Senior Su Wuwei said that he would take him to the Void God universe for another test. He wanted to try again. Even though he had already decided to let Luyin go and let him join the Wood Dimension, he was still somewhat unwilling. Third Master Mu was skeptical. A test? Everyone knows about Xianxi's experience. If Senior Su Wuwei had accepted him as a disciple, he would already be one. Su Xiangying sneered, not bad, Mu-san. You even dare to guess Senior Su Wuwei's thoughts now. Third Master Mu sneered, what about Senior Su Wuwei? He went back, of course. Then let's wait. Since Xianxi isn't Senior Su Wuwei's disciple, then we still have a chance. Su Xiangying was stunned. Mu-san, are you crazy? Xianxi is Senior Su Wuwei's disciple. Third Master Mu raised his head. Senior Woodcarver wants to see Xianxi. Su Xiangying's eyes widened. Woodcarver was one of the Wood Dimension's top powerhouses, and his status in the Wood Dimension was equivalent to Su Wuwei's status in the Void God universe. Senior Woodcarver wants to come? Lu Yin's heart sank. No, Su Wuwei had already caused him to be like this. What would happen if Woodcarver showed up? Third Master Mu solemnly replied, before, it was just the two of us competing, but now, it's Senior Woodcarving and Senior Su Wuwei. Su Xianxia, this is no longer something we can interfere in. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Senior, I only want to join the Void God civilization. Third Master Mu did not get angry at Lu Yin's words, and his gaze was gentle and full of praise. He even seemed apologetic. Xianxia, I must apologize to you. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. Third Master Mu took a deep breath. I was blind to have allowed a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Xianxia, your innate gift of wood is very good. Su Xianxia blocked Lu Yin's path and wanted to say something, but he could not bring himself to say it. He was unwilling to accept this, but his rationality told him that Lu Yin could not belong to the Void God civilization. Senior Su Wuwei had already determined that this child's future belonged to the Wood civilization. When he thought of this, Su Xianxia's originally hostile aura weakened. Third Master Mu was puzzled, but he did not ask any questions. Instead, he said to Lu Yin, Xianxia, let's talk alone. Lu Yin replied, there's no need to avoid Senior Su Xianxia. Third Master Mu was astonished and looked at Su Xianxia enviously. Su Xianxia dejectedly walked away and waved a hand without saying anything. Lu Yin watched Su Xianxia's back. This person was definitely unwilling to accept this. Lu Yin had gone too far in pretending to be a family member. Third Master Mu was puzzled. When did this old man become so easy to talk to? Lu Yin stood there quietly, waiting for Third Master Mu to speak. The identity of the tree that had escaped was about to be revealed. Third Master Mu faced Lu Yin and spoke seriously, Xianxia, I won't say any more apologies. I hope that you won't hold back your future because of what happened before. Do you know what tree you obtained the innate gift of wood from? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. Third Master Mu frowned, as if he was trying to recall something. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation for the tree that had escaped. It had actually given him an innate spatial gift, which was a terrifying power that was on par with time. It could be considered an extreme state of power that even a progenitor would find difficult to grasp. But a tree? No one in the wood dimension knows exactly what it is, let alone me. However, the tree is a legend in the wood dimension. We thought it was too illusory and no one believed it, but since you can touch space with it, we have no choice but to believe it, Third Master Mu said. Human history is a history of war. Not only is there a war between humans, but there are also wars with other creatures. The Eternals are the enemies of mankind. Since ancient times, there have been countless wars, and that big tree has appeared in many magnificent battles, such as the famous 75th Day Battle, the Relocation Battle, and the Civilization Restart Battle. The 75th Day Battle was won because of it. It took away a powerful enemy, causing that enemy to leave the battle on the 19th day. The Relocation Battle was lost because of it, because it connected several battlefields. No one knows how it did it, and space seemed to be meaningless to it. The Civilization Reset campaign was not even started because of it, but its influence has been passed down to this day. If it weren't for it, the wood dimension would not be the current wood dimension. This tree has affected the history of the wood dimension. Not only that, but it has also appeared in external battles. The most famous one is the Battle of Jiao River in the primordial space. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The Battle of Jiao River? Wasn't that the Third Mainland's war? The big-faced tree had told him a lot about Jiao River. During the Battle of Jiao River, the Netherworld ancestor had torn Jiao River apart and killed an old monster from the everlasting race. It seemed to have been a 7 sky gods, and Lu Yin had thought that the current 7 sky gods might have been added later. It was the trees that had connected Jiao River and prevented the Third Mainland from splitting apart. Lu Yin understood that the tree of Jiao River was referring to the wood dimension. The Battle of Jiao River was the largest battle that the wood dimension had ever supported. More than half of our powerhouses were gathered there, and if that tree had not taken away so many people, the outcome of the battle would not have been like that. Third Master Mu then said seriously, Xianxia, no matter what that tree did, there's no need to doubt its abilities. If you can use your innate gift to its fullest potential, you'll definitely become an extremely strong cultivator. Everything I told you came from Senior Mu carving. He couldn't come here immediately, so he asked me to tell you to join the wood spacetime dimension. Luin was curious, the Battle of Jiu River? The primordial space? Third Master Mu replied, that's all off topic. If you're interested, you can ask Senior Woodcarver. He said that he wants to take you in as a disciple. Luin pursed his lips. That would be troublesome, and he could not delay any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. That tree had been described as extraordinary, and Senior Woodcarver definitely cared about it. He had told Third Master Mu these things that only progenitors would know. The more Third Master Mu spoke, the more it meant that the wood dimension cared, which made Luin even more nervous. Can that tree really become a powerhouse with its innate gifts? Luin asked again. Third Master Mu replied, absolutely. Do you know how many people were helpless against that tree? The Battle of Jiu River was lost because that tree took away many powerhouses before the battle, which ultimately led to the collapse of the primordial space's third mainland. Luin raised his brows. That's not right. The big-faced tree had said that the Battle of Jiu River had been won, and that the Netherworld ancestor had killed the 7 sky gods. Gu Iji had been overjoyed, and he had even drunk and chatted merrily with the Netherworld ancestor. After that, the Netherworld ancestor had created the demonic scripture, which had been told to Luin by the big-faced tree. But why did Third Master Mu say that the Battle of Jiu River had been lost? Hold on, Luin organized his thoughts. Third Master Mu had said that the Battle of Jiu River had led to the collapse of the third mainland, which meant that the Battle of Jiu River that Third Master Mu was talking about was not the one that the big-faced tree had mentioned, but rather a long time after the Battle of Jiu River that the Netherworld ancestor had not created the demonic scripture yet. The Battle of Jiu River that Third Master Mu was talking about should have been the final battle of the third mainland, and the failure of that battle had led to the collapse of the third mainland. That tree had taken away many people? Senior, can a tree really take away powerhouses? Luin asked. Third Master Mu replied, Senior Woodcarving did not mention this, but I've checked the history books. Although there are only a few words, I'm certain that the Netherworld ancestor from the primordial space and Suwang Tian were among the people that were taken away. There must have been others besides them, but no one has been able to find anything. Lu Yin's body trembled as an idea flashed through his mind, but it disappeared in an instant. He had just thought of something, but he suddenly forgot about it. What was it? It had to be something important. The Netherworld ancestor, Suwang Tian, the tree that escaped, and the Battle of Jiu River. What could it be? What was the connection between them? What was the connection between the Netherworld ancestor and Suwang Tian? Lu Yin's expression changed as he recalled that the Undying God had said that the Netherworld ancestor had been tricked by Suwang Tian. Suwang Tian had gone to Immemorial City, but the Netherworld ancestor had not been able to go. They had also been taken away by the tree during the Battle of Jiu River. What was the connection between all of these? Luin had a guess that was somewhat absurd, but not impossible. Could the tree that had escaped be the way to Immemorial City? Just based on the fact that the giant tree had taken away the Netherworld ancestor and Suwang Tian during the Battle of Jiu River, it wasn't enough to link it to Primeval City. However, Luin still thought of Primeval City, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The Undying God had mentioned that the Netherworld ancestor had been tricked by Suwang Tian, and Suwang Tian had gone to Primeval City while the Netherworld ancestor had become Big Sis. Sometimes, people were like this, they could easily come up with ideas that they might not have thought of even after careful consideration. He also believed in his own guess that the tree might have something to do with Immemorial City. Xianxia, Xianxia? Third Master Mu called out twice, waking Luin up. Senior, I'm sorry, I got distracted. You seem to be very interested in the Battle of Jiu River. Third Master Mu was puzzled. Luin replied, I'm interested in that tree. You don't know, but I was almost taken away by that tree in the wood spirit realm. Third Master Mu was envious, that's something that many people want. That tree took away the strongest of the strongest, and it's already good that you were able to touch it. He paused, you should know how mysterious that tree is. Only by joining my wood spacetime will you be able to display your talent. Your future is limitless. How about joining my wood spacetime? The Void God spacetime can't compare to my wood spacetime. Third Master Mu, you're going too far. Su Xiangying appeared and glared at Third Master Mu. You dare say that my void god spacetime can't compare to your wood spacetime? Third Master Mu matter-of-factly replied, my wood spacetime supported the primordial spacetime during the void god spacetime's war. Bullshit, who can say for sure what happened during that era? Maybe my void god spacetime took the initiative to attack the Eternals, and maybe your wood spacetime was the one holding us back, Su Xiangying said shamelessly. Lu Yin was speechless, this was too shameless. Third Master Mu was disgusted, how can you say something like that? Shameless. Su Xiangying snorted and placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder, let's go. Third Master Mu hurriedly acted, Su Xiangying, wait for Senior Woodcarving to come. Su Xiangying grabbed Lu Yin and retreated, Senior Su Wuwei is still waiting. Stop. Third Master Mu was anxious, but Shi Jiao appeared and blocked the two, this is the Reincarnation Dao Academy. If you want to fight, do it outside. Su Xiangying took advantage of this opportunity to tear the void apart and take Lu Yin to the void god spacetime. Third Master Mu was annoyed, bastard. Shi Jiao frowned, she could have stopped them, but she didn't. Xianxi's final destination was up to him. Lu Yin arrived at the void god spacetime once more. Ha ha ha, old Mu-san, this Shi Jiao came at just the right time. Xianxi, let's go, I'll take you to the void gate. Lu Yin nodded, thank you, senior. Su Xiangying laughed, what are you thanking me for? That old bastard Mu-san must be anxious right now. He'll try his best to rush over, and then I'll be able to help you get more resources. He then sighed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, this is all I can help you with. Xianxi, don't be too honest when you go to the wood spacetime. When you see Mu-san again, take the initiative to join the wood spacetime, and I'll help you get more resources. Lu Yin was grateful, got it. Su Xiangying's help was already quite good. Not only did he help him get more benefits, but he also didn't let Third Master Mu and the others complain about him. However, Su Xiangying's words also proved that he never thought that Lu Yin would be able to pass the void gate. Was it really impossible? 10 days later, Lu Yin was brought to the void pass by Su Xiangying. During this time, Su Xiangying introduced the void pass to him. In fact, the void pass was similar to the tide of virtual God's power. It was like an ocean in the starry sky, completely formed by virtual God's power. It produced a pushing force from the center. The requirement to pass the void pass was very simple. One just had to reach the center of the void pass, but no one had ever done it. Regardless of one's cultivation, as long as one entered the phantasmal space, the greater one's strength, the greater one would be pushed back. No less than 7 experts from the Six Directions Association have attempted the void gate, but all of them failed. Su Xiangying sighed. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why would an extreme powerhouse attempt the void trials? Su Xiangying said, well, it's not like I'm going to become the void master's disciple. All extremely strong cultivators have their own power systems, and even the extremely strong cultivators in the void god universe have their own cultivation systems, which are all based on void god power. The void god spacetime was divided into realms, from lowest to highest, the upper void realm, void luminous realm, void change realm, void grand realm, and void master. The upper void realm corresponded to the explorer realm, to the enlighter realm, the void luminous realm corresponded to the emissary realm, the void change realm corresponded to the half-progenitor realm, and the void grand realm corresponded to the progenitor realm. There was only one void master, and that was the ruler who had founded the void god civilization. In the virtual god civilization, anyone who had not reached the upper virtual level was considered a beginner. The virtual god power that Lu Yin cultivated was equivalent to the upper virtual god realm in the virtual god civilization. It had all come from the virtual god tide at the virtual god academy. He had absorbed so much virtual god power in one go, which was why he had been able to guide the village to land. The surging faux god energy formed a sea that stretched across the starry heavens, giving Lu Yin an extremely shocking experience. The fifth continent had the Milky Way and the cosmic ocean, but they were not made up of stellar sources. The ocean in front of them was made up of virtual god power. Lu Yin suddenly asked, Senior, if I cultivate void god's force here, will it be very effective? Su Xiangying's expression changed. Don't do that. You might be able to absorb some void god's power, but in the end, all of your power will be sucked away by the tide, and you'll become a cripple. Many people in history have tried this, but they all ended up the same way. Luin felt regretful. Unless you have the strength to push away this tide, you can't resist the reverse absorption of the tide. Otherwise, it's impossible. This is something that even an extremely strong expert can't do, Su Xianyin reminded him again. They weren't the only ones here. There were quite a few others here as well. Using Su Xianyin's words, there were too many people who tried to break through the void trial every year. They all wanted to reach the heavens in a single step, so they all had a tacit understanding. Go in if you're ready, Su Xianyin reminded. Luin moved his arms and leapt into the tide. The moment he entered the tide, he felt a pushing force constantly pushing him outwards. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was like an ordinary person being tossed about by the waves, unable to control his body at all. The more he exerted, the greater the pushing force. Moreover, it was an omnidirectional pushing force that almost pushed him out. If he was pushed out now, he would lose a lot of face. He had heard from Su Xianyin that Su Ji and the others had tried to enter the void gate, where the naked eye could not see them. Although they had failed in the end, they had lost honorably. As for passing through the void trial, these people had long given up hope. What they wanted to see was how long they could last in the void trial and how far they could advance. Luin took a deep breath as his body felt the flow of the pushing force. If he wanted to advance within the tide, the only way was to search for the weak points. Within the pushing force, he had to find the weak points of the void spirit's power. He had to use the stronger void spirit's power within the tide to push himself forward. In the end, breaking through the void trial was not a matter of swimming or pushing, but of pushing oneself forward. The pushing force also came from the tide, and it depended on one's control over void spirit's power. Luin easily found the weak point and used the surrounding tide's power to form an arc to push himself forward. Su Xianyin was satisfied when he saw this. Luin had grasped the method so quickly, his talent was indeed outstanding in the void spirit's power. It was a pity that there had been other void spirit cultivators in history who could match his talent, but they had all failed. It was a publicly acknowledged fact that no one had been able to break through the void trial. Lu Yin's figure gradually disappeared. Su Xianyin waited calmly. He knew that Musan had already arrived, but he did not know where Xianxia had been taken. This period of time was enough for Su Xianyin to be anxious. The more anxious he was, the more worried he would be, and the more benefits he would be able to obtain for Xianxia. Xianxia, this is all I can do for you. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Luin pushed his way forward very quickly. He had cultivated the Aeon evolution scripture, and his domain, spiritual force, and spirit were all outstanding. Even if he could not compare to a void spirit's progenitor, he would not be too far behind. Not long after, he saw someone in front of him and slowed down. He could not be detected. The person in front of him was a girl wearing a thin veil that faintly revealed her snow-white skin. She was doing her best to push her way forward, and when she saw Luin, her eyes lit up. "Brother, you're so fast. Can you give me a ride?" Luin was not enthusiastic, and he squeezed past her. The tide's power affected the surroundings and pushed the girl back quite a bit. She was furious, and her face turned red. "Bastard!" Soon after, Luin discovered that someone else was squeezing in from the side. It was impossible to move in a straight line within the tide, as no one could control the tide's power. "Brother, you're pretty fast," the newcomer greeted. Luin nodded. "You're pretty fast as well." The newcomer smiled. "Let's compete." Luin laughed and then ran off into the distance. The newcomer was stunned. Where did this guy come from? His speed is comparable to a void realm cultivator's. What a monster. Over the next few days, Luin continued to move forward. His direction was a mess, but his goal was always the center. Of course, it should be the center. Everyone he saw had their backs to him, and only one person was heading straight for him. Both of them had been stunned, and one of them had definitely walked in the opposite direction. When it came to the void realm, some people were fast, while others were slow. Some did not want to waste time, and the further in one went, the greater the void realm's pressure. Some people could not bear it and felt that they could not advance any further, So they simply left and used the void realm's pressure to leave quickly. There were also some who wanted to stay behind for the sake of reputation. Thus, time did not mean much here. Luin could be considered to be advancing very quickly. In any case, no one had surpassed him yet, and he had always been the one to do so. Time continued to pass, and after a month, Third Master Mu finally found Su Xianxia. "You're bringing him to the Void Realm?" Su Xianxia replied, "This is Senior Su Wuwei's test. Let's see how far he can advance." Third Master Mu was skeptical. "Old Su, let's cut the crap. The Void Realm's losses are too great, and it's too much of a waste to let Xianxia join your Void Realm. He might not even be able to find a suitable Void Realm cultivator. Follow the Six Directions Society's principles and let Xianxia join our Void Realm. We'll owe you a favor." Su Xianxia replied, "Did you forget? Senior Xiaoxia?" Third Master Mu was stunned. Xiaoxia was a legendary figure in the virtual god universe. He was born in the virtual god universe, but he didn't use any virtual god in the virtual god universe. His existence gave countless people who were born in the virtual god universe another path, a path that they didn't have to follow. You want Xianxia to follow Senior Xiaoxi's path? Not necessarily. It's up to him. Besides, the Void Realm's losses aren't that great, so there's bound to be some good Void Realm cultivators left behind. Maybe there's one suitable for Xianxia. But Xianxi's innate talent is very important. Did you forget that Xianxia didn't get a Void Realm cultivator when we made a bet? But he got a very good innate talent of wood. We won. Su Xianxia sneered, "You were the ones who gave up on Xianxia, and now you want him? You're really shameless." Third Master Mu shouted angrily, "Xianxia must join the Wood Void Realm." Su Xianxia said leisurely, "Then you'll have to ask Senior Su Wuwei." Third Master Mu was furious and wanted to scold him, but Su Xianxia changed the topic. "Let's wait for Xianxia to come out. We'll see what he wants. I'll analyze the pros and cons. I won't elevate the Void Realm or belittle the Wood Void Realm. It's up to him to decide." He then stared at Third Master Mu and said, "But if Xianxia chooses the Wood Void Realm, you can't mistreat him. I'll treat him like a son." Third Master Mu was shocked. "I didn't expect you to see him that way." "Alright, I agree. We'll let Xianxia choose." Su Xianxia turned around and looked at the Void Pass. His eyes dimmed. Xianxia would not belong to the Void Realm. At the same time, within the Su Pass, Luin sped up. He had seen the two figures in front of him half a month ago, but even after half a month, he had still been unable to surpass them no matter how hard he tried. Even though he was closing the gap between them, the speed at which he did so was very slow. These two were not ordinary, and their speed was about the same as his. Up ahead, the two figures were constantly advancing in a crooked manner, but their speed was about the same. They were almost side by side. It was a man and a woman. The man looked calm and experienced, but he still had a hint of elegance about him. It was obvious that he had been in his youth. The woman was beautiful, and her phoenix eyes occasionally glanced at the man and snorted. "Lung we've competed so many times, but we're still evenly matched. Why are you so stubborn?" the man asked, his voice calm and bitter. The woman coldly replied, "If we don't beat you, how can the Voiding tribe survive in the Void Realm? The grudges between our elders have been going on for too long. Do we still have to continue in our generation?" the man asked. The woman was indifferent. "If you're afraid, then bring the Void Yang tribe to apologize and hand over the Yin Yang sword." The man smiled bitterly. "The Yin Yang sword really isn't in our hands. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me?" The woman stared at him. "You can't trust a man's words." The man sighed. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, the person behind us keeps getting closer. We've already increased our speed to the max, but he's still closing the gap. Do you know who he is?" The woman shook her head. "No, he's very young and his cultivation is low, but his control over Void God's power surpasses ours. He's definitely a genius." "Could it be Suji?" "No, I've seen Suji before, and he's not like that. He's also in the Hexagon training hall." The woman did not reply and continued to push forward. Another half a month passed and Luin finally caught up to them. He was now only a dozen meters away from them. The man looked back. "Little brother, you're really fast." Luin replied, "Not bad. Senior, you're quite fast as well. It took me more than a month to catch up." "Haha, there aren't many people in the Void God spacetime who can catch up to me." "What's your name?" the man asked. Luin looked at him. "Xianxia." The man was puzzled, as he had never heard of this name before. He looked at the woman. "You've heard of him?" She replied coldly, "No. You and I have been competing in the Void Pass all these years. How could we not know that such a genius has appeared in the outside world?" The man then looked at Luin again. "Little brother, who is your master?" Luin asked, "May I know who you are?" "We're the ones asking you." The woman looked back at Luin. Luin replied bluntly, "I don't dare to say. If you have a grudge with my master, wouldn't I be courting death if I told you?" "Ha ha ha, interesting." The man laughed and looked at Luin with admiration. "Since you can speak so bluntly, you must be a straightforward person." "Alright, I'm Su Heng, and the one beside me is Su Lung." Luin blinked. "Oh." Su Heng was speechless. "That's your reaction? What else do you want?" Luin didn't understand. Su Lung's eyes flashed. "You're not from the Void God civilization?" Luin nodded. "I'm from the hyperspace dimension." "The hyperspace dimension?" The two of them were shocked. Ever since the Void Trials were open to the entire Six Directions Association, many people had come to challenge the trials, but almost no one from Ultra Spacetime had come. Ultra Spacetime only learned cultivation techniques and controlled energy sources, but they weren't good at cultivation, not to mention challenging the Void Trials. They couldn't even advance past the Tide Trials, and would be pushed out the moment they came down. Thus, almost no one from Ultra Spacetime came here. Luin hadn't expected to meet one today to be so powerful. "You're from the hyperspace dimension?" Su Heng asked again. Luin answered, "You can say that." "How do you know that I'm not from the Void God civilization?" Su Lung replied, "Because you're not surprised by our names. Either you've known us for a long time or you're from another civilization." "Are the two of you very famous in the Void God civilization?" Su Heng and Su Lung exchanged glances. "Not really." "You're Xianxia, right? You're a spacetime traveler, but your cultivation is so low. Have you learned Void God power before?" "You're from the Six Direction Dojo," Su Ling guessed. Luin nodded. "I'm from Hexagon Training Rites." As they spoke, the distance between the three continued to shrink. The main thing was that Luin was getting closer to them while the gap between them hadn't widened at all. "How many people are there in the Six Direction Training Grounds?" Su Heng was intrigued. Luin replied, "Probably tens of thousands." "So many?" Su Heng was shocked. Su Ling replied, "I've already said that the convergence of civilizations is inevitable. Some people cling to the rules of their ancestors to the bitter end will be eliminated sooner or later." Su Heng was embarrassed. "Lung don't say that. The situation forces me, and sometimes I have no choice." Su Lung coldly snorted, "If a woman like me can do it, why can't you? Men always say one thing and mean another." Su Heng awkwardly looked at Luin and smiled apologetically. Luin was curious. "Seniors, are you two sparring?" Su Lung suddenly stared at Luin. "Little brother, how about you do me a favor? With your strength, help me advance. As long as you can pull 10 meters away from him, you can choose any Void God from my Voidine tribe's collection." Su Heng was shocked. "Lung don't mess around." Su Lung sneered. "In the Voidine tribe, no one dares to oppose my words." "So? Su Heng, are you afraid?" Su Heng frowned. "You're underestimating the human heart. With your strength, you might be able to suppress all opposition, but what about the future? If you encounter any mishaps, those who oppose you will appear. Then kill them." Su Lung's tone was decisive. "What's there to be afraid of?" Su Heng felt a headache coming on. Killing isn't the only way to solve problems. They're also your tribesmen, so why must you kill them? You can tolerate each other and convince others with reason. Only then will you be able to convince your tribesmen. You're too extreme. Think about what happened to your parents. Su Leng barked, how can you convince others with reason on the path of cultivation? Scram. Su Heng sighed. My Void Yan tribe is united, which is why we can suppress your Voiding tribe. After so many years, do you still not understand this principle? Excessive killing will only worsen the conflict. Who am I doing this for? Su Leng's eyes reddened as he glared at Su Heng. Su Heng was stunned, and he looked at Su Leng with a complicated expression, but he did not speak. Luin understood that these two were from different families, and there seemed to have been a story between them. However, they could not be together. Su Leng suppressed his family with thunderous methods, and he could do as he pleased without caring about what others thought of him. On the other hand, Su Heng cared about his family and was tied down by the secular world. This caused Su Leng to resent and hate Luin. Luin had never expected to encounter such a situation while attempting to break through the void gate. How should he put it? It was too common, and this sort of thing happened far too often. Outsiders could not interfere, and these people had to resolve their own conflicts. Luin did not have the time to deal with such matters. If not for the fact that surpassing them was difficult, he would not have interacted with these two at all. No one spoke for an entire day as Luin focused on rushing forward. He was getting closer and closer to them, but it would take him a few more days to completely surpass them. If he widened the gap, it would take even longer. Su Leng turned around. How about it, little brother? My conditions are not low. You come from a hyperspace, so you don't know how powerful the Voiding tribe is in the Void God universe. However, I can guarantee that the weakest Void God you choose will allow you to use it until the Void realm, and the best will allow you to use it until the virtual realm. Su Heng also turned around and looked at Luin. Little brother, don't interfere in this matter. I, Su Heng, will give you a Void God that will allow you to use it until the Void transformation realm. Su Leng glared at Su Heng. If Su Heng had asked Luin to help, then it would have been a competition. However, this bastard had told Luin not to interfere and had even given him a Void God for free. It made it seem like she was causing trouble, and this bastard was standing up for her, which made Su Leng even more unhappy. Su Heng, if you have the ability, then compete. If you don't, then scram. He then looked at Luin. 2 Void Gods. Luin raised a brow, this was not a low price. Su Heng tried to dissuade her. Leng don't cause trouble. You'll cause a rebellion in the family. Su Leng barked, that's none of your business. Isn't the collapse of my Voiding tribe exactly what your Void Yang tribe wants? Su Heng hurriedly said to Luin, little brother, don't listen to her. She's just causing trouble. Su Leng was furious. 3 Void Gods. Leng Su Heng barked. Luin was speechless, why was this guy's EQ even lower than his own? The more he tried to dissuade Su Leng, the more he wanted to do it. Furthermore, Su Leng kept saying that Luin was causing trouble. What? 4. Su Leng looked at Luin. You can choose 4 of the Void Gods that my Voiding tribe has collected, as long as you help me throw him 10 meters away. Su Heng hurriedly looked at Luin, afraid that he would agree. The Su Gate's tidal force was very strong, and he could attack Luin, but the moment he did, the force would instantly push him more than 10 meters away. Thus, he could not threaten Luin and could only persuade him with words. Between the two of them, one was constantly raising the price to tempt Luin while the other was constantly trying to dissuade him. Lu Yin's head hurt from the argument, and he himself was constantly getting closer to the two of them. Seniors, please allow this junior to say something, Luin shouted. Su Heng and Su Leng both looked at him. Luin said, Senior Su Leng, this junior can help you. Su Heng's expression changed, and he was just about to speak when Luin raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Su Leng seriously. But this junior doesn't want a Void God. Then what do you want? Su Leng was on guard. Although she was impulsive, she was not stupid and would not agree to any condition. Luin seriously said, this junior hopes that the seniors will agree to calm down and not interrupt. Allow Senior Su Heng to speak for 2 hours. Su Leng and Su Heng were stunned. What kind of condition was this? Su Heng was confused. Little brother, this. Luin looked at Su Heng. Senior, think carefully about what you should say during these 2 hours. Senior is smarter than anyone else, so you should understand what's meaningful and what's meaningless. Besides, Luin looked around. This is the Void Pass, and there's no one else here besides the two of you. Seniors, your cultivations are shocking, so why don't you let go of your worldly affairs and your family's grievances and just be yourselves? Su Heng had a complicated expression as he looked at Su Leng. Su Leng was originally looking at Luin, but when he saw Lu Yin's gaze, he subconsciously looked away. Luin looked at Su Leng again. Senior, do you agree? Su Leng's eyes flashed, and he snorted. Fine, as long as I win, it's fine. At worst, I'll just listen to his nonsense for 2 hours. From their conversation, Luin could tell that Su Leng was impatient and decisive. Every time Su Heng spoke, he would be interrupted by Su Leng, and he would not be able to say what he wanted to say. There were many things that could not be explained clearly, but this was perfect since Su Heng would have something to say. More importantly, Luin felt a headache coming on. If he helped Su Leng win and allowed Su Leng to be quiet for 2 hours, he would also be quiet for 2 hours and try his best to stay as far away from them as possible. However, 2 hours was too short. Luin pursed his lips. If he had known earlier, he would have said 1 day, but it did not matter. They would not be arguing during this period of time, and 2 hours was the same as 1 day. He would not be able to increase the distance between them by much. Most importantly, he would be able to calm down during this time. Senior, move 30% to the left, Luin told Su Leng. At the same time, he also moved forward. Move 50% to the right. Stop for 3 seconds. Full speed ahead in a straight line. With Lu Yin's help, Su Leng gradually pulled away from Su Heng. Su Heng calmly followed behind. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and Su Leng was about to pull away from Su Heng by more than 10 meters. According to Lu Yin's calculations, even with his help, Su Leng would need at least 10 days to pull away from Su Heng. However, he had done it in just 5 days. This was not only due to Lu Yin, but also because Su Heng had slowed down on purpose. He had deliberately allowed Su Leng to pull away by 10 meters, all for the sake of those 2 hours. Lu Yin looked back and met Su Heng's eyes. He smiled knowingly, and Su Heng's eyes were filled with gratitude. Not long after, they crossed the 10-meter gap and Su Leng was delighted. I won, I won. She thanked Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. Seniors, please go to the left, and I'll go to the right. I'll give you a quiet place to talk in a day without anyone disturbing you. There's no need, little brother, Su Heng spoke up from behind. You can listen. It's fine. Su Leng stared at Su Heng coldly. I won. Does the bet from before still count? Lu Yin did not know what the bet was, but it had nothing to do with him. Su Heng was also grateful to him, so it had nothing to do with him. Su Heng smiled. Of course it counts. Leng you won. Su Leng's lips curled up. You can speak now. I can still listen to 2 hours of nonsense. Su Heng glanced at Lu Yin gratefully. He then cleared his throat. Leng then I'll speak. Su Leng snorted, but she did not speak or interrupt. First, the Yin Yang sword is indeed not in the hands of my Void Yang clan, Su Heng said. In the past, Su Leng would interrupt him whenever he said this, but now, there was a restriction. Su Leng was about to speak, but she held herself back and listened quietly. She definitely did not believe him. I know you don't believe me, so I'll start from the beginning. Back then, Master Sui had 2 direct bloodlines. The ancestors of the Void Yang clan and the Void Yin clan were fellow disciples, and the 2 of them. Su Heng began his 2-hour speech, but he did not notice that Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard the words Yin Yang sword. Yin Yang sword? It couldn't be the sword in his hand, right? It couldn't be that coincidental. Lu Yin had originally planned to continue moving forward. Since the 2 had been talking for 2 hours without moving, 2 hours would be enough for him to put some distance between them. However, when he heard the words Yin Yang sword, Lu Yin stopped and listened. As Su Heng spoke, Su Leng's expression gradually changed. Su Heng recounted the entire process of the Yin Yang sword's appearance and its disappearance. He also provided evidence that the sword was definitely not in the hands of the Void Yang clan. You were certain that the Yin Yang sword was in our hands because your mother told you. An hour later, Su Lung's face paled. Why didn't you say this before? Su Heng was bitter. Do I have the right to speak? Su Lung opened his mouth, his eyes dim. I've explained the Yin Yang sword. Now, let's talk about something else, Su Heng continued. 2 hours passed very quickly, but he didn't stop. Su Lung didn't interrupt him either. Su Heng spoke for a long time, explaining one matter after another, resolving one misunderstanding after another. After hearing so much, Luin admired Su Lung's mother the most. She had actually thought of all sorts of ways to create so many misunderstandings between Su Lung and Su Heng, making it impossible for the two of them to ever be together. Su Lung's mother understood Su Heng's temperament all too well. With so many misunderstandings, Su Lung definitely would not have calmly listened to Su Heng's explanation. If not for Luin, these misunderstandings would have continued for who knew how long until they died. In the history of mankind, many grudges originated from misunderstandings. These two words brought no less slaughter and death and wars. Some wars even originated from these two words. Luin continued forward, as he had no interest in listening to Su Heng's confession. He already knew that the sword in his cosmic ring was the Yin Yang sword that they had been painstakingly searching for. It had come from Master Su Yi, and the ancestors of the Void Yang tribe and Voiding tribe had been Master Su Yi's disciple. This made Luin feel a little guilty, even though he had not taken the Yin Yang sword from either of these two tribes. Although he had left, it was indeed with him. After an unknown amount of time, Su Heng's voice rang out. Little brother, please wait. Luin was startled, and he slowly turned around. Su Heng had already stopped speaking, and he looked at Luin with a grateful gaze. Su Lung's entire person had changed, and he had become much gentler, as if his edges had been ground away. At this moment, Luin was still quite a distance away from them, but for people at their cultivation levels, this distance was not considered too far. They had already been talking for a few days. Su Heng bowed to Luin from afar. Luin hurriedly stopped him. Senior, there's no need for that. Su Heng was solemn. Of course. Little brother's kindness to me cannot be described in a few words, and it's not just for me. He then looked at Su Lung. Su Lung bowed to Luin from afar as well. Me too. It's for our two tribes, Su Heng replied. He then looked at Luin. Little brother's help can be considered to have saved both of our tribes to a certain extent, and we sincerely thank you again. If you need any help in the future, you must find the Void Yang tribe and the Voiding tribe. Our tribes will do our best to help. Luin smiled. Seniors, there's no need to be too concerned. Su Lung smiled for the first time. Brother Xianxia, if you don't mind, you can be my little brother, and I, Su Heng, will be your big brother. Remember to look for us if you need anything. No matter what it is, we are not ungrateful people. Luin could feel their sincerity, but it also made him feel even more uneasy. The path of cultivation was filled with intrigue and killing. He had also experienced the struggle for power in the Fifth Mainland, and such pure emotions were too rare. Ming Yan, Haizaj Lian, Big Sis, Wendy Yushan, Hui Kong, the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy. Elder Chan, Senior Brother Qing Ping, and Senior Brother Mu Xia were all from the Yin and Void factions of the Six Direction Society. Now, there were these two more people. Although they had not known each other for long and had only met once, Luin could feel their heartfelt gratitude and commitment. He wanted to take out the Yin Yang sword and give it to them, but he could not do so. If he did, it would only make them suspicious of his intentions and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Little brother understands. Big brother Su Heng, big sis Su Lung, if it's possible, I'll help you find the Yin Yang sword and give it to you. Although my cultivation is low, I know many people, Luin said loudly. Su Heng laughed. Thank you, brother Xianxia. I wish you all the best as you pass the void gate. Su Lung rolled her eyes. Don't say such empty words. It's impossible to pass the void gate. She then looked at Luin and smiled. Don't be so stubborn. No one has been able to pass the void gate for so many years, so I won't pretend to give you my blessings. Su Heng smiled bitterly. If possible, I hope to invite you to my Voiding tribe as a guest. Xianxia's eyes lit up. I'll definitely invite you to my tribe as a guest. Luyin smiled. Alright, I'll definitely go when I have time. Have a safe journey, brother. Although it's impossible, I still hope that you can pass the Void Gate and achieve this miracle that no one has ever been able to achieve, Xianxia shouted. With his blessings, Luyin continued forward, feeling very comfortable inside. Meeting these two wasn't bad either. As he watched Luyin leave, Xianxia sighed. The younger generation is catching up. We need to work hard as well. Xianxia rolled her eyes. What's the point of working hard? We learned Master Suyi's ultimate technique, and we've already reached the peak. If we can't find the Yin Yang sword, we'll never be able to break through to the virtual realm. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. That's right. Now that our misunderstanding has been resolved, let's work together and mobilize both tribes to find the Yin Yang sword. Once we find it, we might be able to both break through to the virtual realm and shock the Void God spacetime. Who's with you? Shameless. Xianxia blushed. Xianxia laughed. Void Yin and Void Yang, it's time for us to work together and shock the Void God spacetime. They might have forgotten the fear of being dominated by Master Sui. Xianxia and Xianxia stopped advancing, and Luyin continued forward alone, heading towards the center of the Void Gate. Actually, this place wasn't very far from the center of the Void Gate, and not just anyone could reach this place. A few days later, Luyin saw someone lying face up on the waves with his head resting on his arms. There was a drink on his body, and he was leisurely humming an unknown tune as he floated away from the waves. He seemed to be very relaxed. It was a man who looked very ordinary. He had dark skin and wore something that looked like sunglasses. When the man brushed past Luyin, he pulled out a drink and offered it to Luyin. Want one? No, thank you, Luyin replied. He remained silent as he continued forward. His heart was in turmoil. A progenitor. It was actually a progenitor. What the hell? He had actually encountered another progenitor in the Void Pass. Had this person seen through his concealment? Deathface's concealment ability was very strong, and Bai Xing hadn't been able to tell back then. However, Su Wuwei had. Luyin wasn't sure about this person's abilities, but he didn't plan on saying anything. As he watched Luyin continue forward, the man took a sip of his drink and adjusted his sunglasses. Interesting. He then continued to lie down on the tidal wave and floated outwards in a rather contented manner. A few days later, Luyin finally relaxed. It wasn't easy to encounter a progenitor, but he had. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. He looked up and saw a vortex at the center of the Void Gate. Su Xianyin had said that every generation, there would be people who would rush into the vortex, but they would quickly be thrown out. No one could truly enter, and only by entering and receiving the light from the sky would one be considered to have passed the Void Gate. However, according to Su Xianyin's words, he wouldn't be able to see the light from the sky in this lifetime. Luyin was the only one around the vortex, and he could see through the Void God's power. He continued to push forward until he finally reached the vortex's entrance and squeezed in. After struggling with the tidal waves for so long, he had thought that he would face an even greater force after entering the vortex, but he had never expected that he would crash right into it. There was no tidal force at all, and his surroundings were pitch black. Luyin subconsciously released his domain to sense his surroundings, but in the next moment, a familiar energy surged in from all directions. It was Astral Source. Luyin's expression changed. Astral Source? Why was there Astral Source energy here? This Astral Source energy had appeared suddenly, and it was vast and majestic. It was full of pressure, but it suddenly disappeared as soon as it arrived. The Astral Source vortex within Luyin's body continued to rotate, absorbing the surrounding Astral Source energy. This was either Astral Source energy from the reincarnation spacetime or from the fifth mainland. Or rather, it was from the primordial space. A name suddenly appeared in Luyin's mind, Wu Tian. Could this energy have come from Wu Tian? Suddenly, Luyin's body began to plummet, and he couldn't control himself. The surrounding Astral Source energy exerted a pressure that was at the level of a progenitor. Unless he released the Divine Seal catalog and borrowed the power of a progenitor to resist, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Yin's vision suddenly opened up, and he appeared on a grassy plain. The setting sun was in the distance, and it was very beautiful. Where was this? A ray of light flickered from the setting sun and instantly approached. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly dodged. It was a white bone spike from some unknown creature that appeared directly above the grassy plain, floating 100 meters away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin sized it up. What did it mean? He stepped backwards and appeared beside it. He reached out to grab it, but it was cold to the touch. He tried to crush it, but he couldn't. This bone spike was definitely at the progenitor realm. The moment Lu Yin touched it, a consciousness flowed into him, allowing him to understand its use. This bone spike was a power vessel that could ignore all defensive distances. This ability shocked Lu Yin, and he looked at the bone spike in his hand. Was it really that strong? This was left behind by Wu Tian, a voice said from behind him. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. Was someone here? He turned around and saw a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Lu Yin stared at him, but he didn't feel any sense of danger. Either this person wasn't a threat to him, or this person was too strong, so strong that it exceeded his understanding. How could someone who wasn't a threat approach him without him noticing? The only possibility was that this person was too strong, far stronger than Su Wuwei. Was there someone in the Void God spacetime who was stronger than Su Wuwei? Only the Void Master. Was this man in front of him the Void Master? You're from the primordial space, and you deserve to be acknowledged by Wu Tian, the man said calmly as he looked at the bone spike with nostalgia. Lu Yin gripped the bone spike. Junior Xianxia greets Senior. Do you know why no one has been able to pass the Void Gate for countless years? The man asked. Lu Yin replied, because Wu Tian's acknowledgement is required to pass the Void Gate. The man nodded. Wu Tian only acknowledges those from the primordial space, and he has requirements for them as well. When the primordial space fell apart, I brought a group of geniuses from the primordial space here and had them attempt the Void Gate, but they all failed in the end. Even I don't think anyone can pass. He then looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. You being acknowledged by Wu Tian has fulfilled one of my wishes. Lu Yin didn't say anything. He was afraid that this person would force him to reveal his real name, and he was afraid of this person's attitude towards the Lu family. The primordial space was the primordial space, and the Lu family was the Lu family. He, Lu Yin, was a potential enemy of the Sixth Direction Society. If this person was really the Phantom Master, how would he treat him? Lu Yin did not dare to imagine it, as he was certain that he would not be able to escape from the Void Master. At this moment, the only person he could think of was Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu had ensured that the Grand Empyreans would not attack him, but this Void Master was definitely someone he could not deal with. The man raised his hand, and the bone spear left Lu Yin's body and floated into his hand. Lu Yin didn't even try to resist and just stood there quietly. In the next moment, the world changed. The quiet afterglow of the setting sun trembled under the boiling virtual god power. Lu Yin stared at the man in shock. Boundless, majestic virtual god power gushed out of the man's body into the bone spur. Lu Yin had never felt such a terrifying virtual god power before. Compared to it, even the virtual god power that filled the virtual god spacetime seemed much weaker. Under the pressure of this faux god force, Lu Yin found it hard to control the urge to kneel. This was a subconscious reaction to the supreme pressure. Yes. Worship? His body wanted to, but his will did not allow it. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. Aside from his elders, family, and teachers, he would not worship anyone else in this lifetime. He would not even worship a Void Master, a Grand Empyrean, or a primogenitor. The virtual god power poured into the bone spur. Although Lu Yin felt like it took a long time, it was actually only a few seconds. The man released his hand and allowed the bone spur to land in Lu Yin's hand. This bone spur is a power vessel that Wu Tian valued. He has never used it before and left it here as a reward for passing the void trial. I have also poured enough virtual god power into it to allow you to cultivate to the virtual realm. If possible, you might be able to borrow my power from it. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior. The man's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Yin. I admire you. You have a backbone. Lu Yin's face twitched, as this was not a good thing. Being admired was equivalent to being targeted. I still have time. Do you have any questions? The man looked at Lu Yin with interest. Lu Yin naturally wanted the man to leave, but he could not say that out loud. I haven't thought about it yet. Even if you do, you might not be able to find me. Lu Yin bowed respectfully, but he didn't know what to say. He kept urging the man to leave, leave, leave. Have you come into contact with Wu Tian? The man asked. Lu Yin thought of the Lu family sword steel, which was actually Wu Tian's stone steel. It was currently in the Above the Sky sect, and only those who had made great contributions to the sect could view it. I've come into contact with Wu Tian's stone steel. The man nodded. Oh, that stone steel. As expected, even if one's innate gift is extraordinary, it's impossible to gain Wu Tian's approval if you haven't come into contact with his items. He then pondered for a moment before continuing, return to the primordial space. This bone spur might be able to help you find Wu Tian's legacy. No one in history has ever defeated Wu Tian in terms of weapons. If you can obtain his legacy, you might be able to do so as well. I'm looking forward to the birth of a second Wu Tian. Lu Yin was puzzled. No one has ever defeated Wu Tian in terms of weapons? The man met Lu Yin's gaze. Wu Tian pioneered the use of weapons and created his own techniques. Don't you know? Lu Yin replied, I know about this, but I don't know what you're talking about. The man clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the setting sun. Everyone has their own path when they reach the end of their cultivation, and the 6 Daos of the 3 realms are the same as Wu Tian. The Grim Reaper controls death energy and can harvest lives, while fate can peer into the future. Wu Tian has a special liking for weapons, and he created Wu Fa and the Celestial Eye. No weapon can hide from him, and he can see through countless parallel spacetime. If you can obtain Wu Fa and the Celestial Eye, you might be the next Wu Tian. Wu Fa, the Celestial Eye. Lu Yin muttered to himself, as this was the first time he had heard of Wu Tian's power. The Grim Reaper and Fate were both very famous in the 5th mainland and the Astral Tree domain, but Wu Tian was not well known. Still, no one dared to underestimate Wu Tian, as he was one of the 3 realms. However, no one knew much about Wu Tian's powers, and this was the first time Lu Yin had heard of them. No one could defeat Wu Tian in terms of weapons? No one could hide from Wu Tian's Celestial Eye. Wu Tian could see through parallel spacetime? Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he grasped the bone spear. Could this bone spear really help him find Wu Tian's power? If it could, then that would be great. The man left without revealing his identity. Lu Yin knew that he was a void master, but he did not point it out either. Lu Yin had a tacit understanding, but the man had probably never cared about this. Lu Yin looked at the bone spear again and put it away. He faced the afterglow and bowed. Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior Wu Tian for this gift. As he spoke, the afterglow of the setting sun blossomed into a beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth. At the same time, outside the Void Pass, Su Xianyin and Third Master Mu were talking about something when a beam of light shot up into the sky. They turned around to look, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What? Su Xianyin stuttered. Third Master Mu's eyes narrowed. Someone passed the Void Pass. Both inside and outside the Void Pass, countless people stared at the beam of light in a daze. They knew that this beam of light would only appear if one passed the Void Pass, but it had been many years since anyone had passed it. Who was it? Who had passed the Void Pass? Su Heng and Su Leng were shocked, and they exchanged glances. No way. Is it Brother Xianxia? In front of them, a man wearing sunglasses who had been drinking on the tidal wave suddenly stood up, not even caring that his sunglasses had fallen off. Someone passed the Void Pass? Is it that kid? Only he knew that only one person had entered the vortex during this time, and that was Lu Yin. Too many people had passed the Void Pass in the past, and he had never dreamed that someone would succeed today. How had that kid done it? At the center of the Void Pass, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Not only did it shake the area around the Void Pass, but it also caused ripples that spread throughout the Void God spacetime. The Void God spacetime was filled with Void God's power, and this beam of light caused the calm Void God's power to boil. Many people looked over with shock, confusion, and endless envy. Anyone who could pass the Void Pass would be able to become the Void Master's disciple and become an existence that was only second to one person in the Void God spacetime. No matter what their cultivation was, even if they were an ordinary person, they would be able to stand on the same level as the powerhouses of the six parties gathering. Their status was equivalent to Yiran's, and by Qian's status in the Void God spacetime was equivalent to the perfect young master's status in the reincarnation spacetime. The area around the Void Pass was silent as everyone stared at the beam of light, wanting to know who had passed the Void Pass. At that moment, the Void Pass trembled, and the pushing force suddenly disappeared. Since someone had passed the Void Pass, the pushing force naturally ceased to exist, and the Void Pass would no longer exist from now on. As the pushing force disappeared, the Void God's power that had been maintaining the tidal wave dissipated, making this place the easiest place to absorb Void God's power. Someone immediately started absorbing the Void God's power. Even though everyone was curious about who had passed the Void Pass, their curiosity could not hide the increase in their cultivation. That person would eventually show up, but the Void Pass collapse was an opportunity. No matter who it was, they were all absorbing the Void God's power. The disappearance of the Void Pass allowed Su Xianyin and Third Master Mu to approach the beam of light. Before them, the man wearing sunglasses was already outside the beam of light, and Su Heng and Su Ling had also arrived before them. When Su Xianyin and Third Master Mu arrived, they saw these three people. Junior Su Xianyin greets Senior Wuji. Su Xianyin bowed respectfully. Junior Mu San greets Senior Wuji. Third Master Mu also bowed. The man wearing sunglasses nodded and stared at the beam of light. Su Xianyin and Third Master Mu looked at each other. They both looked at the beam of light. Who could it be? Could it really be Xianxia? They had already searched for Luyin on their way here, but they had not found him. Either he had left this place long ago, or he had thought of a certain possibility. Su Xiangyin's breathing quickened. Third Master Mu's face turned ugly. It couldn't be Xianxia, right? It couldn't be, right? He couldn't be that unlucky. Luyin took one step at a time and appeared in front of everyone. Along with the beam of light. Su Xianyin was excited and laughed loudly. It was indeed Xianxia. Third Master Mu's face was ashen. How could this be? He had never thought that Xianxia would be able to pass the void stage. This was impossible. How was this possible? Was this kid's talent in the path of virtual God really that terrifying? Su Heng and Su Ling were overjoyed. Congratulations, brother. The man wearing sunglasses, nothingness, was surprised. Brother? Su Xianyin was also stunned. He knew Su Heng and Su Ling. The Void Yang clan and the Void Ying clan were very famous in the Void God universe. These two clans only had the influence of the Void Transformation realm, but if they joined forces one day, they could reach the influence of the Void Tai realm. They were all extremely strong masters who inherited the inheritance of Master Sui. How did Xianxia know them? Luyin first bowed to Su Wuji before greeting Su Heng and Su Ling with a smile. Finally, he looked at Su Xianyin. Senior, this junior has done it. Su Xianyin laughed again. He didn't want to think about anything else. He only knew that Xianxia belonged to the Void God universe and no one could take him away. Luyin looked at Third Master Mu. My apologies, Senior. Third Master Mu felt bitter. What else could he say? He had even passed the Void trial, which meant that he was very dedicated to the Void God spacetime continuum. Even if they forcibly took him to the Wood spacetime continuum, it would be pointless. Congratulations. Limitless Void lifted his sunglasses. You all know each other? Su Xianyin replied, Senior, his name is Xianxia, and he's from the Sixth Direction training ground. Void was astonished. I remember now. He's the outsider with the greatest talent? Su Xianyin was pleased with himself. Yes. He then curiously looked at Su Heng and Su Ling. How did you two get to know Xianxia? Su Heng smiled. Not long ago, we met at the Void Pass. Brother Xianxia helped us, so they've already acknowledged him as their little brother. Sulong smiled. Xianxia is the younger brother of the Voiding tribe and the Voidyang tribe. Su Wuji and Su Xiangyin looked over in surprise. They were very clear about the relationship between Su Heng and Su Leng. Why were they so harmonious now? Furthermore, he said that the two races would be joined together. Did this mean that the two races were finally going to merge again? This was a big deal. Lu Yin replied, I didn't do anything. It's just that the onlookers can't see clearly. Big bro, big sis, don't make me sound so good. Su Leng smiled. Brother, there's no need to be so humble. Now that you've passed the trial, do you have any requests? Everyone looked at Lu Yin once again. Anyone who passed the virtual gate could become a disciple of the virtual master or anyone from the virtual god universe. Everyone wanted to know what Lu Yin was up to. Normally, he would have to be the disciple of the Phantom Master. No one doubted this. Being apprenticed to the Su Master was a great opportunity to reach the sky in a single bound. Even the Su Master could not refuse such an opportunity. Another person arrived and bowed to Su Wuji. He then looked at Lu Yin from afar with curiosity. Who was this person? Lu Yin took a deep breath. Passing the virtual gate meant that he could become a disciple of the virtual master, but he already had Mr. Mu as his master. Naturally, he could not become a disciple of the virtual master. His gaze trembled as he thought about this. This junior would like to invite Senior Su Wuwei to be my guide in cultivating virtual god's power. Everyone was confused. What did he mean? What guide? And they hadn't heard wrong. They hadn't heard the words virtual master, but Su Wuwei? Su Xiangyin hurriedly confirmed, Xianqi, what did you say? Say it again? Lu Yin respectfully replied, this junior would like to invite Senior Su Wuwei to be my guide in cultivating virtual god's power. Su Xiangyin was stunned. What did this mean? What kind of guide was this? You're not going to become a disciple of the virtual master? Su Wuji was shocked. Su Heng grew anxious. Brother, don't spout nonsense. You only have one chance. Think carefully before you speak, Su Leng added. In the distance, everyone who heard Lu Yin's request was confused. Was this kid stupid? Had he gone crazy after passing the virtual gate? He actually didn't want to become the virtual master's disciple? Lu Yin solemnly repeated, this junior would like to invite Senior Su Wuwei to be my guide in cultivating virtual god's power. Xianqi. Su Xiangyin barked, glaring at Lu Yin. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know that you can become the virtual master's disciple? Lu Yin solemnly replied, the virtual master's level is too high, and this junior does not have such extravagant hopes. Su Xiangyin was enraged, and he pointed at Lu Yin while his entire body trembled. Su Wuji waved his hand, and virtual god's power swept past Su Xiangyin, calming him down. He looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. The virtual master's level is too high? Do you know what you just said? Lu Yin respectfully replied, this junior knows that the virtual master created the virtual god civilization, and that he is an unprecedentedly great individual. The opportunity for this junior to become the virtual master's disciple is something that others would beg for, but... He hesitated and looked at Su Wuji before looking back at the gradually disappearing beam of light. This junior still hopes that Senior Su Wuwei will be my guide in cultivating the virtual god civilization. Su Wuji's eyes flashed, and he finally understood. Something must have happened during the void trials that had caused this Xianqi to refuse the virtual master's disciple. He was well aware of the importance of the void trials, and since this kid had passed them, then had the virtual master appeared? Perhaps he had. When he thought of this possibility, he said, fine. Even if you don't want to become the virtual master's disciple, why not Senior Su Wuwei? Instead, you're asking him to be your guide? This was also why Su Wuji did not understand. Lu Yin was helpless. This junior greets Senior Su Wuwei. Due to certain reasons, Senior has not accepted this junior as a disciple. Even if I can become your disciple because I passed the void trials, this junior does not wish to make things difficult for Senior. Thus, I only hope that Senior can be my guide and help this junior cultivate the virtual god civilization. Su Wuji looked at Su Xiangyin. Is that so? Su Xiangyin sighed. Yes. He had also thought that there might be other reasons for not becoming the virtual master's disciple, but since this matter concerned the virtual master, he did not dare to say anything else. Su Wuji shook his head. What a pity. This kid had clearly passed the void trials, but not only could he not become the virtual master's disciple, but even senior Su Wuwei could not become his disciple as well. Even Su Wuji had once wanted to become senior Su Wuwei's disciple. Brother, my void god spacetime has many powerhouses in the virtual god realm. Why don't you become their disciple? Sulong reminded him. Luyin raised his brows. This big sister was really digging a hole for him. Wasn't she clearly trying to get him to become a disciple of this progenitor? How could he possibly become a disciple? This junior hopes to cultivate by senior Su Wuwei's side, even if senior does not like this junior, Luyin hurriedly said. Sulong wanted to say something else, but Su Heng stopped her from speaking. Everyone could see that Luyin wanted to cultivate with Su Wuwei, and any further words would put Su Wuji in an awkward position. Su Wuji sighed. Having the opportunity to cultivate with senior Su Wuwei is indeed an opportunity. I wanted to follow senior Su Wuwei back then, but senior did not accept me. He then looked at Luyin. You're Xianxia, right? This junior is Xianxia. Su Wuji nodded. Cherish this opportunity and follow senior Su Wuwei well. You might even have a chance to become his disciple in the future. You'd rather waste the privilege of passing the void gate than make things difficult for senior. Senior will definitely change his impression of you. He then left. With the void gate gone, Su Wuji had lost a good place to relax, so he had to find another one. After Su Wuji left, everyone relaxed. Su Xianxia sighed. What should I say about you? Su Heng replied, everyone has their own ambitions. Luyin said, no matter what, this junior has the opportunity to cultivate with senior Su Wuwei. Given senior Su Wuwei's character, he will definitely guide me with all his heart. That's right. Someone approached from a distance. It was a half-ancestor like Su Xianxia and the others. I once wanted to become senior Su Wuwei's disciple, and I searched for delicacies throughout the Six Direction Society. Although I did not succeed in the end, I learned a lot from senior Su Wuwei, which allowed me to reach my current realm. If you have the opportunity to follow senior Su Wuwei, you won't lose out to other virtual realm powerhouses. Luyin was grateful. Thank you for your advice, senior. The person nodded and left as well, clearly appreciating Luyin's actions. Xianxia, are you sure you want to stay in the void god spacetime? Third Master Mu asked again. Su Xianxia was displeased. Enough, Third Master Mu. What else is there to say? He had only agreed to let Luyin go to the wood spacetime because Su Wuwei had refused to let Luyin join the void god spacetime. Now that Luyin had the opportunity to follow Su Wuwei, he naturally did not want to let Luyin leave. Luyin replied, thank you for your kindness, senior, but I really want to stay in the void god spacetime. Third Master Mu sighed. Senior Woodcarver is not inferior to senior Su Wuwei. Since you can't become senior Su Wuwei's disciple, why not become senior Woodcarver's disciple? Seeing that Su Xianxia still wanted to say something, Third Master Mu said, forget it. Since it's already come to this, there's no point in forcing it. Xianxia, the doors to my wood spacetime will always be open for you. If you regret it, you can come to my wood spacetime, and I will think of a way to help you leave the void god spacetime. Su Xianxia was furious and wanted to curse, but Third Master Mu left without giving him a chance. Bah, hypocrite. Su Xianxia was indignant. Luyin felt helpless. Because of the treasonate gift, Mu Xianxia was too stubborn about him. He suddenly thought of something. Could the wood spacetime be related to Mr. Mu? He had never thought about this before, but what if they were related? Luyin was speechless, but even if Mr. Mu had told him about it, he could not be blamed. Brother, do you want to come back with us to take a look? Sulong invited. Su Heng replied, now is not the time. You just passed the void trial and asked senior Su Wuwei to guide you. Senior should know by now and might be on his way. Sulong thought about it and agreed. Luyin smiled. Not now, but I'll definitely be there as a guest. Alright, then we'll wait. They soon left as well. Su Xianxia said, I didn't expect you to be so close to them. How long has it been? How did you do it? Luin smiled and explained the situation. It was not complicated, but after a few sentences, Su Xianxia was stunned. It's that simple? It's that simple. New Year's Eve, 5 in the afternoon. I've done my best, but I haven't been able to write properly for the past 2 days. I want to relax and have a good rest. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Thank you for your support, brothers. Su Xianxia laughed. The Void Yang clan and the Void Ying clan have been entangled with each other for a long time, especially the relationship between Su Heng and Su Leng. It's a legend in the Void God universe, and many stories have been written based on them. I didn't expect you to resolve it so easily. Luin replied, actually, they just lacked a chance to talk. I just happened to stumble upon it by accident. Many people see the problem more clearly than I do, but I didn't have the chance to help them. Su Xianxia continued, no matter what, you've resolved the misunderstanding between the Void Yang clan and the Void Ying clan. In the future, they'll be your greatest support in the Void God universe. Although they're all in the Void transformation realm, their combined strength is comparable to a Void realm cultivator. This means that you'll have a Void realm backer in the Void God universe. Senior Su Wuwei, Xianxia, and I'll need you to take care of me in the future, haha. Luin smiled bitterly, Senior, please don't joke with me. I still don't know how Senior Su Wuwei feels about me. Su Xianxia replied, Senior is magnanimous. Although he doesn't like you, he won't do anything to you. Since he's your guide, he'll teach you with all his heart. Don't worry about that. Since when is it your turn to gossip about me, little guy? A voice filled with vicissitudes of life was heard. Su Xianxia was stunned and quickly turned around, only to see Su Wuwei holding a drink. Junior Su Xianxia greets Senior. Junior Xianxia greets Senior. Su Wuwei swirled the drink and took a sip before letting out a satisfied sigh, it tastes good. He then waved a hand, stay away. Su Xianxia knew that Su Wuwei was talking about him and quickly left, leaving only Luin behind. Su Wuwei landed in front of Luin and circled around him, making him feel uncomfortable. Not bad, kid. You even passed the void gate. You're quite capable, Su Wuwei praised. Luin bowed. Junior made the decision on his own. Senior, please be my guide. Please don't take offense. Su Wuwei sneered, why didn't you become the Void Master's disciple? Luin wanted to say something, but stopped himself. You met the Void Master? Su Wuwei asked. Luin nodded. Su Wuwei took another sip of his drink. You're hiding your cultivation level and origin. You must be very disappointed, kid. You'll have to cut off your path to becoming a Void Master. Otherwise, your status will instantly reach the level of Yiran and Bai Qian. That's the true apex level. Do you feel uncomfortable now? Luin straightened up. Yes. Su Wuwei rolled his eyes. You sure are honest. Luin smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from Senior. It's good that you know, Void 5 said as he took another sip of his drink. With your purpose, isn't it good to be apprenticed to other extremely strong masters? Limitless Void is not bad. Why do you have to go against me? Luin replied, this junior hopes to learn from Senior. Su Wuwei stared into Lu Yin's eyes. No, there's a problem. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly met Su Wuwei's gaze. Su Wuwei looked at him for a while. Your realm is very high, and you're able to reach it at such a young age. You must have a master. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Su Wuwei continued, your master is definitely not simple, right? Luin nodded. This junior does have a master. Su Wuwei sized Luin up again. I don't care who your master is, but I don't think he's at the level of an extreme powerhouse. Yiran wouldn't have let someone like you stay by her side. However, no one else knows that you have a master. Is it a pity that you gave up on becoming an extreme powerhouse's disciple for your master? Luin was solemn. It's not a pity. My master treats me like a son, and it was him who saved my life and allowed me to embark on the path of cultivation. I might as well tell Senior that the reason I didn't become the Void Master's disciple is not because he saw through me. To the Void Master, it doesn't matter if I hide or not. Su Wuwei raised his brows. Luine continued, this junior gave up on becoming the Void Master's disciple because he already has a master. No matter what his cultivation level is, this junior cannot become the disciple of anyone else, even if that person is the Void Master. Su Wuwei stared at Luine for a while before laughing. Do you think I'll believe that? Luine shrugged. It doesn't matter if Senior believes it or not. That's the truth. Su Wuwei sneered. Do whatever you want. I'm not your master, just a guide. All I want to do is help you cultivate Void God's force. As for anything else, I won't care. You'd better not have any other plans. If you dare to try anything funny, I'll be the first to destroy you. Luine nodded, not bothering to bow. In any case, it didn't matter. Thank you, Senior. Su Wuwei smiled, and Void God's force suddenly enveloped the surroundings. In that instant, the void reversed, and Luine almost wanted to resist. Fortunately, he managed to hold himself back, but in the face of Su Wuwei's power, resistance was meaningless. I'll take you to the Void Realm to find a Void God. Luine hurriedly said, this junior has a Void God that can be used as a lifebound Void God. Su Wuwei stopped and asked curiously, you have a lifebound Void God? Let me take a look. If he could obtain another Void God, Luine would naturally be willing, but the Void Master knew that he had a bone spur and had even given it Void God's force. If he went to the Void Realm to find a Void God, it would be troublesome if the Void Master found out. He could only give up. Luine took out the bone spur and handed it to Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei took it and was shocked. He casually tossed it back to Luine. So you've met the Void Master. Luine silently put it away. The Void God's force within that Void God's force is quite terrifying, and it might not be any weaker than mine. It's enough for you to cultivate to the peak. Su Wuwei looked at Luine. The Void Master thinks highly of you. I hope you don't disappoint him. This junior understands, Luine replied. Su Wuwei continued, now I'm starting to believe that you didn't take the Void Master as your master because you already have one. With the Void Master's force that he gave you, he doesn't mind if you hide your cultivation. The moment he saw the bone spur, Su Wuwei's attitude towards Luine improved. He had confirmed that the Void God's force within the bone spur had come from the Void Master, and since even the Void Master had acknowledged Luine, he had no reason to doubt him. Su Wuwei brought Luine back to the Void Pass. The tide from before had formed a surging Void God's force, and everyone had been absorbing it, which had attracted even more people. My technique is called the 5 Tastes of Humanity, and it takes too long to learn. You need to wander the world and taste the 5 tastes. You might have encountered many at your age, but it's far from enough to experience the changes in the 5 tastes. Thus, I can only help you absorb Void God's force with a walk. How much you can absorb is up to you. Su Wuwei was his guide, and this was his duty to help Luine cultivate Void God's force. If it had been an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't have done this, but Lu Yin's cultivation was close to the peak of the envoys. With his cultivation, it would be much easier to cultivate Void God's force, and his body could handle it. What Luine lacked was the fastest way to cultivate Void God's force. Luine had chosen Su Wuwei as his guide because he was afraid that the other powerhouses would notice something wrong with him. However, he had never thought that he would make the right move. Su Wuwei was one of the few powerhouses who could help him cultivate Void God's force the fastest. That walk could cook the 5 tastes of humanity. Both inside and outside the Void Pass, the expressions of those who had been frantically absorbing Void God's force suddenly changed. They sensed that the Void God's force had once again formed a tide that was moving towards the center. Had the Void Pass appeared again? Everyone immediately retreated from the Void Pass, as they didn't know what kind of shocking changes the tide's appearance would bring. However, there were also some who were bold enough to follow the tide, hoping that the newly formed tide's gravity would allow them to become the second person to pass through the Void Pass. At the very least, they could reach the center of the pass. The entire Void Pass once again formed a tide, and the center of the convergence was a walk. Inside the walk was Luine. He had never thought that he would one day be able to cultivate inside a walk. Life was unpredictable, and even fate was difficult to predict. For example, the slipper in his cosmic ring still didn't know who it belonged to. The walk crazily absorbed Void God's force, forming a Void God tide that poured into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was like a bottomless abyss, and this rate was much faster than his own absorption. In the distance, Su Wuwei watched calmly. If not for Lu Yin's high cultivation, this method would not have been suitable. Had this kid chosen him by accident, or had he done so after understanding him? Su Wuwei fell into deep thought. A few days later, someone saw the walk and was stunned. Gradually, everyone outside realized that a walk was the cause of this Void God tide. Walk? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm stupid? How can a walk cause a Void God tide? Is there a walk at the center of the Void Pass? How is that possible? Walk? I think I've heard of it somewhere before. Senior Su Wuwei's natal Void God seems to be a walk. The Void Pass's existence can be traced back to the Void Master's era, and Senior Su Wuwei seems to have interacted with that era. Everyone was speculating about the walk. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin crazily absorbed Void God's force within the walk, almost robbing it. The Void God's force on the Fates End continent continued to increase in his heart. If it had been a small canal before, it had now become a river. It was very obvious, and it was still increasing. Based on the Fifth Mainland's cultivation, Lu Yin's Void God's force was equivalent to a peak in lighters. Cultivating Void God's force did not have anything like origin tribulation, and there was no bottleneck. As long as one had the resources and the ability, they could absorb as much as they wanted. This was something that Lu Yin envied. Of all the parallel spacetimes that he knew, only the Genesis space had origin tribulation. Right, there was also the reincarnation spacetime, but he didn't know if it had origin tribulation. Even if it did, the reincarnation spacetime's greatest advantage was that it granted 3 seats for the 9 sages. This was something that the Genesis space could never compare to. Why was it so difficult to become a progenitor in the Genesis space? Lu Yin opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He then continued to madly absorb Void God's force. This process took half a year, and Lu Yin spent the entire time within the walk absorbing Void God's force. The river of Void God's force on the Fates End continent near his heart was now very wide. Compared to the entire continent, this river of Void God's force practically split the continent in 2. It was as if it was going to connect to the heavens and become the Skyfall River. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. I'll update at 5 p.m. and will continue to update tomorrow. Thank you. The strength of the Void God's power in his body was comparable to the Fifth Mainland's, which was equivalent to Lu Yin's own cultivation. Lu Yin had not expected himself to reach such heights in just half a year. This was Su Wuwei's ability, his own ability, and the uniqueness of the Void God spacetime civilization and the coincidental appearance of the Void Pass. If that was the case, if a progenitor from the Fifth Mainland were to cultivate the power of the Void God, he would be able to reach the Void transformation stage in a very short time with the help of Void Wuwei's power. As for the Void Grand stage, it was an existence that was comparable to the progenitor stage. It was definitely not that simple. Lu Yin stopped, not because he wanted to, but because the Void God's power had disappeared. He looked around and saw that the Void Pass was no different from the other regions of the Void God spacetime. The overflowing Void God's power had disappeared. Had he absorbed it all? That was impossible, as the Void God's power could even push a progenitor away. If he had absorbed it all, he should have reached the virtual realm. Most of it should have spilled out. The pot slowly shrank and returned to Su Wuwei's hand. Lu Yin quickly bowed. Thank you, Senior. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Yin in amazement. I thought that you would be pretty good if you could cultivate to the middle level of the Void Bright realm with this, but you've actually cultivated it to the same level as your own realm. How did you do it? Lu Yin was confused. Isn't it enough to just absorb it? Su Wuwei's mouth twitched. You've misunderstood the Void God civilization. Su Wuwei continued, that's right, there is no bottleneck in Void God's power. You just have to absorb it, but the amount you absorb depends on your own endurance and compatibility with the Void God's power. Do you think that I can use this method to let everyone absorb Void God's power? Then wouldn't the Void God spacetime be invincible? Mass-produced powerhouses? Isn't that fake like the reincarnation spacetime? He paused and then changed the topic. In short, there is a limit to how much Void God's power can be cultivated. That's why the Void God Spacetime is especially concerned about talent. That's why Su Xianxia has been keeping an eye on you. Not everyone has the potential to reach the virtual realm. Although the faux god civilization did not have origin calamity, it was still limited by one's innate talent. This was a path that was even more difficult than origin calamity. On the fifth mainland, even if one's innate talent was lacking, there was still a way to continue cultivating. However, cultivating faux god's power was a path that would remain the same for the rest of one's life unless they were reborn. This was a cultivation method that could be seen at its peak. Every civilization had its advantages and disadvantages. The origin space had its own origin tribulation, which was difficult to break through, but wasn't the origin tribulation also a way for people to break through to the next realm? Without the origin tribulation, it would be difficult for the void god power to break through. They could only rely on their original talent. The reincarnation time and space could bestow the positions of the 3 venerables and 9 saints, but the grand heavenly venerables could be taken back at any time. He couldn't say which one was definitely bad, but neither could he say which one was definitely good. Your talent in the virtual god civilization is so good that it makes people jealous. No wonder Su Xianxia cares about you so much. You're also very smart. You're obsessed with the virtual god civilization instead of going to the wood dimension, Su Wuwei praised. Luyin didn't say much about this. He took out his bone spur and sensed the void god's power within it. I don't know how much power I can use now. Su Wuwei said, that brat Su Xianxia mentioned it before. You can draw on 20 times your own void god's power. If that's the case. He looked at Luyin, you can fight against someone in the void transformation realm, which is Su Xianxia's level. Luyin was shocked, that's it? As your guide, I've already helped you reach your current realm. You'll have to walk the rest of the path on your own. I'll leave you with a battle technique. I've done my duty, and I've done everything I could. If one day I find out that you're using the virtual god spacetime to participate in a battle that transcends spacetime and cause damage to the virtual god spacetime, I'll personally take back everything I've given you. This is what a guide should do. Su Wuwei raised his hand, and void god's power gathered in his palm. It wasn't an ordinary gathering, but an indescribable condensation of laws. It spread out in all directions, but there were no signs of it spreading. Luyin stared at Su Wuwei's palm. This wasn't a simple gathering of void god's power. He watched as the power formed a sphere, but there was a constant flow of void god's power within it that connected to the void. Lu Yin's expression changed, this was the feeling of space. If he hadn't obtained the innate gift of space, he definitely wouldn't have been able to tell. Even if he had mastered the secret of strategy, retraction, he still wouldn't have been able to see the changes in the space in Su Wuwei's palm. Now, however, he could see that the void god's power was faintly spreading along the lines of space into the endless distance. It was as if the monotonous lines of space had been dyed with color. Luyin looked at Su Wuwei in shock, this person could control space. Don't think that we, the void god civilization, fight by drawing the void god's power and hiding behind it. In reality, the void god civilization's battle methods are no less than any other civilization's. The number of times you can draw void god's power in battle only represents the amount of void god's power you can use. The real deciding factor of how much void god's power you can use is the battle technique. After Su Wuwei finished speaking, a sphere formed from void god's power appeared in his palm. Countless strands of void god's power rotated within it, and even Luyin couldn't see through it clearly. At the same time, strands of void god's power extended out, as if drawing a square drawing for the starry sky. This was a square drawing that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, only those who could see void god's power could see it. However, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell that this wasn't a complete void god's power. Instead, it was the materialization of spatial lines with void god's power. Luyin was shocked, he finally understood how powerful this old man was. This old man could materialize space for ordinary people to see and control space. Even with Lu Yin's innate gift of wood, he couldn't do it. It would take a long time to cultivate, but this old man had done it. He covered the space with void god's power, creating an unparalleled visual impact. At the same time, in the distance, Su Wuji was looking for a place to relax. Suddenly, his expression changed as a square drawing of Void God's power appeared around him. He froze in place, not daring to move. This was Senior Su Wuwei's power. This checkered painting shocked him too deeply. Not only him, but anyone who had seen Su Wuwei in action suddenly saw this checkered painting. They subconsciously stood still and could not move. If they moved, they would most likely die. Su Wuji swallowed and slowly turned to look in the direction of the Void Pass. Senior, don't scare me. The Great Path is simple. This battle technique is called Tai Spin. Su Wuwei's expression was solemn. The sphere of Void God's power in his palm flowed along the square drawing, sometimes disappearing and sometimes reappearing. In the Tai Spin domain, no one can avoid this technique. I once used this technique to kill an extreme powerhouse of the Eternals. Lu Yin was shocked. This was another person who had killed a progenitor. Ruthless. Today, I'll teach you the Tai Spin domain as a reward for passing the Void Pass and not forcing me to become your master. I'll also teach you as a guide. Xianxia, I hope you don't disappoint me. I don't want to personally use Tai Spin to kill you one day. Su Wuwei grabbed Lu Yin and flung him away. Lu Yin's body continued to travel along the square drawing, experiencing the Tai Spin domain. Su Wuwei watched calmly, passing on the Tai Spin domain. This was already the treatment of a personal disciple, and it seemed like he was treating Lu Yin very well. Lu Yin traveled through the Tai Spin domain, feeling the effects of Void God's power on the lines of space. He knew that Su Wuwei seemed to treat him extremely well and was extremely benevolent, but would passing on the Tai Spin domain be of any use? It was meaningless. If Lu Yin hadn't obtained an innate gift of wood, how could he have learned the Tai Spin domain? This was the power of space. Even if he learned how to gather Void God's power, how could he use it on the lines of space? Even if Su Wuwei personally taught him, it would be useless. Su Wuwei had done it on purpose, using a profound technique to complete the last step as a guide. In reality, he hadn't taught Lu Yin anything, including his own technique, the 5 tastes of humanity. Lu Yin exhaled. He couldn't blame Su Wuwei, as their positions were different. From Su Wuwei's point of view, Lu Yin was helping Bai Qian deal with Iran, and it was very likely that he would use the Void God spacetime to interfere with hyperspace. Even if Su Wuwei didn't care, Lu Yin would still use his own methods to reduce the impact. Now that he was passing on the Tai Spin domain, outsiders would only envy him, and no one would understand Su Wuwei's intentions. However, the only thing that Su Wuwei had missed was that Lu Yin could see the lines of space and understand the principles behind the Tai Spin domain. Su Wuwei's teachings weren't about battle techniques, but rather how to use the lines of space. In the past, Lu Yin had only been able to manipulate lines to teleport. Now, however, he could apply his power to the lines and achieve a battle technique that ignored distance. This included, but was not limited to, Tai Chi Spin. He could use any external power, including swordplay, death energy, and even battle force. Su Wuwei had opened a new door for him. Su Wuwei couldn't have imagined that he would actually help Lu Yin even though he had clearly been fooling him. He was a very qualified guide. Lu Yin traveled through the Tai Spin domain for more than half a month before stopping. When he saw Su Wuwei, the first thing he said was, "This junior doesn't understand." Su Wuwei was satisfied, but his expression remained calm. The Tai Spin domain isn't that easy to learn. Do you know how many people in the Void God civilization want to learn this battle technique? This includes the ultimate Void and Void Towardsing that you've seen. Who doesn't want to learn it? They don't have this opportunity, so you have to cherish it. Lu Yin was grateful. This junior understands. I don't think highly of you, but I'm just doing my duty as a guide. You have to remember my words. This junior understands. Su Wuwei glanced at Lu Yin and his lips curled up. It was quite interesting to play around with juniors. Find a place to cultivate and try your best to recall the feeling of traveling through the Tai Spin domain. I'm going to the battlefield, and I hope that you'll have improved the next time we meet. Lu Yin raised a brow. Improved? Could he? Once he improved, wouldn't this old man die of anger? Senior, you're going to the battlefield? Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. I'll update more tomorrow. Thank you. Happy New Year's Eve. Su Wuwei's gaze darkened. The pressure on the Eternals is increasing, and they won't give up on the Six-Way Society's territory. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for them to fight their way out of the endless battlefield. I'm going to take action, and you'll definitely have to go to the front lines. Senior, can you let me locate the Void God spacetime? I belong to the Void God spacetime now, and if I end up in a parallel spacetime one day, I hope to find my way back. Su Wuwei looked at him and nodded. Sure. The next day, he brought Luin to the spatial coordinates. The spatial coordinates were branded with the auras of many people, and it was probably used by outsiders to find the Void God spacetime. Luin had also left his own mark on it. Currently, he could only go to the Three Monarchs spacetime, the Void God spacetime, and the Six-Way training grounds. He couldn't go to the others yet, as the cost of using his Lotus treasure was too great. Su Wuwei left and went to the battlefield. Luin frowned. If Su Wuwei went to the battlefield, the pressure on the Six-Way Society would increase, and the pressure would be transferred to the Genesis space. He tore through the void and left, returning to the Eternal Kingdom. He wanted to return to the Above Sky sect, but he suddenly remembered that Mu Jun was still imprisoned here. It had been some time since she had been imprisoned here, and although it hadn't been long, he could still meet her. Lu Yin's figure flashed and entered the underground, where the deathly aura pervaded. The Thunder Sealers lived on the surface of the Eternal Kingdom, and they couldn't enter the underground. It was precisely because of the deathly aura that Mu Jun was trapped here. The current Mu Jun was the same as the last time Luin had seen her. After all, it hadn't been that long, and for a progenitor, thousands of years were like the blink of an eye. Mu Jun didn't say anything when she saw Luin arrive. She just looked at him. Let me tell you some good news. I've asked for reinforcements from the Three Monarchs spacetime, Luin said. Mu Jun wasn't surprised. The Six-Way Society forced you? Luin nodded. Yes. Mu Jun was expressionless. I suggested working with you to deal with the four-way scales in the Genesis space while preserving your own strength, but you didn't agree. At that time, I knew that the Six-Way Society would do everything they could to force you to help the Three Monarchs spacetime. They won't let the Three Monarchs spacetime be destroyed, nor will they watch you grow. If that's the case, wouldn't you be an enemy of the Six-Way Society? Luin asked with interest. Your enemy is the reincarnation spacetime and divine sovereign Xiaoyin, not us. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The Xiaoyin divinity? Mu Jun sneered, didn't you infiltrate the Six Paths sect to investigate? Don't tell me you haven't found out that it was Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin who suggested putting all the blame on the Lu clan? Luin stared coldly at Mu Jun. Mu Jun laughed. It seems like you really don't know. Other than the Three Monarch universes, the rest of the Six Direction Society hates the primordial space. It's because the primordial space didn't eradicate the everlasting race during the most glorious era and allowed them to grow. This resentment has always been suppressed, and in the end, it was all attributed to the Lu family through the mouth of the Xiaoyin deity. Now that the Lu family has long been exiled and disappeared, the resentment that has been passed down since ancient times is gone. Other than a limited number of people, no one will target the primordial space anymore. But what if I want to bring her back to the Lu family? Mu Jun's eyes widened. What do you mean, welcome back to the Lu clan? He looked at her deeply. What if I want revenge? Mu Jun felt like she had heard something incredible. Does the Lu family still exist? Luin replied, I don't know, but I will definitely take revenge. If you work with me, would you dare to offend Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin? Mu Jun said, Dao Master Lu, I thought you were smart, but you chose the stupidest path. Revenge? Who? Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin? Or a Grand Empyrean? No matter who it is, you won't be able to do it. No matter how high your cultivation is, how talented you are, or how many people help you, you can't surpass a Grand Empyrean. As long as a Grand Empyrean exists, the Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin won't be someone you can touch. Besides, the Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin is extremely strong and can fight against an expert like the Forgotten Ruins deity by himself. I advise you not to think about revenge. I want to live, and so do you. Let go of your hatred. The Lu family's grievances have already ended. Your current achievements are enough to create a second Lu family. There's no need to throw away your life. The power of a Grand Empyrean is not something you can imagine. Luin thought about it for a long time. Maybe you're right. I should let go of my hatred. Mujun sighed. It's good that you thought it through. Luin looked at Mujun and suddenly smiled. I didn't say anything wrong. What you heard was what I said. It was a strange sentence, but Mujun understood what he meant. However, she couldn't. What do you mean? Luin stared into her eyes. I said that I want to bring you back to the Lu family. Mujun frowned. The Lu family is no more. It's still here. Mujun's expression sank. You're messing with me. Luin smiled. You're the one who's messing with me. You clearly understood what I meant, but you still advised me to let go of my hatred and cooperate with you. If I let you go, you'll probably go to the reincarnation spacetime and leak the secret. Nonsense, the Lu family definitely doesn't exist. The Grand Empyrean personally threw the Lu family to the Eternals. How could the Lu family still be alive? Mujun tried her best to defend herself, trying to use this method to prove that she was telling the truth. Luin shook his head. A dignified progenitor playing tricks just to survive. How sad. Mujun's expression darkened. What do you want? Luin said bluntly, I want to replace the 3 monarchs and become one of the 6 direction associations. Mujun seemed to have heard something unbelievable. What did you say? You don't believe me? Mujun's eyes flickered. Are you crazy? How could the 6 direction associations accept your primordial space? Even if the 3 monarchs are gone, your primordial space will never become one of the 6 direction associations. Never. Then let's try. I don't believe that there's anything impossible in this universe, Luin said with a cold gaze. Either you help me become one of the 6 direction associations, or you'll be imprisoned here for the rest of your life. I guarantee that no one will be able to find you. The 6 direction associations will never accept the primordial space. Never. Mujun screamed, but her voice gradually faded away. Luin walked to the surface and saw Luo Lauer, Feng Lei, and Guanqin in front of him. When they saw Luin, they bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster. It was obvious that they had adapted to their new positions, especially Feng Lei and Guanqin. They looked at Luin the same way they looked at the 3 monarchs. Even Mujun had been captured, so perhaps Luin was even more terrifying than the 3 monarchs. Luin grunted. Clan leader Feng Lei, you should be very familiar with the 3 monarchs situation. Lightning Seal Guanqin replied, yes, sect master. Luin nodded. Write down all the important people from the 3 monarchs spacetimes. Their relationships, situations, and relationships with the outside must all be written down. Feng Lei's tone became even more respectful. Yes, Pathmaster. He could tell that Luin was going to make a move against the 3 monarch spacetimes. Only Lord Luo and Lord Taixian were left in the 3 monarch spacetimes. They couldn't even assemble the 3 monarchs' great formation, so it wasn't impossible for Luin to deal with them. The situation was very complicated. The 3 monarchs wanted to join forces with the 4-way scales to divide the primordial space. Luin had secretly captured Mujun to deal with the 3 monarchs, and the 6 direction associations had explicitly prohibited anyone from entering the primordial space. Luin didn't plan on thinking about any of these situations, so he handed them over to Wang Wen. Luo Lauer raised a hand and asked carefully, brother-in-law, what can I do? Luin looked at Luo Lauer. What do you want to do? Luo Lauer and Feng Lei Guanqin exchanged glances and mustered their courage. Brother-in-law, do you have any plans to deal with hyperspace? Luin was astonished. He had thought that Luo Lauer would have some sort of request or that he would have some understanding of the 3 monarch spacetimes. He hadn't expected Luo Lauer to directly mention hyperspace. So what if I do and so what if I don't? Can you still help me? Luo Lauer looked at Luin with a resolute gaze. Yes. Luin raised a brow. A mere hostage could actually help him deal with hyperspace? You might not believe me, brother-in-law, Luo Lauer coughed and said solemnly. Do you know why I'm so well informed? When I first met you, you and Zijing had just arrived at hyperspace, but I was the first to receive the news. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. If Luo Lauer hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought of it. That's right, he and Zijing had just arrived at hyperspace, and only a limited number of people from the council knew about it in such a short amount of time. It couldn't have spread the news, and Zijing's whereabouts were considered top secret in hyperspace. If Luo Lauer hadn't leaked the news at the start, no one would have known about it. Luo Lauer didn't hide it. The reason I received the news so quickly was because I bought it. Actually, with my wealth, even if I didn't receive the resources from the Lightning Ceiling clan, I wouldn't have been so stingy. Most of my resources were used to buy the information. The person who sells the information can find out anything from the council's evaluation, Zijing's return, the latest research on cultivation techniques, and so on. The price varies, and if you want to deal with hyperspace, this information seller will definitely be of help. Luin was curious. Who's the seller? Luo Lauer replied, I don't know. He's very cautious and never reveals his identity. He doesn't even have a codename. I was only able to contact him by chance. No one else can contact him. Luin asked Luo Lauer to tell him how to contact this person, and it turned out that Luo Lauer was right. The conversation and the delivery of resources had all come from this information seller. This was a platform built on a dark green frame, and no one other than Luo Lauer could use it since it was bound to his identity. Does this person really know a lot of information? Luin was interested. Luo Lauer assured him, he's the most complete seller. He's never made a mistake, and he's very fast. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. How do I get him to take the initiative to trade with me? Luo Lauer replied, I can try, but I don't know if he'll be willing. Even if I do, I'll have to do it in hyperspace. Wait for a while, Luin said. For now, he couldn't deal with hyperspace. Hyperspace was a huge and complicated place, and he wasn't completely in the dark. Su Wuwei already knew some things, and even if Luin had purposely let him know, he had no choice. He had to be careful when dealing with hyperspace, and the ruler that Bai Qian had mentioned was the most troublesome. In the new year, I wish all of you a bright future and a bright future. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Soon after, he left the Eternal Kingdom and returned to the Fifth Mainland. The first thing he did was head to the home of the gods. It was almost time for the transaction, and more than half a year had passed since they'd agreed on it. A few days after Lu Yin's arrival, Ku Jian arrived with Zijing in tow. This was the condition that they had previously agreed upon. The home of the gods would only trade with Zijing, which was an obvious way to increase Zijing's influence. Although hyperspace was well aware of this, he did not reject it. Zijing was Hiran's subordinate, and Hiran had always cared about her. It didn't matter whether this condition was added or not, since these resources were meant for Zijing anyway. In the home of the gods, a transaction that transcended spacetime took place without anyone's knowledge. There were only 5 people present, Taishan, Mirror God, Ku Jian, and Zijing. They all knew that if this transaction was leaked, it would have a huge impact and attract the attention of the 6 directional associations. That's right. Zijing confirmed the transaction, and Ku Jian generously gave Mirror God a blue energy source. Mirror God was confused and looked at Luin. Luin explained, Senior, this is an energy source from the hyperspace organization. Wearing it will allow you to unleash an attack with a power level of nearly 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Mirror God gasped. He was only a 3rd tribulation origin cultivator, which meant that his combat power was over 700,000. Violet deity had been the same back then, and the strongest cultivator in the home of the gods had always been Candle God, who had the combat power of an emissary. Now, he looked at the blue energy source. How could this thing give him such power? Ku Jian was very satisfied with Mirror God's attitude. From his point of view, this was both ignorance and respect. Xianxia, you didn't tell them about the energy source? Not yet, Luin replied. Then I'll tell them myself. Ku Jian adjusted his words and told Mirror God and Taishan about the energy source. The 2 were dumbfounded, such a thing was possible? Then what was the point of their cultivation? I already told you that the hyperspace organization is much stronger than you. As long as we're willing, that Luin won't dare to do anything to you, Ku Jian said solemnly. Luin smiled and looked at Kujian before looking back at Mirror God. The Mirror God stared blankly at Kujian. He was shocked by the power of the energy source, but these words were too arrogant. Even the Tao Master was plotting against him. Senior, didn't we agree to gather resources for transdimensional, and transdimensional will take us away? If we have enough resources, they'll even give us a spot in the home of the gods. But what about this energy source? The Mirror God was in a dilemma. Kujian replied, I'm giving it to you so that you can protect yourselves. The Mirror God subconsciously looked at Luin. Luin quickly replied, Senior, there are many energy sources like this that Senior Kujian doesn't care about. If you gather more resources next time, he might be able to provide you with an even better energy source, allowing you to reach the peak of an emissary's power. Kujian did not mind. It's nothing. Mirror God and Tai Yishan immediately expressed their gratitude. Both sides were very satisfied with this transaction, and Luin also took the opportunity to speak with Zijing alone. Of course, this was for Kujian's benefit. After all, in Hyperspace's mind, they were still in that kind of relationship. How's Bai Qian? Luin asked. Zijing leaned in close and whispered, not too good. She's not from hyperspace, and there aren't many people who support her. Only a few people in the council support her, and now that she's gone missing, Ran took the opportunity to make a move. No one in the council supports her anymore. Luin fell silent. The council seemed to be the most powerful group in hyperspace. In reality, they were puppets that hyperspace's ruler used to select people. Their true purpose was not to manage hyperspace, but to choose between Ran and Bai Qian to be the winner. Bai Qian had been able to gain the support of a few people in just a few short decades, but she had lost everything after going missing. On the surface, it seemed like Ran would definitely win. What's going on? Zijing asked. Luin replied, don't worry about it. Focus on your cultivation techniques. That's your only way out. I'll take care of Bai Qian. Zijing nodded and naturally rested her head on his shoulder. Kujian took in the entire scene. The two didn't talk for long before Kujian came looking for them. Xianxia, I have something to tell you. Zijing nodded to Luin. Luin walked towards Kujian. Kujian apologized to Zijing, time is limited this time. I'll make sure to let you stay longer next time. Zijing smiled, it's fine. Kujian smiled and led Luin to the other side. His goal was simple, to ask about Lu Yan's recent situation in the Void God spacetime. Ran was very concerned about Luin. Luin briefly explained what had happened in the Void God spacetime, but Kujian had a different feeling when he heard it. You passed the Void trial? Kujian was shocked. Luin nodded, yes, it was very difficult. Fortunately, I passed it. Kujian sized Luin up. He had only wanted to ask, but he hadn't expected to hear such shocking news. Senior, you don't know? Luin was puzzled. This had happened more than half a year ago, and Kujian was someone in hyperspace who could use the power of a half-ancestor. How could he not know? Kujian smiled bitterly, I haven't been paying attention to what's going on outside. I've been guarding the energy research team, and they're always discussing cultivation techniques. There's no news from the outside world. Luin understood, Lady Ran should know. Of course, Kujian replied, then looked at Luin strangely. This kid was becoming more and more abnormal. He had passed through the Void Gate, and with Senior Su Wuwei as his guide, as well as Su Xiangyin, his influence in the Void God spacetime would only grow. This meant that Lord Ran's plan might actually come true. Xianxia, the primordial space can help us obtain some resources, but we can't just rely on it. Although hyperspace doesn't care about Luin, he still has the final say in the primordial space. So, do you have any way to help us gather resources in the Void Gods spacetime? Kujian asked. This was his goal, and it was also what Ran had instructed him to do. Luin fell into deep thought. Kujian said, Su Xiangyin's family has quite a bit of influence in the Void God spacetime. You can consider this. Luin didn't understand, Senior Su Xiangyin's family? That's right. I heard that you have a good relationship with Su Xiangyin. You don't know his family? Kujian was puzzled. Luin shook his head. Senior, you said that he's a wandering cultivator. Kujian said, Su Xianxia was a loose cultivator, but after he reached the void transformation realm, he was roped in by a family called the Jingyun family. A long time ago, a virtual Tai realm expert was born, and their influence expanded to almost half of the virtual god universe. I heard that at that time, even Senior Su Wuwei often visited the Jingyun family as a guest. However, after that virtual Tai realm expert died in battle, the Jingyun family plummeted, especially 100 years ago, when the Jingyun family's old patriarch died, causing the Jingyun family's direct descendants to not have a single void transformation realm expert. Su Xianxia is very important to the Jingyun family. Although the Jingyun family is weak now, their influence in the void god spacetime is still very influential. Many people have received favors from them. If we can establish a connection with the Jingyun family, it won't be difficult to gather resources. Luin looked at Kujian. This guy had done a lot. A person from spacetime who knew so much about the void god spacetime definitely wouldn't have found out in just 1 or 2 days. During the time that Zijing had gone missing, spacetime hadn't done nothing. They had organized all the resources needed for the research of the sequence particles. In other words, they had never given up on Zijing and believed that they would definitely find her. To them, Zijing's disappearance was more like a vacation than a loss. Luin sighed, I understand. I'll look for the Jingyun family once I return to the void god spacetime. Go find Su Xianxia first. With him leading the way, the Jingyun family will treat you like an honored guest, Kujian reminded him. Right, what about the Void Yang and Voiding families? Luin suddenly asked. Kujian was puzzled, why are you asking about them? Do you know about them? Luin also told him about his encounter with Su Heng and Su Leng. When he finished, Kujian's eyes lit up, you have a good relationship with them? Yes, I have a good relationship with big brother Su Heng and big sister Su Leng. Kujian was delighted, that's great. Xianxia, do you know of a resource that can only be produced at the intersection of the Void Yang and Voiding families? We've tried our best to make deals with the 2 clans, but there's something wrong with the 2 clans. If one side agrees, the other side will destroy it. We've tried to make deals with both clans at the same time, but they refused. Even now, we still can't reach an agreement. You actually have connections with these 2 clans? Luin raised his brows, feeling like he had stepped on the right spot. This was getting interesting. Wait, I'll immediately report to Lord Hiran. Wait here. Kujian was impatient and immediately returned with Zijing. Mirror God shook his head when he saw this. This guy was actually acting like this in front of the Tao Lord, he was definitely going to be taken advantage of. Mirror God, Luin said. Mirror God hurriedly stepped forward, Tao Lord. Luin said, after a few trades, we'll visit the hyperspace domain. There's no harm in acting arrogant. Although we're surprised by the hyperspace domain's power, we're not bad either. The rune progenitor's power can be created from nothing, and no one can compare to it. But with this little one's strength, it'll be difficult to use rune lines outside of this region. Mirror God was troubled. Luin was stunned. That made sense, as he had only been able to use rune lines because of the Candle God. Without the Candle God's rune lines, he wouldn't have been able to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture without being enveloped by rune lines. Don't worry, the hyperspace domain needs resources. Just treat yourself as a future member of the decision-making team. He then chatted with Taishan for a while. He treated Taishan differently than he treated Mirror God, but he couldn't return to the way he had when they had first met. After all, Taishan's status was completely different now. On the 3rd day, Kujian arrived, but he didn't bring Zijing with him. Xianxia, Lord Hiran hopes that you can help us search for a resource that can only be produced at the intersection of the Void Yang and Voiding families. It's called 2-colored soil, Kujian said. Luin replied, this junior is willing to help. Kujian replied, we won't let you help us for free. He then raised his hand and took out a white energy source that was similar to the one he used himself. It could display the power of a half-ancestor. On New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, Windborn was writing. He wanted to have a good rest, but his habits didn't allow him to. Thank you for your support, brothers. Luin was shocked, this was a white energy source? It seemed that the two-colored soil was very important. As long as you can get us 5 tons of two-colored soil, this white energy source will be yours. You know how valuable it is, and once you use it, you'll be able to fight me, Kujian said passionately. Luin smiled bitterly, I don't know when I'll be able to use it. I'm more than happy to help Lady He ran. Kujian passed the white energy source to Luin. This is a request from Lord He ran. You must accept this white energy source. Luin knew that if he didn't accept it, they wouldn't be at ease. Of course, he was willing to have another white energy source. Even if he didn't need it, he could give it to someone else. Thank you, Senior. Please help me thank Lady He ran. Kujian nodded. When are you going to the Void God dimension? Very soon, Luin replied. Kujian reminded him, in this dimension, you have an enemy like Luin, so try not to be too conspicuous. Luin nodded, I understand, Senior, don't worry. Kujian nodded and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Don't worry, Lady He ran said that as long as it's possible in the future, she'll help you deal with Luin and take back everything that belongs to you. With your influence in the Void God dimension and Lady He ran's support, perhaps the Genesis space will be yours in the future. Luin was speechless. It was his to begin with. I understand, thank you, Lady He ran. Kujian left, thinking that his offer would definitely tempt Luin. Taishan was looking forward to the future. His expression when he found out that Xianxia was Luin would definitely be interesting. Luin returned to the above sky sect and left for the Void God dimension after learning about what had happened in the past half a year. There was no need for him to go to the 6th Direction training hall. When he arrived at the Void God dimension, Luin found a cultivator to confirm the location of the Void Yang and Void Ying clans before heading there. The Void God dimension covered a large area, and the Void Yang and Void Ying clans were close together. They were obviously in conflict with each other, but they still insisted on staying together. What was even stranger was that due to the two clans' cultivation, the celestial phenomena of the two clans were completely different. The Void Yang clan was as hot as fire, and even space was distorted by the high temperature. Giant fiery red planets spread out, and ordinary people who looked at them would feel pain in their eyes. On the other hand, the Void Ying tribe was covered in darkness. An icy power swept through the starry sky. It was like wind, but it wasn't wind. When it swept through, it could cut through the void. Looking from afar, the two races were in completely opposite states. There was a line in the middle that completely separated the heat and the cold. Luin looked ahead. The resources that hyperspace needed should be on the line that completely separated the two races. It looked like a line, but the closer he got, the more he realized that it was also a majestic mountain range. The mountain range in the starry sky had a strange dark red color with a hint of grayish-white. It should be the two-colored soil. No one is allowed to enter the Void Yang clan's territory without permission. The voice was low, and it came from a fiery red planet not too far away. As the voice approached, ripples spread out and scorched the void. Junior Xianxia requests an audience with clan leader Su Heng. Xianxia? A pair of eyes opened on the fiery red planet. It was a man. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Luin. You're Xianxia? Luin looked at the newcomer, who was at the Void Radiant Realm. His void spirit power compared to the 5th mainlands, which meant that he was at the 6th tribulation origin stage. No, such a powerhouse was guarding the door. Junior is indeed Xianxia, Luin replied politely. The man hurriedly smiled. You're not a junior. You're the clan leader's brother and an honored guest of the Void Yang clan. My name is Su Ji. Lord Xianxia, please. Luin was flattered. Senior, please don't call me that. I wouldn't dare. Su Ji replied, there's no need to be so polite, and there's no need to call me senior. Just call me Su Ji. Su Ji then led Luin into the Void Yang clan, his attitude very warm. After entering the Void Yang clan's territory, the light became even more dazzling. The heat from the planet made everything fiery red. Su Ji waved a hand and used his void spirit power to block the heat. Lord Xianxia, the clan leader is currently discussing an alliance with the Void Ying tribe. Please come with me. Luin was curious. Alliance? Yes, our Void Yang clan and the Void Ying clan have been passed down to Master Sui since ancient times. but they split up for some reason. Half a year ago, the two clan leaders returned and suddenly decided to join forces. They planned to reunite the two clans, Suji explained. Luin was curious. I've heard that the Void Spirit Spacetime says that the two clans will become very powerful if they join forces. Suji smiled. It's not that easy. Our Void Yang clan listens to the clan leader, but there are some fellows in the Voiding clan who are outwardly obedient. They seem willing on the surface, but they're actually causing trouble behind our backs. It's quite a headache. Luin followed Suji to the mountain that separated the two clans. It was called the Dual-Colored Mountain, and the name was simple to understand: dual-colored mountain, dual-colored earth. Not long after, Luin saw many people from the two clans gathered together. They seemed to be fighting, but they also seemed to be sparring. It was very lively. Haha, brother Xianxia, you're finally here. Suheng laughed as he walked over, attracting the attention of many people. Luin smiled as well. How could I not come when Big Brother invited me? It's good that you're here. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, but you were cultivating with Senior Su Wuwei, so I didn't want to disturb you. I even forgot to give you my contact details. The Void Yang clan is very famous in the Void Spirit Spacetime, so you can easily find out. Elsewhere, Sulung had arrived as well, and when he saw Luin, he scolded, Brother Xianxia, why didn't you come from my Voiding clan? It seems like you're still biased towards Big Brother Suheng. Luin smiled bitterly. Big sister, don't joke about me. I just happen to be in the Void Yang clan. You can enter from the Void Yang clan, but you have to visit my Voiding clan first. Otherwise, you'll be biased. Lung you want to fight over this? Of course. Haha, brother, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's visit the Voiding clan first. Luin laughed. Whatever. Since you're already here, you won't be able to run away. Haha. In the distance, some people were discussing, who's that kid? He's received by the two clan leaders as soon as he arrived. I've never seen them so enthusiastic. That's right. The two clan leaders' changes should be related to that kid. Are you talking about the kid who broke through the void gate? That's him. Some people stared coldly at Luin. The conflict between the two clans was bad for some, but it could benefit others. Now that Luin had ruined everything, it was only natural that some people were unhappy. Soon, Luin was led by Sulun to visit the Voiding clan, and then the Void Yang clan. This tour lasted for several days. Luin also felt the same way. He was affected by the atmosphere between the two clans. The Void Yang clan was harmonious. Although Suheng was restricted by the clan in many ways, his management style was recognized by the clan. On the other hand, Sulung was cold and ruthless, and he suppressed the Voiding clan to the point that they did not dare to make a sound. He even dared to casually give away void gods. However, there were undercurrents within the clan. Luin could already sense many malicious gazes. He guessed that many people were unhappy with him. Come, brother, have a taste of the delicacies unique to our two clans. Suheng handed Luin a 3-meter-tall corn-like object. It looked like corn, and its seeds were golden yellow. However, if one looked closely, they would see that the insides were dark red with a tinge of gray, just like the color of the two colored mountains. Luin was amazed, and he plucked one of the seeds and put it in his mouth. He bit down, and the explosive texture spread throughout his mouth. It was filled with a rich aroma, and it even had a smoky and fiery taste. However, it was ice cold when it entered his stomach. Delicious. Haha. Suheng laughed. Sulung said, this is a delicacy only produced by the two colored mountains. You won't be able to eat it anywhere else. If you like it, we'll give you a batch. I guarantee that you'll have enough. Luin hugged the corn and gnawed on it. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. I'll give you as many as you have. Ha ha ha, as long as brother likes it, Suheng laughed. It was obvious that they were truly happy. Aside from the corn, the two clans had other delicacies as well as drinks brewed from the corn. The taste was even richer, and Luin drank so much that he asked for a batch to take away. Brother, I heard that the alliance between the two clans isn't going well. Luin asked after he had eaten and drunk to his heart's content. Su Heng and Su Ling exchanged glances before looking at Luin. It's a bit troublesome, but it can be resolved. It's just a matter of time. Luin nodded and didn't say anything else. If I'm not wrong, brother, you must be here for something, Su Heng asked as he stared at Luin. Su Ling replied, if there's anything, just say it. Our clans will do our best to help. Just say the word, brother. Luin smiled. Two-colored soil. Is it for sale? The two were shocked. What do you want it for? Luin didn't hide anything. There should be others who want to buy it besides me. Su Heng's eyes flashed. There is a group of people who are deliberately hiding their identities, but we've found out that they're from the Hyperspace Alliance. Luin spoke frankly. The Hyperspace Alliance wants to buy it. Su Heng waved his hand. Take whatever you want. Generally speaking, Luin had met them during the Void Trials and helped them. Now, he had even helped Hyperspace purchase the two-colored soil, which made it easy for others to assume that he had approached the two races under Hyperspace's instructions. However, Luin had passed the Void Trials, which was a different story. This meant that Lu Yin's true goal was to pass the Void Trials, and not to approach the two races. Otherwise, he would have been able to pass the Void Trials by accident. How could the Void Trials have blocked countless cultivators over the years, and even extreme powerhouses had been blocked outside? Su Ling replied, generally speaking, we don't sell much two-colored soil, but if you want it, just take it. There's no need to buy it. Take as much as you want. Luin smiled. That won't do. This is a business transaction, and you're just the middleman. The one who wants to buy it is the Hyperspace Alliance. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Don't worry about my face. Sell it however you want. Su Heng and Su Ling were confused, not understanding what Luin meant. Thank you for your support, brothers. In the new year, we must make a fortune and let Suifeng bask in the glory. Thank you. End of chapter 2601. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.